we've got you covered. What's next?
Numbers are in. Summerfest attendance up nearly 40% over a year ago. John, over 600,000 attendees are going to hang with the 3-weekend format next year.
This is a big number for Summerfest, and good for them. A 40% increase. 625,000 people almost walked through the turnstiles, despite the fact that, remember, we were down there one day where there was the impact of the Canadian wildfires. It's kind of a hazy day, and they were worried that would impact things. Also, the cancellation of Jimmy Buffett in the amphitheater, and then his replacement also canceled. And despite that, they had big numbers, and good for them. The weather also helped. They had gorgeous weather for the stretch.
Had they hung with the 11-day format, I wouldn't be surprised if numbers were lagging a little bit because of the air quality. I mean, that was the thing early in the week, and
You're
then
right.
Summerfest came back on Thursday of that week where the quality was really bad, but improving by that Thursday, and then it was fine for the weekend. But that Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday would have been gnarly.
If you do the math, it means the daily average attendance was just shy of 70,000 people each day, if you average it out. They had a couple really big Saturdays, so those were bigger days. But the average, almost 70,000 people, that's a big number. In 2019, the year before the pandemic, they averaged 65,000 a day. So good for them. Other statistics, 17% of the people got in for free using some sort of promotion. And they also are announcing the dates for next year. And yes, as we expected, once again next year, it'll be over 3 weekends. The dates are the last 2 weekends in June and then the 4th of July weekend. Actually, Summerfest will be open on July 4th next year. The last 3 days will be the 4th, 5th, the 5th, 6th, the 4th, 5th, 6th, excuse me. The 4th, 5th, 6th is when it'll close next year. So good for Summerfest. They got good stuff going on down there. What's the third thing?
Big story out of the Netherlands.
Miss Nederland 2023 is Ricky!
Translation, please.
Miss Netherlands 2023 is Ricky Cole.
Why is that newsworthy? Because she is the first openly trans pageant contestant to win the title of Miss Netherlands. She goes on to represent her country in Miss Universe later this year. There's never been a Miss Universe that's been openly trans, so she could be the first if she were to win there. She used her platform to promote a more inclusive vision of the pageant and world, and to encourage others to feel more included and inspired by her story. So good for her. That is Miss Netherlands, Ricky Cole. Is that how you say your last name?
Ricky Cole, and then she goes on to the world pageant here, Miss Universe.
Yeah. So, nice story. It is 3:12 at WTMJ. I want to get to the sales tax story because this is a big deal for everybody. People who live here, people who work here, people who play here. Mark Casse, editor-in-chief of the Milwaukee Business Journal, with us live in the studio up next.
Let's face it, selling a home is stressful, difficult, and costly. The repairs, the showing your home to strangers, the months it takes to get to closing. And then what do you do with the 20 years of belongings you've accumulated? There's an easier way, and you have nothing to lose to try it out. Grandview Homes will give you a no-obligation, fair cash offer and close on the day you choose. We buy your home completely as is, no repairs whatsoever. Take the belongings you want and leave the stress and the mess to us. Call or visit grandviewhomes.com.
Oh, yeah, it's definitely baseball season. This is your place to catch every pitch.
Here it is. He struck him out swinging.
Home run.
Going back onto the track. It is gone. Mike Brasso goes deep.
And everything in between.
I want to find that tape. We got to find that tape. We'd be better off listening to adhesive tape.
We are the home of the Brewers on WTMJ.
Hey, join former NBA stars and Marquette basketball alums Dwayne Wade and Travis Diener as they return to Milwaukee this summer for Wade versus Diener Champions for Literacy. Golf alongside the stars at the Bog in Saukville on July 24th. That's going to be a great day, full of food, fun, all kinds of events, good golf, all while funding local youth literacy projects. And if golf isn't for you, check out the Tee Off Tailgate Party the night before. It's going to be great stuff. Learn more about Wade versus Diener's Champions for Literacy at this website, wadevsdiener.givesmart.com. I know it's a lot. wadevsdiener.givesmart.com.
When you walk into Blaine's Farm and Fleet, you'll find friendly, helpful service, great prices, and brand name products. Right now, pick up a Power-Up electronic device backup battery and 8-foot cable value pack. On sale $14.99. Save on a 12-volt, 15 gallons per minute transfer pump with auto nozzle, just $469.99. And stock up on K&N oil filters, starting at $15.99.
The hardest working people in America find value at Blaine's Farm and Fleet.
What makes Ben Ben is that he's very, very detail-oriented.
That's Arvid Huth from Penny Mustard Furnishings, talking about his brother, Ben.
The details to me matter. The smallest detail needs to be right, and there's no reason it can't be right. To me, a room needs to be clean, and there's no reason a room can't be clean. A room should be organized. A warehouse should be organized. There's no reason why it shouldn't be organized. I'm a fanatic on some of those things. And Arvid would roll his eyes at me. You know, that little dust is no big deal. But to me, I'm like, nope, that needs to be cleaned up. He's so passionate about the quality of the furniture. Those details are his details. It's important for that furniture to be built perfect. Every little detail matters if you're going to have people and a company and a culture where what we deliver to that customer is absolutely the best thing we can bring to that customer. Everything we do to get to that point that the customer never sees needs to be done to our best ability. But in the end, I have always learned that the details won't take care of themselves. Ben will take care of the details. So that's been a blessing.
PennyMustard.com.
Traffic is sponsored by Kowal Investment Group, the retirement specialists. Retire well with Kowal.
When was the last time you had a second opinion on your retirement plan? If you have $750,000 or more, schedule your retirement review with one of our fiduciary advisors at thekowalway.com.
Traffic and weather begins with Debbie Loziga. Good afternoon, Debbie.
Good afternoon, John. Still dealing with a couple of accidents. First of all, southbound 41 just south of Holy Hill Road. We got it off on the right shoulder, but still we've got some backups stretching back past Mequon Road, or actually Mequon Road. We should back past Holy Hill Road. Southbound on 43, we've got a little bit of a backup basically from Bender Road all the way down to about Center Street. So you're looking at a 19-minute ride there from Brown Deer Road to downtown, an 8-minute backup. On the northbound side, there is an accident in Ozaukee County at Highway C, and this one is off on the left shoulder. Just something to keep in mind. It is through that construction zone, so it's a bit of a gauntlet trying to get through that. Westbound 94 just heads up right around 27th Street's where you start to slow down all the way to Mitchell Boulevard. I'm Debbie Loziga with your WTMJ Johnson & Sons Paving Time Saver Traffic.
WTMJ 5-day forecast. Tonight, chance for showers, a low of 64. Tomorrow, rain is more likely. Let's hope we get a little. High of 72. On Thursday, partly cloudy, a high of 80. Friday, partly cloudy, 84. On Saturday, sunny, warm, and humid, a high of 85 degrees. In Milwaukee right now, what a gorgeous day. It is sunny and 72 degrees. Milwaukee's 2% sales tax increase has been approved. Milwaukee Mayor Cavalier Johnson says he'll sign it sometime in the next couple of days. The editor-in-chief of the Milwaukee Business Journal, Mark Cass, is with us live in the studio. I actually have, Mark, the article by Sean Ryan. As always, Sean doing a great job here kind of detailing out what's going on. How big a deal is this, Mark?
Almost as large as you having how many drinks on the cruise? 15 drinks. This is as big as that.
Yesterday.
I want to talk about that at some point. 15 drinks, Greg.
Yeah, more than a baker's dozen.
More than a baker's dozen.
Well,
Holy
you're allowed
cow.
15 drinks a day on the, on the cruise
It is
package.
as large as that drink was that you drank. Think of it that way. No, this is a big deal. This is a historic kind of day. Kind of think about the last time we had something like this happen here. I kind of look at it, it's almost equated to the new arena, kind of really when the city approved that. You know, this is a big deal because of what it means and the options. It was option A, which is not good, which is a new tax. But then they looked at the other option. It was worse, right? I mean, it was massive layoffs, and it was and it was major cuts. So I mean, really didn't have great options. So it had to happen. But now let's see kind of how it plays out over the next couple of years, and really what it means kind of long term to the city.
I'm curious how it's going to change people's habits because Wisconsin ranks like 39th in the country with a 5% sales tax.
Right.
And even the combined local tax, you factor in all that throughout the state.
Right.
And Wisconsin's the 48th least tax state on sales tax. So what does Milwaukee do? Right, but neighboring counties are going to be far less than Milwaukee.
Right. So I think that's going to be interesting in that will you, like, if you live in Wauwatosa, will you start shopping? Will you start heading out to Elm Grove, heading out to Brookfield? Will you go north? So I think that's an option. The thing is, like for a car, you can't do that. I mean, a car gets registered where you live. So, I mean, if I live in Milwaukee, I have to, I mean, I'll be paying the higher sales tax no matter where I buy the car. Kind of like that. So I think that's an interesting thing. But the island thing came up. I mean, this frequently comes up. I was thinking about it on the way over. Think about the mask law kind of during the heart of COVID.
Yep.
It was right here in the city. And, there were a number of individuals who went outside the city to eat, right? So they didn't have to wear a mask. I think that'll happen here because there are people, this will add to your bill. Will it add a lot to your restaurant bill? No. Will it add a lot to your, to your refrigerator bill? Yeah, I mean, it does start to add up. The thing I've heard over and over again over the past few months from owners in the area is, I understand why we have to do it. I don't like it, but I understand why it's got to be done. I mean, if you own a restaurant, if you own a store, you're like, it's another reason not to shop in Milwaukee. But I mean, kind of what options were there?
You raise an interesting point, because if you go out for a $200 dinner, you and your wife go out for a very special anniversary dinner, whatever, a couple bottles of wine, drink
15 bottles of wine in this case, right, Greg?
6 or 7.
But if you have a $200 dinner,
right,
that will add, I think I did the math right, $4
Correct.
here in Milwaukee.
Yep.
So $4 versus what you paid before.
Correct.
For most people, that wouldn't seem to be an impact,
Right.
but in Milwaukee, there are a lot of people on very tight budgets that this will have a real impact, won't it?
I think it does. I think there is good impact. And I think, if you look at where the opposition was, there was a lot of opposition right in the heart of the city of Milwaukee.
Yep.
I mean, people were yelling and screaming about this who were really upset about it. I think you have to hear that, and you have to understand why that was. But then again, if you spend, for $1,000, now you're talking more money. You're talking, it's a lot more money.
Yeah, it is.
$20, $30, $40. It keeps adding up over time. So, yeah, there's no doubt. The thing I do like about it, John, and I don't think enough people are talking about, is now it impacts everybody who shops in Milwaukee from everywhere in the region, from everywhere in the country. So all the people who come in here to either shop at the Avenue or go to the MSO or a sporting event are now going to help us with this bill, are now going to be paying taxes. All of our friends from Chicago who come up here for the Cubs games, and we hate them, right? We hate having them on our streets, yet, here they're going to help us with this, right? So I think I like that. I think it's going to take some kind of getting used to this, because we are going to be significantly higher in Milwaukee. Especially if the county approves their tax.
Right.
Then it's almost 8% as compared to out in Waukesha, where it's going to be around the 5%.
Yeah, exactly.
I think over time that'll be a big deal.
As someone who lives in the city of Milwaukee,
I do.
How does this affect your habits?
I'm not going to change my habits because I like my habits, and maybe I'm in a position where I can afford it. Kind of like John's, how many drinks? 20 drinks he was doing on.
Yeah, I was going to say all your habits aren't great habits, Mark.
They're not great habits. But I think you have to think about it. If you're on your way home and you want to get fuel in the car, you think about where you are, right?
Yeah.
Maybe I'll stop out in Waukesha County instead.
Especially if
maybe
you're
I'll
out there
stop
already.
Out in Ozark County. If I'm out, somewhere else and I want to grab a meal, I will think about it at least. And in the past, I haven't. So I think you have to start thinking about those things, especially, if things get tight. If we have a recession at the end of 23 and in 24, as everyone's kind of saying is going to happen, I think you'll have a lot of the people will start to think about those things.
So, Mark, I think I read that it was between 25 and 30% of this tax revenue will be generated by people who don't live or work in Milwaukee. I was thinking about the convention center is about to get done. So we're going to have more conventions and bigger conventions.
Right.
So really it's going to be people from around the country that come in, and a lot of this money raised will come from them, and they won't complain because they don't know it used to be 5% and now it's 7.5%.
Or are from Chicago, where it's over 8% already.
Yep.
So, I think that is a great aspect of this, that now all of a sudden all the people who don't live in Milwaukee are helping to pay us. But I don't think we can forget it is going to hit all the residents in Milwaukee.
7.5% is not a small number. Sometimes, I've been looking around other states, other municipalities, and what they do. And one thing I've found is that if there is a higher combined sales tax, and the property taxes seem reasonable, right? And that is not the case in Milwaukee.
No.
And Mark, I'm not lying. I chose not to live in Milwaukee to raise a family because of property taxes.
You're not the only one.
Huge factor.
You're not the only one. That is something I hear over and over again. I hear schools, and I hear how much you pay in terms of the property taxes. I chose to live in the city after our daughter was out of college because it was something that I wanted to do with my wife. But early on, I don't think I would have done
that big fancy house in the suburbs.
Well, yeah, but I was paying taxes out there, not as high as Milwaukee though. I have very high taxes, but I understand it. It's part of living in Milwaukee. I mean, I don't like the taxes, but obviously I like where I'm living. But I think it's going to play out over time that is an issue.
Could it deter others from doing what you do?
Yeah, I think it can. I think if you live in Heartland, or you live in, where do you live again?
Romney Falls. I live in John's house.
We live in John's house.
We're neighbors.
He's living in the garage of John's house. I understand. I hear he's got great sheets. He's got a great. No, never mind. We're not going to go to. We're not going to the bedroom.
I got a fully stocked bar.
Got a fully stocked bar. He's got a fully stocked refrigerator. Yeah, I think it does. I think you look at everything when you move, right? You look at everything when you choose to live. How much does it cost? And all that factor. So yes, I think it will.
Okay, we've got less than a minute, Mark, but I wanted to ask you while we have you here, how big a deal is the 120th coming up in a couple of days for Harley?
I would talk about numbers. I mean, obviously, here's a great example. If this tax was in place right now, we'd be making a lot of money over the next few days because $95 million is going to be spent here over the next few days. That many riders will be here. They'll be all over the place. I think this is great for the city, but I will also kind of say it's important for Harley. Harley's had a rough couple years, with the CEO change, with the hit through COVID and everything. Harley needs a good couple weeks. Harley needs sales too, but I think just having really for the brand, I think it's important. The other thing that's great for Milwaukee, John and Greg, is all the individuals who are going to come here are from all over the country, from all over the world, and they're going to spend the next few days in Milwaukee. Hopefully we'll have great weather, and hopefully we'll return over the next few years and spend money here.
All right, the bar's always open for you.
I want to say this is great for you guys. I'm happy to be here on your first hour.
Yes.
This is very cool.
Yeah.
Congratulations, Greg. Well earned. I know it's going to be hard to work with John, but somehow you'll make it. I know you will.
Learning from the master. That's how I view it.
Drink a lot is what I hear, right?
Mark Cass is the editor-in-chief of the Milwaukee Business Journal. It's always good to have you here, Mark. Thank you.
Always good to be here, guys. Have a great one.
It is 3:26 at WTMJ. Time for the WTMJ Annex Wealth Management Market Update. Everything in the green today. Stocks rise as eyes turn to the inflation data. The S&P was up 29 points. The Dow was up 317. NASDAQ up 75. The Russell 2000 up 1811. Annex Wealth Management, know the difference.
Is there anything sweeter than the crisp sound of a driver when it connects purely with the ball? Scientists have determined that sound has a psychological effect on golfers and that many evaluate the quality of their shot by the sound it makes. Right after contact, you may have the same sense about your financial plan. When you review what you own and why you own it and the date you plan on retiring, something doesn't seem, look, or sound right. Think of Annex Wealth Management as the swing doctors for your financial plan. We'll look at every component of your plan, including the goals you're swinging for, and give you the truly objective analysis that comes from a fee-only fiduciary with no products to push or commissions to chase. It may be you need to only tweak one part of your plan, or you may have to work on a missing component. When it comes to helping you get it right, talk to our pros. Contact Annex Wealth Management today. Set up a time to meet in person or securely online and get a free portfolio review. Get started at AnnexWealth.com.
This is Brad Youngluth with Semper Fi Roofing and Exteriors, your local, veteran-owned and operated exterior remodeling company. And I've found that birds of a feather really do flock together. And a great example of this is what we've built here at Semper Fi, which has attracted the type of people who not only feel proud of what they do, but also take a lot of pride in how difficult their work can be. From those answering the phone to those coordinating our crews to our exceptional tradesmen and project managers, I can say without hesitation that our team is very good. But they're humble too, and because of that, they don't expect praise. But nonetheless, I'm going to give them the salute they deserve. They're helping us build this company into something really special, and we want to earn your business to show you that it's true. Because when you work with great people, you deliver great results. For your new roof, siding, window and door installation, or masonry work, call Semper Fi, because you can count on Semper Fi to keep you safe, warm, and dry.
We keep you safe, warm, and dry, Semper Fi.
People who suffer from long-term chronic joint pain spend so much of their time acting, putting up a carefree front. It's exhausting.
I was really tired of trying to act like I wasn't in pain because I was in pain all the time.
Rick Rawlings didn't want everyone else to know that he was coping with agonizing shoulder pain 24/7.
Yes, I had to put on a face to cover up my pain.
But then Rick found QC Kinetics, offering new lasting treatments for joint pain using natural biologics. Treatments designed to restore and repair joint tissue with no drugs, no surgery, no downtime. The results were amazing.
I am very glad. It changed my life doing the QC Kinetics. Today, my shoulders feel wonderful. The cranky Rick is gone. He's not grouchy anymore.
No more acting. Feel like yourself again with a call to QC Kinetics.
Call QC Kinetics, 414-285-3474. That's 414-285-3474. 414-285-3474.
Traffic is sponsored by TaybackAttorneys.com. Veterans benefits denied? Call Tayback for the payback.
Call Tayback for the payback. Tayback Law is the local veterans benefit claims law firm. They're now accepting Camp Lejeune claims. Call Tayback for the payback. TaybackAttorneys.com.
Wisconsin's afternoon news on Wisconsin's radio station, News Radio WTMJ.
It's 3:30. I'm Wyatt Barmar-Pooley. Your top story, Milwaukee's Common Council has given the thumbs up to the sales tax.
I'm Debbie Lazago. We do still have the problem in Ozaukee County heading northbound on 43, right at Highway C. We do have an accident there off on the left shoulder. Again, that's through that construction zone, so it's going to make things a bit complicated to get through there. Also on southbound 41, we've got an accident just south of Holy Hill Road, and that's got things backed up a bit as well. Luckily, it's not in traffic. It's just enough of an annoyance, though, to make for a little bit of a backup. Southbound 41 slowing down from Appleton Avenue down past Capitol Drive. I'm Debbie Lazago with your WTMJ Johnson & Sons Paving Time Saver traffic.
Tonight we'll have partly cloudy skies, chance of showers and storms late, a low of 63. Tomorrow, showers and storms are likely a high of 73 at the lake, up to 78 degrees inland. It is 71 degrees in Milwaukee at 3:30. From the WTMJ Breaking News Center, I'm Wyatt Barmar-Pooley. Milwaukee's new sales tax is drawing mixed reactions.
They don't listen to the people. They don't listen to the city. This is going to hurt people. It ain't going to help.
That's Cynthia Greenwood, a Milwaukee resident who came to the council chambers to watch the vote. Several council members spoke against the new tax, but only 3 voted no. Alder Robert Bauman voted for the tax and said it's necessary to keep Milwaukee services running.
This is not some new infusion of money that's going to allow us to dramatically expand programs. No, this allows us to maintain the status quo.
Jack Grau, WTMJ News.
Residents won't be paying the new tax right away. It must first be signed by Milwaukee Mayor Cavalier Johnson, then sent to the Department of Revenue for setup. Johnson says he'll sign the ordinance in the coming days. The tax could begin as early as January 1st, 2024. Milwaukee Fire Chief Aaron Lipsky, whose department would have been affected by the major cuts, giving WTMJ his initial reaction to the passage of the measure.
It may sound as if now I should just do backflips and celebrate in some sort of kingdom-building celebration. And the opposite is true because the entire city is trying to dig out of a hole right now.
While he won't be doing backflips anytime soon, Chief Lipsky does stress that the passing of the sales tax measure will provide the fire department with the opportunity to reopen many of its shuttered stations.
I am pleased that we can now add capacity back, and we can now get out there and serve more neighborhoods.
Had the sales tax measure not passed, the fire department could have seen a potential 25% cut. Adam Roberts, WTMJ News.
The 3 no votes from council members Andrea Pratt, Mark Chambers, and Milele Coggs, part of a group of 7 members who released a statement last month concerned about the provisions attached to the shared revenue plan. TMJ4 chief political reporter Charles Benson says heading into the vote today, they were still undecided on their decision.
Just as we were on the Common Council floor and ready to take a vote, they wanted to call for a break, a recess. And so there were about 6 that were still unknown on where they were going to go. And eventually they broke 3 and 3.
Alders from that original group of 7 that voted to pass the tax, including Russell Stamper, Larissa Taylor, Khalif Rainey, and Lamont Westmoreland. The Milwaukee County Board of Supervisors also holding its first listening session this afternoon for its own potential tax increase. Some residents like Ron Jansen voicing concern about the sales tax negatively impacting low-income county residents the most.
The people of the county want parks, and they want transit, and they want safety, but they also want to be able to feed their families. At a time where people are having extreme difficulty in providing for their families, here we are considering adding to those woes.
The earliest time the board can take up the sales tax is their meeting on July 27th. I'm Wyatt Barmar-Pooley, citing Unlimited. WTMJ News Time is 3:34.
Wesley is a truck driver.
I drive a truck, and I love what I do.
A truck driver with IRS troubles.
They told me I owed them $43,000.
It got really bad.
Quite a few letters in the mail. They were talking about wage garnishment, coming after my house, my car. Yeah, they don't play around. I seriously thought that I was going to lose everything.
One sleepless night, Wesley finally made a call to Optima Tax Relief at 2 a.m.
Kind of figured I'd get a machine, but I didn't. I actually got to talk to an actual person in the middle of the night.
He found just what he was looking for.
Oh, they were great people. You need a team of people that know what they're doing. Optima Tax, they know what they're doing.
Optima Tax Relief came through with flying colors.
I saved an incredible amount of money. Happy don't even come close. I was absolutely overjoyed.
Take Wesley's advice.
If you're in any kind of trouble with the IRS, call Optima Tax Relief. Don't trust anybody else.
Call Optima for a free consultation. Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
John Mercure here for Griffin Ford in Waukesha. Bought my Ford Explorer at Griffin Ford in Waukesha. Absolutely love it because they've got the best selection. They've got the best service. You walk in there, there's no pressure, there's no games. It's Griffin Ford in Waukesha. They've got 95 new vehicles in stock, ready to ship. More coming in every day. Great selection of new and pre-owned F-150s, ready to get that summer job done. Many new retired service loaners with great deals. Get them before they're gone. Over 105 pre-owned trucks, SUVs, and sedans are available, starting at $95.75. That's a great deal. Final 2022 model year-end closeout. All remaining 22 models must go. That means a great bargain for you. Jim Griffin and his guys are going to take care of you. Stop into Griffin Ford today. They're offering a sizzling service special. Inspect and rotate your tires. Check your battery and air filter. Multi-point inspection. Check that AC and change your wiper blades for $129.95. First responders and military, you get a discount. It's Griffin Ford in Waukesha.
What if you could build a six-figure retirement income with almost half the money saved? You heard that right. Get a discount on your retirement, creating a six-figure income with 40% less than traditional 401ks and mutual funds. Hi, I'm Mitch Lyons, best-selling author and executive producer of a new Hollywood documentary called The Baby Boomer Dilemma. In this film, economists and Nobel Prize-winning PhDs from Wharton, MIT, and Stanford share a strange concept I call the retirement discount. It gives you more retirement income with the same dollar saved, and your money is never at risk if the market crashes. That's right. If the market crashes 30%, you lose nothing. Even people who are on track have shifted money to this new strategy because it increases their retirement income or can allow them to stop working years sooner. So if you are over 50 and want a bigger, better retirement with less money, call to get a free copy of this brand new movie, 1-800-578-3535. This is a $30 value, but when you call today, you get it completely free, plus 2 hours of bonus behind-the-scenes footage. No credit card required. Call right now. 1-800-578-3535. That's 1-800-578-3535. Again, 1-800-578-3535.
Wisconsin's Afternoon News on WTMJ.
John Mercure and Greg Matzik with you on Wisconsin's Afternoon News. Hope you're having a great Tuesday. Having an awesome day. Today, the big news is that the sales tax passed in the city of Milwaukee. The Common Council on a 12-3 vote says, yeah, we're going to implement a 2% sales tax. That will likely go into effect in January. So there's some time for this to happen, but likely goes into effect in January. So right now, because of state taxes and the county tax, it's 5.5% almost if you buy something in Milwaukee. When they put this in place and the county bulks up theirs, that means it's going to go to 8%. Just a schmidts under 8% is what the sales tax will be on things that you purchase. Greg, there are some important exceptions to this. If you buy groceries, if you buy medicine, a couple of other things, they are exempt. So you don't pay sales tax on that. You buy fast food or other prepared food or just about anything else, you're going to pay the increased sales tax. So we did a little bit of math. I want to run through a couple of things for you. So I just got back from a trip, and before that trip, I spent about $200 buying things like toiletries, some new clothes items, a couple of travel-related things for the trip. Okay, so I spent $200. $200. So under the old tax code, I would have spent $11 in taxes before the increases, okay? I would have spent $11 in tax on that $200 purchase. Now when this gets passed by the council, which it has, the county board, which will happen, and signed by their leaders, it'll be $16 in tax. So I'm going to pay about $5 more in tax. Is that going to change the way I do things? No, probably not. Let me give you one bigger example. Best Buy. Where I live, I am about halfway between a Best Buy store at Mayfair Mall, which is in the county of Milwaukee, and I'm about halfway between one in Waukesha County. So if you decide to shop at a Best Buy in the city of Milwaukee or one in the city of Menominee Falls, say you're buying a $1,000 TV, that's $50 in tax if you buy it outside of Milwaukee. You buy it in the city, you're going to be $80 in tax. So that's $30 difference.
That makes a difference to me. On that single item,
yes.
What would compel me to go where I know I'm going to pay more for the exact same product?
Exact same product
Exactly
in the exact same store. So that's a big difference. In my mind, I kind of say if I'm buying the exact same product, like a big screen TV or a new lawnmower, if it's $20 or more, I'm going somewhere else for sure. And you and I are in the position where we make a decent wage here. Can you imagine the impact this is for real people that are going to have to make decisions now about what they do and don't buy? Because it's a real difference.
So I think about things that I do in the city most commonly, and it's sporting events, and it's dinners, it's things like that. And in some of those instances, I know I can grab a meal wherever I want in Menominee Falls, Sussex, Heartland, Lake Country, doesn't matter. But if I'm feeling like a great steak at Carnivore some night or some other meal that it's specific to that location and restaurant, I'm going to go to Milwaukee if I want to have that particular meal. Sporting events in the city of Milwaukee. Tickets, I assume, are part of what is taxed. If you're going to go to Fiserv Forum, if you're going to go to American Family Field, if you're going to see an Admirals game, that's all affected.
Yep.
So I did a similar little shopping trip. In fact, I logged into your Target account, John. This might be coming to you later today or sometime tomorrow.
What'd you buy us?
I hope you don't mind the Sonic the Hedgehog Kids lunchbox. We got a couple of those. So I plugged in just like from a school list. What do we buy our kids for back-to-school shopping? Markers and pencil sharpeners and glue sticks, lunch boxes, all that kind of stuff, notepads, notebooks, folders. And it was about $200 that I racked up in a cart, which I charged to your card. And to your point, I mean, it was a little over $4 difference if I were to do this in Sussex or Menominee Falls or Brookfield or anywhere in Waukesha County versus a Milwaukee Target. So to me, then it boils down to convenience. And I do live closer to those suburban stores, so I'm likely to go there anyway. But if I lived in downtown Milwaukee, I wouldn't say to myself, I'm driving out to Brookfield so I can spend $4 less. I probably wouldn't do that. I would err on the side of convenience.
Yeah, I'm with you.
And shop wherever is closest to me.
So, Tony, you live just outside of the city of Milwaukee, right?
Yes.
Will this make a difference for you as far as where you shop? Because you're really close to the border, but not in Milwaukee.
Yeah, I don't think it'll make a difference in where I shop personally, but I think one of the things that is kind of overlooked here, some of the reaction we've heard of people being obviously upset with this, is so, Matzik, you brought up your back-to-school shopping trip. You're going to spend $200, whatever, and it's an extra $4 in taxes when this goes into effect. $4 is like a pound of ground beef. That's chicken. That's pasta and noodles. You know, so for the majority of the community in the city of Milwaukee, that $4 stretches to other necessities in life. And I think that's something that is being a little overlooked, I think, by a lot of the people commenting on this thing. Is like, oh, it's not a big deal. But like for a lot of people who have to buy necessities like back to school supplies, having to stretch that extra cash, it's going to make a huge deal.
And I think you make a valid point because with inflation, things are already more expensive than they ever began. Ben, people are getting lesser amounts in their increase in what they get in a raise at work. So prices are already up. And for people who are literally making a decision about, do I buy ramen again for my family for dinner the next couple of days, or do I splurge on chicken? This is a real deal. Now, that's why so many in the inner city have been upset with this, because they say it's regressive. They say that population is adversely affected in greater numbers. Makes a difference.
So we brought up the car thing with Mark, and Mark correctly identified what happens when you purchase a vehicle. If I go to Holiday, John, or you go to Griffin, and you're outside of the city of Milwaukee, it goes based upon where you live.
Yep.
But if you live in the city of Milwaukee and you purchase a vehicle at Holiday Automotive in Fond du Lac or Griffin, then you will have to impart that tax. Right? So on a $29,000 vehicle, I plugged in some numbers here. A 2020 Ford Explorer XLT, is that what you have?
Yes, it is.
Yes, we purchased you another one here, John, on the program. It's got 50,000 miles on it, retails at $29,750. So I plugged in the numbers. 60-month loan, 5% interest rate, which might be slightly high right now.
Yep.
At a 7.5% sales tax.
Yep.
The sales tax is over $2,200. 5.5% sales tax is $1,600.
That's a real difference.
So that could affect where you choose to live. And again, we brought up Milwaukee County property taxes, which are just completely obscene. Now, the marriage of these two things, that could detract some younger generation, folks who live downtown from actually moving downtown or living in the city of Milwaukee.
You should be aware also, you should probably sign out of your Instacart. I'm on your Metro Market Instacart.
Oh, no.
300 bottles of the orange Gatorade will be at your house when you get home.
You need that after your cruise adventure is what you need.
I could have used it a couple days ago, that's for sure.
We did have some notes, people asking historically where things rank. Just real quick on the numbers here. So Wisconsin's 5% base tax rate is 39th highest in the country. Very reasonable. Average local tax, Wisconsin, I know you're combining all the different counties and what they do. Wisconsin ranks 45th, and the average combined tax rate at 5.43%, Wisconsin is 48th. So Wisconsin, from a sales tax perspective, is pretty reasonable. So that's where your idea of Milwaukee being sort of an island county or island city, that's got some weight to it.
I haven't checked out yet. Do you like the red better? Should I get you the fruit punch?
I like the red.
Okay, we'll go with that. 3:45 at WTMJ, the best in the business. Major Garrett, CBS's chief Washington correspondent, up next.
Be our eyes on the road. See something out there that I should know about?
Flow reporting an accident on 40.
Call me, Debbie Lazaga, at thehomemazda.com traffic tip line at 414-238-9329.
Hey, Debbie, this is Al calling. Southbound 894 is backed up all the way to Beloit Road.
The drive affects you. Why not be part of it?
Hi, Debbie. It's Mark. There's an incident on the left shoulder, and it's a parking lot.
Give me a call, 414-238-9329.
Grandview Buys Homes. Hi, I'm Tom Delich. Do you want to sell your home but dread the time and the cost to do the repairs? Hate the idea of showing your home to strangers day and night? Is the stress of the months it takes to sell your home just too much to take? And if that isn't enough stress, what are you going to do with the 20 years of belongings you've accumulated? Selling your home doesn't have to be so darn difficult, so painfully stressful, or take so long. There's an easier way, and you have nothing to lose to try it out. Grandview Homes will give you a no-obligation, guaranteed, fair cash offer in as little as 48 hours. We buy your home completely as is. No repairs whatsoever. And we close on the day you choose. Take the belongings you want and leave the stress and the mess to us. Grandview Homes is A+ accredited with the Better Business Bureau. See what our customers are saying about us on the BBB website. Sell your home as is today. Call the name you know and the name you trust. GrandviewHomes.com.
Traffic is sponsored by SB Framing Gallery, Milwaukee's distinctive archival framing.
SB Framing Gallery in the 3rd Ward can enhance and protect your artwork for generations. Framing pieces with archival and distinctive design. Learn more at sbframinggallery.com.
Traffic and weather, Debbie. I'm eating this donut that Greg bought for me. Absolutely fantastic. I hope nobody's watching on the live feed because it's not the prettiest thing. How are we doing out there, Deb?
Get a little bit of that chocolate on you. Right on the side.
Thanks for the
there.
heads up.
Okay.
Appreciate that.
All right, 41 southbound, just south of Holy Hill Road. They're still dealing with this accident. Delays have actually kind of eased up a little bit in that area, but still, just keep your eyes open for that. Northbound 43 is getting a little bit more complicated. We got a broken down vehicle right about at Hampton, but it's on the left shoulder, so heads up with that. And then we've also got the issue in Ozaukee County at Highway C. It's a crash on the left shoulder there through that construction zone. So it's a little bit complicated, so just take it easy and don't try and rush through that whole area. You're not going to be able to anyway because we got the backups heading through there. Southbound also is going to be backing up from Bender Road all the way down past Locust. We've got southbound on 41 heading slowly from the Appleton Avenue, all the way down to about Burleigh. Then westbound 94 is a bit backed up, 35th Street, all the way to Mitchell Boulevard. I'm Debbie Lazaga with your WTMJ Johnson & Sons Paving Time Saver Traffic.
The WTMJ 5-day forecast. Tonight, chance for showers, a low of 64 degrees. Tomorrow, rain is likely, a high of 72. Thursday, partly cloudy, 80. Friday, partly cloudy, 84. Saturday, sunny, 85. It's currently 73 degrees. All right, let's welcome in our guy. He is CBS's chief Washington correspondent. He's a creator and host of the Takeout podcast and author of the book, The Big Truth. He's the big deal. He is Major Garrett. Major, so good to have you with us.
Great to be with you, John. We missed the music stinger there, but we'll adjust. No problem, no problem.
John was going to sing for you, Major, and I told him I just advised against it.
which was good
Hey,
advice.
Now, John, I'm confused about something. You sounded bashful a moment ago about someone possibly seeing you eating a donut on camera. My brother, on Paramount Plus and CBS News streaming, you get to see me eat every single week on the takeout. Okay?
Yes.
It's all right. You can do it.
I've seen you take down.
done.
I've seen you take down French fries. I think I saw you eat like a roast beef sandwich.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just taped a show today, chicken and waffles at lunchtime. It was great.
Who was on the show?
So we taped the show today. I'm not sure if it's going to run this weekend. It may run the following weekend. But Ben Terrace, who's a great writer for the Washington Post. Ben and I have known each other since we worked together at National Journal back in 2010. And he's written a book called The Big Break, which is a fly-on-the-wall set of profiles of people in Washington who have tried to make it big. Some have. Some have tried to make it big, were big for a while, then crashed and burned, and why they crashed and burned, and how their stories are symptomatic of people trying to sort their way through the post-Trump or maybe, again, pre-Trump Washington. It's a great read, and he's a good guest.
I want to ask you about something going on right now, Major, and that's the NATO leadership meeting in Lithuania. So Ukraine is the primary focus. We know why Ukraine wants to be part of NATO: increased security, increased safety, part of our team. What would Ukraine's admission bring to NATO? How does it help NATO?
Well, it's not going to happen now. It just isn't,
Right.
Nor should it, because for reasons known only to and understood only by Vladimir Putin, Russia has invaded Ukraine and is conducting this criminal war and waging a kind of bloody campaign of war crimes on a daily basis. And so that is not fit for NATO inclusion. NATO is a defensive alliance. And as President Biden said in an interview with Fareed Zakaria over the weekend, you can't have Ukraine join NATO because then everyone in NATO would be at war with Russia. Can't happen. The war has to end and end soon and on terms that are acceptable to Ukraine. Then Ukraine has to do some other things that would make it qualify for NATO inclusion. But what in the long term it would mean is two things. One, the war is over, and it's largely ended on Ukraine's terms, not Russia's terms, because Ukraine remains sovereign and independent, which, of course, Russia wanted to erase. Two, that Ukraine has not only gravitated toward the West, but made the kind of democratic, economic, and military reforms similar to other nations that have joined NATO, like the most recent add-ons, Finland and Sweden. And the larger, more sort of meta, decades-long importance of that would be to take Ukraine away from any sphere of Russian influence, real or imagined, which would be the final nail in the coffin of all the various miscalculations Putin has made in launching this war in the first place. But we're a long way away from that.
Major, a grand jury convening today in Atlanta considering charges against former President Trump and others. What do we know from that convening meeting today in Atlanta, and what's next?
That has gone on, as I understand it, reading through email traffic of our producers who are on site. Grand jurors have been selected. I believe all of them have. They're finalizing that this afternoon. That means the process is in place for those grand jurors to go through the process of evaluating evidence and deciding whether or not, based on that evidence, and remember, grand jury evidence admissions are always one-sided. That's true in every jurisdiction in the country, not Fulton County specifically, but all of them, because the only ones in there are prosecutors. They'll decide whether indictments are required because crimes or the appearance of crimes is so grave as to warrant indictments against former President Trump or anyone associated with, within Georgia, efforts to overturn that election specifically and send intentionally a fraudulent slate of electors to Washington for consideration. All of that is there. The impaneling of a grand jury does not mean indictments are inevitable. It's a part of the process, and it certainly means a prosecutor is moving in that direction, at least seeking a grand jury's consent to issue indictments.
Major Garrett is CBS's chief Washington correspondent. Major, I want to go back overseas. China has refused to condemn Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Do you think this is more about Ukraine and Russia or about China's future plans for Taiwan?
Well, so this is a great question, and I can't give you a comprehensive answer to that. What I can say is before Russia invaded, there was this very visible alignment of President Xi and President Putin and this deep friendship and bonding of the two nations. Then the invasion and China stayed silent, trying to figure out how this was going to go, wondering whether or not the West could rally rapidly, whether the Ukrainians could defend themselves, and how rapidly, it was all assumed by China and everyone else, the Russians would wrap things up and take over all of Ukraine. Well, none of that happened, meaning Russia didn't take over Ukraine. The two things that did happen is Ukraine did defend itself and the West rallied to its defense, both of which maybe China didn't expect, but is now trying to assess. And now China's trying to figure out, well, is this really a solid short or even long-term bet to side with Russia here? And there's nothing that suggests publicly it's reconsidering that, but there have been ample opportunities for China to do more in terms of offering support, military and otherwise, to Russia that it hasn't done. It's probably done some things at the margins just to say to Russia, yeah, we've helped you out. We haven't completely abandoned you. But China could do much more. And the fact that it hasn't, I think, is significant. It's decided, or is in the process of deciding, this is a bad bet. And it will, I think, over time, keep more distance from it. I think it's watching, as the entire world is, the effect of the Ukrainian counteroffensive. Can it regain territory? Can it push the Russians back? That's going to be hard, deadly, grinding work. Some of the most perilous we've seen since World War II. Not easy work for the Ukrainians. But I think China's watching to see how much progress they make. And that will be another determination about how much it does or doesn't want to remain involved, even rhetorically, in Russia's illegal war.
CBS's Major Garrett, his book is The Big Truth. If you like his analysis, you'll love the book. Check it out, The Big Truth. Major, always good to have you with us. Thank you so much.
Thanks so much, John.
It is 3:56 at WTMJ. Business headlines up next.
Alleviate your pain, rejuvenate your life.
We want to decrease your pain as fast as possible. When we inject our powerful, FDA-approved anti-inflammatory and cushioning medicine precisely guided to the root of your pain, in most cases, relief in hips, shoulders, elbows, and knees is a reality. For those who go through our entire process, we can very much control and reduce your pain while increasing your quality of life. Thousands of Rejuvenex patients maintain their pain relief with semi-annual to annual treatments, proven to reduce inflammation, to make pain a lot more bearable. Some providers may charge up to $8,000 for similar treatments. At Rejuvenex, because we're in network with most major insurance plans, including Medicare and Medicaid, your out-of-pocket expense could be as low as $400, or less, or nothing at all. I'm Richard Salinas, registered nurse with Rejuvenex Arthritis Pain Clinics, where you can find pain relief. Really.
Rejuvenex. Alleviate your pain, rejuvenate your life.
Go to rejuvenex.com to request your appointment.
Hey, it's WTMJ's Greg and Mansick. I want to tell you about my friends at Lifetime Radon Solutions. You've probably heard about radon. Did you know that it's the second leading cause of lung cancer in the United States? And you might be getting exposed at your home. We had Lifetime Radon Solutions come out and do a test of our house in Menominee Falls. Yep, you bet. Elevated radon. They came up with a mitigation system that was very expertly installed in about a day. They did fantastic work. No strings attached. They'll come to your house, and you can get scheduled a test. See if the radon levels are elevated around your place. So you've got mitigation systems starting as low as $9.95. Little peace of mind with Lifetime Radon Solutions. Give them a call today or visit them online at lifetimeradon.com.
Cheese doodles, Mr. Nougat Bar. Oh, here we go. 4-door hatchback.
Some things are fine to buy from a vending machine, but a car's not one of them. That national online company makes it seem convenient, but it won't be so convenient if you have a problem with the vehicle you buy. And if it's after 7 days, good luck. Adam member dealers also let you search online, plus test drive the vehicle before you buy it. And they're right here to handle any issues.
But the car's stuck. No!
Start your search at adamm.com.
The big local business headline is that the City of Milwaukee Common Council has approved a 2% sales tax increase. It's likely to go into effect in January. Milwaukee Mayor Cavalier Johnson says he will sign the measure within the next couple of days. The county board will begin to discuss and debate the measure coming up in the next couple of weeks. On the national side, stocks rise as eyes turn to inflation data. Rising all day today in the countdown to inflation reports that could give the Fed Reserve cause to consider ending its interest rate hikes more quickly. Business headlines provided by the Milwaukee Business Journal.
WTMJ, W277CV, and WKTI HD2 Milwaukee from the Annex Wealth Management Studios. This is News Radio WTMJ, a Good Karma brand station. Your locally owned hometown station gives you the news and what it means to you. Wisconsin's radio station, News Radio 620, WTMJ, Milwaukee.
It's 4 o'clock. I'm John Mercure. This is Wisconsin's Afternoon News for Tuesday, July 11th. Your top story, the sales tax is coming to the city of Milwaukee.
I'm Greg Matzik. All eyes turn to the County Board of Supervisors.
I'm Debbie Lazaga, still seeing this accident northbound on 43 in Ozaukee County at Highway C on the left shoulder. So heads up with that. One on southbound 41, just south of Holy Hill Road. That's going to be tying things up there. And then a little bit further on, you're seeing just basically delays from Appleton Avenue all the way down past Capitol Drive. We've got another accident on 94 southbound at Rawson Avenue off on the right shoulder there. I'm Debbie Lazaga with your WTMJ Johnson & Sons Paving Time Saver Traffic.
Tonight, partly cloudy, a low of 63 degrees. Tomorrow, showers are likely, a high of 73 degrees. It's currently 73. From the WTMJ Breaking News Center, in a 12-3 vote, the Milwaukee Common Council approving a 2% sales tax for the city of Milwaukee, drawing mixed reactions.
It's bull crap. They don't listen to the people. They don't listen to the city. This is going to hurt people. It ain't going to help.
That's Cynthia Greenwood, a Milwaukee resident who came to the council chambers to watch the vote. Several council members spoke against the new tax, but only 3 voted no. Alder Robert Bauman voted for the tax and said it's necessary to keep Milwaukee services running.
This is not some new infusion of money that's going to allow us to dramatically expand programs. No, this allows us to maintain the status quo.
Jack Grau, WTMJ News.
While Milwaukee Mayor Cavalier Johnson recognizes the historical significance of the sales tax passing, he says it's not a day for celebration, but for feeling relieved that crucial cuts to the city have likely been avoided.
I don't want to say celebration as the word, because no elected official wants to institute a tax, and I didn't like that. I didn't like having that to be our only option. But we have to deal with political reality.
Johnson says he anticipates signing the sales tax ordinance in the next coming days and that it could be implemented as soon as the start of next year.
Milwaukee Fire Chief Aaron Lipsky giving WTMJ his initial reaction to the measure passing.
It may sound as if now I should just do backflips and celebrate in some sort of kingdom building celebration. And the opposite is true because the entire city is trying to dig out of a hole right now.
While he won't be doing backflips anytime soon, Chief Lipsky does stress that the passing of the sales tax measure will provide the fire department with the opportunity to reopen many of its shuttered stations.
I am pleased that we can now add capacity back and we can now get out there and serve more neighborhoods.
Had the sales tax measure not passed, the fire department could have seen a potential 25% cut. Adam Roberts, WTMJ News.
Milwaukee County residents expressing concern about the impacts of adopting the new sales tax.
The primary concern is that the sales tax will be a regressive tax affecting low-income residents the most. Resident Jessica Cook.
That would have a widespread and hard-hitting impact, particularly on already marginalized communities.
The complaints echoing concerns raised since the approval of the bill in Madison. Ron Jansen is worried about the process.
The issue does not go to a vote by those people that this will most impact, but to a room full of people who are not necessarily swayed by public testimony.
At the Milwaukee County Courthouse, Wyatt Barmar-Pooley, WTMJ News.
Well, Summerfest will stick with the 3-weekend format in 2024, including a 4th of July date. Milwaukee World Festival, Inc. making the announcement while also unveiling attendance figures for the fest. This year, more than 624,000 people attended the 3-weekend festival, 40% increase from 2022. Summerfest 2024 will be held June 20th through the 22nd, June 27th through the 29th, and July 4th through the 6th.
Baseball's All-Star Game takes place tonight in Seattle, and the Brewers resume the season Friday in Cincinnati.
Siding Unlimited WTMJ News Time is 4:03.
This report sponsored by Mr. Holland's Heating and Air Conditioning. Visit MrHollandsHeatingandAir.com.
My buddy Gus can down 4 brats in 2.7 minutes. What's the hurry? Why inhale a packed plate of cured pork when you can take your time to do it right and savor every bite? It makes me proud of the work we do at Mr. Holland's Home Services. When we make a house call, we won't guss up the service by racing through the repair. We take our time and do it right the first time, so you can savor every morsel of total home comfort. Our Banger bunch of talented techs promise to be punctual, polite, and proficient. So leave the racing sausages to the ballpark. For precision plumbing, accurate air conditioning, excellent electrical, and delightful drain cleaning, call 866-992-1717 or visit this link, MrHowlandsHomeservices.com. Get it? Link, sausage. Oh, do you know where the first sausage was cooked? In Greece. If you want service that's better than these jokes, we can help.
WTMJ's Vince Vitrano here talking about our upcoming Penfield Children's Center croquet match. It's Wednesday, July 12th, 4 to 7 p.m. We'll be at Estabrook Biergarten, where our team from WTMJ, with Sandy Max and me, will compete against the 1017 The Truth team. We're going to see which station can raise the most money for the children of Penfield. Penfield Children's Center is a nonprofit organization dedicated to improving the lives of children with developmental delays and disabilities. Go to penfieldchildren.org/team WTMJ to donate.
STEM's Bug Killer Trigger is powered by active ingredients found in plants and kills roaches faster than Zevos Bug Killer Trigger based on lab testing on the most common U.S. cockroach species. STEM, rooted in nature, optimized by science.
Earn points every time you shop with Fleet Rewards. 500 points gets you a $5 reward. It's free and easy to sign up, in-store or online. Sign up today and start saving with Fleet Rewards at Fleet Farm.
The place you want to go, Lynch McWanago.
Nobody sells for less than Lynch.
Wisconsin's afternoon news is on the air, broadcasting live from the Annex Wealth Management Studios at the Avenue in beautiful downtown Milwaukee. Here's John McCure.
All right, glad you're with us. My buddy Greg Matzik is here. Debbie Lozica's got your traffic, and Tony Cartagena is producing the show this afternoon. I love this. The Brewers are in a little bit of a break. Everybody catching their breath, kind of chilling a little bit if you're on the crew. A couple of guys in the game tonight. And we've got tickets, Greg Matzik. Every Tuesday we give away tickets. I love this because these are good tickets.
Yes, it's our weekly offer. So we've got a 4-pack of tickets for you if you're caller number 6 to the Old National Bank talk and text line at 855-616-1620. Give Tony a call on the Old National Bank talk and text line. You could be the winner. Go check out the crew. They're going to be in it here in the second half of the season. They and the Reds have started to separate a little bit here. Brewers will resume the second half of the season in Cincinnati on Friday night.
And these tickets are for Cincinnati the next Tuesday. A lot of Cincinnati. So July 25th is the ticket date. July 25th against the Reds here at home. So caller number 6. Good luck, everybody.
Smaller story, John, but I know you've been following it. The Vegas naked streaker who fought a one-legged man before dancing on top of a poker table showing his anus to players has been found.
They found him.
They finally found him. What happens in Vegas stays in Vegas unless it blows up on social media. His name is Brian Danilicek. He's from West Babylon, New York. He had quite a trip to Vegas. Police say that Danilicek's trouble started before the naked poker romp when he fought a one-legged man at a bar inside the Flamingo Casino. Video shows him on top of the one-legged man before being pulled off by a bystander. That's when police say the man decided to get naked and go streaking. He went running through the Link Casino. He started yelling at people, and of course, this is all being caught on social media. Eventually, he made it to Harrah's, where he climbed on top of a poker table and bent over, and
oh boy,
there you go.
And everything's on camera in Vegas.
Everybody playing poker at that poker table, they got too good of a look.
Everything that happens in Vegas stays in Vegas. That guy's going to be in Vegas maybe for quite some time in a little cell.
Security grabbed his naked butt off the table, and he was hauled off to Clark County Detention Facility to get right. I don't know if that one trip was enough to make him right.
I doubt it.
He had an altered mental state, according to
police. Of course
police.
he did.
That's
yeah.
about all.
Yeah. How altered was it? I'd like to know what that was. How about this? 1 in 4 seniors believe their life advice would make them social media stars. 1 in 4 seniors. A little survey out. 73% of seniors, these are people over the age of 65, 73% of them believe it's never too late in life to find your true love if you're single. That's nice. Listen to this number. This is age 65 and older. 26% of folks in that category have tried a dating app. My folks can barely use their phone. And 26% of the people in the survey have admitted to trying a dating app. You want to know the 3 things that make seniors most happy, according to the survey? It's not going to Vegas and seeing what's-his-face on top of a poker table. I can tell you that. These are the things that make seniors most happy. Family, And friends. You guess those two, right?
Pets.
That's a very good guess, but that's not the third most popular thing. Good weather. Seniors saying repeatedly in the survey that good weather puts them in a good mood and makes them happy. So good weather. I guess that's about right?
What's the third thing? Wasn't there a third thing?
Family is one, friends is two.
Oh, got it.
Weather is
all
three.
All right, I lumped family and friends together there.
And then this. The age that most people surveyed, this is age 65 or over, the actual year that they say they were most happy. So what they did was they surveyed 2,000 people, and then they took the average. Like somebody might have said 45. Somebody said 62. They took the average, and they arrived at this number as being the year that most people are the most happy. Take a guess. What do you think people would say was their happiest year?
So I'm going to go with 67. A retirement age, your kids are grown, you might have grandkids, right? It's like the next generation.
Yep.
You maybe not working anymore. I'll go 67.
67. That's pretty old. I was going to go 50. Kind of the same thought process. Your kids are out of the house. You might still be working, but your kids are out of the house. You're making your most money roughly that you're going to make probably in your career when you're 50, 55, maybe upper 50s. So I went 50. The answer is 57. Of those people surveyed, all senior citizens, the average age at which they said they were the happiest is 57 years old.
I'd be curious to ask those same 2,000 people what decade they enjoyed living in the best. I asked my parents this, and they said the 50s. They said the early to mid-50s was their favorite decade. They were born in the early 40s, and that was a tumultuous time.
Wait, so that was like when they were not even in high school.
Right. But they loved the decade because it just seemed easy, right? And just in terms of the world, right, there was some simmering thought about Vietnam that started to bubble up toward the end of the 50s.
Yeah.
But like the heart of the 50s, if you think Back to the Future, when Michael J. Fox goes back to 1955, it just seemed like everything was
Poodle
easy around that
skirts
time.
and dancing
Right.
and
There wasn't really
everything.
a time of active war in our country.
The Depression's in the rearview mirror.
Right. Prohibition was
I wonder
lifted.
if your parents' answer, though, how much of that is that's where they were in their life. Like if you asked a lot of people, they'd say roughly their high school years were the best years of their life. That's a happy time. So I wonder if it was as much the 50s as it was that's where they were in their life.
There was some uncertainty if you were a senior in high school and you turned 18 around the time my dad did, and what do? Do you enlist in the service? Are you going to get drafted? That was kind of a time of angst and uncertainty.
Yeah, mine too.
But they really enjoyed the mid-50s.
How old are your
they
folks?
Said. They will turn 80 here in the next month or two.
Okay. My folks are 77, 76, 77, so a little bit younger than yours. 2/3 of older Americans say they're open to wearing new fashion trends. So 2/3 say, yeah, we're not too old to wear whatever the new fashion trends are. High-waisted jeans.
Just keep the old stuff.
Crocs.
It'll come back.
Exactly.
Don't get rid of it.
Those bell-bottoms are coming back. You see that?
Again, for the third time.
Yeah, bell-bottoms are back again.
Can't shake them.
It is 4:13 at WTMJ. We want to go back to the sales tax situation. And I want to really have you weigh in on this. We've got some texts we're going to share. I'd love to chat with some folks. We will reopen the phone lines. And here's the question related to the sales tax. It's now going to be almost 8% in the city of Milwaukee. Goes from 5.5% to 8%. That's a pretty sizable jump depending on what you're talking about purchasing. Will it change your purchasing habits? And business owners, how will this impact you? Could we hear from a business owner? How will this impact you, this jump in the sales tax? Many business owners over the past couple of weeks have testified that they don't like this idea, that they shouldn't be footing the bill for a screwed-up pension situation, so on and so forth. Business owners, how is this going to impact you, this increase in the sales tax? Are you afraid that people will now go to outside of Milwaukee County to make their purchases, or is it no big deal? And if you're somebody who shops regularly, which is pretty much all of us, will this change your shopping habits? The Old National Bank talk and text lines, 855-616-1620. We'd love for you to be part of the conversation. 855-616-1620. Business owners, is this a big deal, this increase in the sales tax, or is it the right move? Do you not like it, or is it the right move? 855-616-1620. Your calls and texts after the break.
Traffic is sponsored by the Racine Zoo's Animal Crackers Concert Series, live music along the lakefront. Enjoy live music along the lakefront at Racine Zoo's Animal Crackers concert series. See Terrence Simeon and the Zydeco Experience live on Wednesday, July 12th. Tickets at racinezoo.org.
This report is sponsored by Siding Unlimited. It's siding and a whole lot more. SidingUnlimited.com.
Your home is your biggest investment, and you live in it. So when you invest in it, you want the best. The best windows, the best roofing, the best deck. Where do you look? Siding Unlimited. Siding Unlimited, you ask? For windows, roofs, and decks? Yes. Siding Unlimited is the best installer of windows, roofs, and decks. They also are the best with siding. Prove it, you demand. Good point. Well, Siding Unlimited has the manufacturer's awards and customer satisfaction history to prove it. In fact, Pella Window named Siding Unlimited their Platinum Elite Contractor of the Year in the entire country 3 years in a row. What's so great about Siding Unlimited? Well, honest pricing, devoted American craftsmen, integrity. You want the best, and Siding Unlimited is it. Windows, roofs, decks, and Siding Unlimited. SidingUnlimited.com.
If you're hiring, it can feel like trying to find a needle in a haystack. You can hope the right person comes along, or you can just use ZipRecruiter. Like Marco, president of operations at Telly Tires and Auto Centers.
ZipRecruiter helps me find all the right people, even the most difficult jobs to fill.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Now try ZipRecruiter free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/FREE.
What's holding you back from learning the language you've always wanted to know?
Too hard.
Takes too long.
Not with Babbel. Babbel's lessons take just 15 minutes a day.
15 minutes isn't long.
Nope. And they're fun. So you don't realize you're learning a language, but you are. In 3 weeks, you're able to start having conversations. And Babbel's lessons are built around real life.
And with Babbel, it isn't hard.
It's perfect.
Now try Babbel free. Just go to Babbel.com. That's BABBEL.com.
The freshest ideas start with a stop at Century Foods.
Now through Wednesday, save on 23 to 30.5 ounce can Hills Brothers chock full of nuts or MJB coffee, $7.99 after coupon. 5.3 ounce cup yogurt or 7 ounce bottle smoothie, Dannon or Too Good Greek yogurt or smoothie, 4 for $5. 12.5 ounce pesto or 16 to 20 ounce pasta, Rana pesto sauce or pasta, $5.99. 6 count mega rolls, quilted northern bath tissue, $7.99.
Hey, why'd you throw my glass across the room?
I have to keep practicing.
The vase from Aunt Sophie?
I'm warming up in case I get to take them out at American Family Field. Read this.
Win the ultimate baseball fan experience at Century Foods?
You either get to throw out the first pitch, hold the finish line for the famous racing sausages, or be on the field during batting practice. My new TV!
Just doing a little batting practice of my own.
The ultimate baseball fan experience from Century Foods. Return the entry form found in the weekly ad to any Century by July 26th.
Traffic and weather begins with, hey, Debbie Lazaga. Hi,
Hey.
Deb.
Hey. Yeah, actually, we've got some delays out there, some big ones, too. Now, we just had this accident southbound 94 at Rawson Avenue. It was off on the right shoulder. Now it's blocking the 2 right lanes. It might be the last push before they are able to get this thing cleared out of the way. So keep that in mind. It's going to be kind of a tight squeeze through there. We've also got an issue on northbound 43 at Hampton Avenue. Broken down vehicle on the left shoulder. And then in Ozaki County at Highway C on the left shoulder, an accident there. We're still dealing with the other one on 41 southbound at just south of Holy Hill Road. So we're still seeing some delays there. Right now, Highway Q to the zoo is going to take you about 20 minutes, an extra 6. And if you happen to see something we should know about, call the WTMJ Hall Mazda traffic tip line at 414-238-9329. Rediscover the road at Hall Mazda during Mazda's Season of Discovery. I'm Debbie Lazaga with your WTMJ Johnson & Sons Paving Time Saver Traffic.
The WTMJ 5-day forecast for tonight. Chance for showers, a low of 64 degrees. Tomorrow, storms are likely. Fingers crossed. Been running the sprinklers. Could use a little rain. It's a high of 72 tomorrow. On Thursday, partly cloudy. 80 Friday, partly cloudy, high of 84. On Saturday, mostly sunny, a high of 85 degrees. In Milwaukee right now, it is sunny and 74 degrees. The City of Milwaukee Common Council on a 12-3 vote has passed a measure that will implement a 2% sales tax in the city of Milwaukee. 2%, there's already 5% levied by the state. There's another 0.5% levied by Milwaukee County. Milwaukee County is likely to implement another 0.5% increase, almost 0.5% increase. All of that means that come January 1st, the sales tax in a purchase for a purchase in Milwaukee will be about 8%. About 8%. By comparison, in the city of Waukesha, it will be 5%. So 8% versus 5%. Will this change your spending habits? Is this going to change how and when you purchase things? And if you're a business owner, I'd really like to dive into this part of it. Just help me understand. What are your concerns? Or are there no concerns and you're pleased with this? If you're a business owner or you're a higher up at a company that's based in Milwaukee or Milwaukee County, what are your thoughts on this? 855-616-1620. That's the Old National Bank talk and text line. Old National Bank, get old. 855-616-1620. We'd love for you to be part of the conversation. Let's start with Jim, who's in New Berlin. Jim, good afternoon. You're on WTMJ.
Well, I live real close to Milwaukee County, and I shop in Milwaukee County, but I'm going to drive to Waukesha now. And first of all, did anybody really think this was not going to pass? It was guaranteed to pass.
I'm with you.
Correct?
Jim, I'm absolutely with you. I think all the hand-wringing was a bunch of nonsense.
Right, because they're betting on their own pension. I mean, there's going to be a time when they're going to be getting a pension, and they had a vote for it. I mean, that was the biggest slam dunk vote that I've ever seen.
Well, Jim, there are reforms and processes in place that did not exist when the pension blew up. So they will not get the pension that others did. They will not get the lump sum payouts. There will not be this cliff. I mean, there are measures in place for that not to happen.
Yeah, I realize that, but they had a vote on it. They had a vote to pass it.
Yeah, they did. So you're gonna consider going elsewhere.
Well, yeah, I'm maybe 2 miles from all the places on Highway 100. You know, all the big stores and grocery stores. Well, now I'll just drive to Waukesha.
Hey, thank you, Jim, so much for the phone call. Yep, we appreciate it. We'd like for you to be part of the conversation. Do you own a small business? How will this impact you? Is it going to be no impact or, yeah, you've thought about this and it's a big deal? Explain it to Greg and I. 855-616-1620, Greg and me. I know I'm going to hear from the guy in the text line. Explain it to Greg and me. 855-616-1620.
Yeah, some mixed results on the text line here, too. John in Burlington says, I'm not going to go out of my way to save 3.5 cents on the dollar. Bigger ticket items might have a little more bite, but he's not going to make that move, and he's in Burlington. So he would still be coming into the city for presumably some bigger ticket items, whatever, concert, sporting event, nice dinner downtown. Others from 262 area code saying, as a resident of the city of Milwaukee, this will not change my spending habits. A note from the 414 saying it will. I will not buy anything inside the city of Milwaukee. Why pay more?
From the 262, no one wants to see taxes go up. However, many baby boomers are retiring. We can't change what happened. We can only fund things going forward. As a resident of the city of Milwaukee, this will not change my spending habits. So I don't live in the city of Milwaukee, but we work right downtown in a beautiful studio inside the Avenue. And it's not going to change the way I do anything. I'm not going to eat out less. I'm not going to eat in the suburbs before I come into the Symphony or before I come in to see a show at the Riverside. I'm just not, and it's going to be on a couple $100 dinner. If you spend that, it'd be $5. You spend $100 at dinner, you could do the math. It's $2.50 difference. And I'm just not going to go out of my way to not dine where I want to dine or do what I want to do. Now, if I lived on the border like our caller Jim, and it was buying a TV, yeah, then I guess I would decide if it's go 2 miles this side of the border or 2 miles the other. But how I use the city and the amenities linked to the city, it's not going to change anything.
Okay, so what you're referencing are equivalent stores, right? So a Best Buy in Milwaukee County versus a Best Buy in Waukesha County.
Yes.
Same TV, same product, same big ticket item. Why pay $50 or $80 more when you want that steak downtown, John? Right? You may have an option, but you're craving the steak from this one place.
Exactly.
You want to go to that one place.
I'm going there.
The Bucks game, an Admirals game, whatever you want to do. Some things are just very specific to Milwaukee and Milwaukee County.
Okay, a couple more texts here. Let's weigh a couple of these in here. There are a bunch of states that the state portion is higher than that. May bite a bit on large ticket items and bite on cars, but I wouldn't drive to save 3.5 cents on a dollar, kind of echoing what you said earlier. It's kind of all over the board when you look at where people are coming from and how they're weighing in on this. I just think the people that are going to be the most impacted are the people that have the least mobility and have the least choice, that will not be able, won't have the means to leave Milwaukee County, that live in an area where they don't have easy access to go to Brookfield or to go to Elm Grove or go to Mequon. They're going to buy where they buy and where they always do. And that's what gets some people in the inner city so irritated, because they say it's going to impact people who don't have a choice. I mean, I live in the suburbs and come into the city, so I theoretically have a choice. You the same. Live in the suburbs, come into the city.
I wonder how states have come to the conclusion that paying state income tax is something they can do away with the idea of raising the sales tax in that particular state, right? There's a handful of states, no state income tax. And if you're a professional athlete, that's probably very helpful to your bottom line. But they also have an increased sales tax in some cases. I can't ever imagine the state of Wisconsin getting rid of the state income tax, but I'm wondering what it would take the sales tax to jump to in order for that to even be a discussion. Because you're probably looking at least 9% statewide.
Well, now they're talking about a flat tax, but that's, not likely to happen. Republicans want that. Democrats don't want that. Let's squeeze in one more call here. Good afternoon. You're on WTMJ.
Good afternoon. Thanks for taking my call. Really quickly, so I mentioned to your call screener, the problem that I see is the residents who actually live in the city, where they have to get some sort of, let's say they need their furnace fixed, new air conditioner, remodeling your home. That will all be taxed now at a much higher rate, and that really starts to add up as far as, real money out of your pocket as opposed to just going out for dinner. So that's what I would put at. And if you purchase a car, you got it, it's going to be taxed at where you reside, not where you purchase the car, but actually where you live.
Great points. David Mequon, thank you very much for the phone call. We appreciate it.
My parents live in Milwaukee County. They may just start ordering stuff on Amazon and shipping it to my house. Can you do that?
Yeah, that may be what it takes.
Right.
It is 4:26 at WTMJ. Time for the Annex Wealth Management Market Update. Stocks rise as eyes turn to inflation data coming our direction. The S&P up today, 29 points to close at 4439. The Dow is up 317. Back over 34,000 to close at 34,261. The NASDAQ up 75 to close at 13,760. The Russell 2000 up 18 points to close at 1913. Annex Wealth Management. It's time to calibrate your plan. Get on track with investment and retirement planning. Visit AnnexWealth.com. Click the Get Started button today.
Hey, dog owners, listen up. I want to tell you about my friends at the Hounds and Tap in Menominee Falls, right off Silver Spring. It is the place to go. It's a theme park for dogs. Think of it that way. For doggy daycare, boarding, grooming services. They even have a self-serve shower. Oh, by the way, there's an inside-outside tavern. So if you want to enjoy a game and have a local craft beer with your dog or without, you can do that and enjoy food trucks that arrive daily. Cleanliness of the facility really stands out. 12,000 square feet, sitting on 3 acres. It is a positive reinforcement and redirection behavior facility with trained handlers. Boarding, grooming services are available. Doggy daycare available. Food trucks, family days. They try and connect hounds and humans to make every day a play day at the Hounds and Tap.
At Evans Transportation, they love the sounds of Milwaukee baseball. Bats cracking, crowds cheering, brats grilling. And Evans is a big fan of manufacturing runs, both on the diamond and in supply chain management. When manufacturers have accounting, shipping, and tracking needs, they come to Evans. Because just like in baseball, teams who know how to manufacture runs have the best chance of long-term success. Evans and Delafield supports Milwaukee's baseball team. Find them at evanstrans.com.
The Brewers Radio Network's Lane Grindle sees it all from the broadcast booth.
Down the right field line, this is up, and it is going to fly out of
here.
But what's he like off the air?
It's 2023. It's the year of the cheesehead.
Lane Grindle joins Wisconsin's Afternoon News every Monday during the Brewers 2023 campaign.
There'd be nothing better in my life than to be the brother of Lane Grindle.
I did not have a brother, so, John, we can make honorary brothers.
Brought to you by Crest Cadillac of Brookfield. Discover them at CadillacWisconsin.com.
When you walk into Blaine's Farm and Fleet, you'll find friendly, helpful service, great prices, and brand name products like Nutrina Feed. Right now, when you buy 3 bags of select Nutrina Feed, get one free. Keep your barn cool this summer with a 42-inch half-horsepower 2-speed portable barrel fan. On sale $379.99. And stock up on Tribute Feed. Right now, select bags are $1 off.
The hardest working people in America find value at Blaine's Farm and Fleet. Alleviate your pain, rejuvenate your life.
Rejuvenex Arthritis Clinics are in-network with most major insurance plans, including Medicare and Medicaid, and there have been thousands of patients that have received our pain relief treatment with zero out-of-pocket expense. Our FDA-approved treatments we'll use to remedy your pain are precisely guided to its root, to provide inflammation and cushioning relief to alleviate pain. What ends up happening is you begin on a pain maintenance plan, and how committed you want to be to alleviating your pain is up to you. But at the least, you can see us semi-annually to annually to, in many cases, significantly reduce pain in hips, shoulders, elbows, and knees. I'm Richard Salinas, registered nurse with Rejuvenex Arthritis Pain Clinics. We can alleviate your pain, and that'll rejuvenate your life. It's pain relief, really. Go to rejuvenex.com to request your appointment.
Rejuvenex. Alleviate your pain, rejuvenate your life.
Wisconsin's Afternoon News on Wisconsin's radio station, News Radio WTMJ.
It's 4:30. I'm Wyatt Barmore Pooley. Your top story: the sales tax approved by the city, considered by the county.
I'm Debbie Lazaga. We're still dealing with a bunch of accidents, but I want to get to the other traffic that's affecting your ride this afternoon. Northbound on 43, slowing down right out of the Marquette all the way up past Hampton Avenue where there's a disabled vehicle. The southbound side is going to be very heavy from just south of Good Hope Road all the way down past Locust. Back on the brakes through the Marquette heading on to 4394, so be aware of that. Westbound on 94, backed up out of the Marquette interchange through the stadium to about Mitchell Boulevard, and then northbound 41 slowing way down out of the Zoo interchange up past Swan Boulevard. I'm Debbie Lazaga with your WTMJ Johnson & Sons Painting Time Saver traffic.
Tonight we'll have partly cloudy skies, chance of showers and storms late, a low of 63. Tomorrow showers and storms are likely, a high of 73 at the lake, 78 degrees inland. It is 71 degrees in Milwaukee at 4:30. From the WTMJ Breaking News Center, Milwaukee's Common Council approving the new 2% sales tax in the city by a 12-3 vote, drawing some mixed reactions.
It's bullcrap. They don't listen to the people. They don't listen to the city. This is going to hurt people. It ain't going to help.
That's Cynthia Greenwood, a Milwaukee resident who came to the council chambers to watch the vote. Several council members spoke against the new tax, but only 3 voted no. Alder Robert Bauman voted for the tax and said it's necessary to keep Milwaukee services running.
This is not some new infusion of money that's going to allow us to dramatically expand programs. No, this allows us to maintain the status quo.
Jack Grau, WTMJ News.
Strong rhetoric from the council in the discussion and debate on the sales tax this morning. Alderman Russell Stamper.
It's clear that they are not our friends. And if they are not our friends, then they are our enemies.
Stamper speaking of state lawmakers who brokered the deal that comes with strings attached for the city of Milwaukee. Act 12, the state law passed earlier this summer, restricts how the city can spend the revenue from the new tax. It also requires reforms to the Fire and Police Commission and that MPD officers be put back in Milwaukee public schools. The 3 no votes from council members Andrea Pratt, Mark Chambers, and Malele Coggs, part of a group of 7 members who released a statement last month concerned about those provisions attached to the state shared revenue plan. TMJ4 chief political reporter Charles Benson says heading into the vote today, they were still undecided.
Just as we were on the Common Council floor and ready to take a vote, they wanted to call for a break, a recess. And so there were about 6 that were still on unknown on where they were going to go. And eventually they broke 3-3.
Alders from that original group of 7 that voted to pass the tax, including Alderman Russell Stamper, Larissa Taylor, Khalif Rainey, and Lamont Westmoreland. Milwaukee Mayor Cavalier Johnson says he expects to sign the measure in the coming days, after which it will be sent to the Wisconsin Department of Revenue for the setup. The tax could be implemented as soon as the start of next year. A number of current and former local and state politicians voicing their support of raising Milwaukee County's sales tax as well. Former Board of Supervisors Chairman Theodore Lipscomb returning to his old stomping grounds at a listening session held by the board this afternoon, imploring current board members to approve their version of the tax.
I'm sure that all of you would write a different version of the bill. All of our efforts were for a different version, but the version that's in front of you is the version you have. That's the tool. You have to save yourselves, and you have to save us, the taxpayers who want services.
The first time the board can vote on the tax is their next meeting, which will be held on July 27th. I'm Wyatt Barmore Pooley, Siding Unlimited, WTMJ News Time, 4:34.
Traffic is sponsored by TaybackAttorneys.com. Social Security benefits denied? Call Tayback for the payback. Unable to work due to health problems? Let Tayback help you get approved for the Social Security benefits you're entitled to. Call Tayback for the payback. TaybackAttorneys.com.
Hey, WTMJ's John Mercure here for Sit Means Sit Dog Training. I love my dogs. They're like children in our home, and a lot like racing kids, they're not always the best listeners. That's how they used to be. They listen better now thanks to Sit Means Sit Dog Training. Took our dogs there. The owner, Matt, met our dogs. The dogs met Matt. It was a great fit. That was a free consultation, by the way. And now the tools and techniques we have made our dogs better dogs. They listen. They don't bark. They're not as jumpy. It's Sit Means Sit Dog Training. They'll take care of you the way they took care of us. Sit Means Sit Dog Training.
Eric Smith here from Austin Plumbing. When you own a well pump, air spitting from the faucets, a decrease in fluctuating water pressure, along with silty, gritty, slimy changes in water quality, are all symptoms that your well pump isn't well. At Austin Plumbing, we're well-rounded plumbers. I say that because we're one of the few companies around who can capably diagnose and repair all the symptoms related to well pump and water system problems. You know when your car needs service, right? Maybe it makes unusual noises. It sputters, jerks, seems weak, or stops altogether. That goes for your well pump too. We have all the special equipment needed and the master know-how required to electronically pinpoint the exact cause of your well and water issues. And we'll give you a price up front before any work begins. If your well pump is telling you it's not well, let's nip small problems in the bud before you're out of water and in deep, expensive trouble. Told you we were well-rounded. Austin Plumbing. Online at teamaustin.com.
Wisconsin's afternoon news on WTMJ.
You know, today is Greg Matzik, don't you? Do you, huh? Do you? It's Prime Day! Again! Isn't it Prime Day like every 3 months?
So I used to get really excited about this.
Me too.
Like back when I needed stuff for the house.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like
yes.
you just need I don't have enough tools. I don't have enough vacuums.
Yes.
I have 7 vacuums now. I don't need another vacuum. Yes, I do have 7.
We're a big vacuum family too, by the way.
That's a great question to ask a friend.
Yeah. How many vacuums do you have?
Yes, because they will always be too short of what they really have.
And how do you define vacuum?
Anything that sucks.
Well, then the
that
Cubs would be a vacuum.
Or is battery operated.
Anything that sucks? So the Chicago Cubs are a vacuum.
There you go. Usually people forget their shop vacs is what I have found in this whole thing, or like a little handheld kind of thing.
We have 2 shop vacs.
Okay, so do I.
Yeah, a
Very
big one, and a bigger one, and a smaller one.
Garage one, basement
one. Hey,
one.
us too.
Okay.
Hand vac? That hand vac's the best thing ever.
Same wavelength here. Nonetheless, if you want to save on an Amazon-related product like a Ring doorbell or an Echo, today's your day, man. Like that, dive in. And certain manufacturers will do some pretty good sales, like if you want some Koss headphones. They have a bigger sale than normal via Amazon. But have you ever found that Amazon just sends you stuff on Prime Day?
What? No.
Like just out of nowhere, like something arrived at your house. Correct.
No, never.
Like they just give you an idea.
Have you?
Well, I don't know.
What is that over there?
There's a box that arrived at my house.
It's big.
It's got my name on it. It's got my address on it. And we ordered a couple of kids' fishing poles for my daughters. They wanted to go fishing the other day.
They look like they would fit in that box.
I thought maybe this is the fishing poles. Okay. I was like, it's kind of heavy for fishing poles. And I pull it out, and if you're watching us on the live stream, you'll notice that I have a nice Vista Explorer tripod. Like, what the hell is this?
That's like a professional-grade tripod.
Why do I have? So I went to Emily. Emily's kind of the one who runs our Amazon account. It's best that I don't. And I asked him, like, does this show up in our order history? No. Like, did somebody send it to you? Like, for what? Like, just well after Father's Day. So there's no note, no nothing. It's packaged and sent to me via Amazon.
So she has no idea where that came from, and you have no idea.
No clue. Now, I thought, well, okay, well, it's a nice tripod. Maybe we can find some use for this, but it doesn't really hold your iPhone. You know, like you're actually supposed to screw on a camera.
It's
on
like
this
an
thing.
old school tripod.
So it's very nice, and I don't think we can just like give this away on the air. But I have no idea why it was sent to me. And then, of course, you make a call. Like, I don't know what to do with this. And they just say, keep it.
Because they do that all the time
I
now.
did whatever, just keep it.
Yeah.
It's easier. Okay.
You should try to sell that thing. We should auction that off.
Okay.
It's pretty nice. I mean, it looks very good quality.
It's a 60-inch lightweight tripod, 10-year warranty, video, digital, photo. I don't know exactly what that means. It's got a 3-way head on it. That's nice. And a locking center post brace. Multi-position, quick release with video pin, snap leg locks, and adjustable rubber feet. John, this is a Cadillac right here.
That is the Cadillac of unwanted tripods.
It is. Maximum height, 61 inches.
What are you going to do with it? Seriously.
I don't know. What should I do with it?
I would try to sell it.
Okay.
Facebook Marketplace.
I don't feel good selling something that was just sort of, I don't know, landed in my lawn.
No, you didn't take it from somebody.
That's true. That is absolutely
true. If you
true.
cannot use it, you should sell it.
It's got a carrying case also.
You can always use one of those in the newsroom,
hey,
by the
Deb.
way.
Hey, Deb, I was just going to say that. We're in the process of buying stuff now, aren't we, Deb?
Yeah, for the newsroom, yeah.
So maybe sell it to the newsroom.
Wait, did we confirm, like, was this somehow ordered from the station and just sent to me? Do we know if that's true or not?
Are we missing a tripod?
Yeah, I'm supposed to ask around about that because that has happened in the past where I don't know if they have your address, but people have sent work things. If I were you, post that thing online, try to get $20 for it. It's free $20.
That's what I would do. Or I would sell it to the station and don't give them a break.
No
taxes.
taxes.
Sell it to the station.
You're not going to pay a tax on this.
Right. That's right.
Just
This is
clean.
a tax-free zone.
This is a free market sort of deal for you.
Did you look up market value?
No, I have not. Should we punch this thing
let's
in?
do that. Yeah, let's double check because if this is what's the threshold? I think $30 or more.
I was going to say this thing would probably be $40 to $45.
Yeah,
maybe.
all profit.
Vista tripod.
Yeah, my number's 50. I was thinking that looks like $50, right?
It's the Explorer.
Although on Prime Day, all right. While you're doing that, I'm going to see if this is available on Prime.
And I'm going to say before you do the prices right over here, I'll offer you 10.
Okay.
You got to take it now, though.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
you
here we
can't
go.
look.
Through Amazon Basics, this is $32.99, free delivery Sunday, July 16th, or fastest delivery Friday the 14th.
You could have just had $10 from Tony.
$32.99.
Lost out.
And then after we apply Milwaukee taxes, it'll be $64.49. Just kidding. But that's what it is. It's a nice tripod. I just have no need for a
Where
tripod.
is that what it costs on Amazon?
Yes, Amazon Basics, 60-inch lightweight. Well, I don't know if that's the actual.
And it's not available on Prime right now on Amazon, right? You don't see it on Prime?
No, it fits under the Amazon Choice.
Yeah.
World of I don't know. It's nice. I just don't need it, and I don't know why I have it.
Well, you got to sell it now.
Okay, well, maybe just give it to like a video department at a university or something like that.
Oh, that's nice. Sell it to the video department at the university.
I feel bad. All right, I'll sell
here are the
tickets to
top-selling
lunch.
things on Amazon Prime, to your point earlier. The Echo Pop. This is a brand new, this is like the Echo Dot's baby sister. The Echo Pop is available for $18, normally $40. The Ring Video Doorbell, normally $60. It's $30.
Those are nice.
So
right.
if you need one,
if it's an Amazon product,
now's the time to get it.
It legit savings on Amazon stuff. So the dots and rings, all that stuff, that's good.
The problem is we already have 3 dots.
Probably
we got
do.
3 Echo, 3 AirBuds and AirPods and headphones are everywhere on here. There's so many brands. I'd be overwhelmed with what to even buy.
That is true. Auction for charity. People chiming in saying, auction it, give it to Vince's event tomorrow. Vince has always got an event tomorrow.
Yeah, he does.
Yeah. I've
And he's
received
always complaining about it, too.
Others who have received random shipments from Amazon later found out that the credit card info had been stolen and the thief accidentally checked the box for shipping to the actual billing address. Check your credit card history. Very good call. I will have to do that.
I've been there where I thought my identity was stolen.
Yes, I
that is
remember
not,
that.
That is not fun.
Can you do that live on air? Because I feel like your reaction, if it was stolen, might go viral.
The Watch Live cameras, are they pointing at the computer screen? I don't want to be punching in credit
No,
card numbers.
it's just on your face when you realize that limit is coming real close.
Hey,
Great.
Greg.
See what else I
Good
bought.
news. There's a bunch of vacuums for sale.
Oh, that's nice.
The Dyson Animal, the Shark Steam Mop, the Black & Decker Dust Buster. I actually have this. This is a very good vacuum. It's a hand vac. Usually $60, which is what I paid. It's on sale for $40.
There you go.
I should just get
really
another one.
Can't afford not to buy it.
Yeah, exactly. You don't want to pass on that.
No.
It's 4:43 at WTMJ. After the break, it's time for the Milwaukee Health Briefing with our friend Dr. Ben Weston. I've got a story about something that happened on a cruise ship, and then a question related to that for Dr. Ben. That's up next on WTMJ.
It's not a gimmick. It's simply comprehensive, fee-only financial planning to get all your arrows pointed in the right direction. And although rate of return is important, there are many factors that are equally, if not more important. There's a strong belief among financial experts that tax planning is more important than rate of return. And at Financial Strategies, we strongly believe that is what sets us apart. As a result of our strategies, our clients have saved significantly on their taxes. They were prepared to pay the taxes and elated when we shared how they could avoid them. We want to grow your investment and protect it, and we've proven to be very good at doing just that. I'm Jim Cantrell with Financial Strategies, Inc., and we can show you a wiser way to build your wealth. So go to financialstrategiesinc.com and schedule a no-cost consultation.
Financial strategies, a wiser way to build your wealth.
It's the 10th sales event all month long at the Lynch family of dealerships. Over 800 vehicles to choose from, including up to $7,500 off select new vehicles or 0.9% financing. And you'll get top dollar toward your trade, even if you have to push, pull, or drag it in during the Lynch 10th sale event. Visit shoplynch.com today.
Nobody sells for less than Lynch.
As low as 0.9% APR for 66 months to qualified buyers. Must take delivery by July 31st. See dealer for all the details.
It had to be 1984 because the guy had said to my dad, "So how long have you been here?" And my dad said, 10 years. And that's when the guy told him, "Well, that means you're good." And he was right. At that time, my dad had established the Packing House as one of the best supper clubs in town. Now, what would that gentleman say to me today, after almost 50 years? Well, probably the same thing. The Packing House remains very good. Some might say great. And those that would say that are our many regulars and repeat customers that have been back over and over. Sometimes just for a dinner for two. Other times with a group of friends. And still others for many of those special occasions. You know who you are. And I want to thank you and everyone who spent time with us here at the Packing House. This is Chris Weichen inviting you to enjoy deliciousness from scratch at the Packing House, a Heritage Milwaukee Supper Club destination across from the airport on Layton.
Deliciousness from scratch. That's the Packing House.
The deeper the hole, the more damage you're going to cause, especially if you're driving around with low tire pressure.
We're talking about potholes, and if you're not careful, they'll spring up out of nowhere and bite you right in the keister.
We've fixed broken ball joints, broken control arms, blown struts, damaged wheel alignments.
You name it, we fixed it. That wheel alignment is an adjustment of your suspension, which is a system that connects your car to its wheels.
And when your alignment's off, you get uneven, premature tire wear, and we have a fix for that too.
If a pothole is bitten you where it hurts, come to Richlands for a professional evaluation by one of our ASE certified technicians.
And at the very least, we'll make sure you have the right amount of air pressure in your tires.
And remember, be safe, buckle up, and hey, always make sure you've got good tread on your tires. I'm Brett Matchke with Richlands, your
Due for service.
Since 1964, we've changed your tires and so much more. Richlands Tire and Service, such a refreshing change. Richlands.
Traffic and weather, then Dr. Ben Weston. How we doing, Deb?
Well, still going to be slow, John. Southbound 894, really kind of hitting the brakes just south of Greenfield Avenue, down and around the Hale interchange. Right now, from the zoo to the Hale, an 8-minute ride, an extra 3. Northbound on 43, on and off the brakes, basically riding the brakes all the way out of the Marquette up to Hampton Avenue, where there's a broken down vehicle still being worked on the left shoulder. The southbound side slowing down from Bender Road all the way down past Locust, and westbound 94 heavy out of the Marquette all the way to Mitchell Boulevard. I'm Debbie Loziga with your WTMJ Johnson & Sons Paving Time Saver Traffic.
The WTMJ 5-day forecast. Tonight, chance for rain, a low of 64 degrees. Tomorrow, better chance for rain, a high of 72. On Thursday, partly cloudy, a high of 80. On Friday, partly cloudy, a high of 84. And on Saturday, mostly sunny, a high of 85 degrees. In Milwaukee right now, 73. Let's bring in Dr. Ben Weston. He is Milwaukee County's Chief Health Policy Advisor. Dr. Weston, thank you so much for being with us.
Thank you for having me back. Glad to be here.
I want to ask you about something that happened on a cruise that I was on recently. We were in a cruise in Alaska, and something really weird happened. So we're in our cabin, about 10 o'clock in the morning. The captain comes on the speaker. Beep, beep, beep. This is your captain, Dr. John Foster. We have an emergency situation. We need O+ blood donors. If you have your donor card and you're willing to donate, please report to the ship's medical facility. Thank you for your immediate attention to this. We're all like, what could that mean? We're a very remote place in Alaska. We don't have a place for a helicopter to land on the ship, and we're in the middle of nowhere. I'm trying to just wrap my arms around this. What could this mean? I mean, I know you don't have a crystal ball, but what could it mean, and how easy would it be if someone showed up down there and another person was bleeding out to do a transfusion on a ship without a surgical suite?
Well, it certainly makes your day at sea a little more interesting. So needing blood on a cruise ship is rare, right? But there's lots of things that cause people to need blood. I would think in that sort of setting, probably a GI bleed is going to be your most likely cause. So that's a bleed somewhere in your digestive system. And it can happen quickly. It can be kind of building up for a long time, and then all of a sudden, the dam opens and you start bleeding quite a bit. Now, carrying blood on a cruise ship just isn't a practical thing to do. There's lots of logistics in storing the blood, exchanging the blood, things like that. So believe it or not, when a blood's needed in an emergency on a cruise, they often do rely on the passengers. Now, first they'll go to family members of the person because you'd imagine it's a better fit. But if that doesn't work, they reach out to the other passengers and sometimes to the crew as well to donate blood. Now, most big cruise ships still have ways to quickly screen the blood, make sure that it's a good fit for that person, look for things like HIV, hepatitis. It's not an ideal setting, so they certainly look for more definitive medical care, but that's the way that they work through it in those rare instances when somebody has a true emergency.
It seems like it would be easier to get the blood out than put the blood in.
It certainly is easier to get the blood out, but it's not too challenging to get the blood in. We can do whole blood, which is basically the way it comes out of the body. The tricky part is making sure that it's going to match. They're not going to have any sort of reactions to it. You give somebody who's type, negative blood, you give them positive blood or whatnot. It can create issues. So there are quick tests you can do. You just smear the blood on a card, and it kind of tells you very basics, nothing like a hospital does, but very basics of whether it's likely to be a match. And then you just infuse the blood in and do it carefully and monitor the patient and get them to a hospital.
I guess the good news is a short time later, beep, 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 this is your captain, John Foster. We've had an overwhelming response. A lot of people showed up willing to help. Thank you very much for your help. The situation is under control. So that was kind of cool. Like a lot of people apparently went down there trying to help.
Except John wasn't able to donate the blood because he got the elevated drink package. That's a different story, though.
Exactly.
I didn't pass the test.
That was a different story.
It sure was.
Dr. Weston, the FDA is looking into the latest energy drink. I'm not sure if you've seen it. Prime Energy Drink. It's boasting 200 milligrams of caffeine. If you can sort of equate that to something or just give us some perspective on how much caffeine is packed into that particular drink. And then also this cluttered space of energy drinks that are popping up left and right. They have words like natural and essential associated with them, safeties and watch-outs for all energy drinks, and 200 milligrams of caffeine, that seems like a lot.
It's such a cluttered space. These things are popping up constantly, and you just go to the supermarket and you see them at every checkout line. So look, I mean, it's all about moderation. So there's about a little less than 100 milligrams of caffeine in your average cup of coffee. So drinking something like this, it's about 2 cups of coffee, which doesn't seem too extreme, but it really is about that moderation. The vast majority of Americans are drinking coffee every single day, about 80% of people. But you want to limit how much you're taking, really 400 milligrams. So 2 of those drinks is what's considered safe for adults. The problem is twofold. One is a lot of these drinks are marketed to a younger age group. And once you get less than 18, you really want to pull back that caffeine usage, kind of a max of 100 milligrams. And then if you're less than 12, you really don't want to have much caffeine at all. It can interfere with development, both physical development, emotional development. Now, the other thing about this, you talk about natural and whatnot, there's a lot of strange chemicals in these, and one to particularly keep an eye on is sugar. A lot of these drinks are just packed full of sugar to make them taste good while you're drinking it. So you want to watch your caffeine. You also want to watch that sugar. It's so easy to just drink a ton of sugar, and that leads to weight gain, and it leads to general, poor health.
Dr. Ben Weston with us on WTMJ. So I was excited to read the headline that the U.S. Food and Drug Administration could decide whether to grant traditional approval to an Alzheimer's drug that's been shown to slow the course of the memory-robbing disease. What do we know about this?
Yes, this is called Leqembi. It's a new drug. It gets infused, so it's an IV infusion that you get every few weeks. And just like you said, it slows the progression of Alzheimer's. Now, it's only for these early stage or mild Alzheimer's when you have mild cognitive impairment, but it did slow that decline in memory, inability to think by 27% at 18 months. So it's not an insignificant amount, but I think what is important is, on one hand, this is not the silver bullet. Slowing the decline is not the same as stopping the decline. It's not the same as reversing the decline. It slows it relatively slightly. It's extremely expensive, even though it's largely now covered by Medicare for folks in that group, but we're still talking thousands of dollars to get this treatment. There are side effects that are not mild. So there's a few things to keep in mind, but it is an important breakthrough in the search for truly highly effective treatments. So I don't think this is the silver bullet, but I think we will look back at this as a really important step in fighting and treating Alzheimer's disease.
Dr. Weston, malaria cases are on the rise in Florida, creeping up. What are the symptoms? How dangerous is this? And could it possibly extend beyond the state of Florida?
Yeah, it's interesting. So malaria, historically, we see almost exclusively in Africa. We do see it in the United States, but it's from people who've traveled to and been infected in Africa. Now, there are several cases in Florida that were not from travel. They seem to be from mosquitoes that were in Florida. It's a mosquito, a certain type. It carries a certain type of parasite, and then when it stings you, it passes that on to you. Malaria causes fevers, chills, all the kind of usual stuff that you get with, a cold or a flu. But it also, and here's where it's a problem, if it's not treated, it can break down your blood cells. It can damage your kidney. It can damage your nervous system, including your brain. And it can ultimately lead to death. Now, it's treatable, number one. Number two, there's only a handful, I think 6 now, cases in Florida, and they seem to be isolated. So this isn't something to be alarmed about, but in the broader scheme of things, it is a warning of what we see in the future with climate change. We have warmer, wetter climates in the southern area, especially Florida through to Texas, and that makes it easier for, number one, this mosquito, this specific species of mosquito that can carry malaria, to live and to breed. And it also makes it more appealing for this parasite inside the mosquito to live. And so it's a word of caution. I don't think it's anything to be panicked about now, but it speaks to the future sort of disease state we may be seeing.
Hey, Dr. Weston, quickly, good news of the week?
Good news of the week. We have a new CDC director. I think she was just sworn in today or yesterday, Dr. Mandy Cohen. I think it's exciting for the most important health agency in the country, maybe in the world, to come in with a fresh perspective, but also a really impressive resume in advancing health policy. So it'll be interesting to see what happens there.
Dr. Ben Weston, always good when you're with us. Thank you, Dr. Ben.
Thank you. Take care.
It is 4:57 at WTMJ. Some business headlines. The big one, that's up next on WTMJ. Let me do them right now, actually, before the break. It's pretty simple. 2% sales tax increase for Milwaukee, the city. That's likely to be signed by the mayor in the next couple of days. After that, it's going to be on to Milwaukee County, where they will consider raising their own tax by another 0.5% roughly. On the national side of things, stock markets were all up today. Kind of eyeing towards inflation data that's coming the next couple of days. The S&P 500, the Dow, and the NASDAQ all up. It is 2:57 at WTMJ.
Traffic is sponsored by Harwood Place Senior Living. Learn more about Harwood Place Retirement Living's newly renovated apartments and updated pricing options. Visit harwoodplace.org or call to schedule a tour.
I'd been living with a snoring problem nearly my entire life. In fact, I can remember my mother teasing me, saying that I'd snore so loudly that the walls of our house would cave in with each breath.
Fast forward only recently, when Jessica's snoring forced her husband out of their bed and into another room. It's a pretty common situation. We call it a sleep divorce, and that's not good. I'm Dr. Madan Kandula with Advent. After Jessica had a thorough breathing triangle evaluation, we found that her snoring problem required a simple solution: in-office balloon sinuplasty. It's a 20-minute procedure, and it works. You won't find it offered by Big Box Healthcare, but you will find it at Advent, where we offer every effective snoring and sleep apnea solution available. You can hear more of Jessica's story at adventknowsjessica.com and take your first step towards breathing well so you can live better.
Breathe well with simple solutions. AdventKnows.com.
Results may vary.
Oh, yeah. It's definitely baseball season. This is your place to catch every pitch.
Here it is. He struck him out swinging.
Home run.
Going back onto the track. It is gone. Mike Brasso goes deep.
And everything in between.
I want to find that tape. We got to find that tape. We'd be better off listening to adhesive tape.
We are the home of the Brewers on WTMJ.
Hey, it's Greg Matzik for Holiday Automotive in Fond du Lac. Proud to be the official HD Premier service truck provider for the Harley-Davidson Homecoming Festival in Milwaukee this weekend. This is cool. You often hear me talk about Holiday as a great place to buy and service a vehicle. Well, it is. Well, they're also grateful and involved in the community. Wisconsin businesses is another facet of who they are. To support Harley's 120th anniversary celebration, Team Holiday is supplying 8 specially outfitted and lift-equipped Chevy and Ford pickup trucks for Harley-Davidson Motor Company employees to use and providing roadside assistance to visitors traveling by motorcycle during the celebration's events in southeastern Wisconsin. Stepping up, always going the extra mile. It's the stuff that makes me and thousands of other drivers across the state loyal Holiday fans, and why they should be on your list when it comes time to upgrade, whether new, used, or certified pre-owned. Discover the difference for yourself at Holiday Automotive, Highway 41 and 23 in Fond du Lac, and at holidayautomotive.com. It's worth the trip.
I'm certified financial planner Tony Drake with Drake & Associates. If you're retired or looking to retire soon, have you developed a strategy to minimize or eliminate the taxes when you start pulling money out of your IRA or 401k? If you haven't, then you have a very vulnerable plan because taxes are going up in the future. And if you look at the spending our government does, taxes could rise even more. Find out what's missing in your retirement strategy by requesting a copy of my Retirement Ready Toolkit that's loaded with materials designed to help protect you from taxes. Call or text TAX to 414-409-9982. That's calling or texting TAX to 414-409-9982 to get your free toolkit today.
Investment advisory services provided by Drake & Associates, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Insurance products are offered through a separate company, Loft Financial Advisory Group, LLC, a Wisconsin insurance agency. Clients are under no obligation to purchase any recommended insurance products.
WTMJ, W277CV, and WKTI HD2 Milwaukee from the Annex Wealth Management Studios. This is News Radio WTMJ, a Good Karma brand station. Your hometown hub for everything that matters. The latest news, traffic, weather, and sports on Wisconsin's radio station. News Radio 620 WTMJ, Milwaukee.
I'm John Mercure. Your top story. The city of Milwaukee will now have a 2% sales tax.
I'm Greg Matzik. Milwaukee County prepares to decide on their sales tax as well.
I'm Debbie Laws. Got a little bit of good news. We had that earlier accident at Rawson on 94 southbound. That has been cleared out of the way, so that's some good news. Bad news is we've got a new accident on westbound 94 just west of Highway 100 off on the right shoulder, so watch out for that. The other good news is that earlier disabled vehicle at Hampton on northbound 43, that's been cleared out of the way, as well as the one on 41 southbound just south of Holy Hill Road. Those delays are working themselves out. I'm Debbie Lazigo with your WTMJ Johnson & Sons Paving Time Saver Traffic.
Tonight, partly cloudy, a low of 63 degrees. Tomorrow, showers likely, a high of 73. From the WTMJ Breaking News Center, Milwaukee's Common Council approving the new 2% sales tax in the city by a 12-3 vote, drawing mixed reactions.
It's bull crap.
They don't listen to the people. They don't listen to the city. This is going to hurt people. It ain't going to help.
That's Cynthia Greenwood, a Milwaukee resident who came to the council chambers to watch the vote. Several council members spoke against the new tax, but only 3 voted no. Alder Robert Bauman voted for the tax and said it's necessary to keep Milwaukee services running.
This is not some new infusion of money that's going to allow us to dramatically expand programs. No, this allows us to maintain the status quo.
Jack Grau, WTMJ News.
Milwaukee Mayor Cavalier Johnson, speaking after the vote, said while he understands and empathizes with the no-vote council members' concerns, Milwaukee's financial situation is too critical to avoid.
The only door that we had to go through was this, and it was either do this, stay on the status quo, or have something that was worse. And we made the decision to do this.
Johnson says he expects to sign the measure in the coming days, after which it'll be sent to the Wisconsin Department of Revenue for setup. The tax could be implemented as soon as the start of next year.
Milwaukee County residents expressing concern about the impacts of adopting the new sales tax.
The primary concern is that the sales tax will be a regressive tax affecting low-income residents the most. Resident Jessica Cook.
That would have a widespread and hard-hitting impact, particularly on already marginalized communities.
The complaints echoing concerns raised since the approval of the bill in Madison. Ron Jansen is worried about the process.
The issue does not go to a vote by those people that this will most impact, but to a room full of people who are not necessarily swayed by public testimony.
At the Milwaukee County Courthouse, Wyatt Barmar-Pooley, WTMJ News.
Summerfest will stick with the 3-weekend format in 2024, including a 4th of July date. Milwaukee World Festival, Inc. making the announcement while also unveiling attendance figures for the 2023 Fest. This year, more than 624,000 people attended Summerfest. That's a 40% increase from 2022. Summerfest 2024 will be held June 20th through the 22nd, June 27th through the 29th, and July 4th through the 6th.
Baseball's All-Star Game takes place tonight in Seattle. The Brewers resume the season Friday in Cincinnati.
Citing at limited WTMJ News Time is 5:05.
I love the Fox and Hounds. It's the real deal. I'm here to tell you, it's a great restaurant, great setting. That timber structure's been there for 90 years. It's gorgeous. It's romantic. Actually, just voted the best supper club in the area. The best supper club in our area. It's the Fox and Hounds. Best value, that's for sure. You buy one dinner, your second dinner is free 7 days a week. But the award didn't say best value. I'm just here to tell you it's the best value. On top of that, it's just the best supper club. That means the food is great. The ambiance is great. They have great cocktails. They've got a lovely beer garden. It is simply the best. Enjoy a world-class steak, pasta, the steak and lobster, anything on the menu. Your second dinner is free. Desserts are also buy one, get one free every night of the week. The Fox and Hounds is family-owned and one of the most unique and affordable supper clubs in Wisconsin because that second dinner is always free. Just off Highway 167, 2 miles east and in the shadows of beautiful Holy Hill, the summer drive is spectacular. So's that beer garden out there. So brighten up your Tuesday with a free dinner tonight. Reserve at foxandhoundsrestaurant.com, the best supper club in the area. foxandhoundsrestaurant.com. It will lift your spirits.
Traffic is sponsored by Wenninger Compressor, ready to service any facility at pressureisoff.biz.
Wenninger Compressor carries high-performance, top-of-the-line compressors. Many offer a lifetime warranty and 60-day return policy. Contact Wenninger at pressureisoff.biz.
The Pfister Hotel is proud to announce a series of renovations now underway that will elevate its guest experience with added elegance, approachable sophistication, and modern amenities that will blend effortlessly with the Pfister's iconic charm. With fully renovated ballrooms and meeting spaces, all new guest rooms in the historic tower, and exciting enhancements to the lobby and other common areas, all phases of this plan are expected to be completed by spring 2024. Milwaukee may have plenty of wonderful hotels, but make no mistake, there is only one Pfister Hotel.
Welcome back to Ask Hasslis.
What's your favorite number?
48, because you can get 48 months interest-free financing on select Tempur-Pedic at Hasslis Mattress.
The number 48 is associated with abundance and stability.
Like the abundant stability and comfort of Tempur-Pedic.
Prosperity and wealth.
Like a $300 MasterCard Rewards gift card with your Tempur-Pedic purchase.
I think 48 may be my favorite number too.
Find an employee-free showroom near you or shop online at Hasslis.com.
Wealth-changing question. Is your investment portfolio really customized? Some advisors say they customize them, but all they really do is ask you a few questions, then put all your money in a model portfolio. Here at Creative Planning, each of our private wealth management clients' portfolios is unique. Your investment mix will be based on your custom financial plan. If that's not how your money's managed, you're not getting the customization you deserve. Book your free meeting today at creativeplanning.com. Creative Planning, a richer way to wealth.
The new Raid Essentials Light Trap uses light to attract, then trap flying insects like fruit flies and mosquitoes. For insecticide protection that's people and pet friendly, get new Raid Essential Light Trap.
Earn points every time you shop with Fleet Rewards. 500 points gets you a $5 reward. It's free and easy to sign up, in-store or online. Sign up today and start saving with Fleet Rewards at Fleet Farm.
Alleviate your pain, rejuvenate your life.
Rejuvenex.com.
It's time for Extra Points, a sports commentary on Wisconsin's afternoon news. Here's Greg Matzek.
Halfway through the Major League Baseball regular season, and the Players Association would like the league to soften the pitch timer rule as the 2023 season approaches the postseason. Major League Baseball's pitch clock has changed the way fans consume the game, and baseball is overall thrilled. Pace of play has increased. There's less downtime. The quality of entertainment has ticked up. Go to a game that starts at 6, you might be home by 9. Current rules allow for 15 seconds between pitches when the bases are empty and 20 seconds when runners are on. If the batter's not ready with 8 seconds to go on the clock, he's given a strike. Okay, could you imagine that happening in a postseason game? It's something the Players Union would like to avoid. Commissioner Rob Manfred, meanwhile, holding his ground, saying, "We haven't had any game decided by a pitch clock violation. That pitch clock violations and batter violations have steadily decreased since the start of the regular season, and really spring training if you want to go that far back. So what's the point in playing 162 games by one set of rules, only to change those rules when the postseason begins? I say, leave it alone."
Extra Points is sponsored by All Right Home and Remodeling. When you want it done right, call All Right.
Wisconsin's afternoon news is on the air, broadcasting live from the Annex Wealth Management Studios at the Avenue in beautiful downtown Milwaukee. Here's John McCure.
All right. Hope you're having a great afternoon. Greg Matzek is also here. So is Tony Cartagena. Debbie Lazaga's got your roads. We've got you covered all afternoon. Thanks for spending part of it with us. I love this. So we have a super cool event that we do every single year here at WTMJ. It's actually called the WTMJ Classic. It's kind of one of our benchmarks this summer here at WTMJ. It's closed to the public, but we want you to do it with us. It's a golf outing. It's super cool. It's at beautiful Lac La Belle, the club at Lac La Belle, and we go out with our partners and we golf with them. We have foursomes, and we have a great time. This year, we're allowing listeners to golf with us. We're taking qualifiers all week long. So if you qualify today, you'll be along with people who qualified Monday and then tomorrow and Thursday. And then on Friday, we'll draw one of you 4 to golf with us. Let's do trivia today.
We want to make this interesting.
Yeah.
We want to keep you involved.
Yes.
Right? So we don't want you just to call and be caller number 6. No, we want you to answer a question. So here's the question. According to Golf Week for 2023, the state of Wisconsin is home to 7 of the top 100 golf courses you can play.
It's amazing.
In the state of Wisconsin. That is a remarkable number. My guess is only Oregon and maybe California have more. Can you name 3 of those 7 courses? Top 100 courses you can play in America 2023, according to Golf Week. There are 7 in the state of Wisconsin. We need you to name 3. If you got the answer, give Tony a call at 855-616-1620, the Old National Bank talk and text line. I have played 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of the 7 courses.
Wow, really?
I'm short on 2, and I think I'll probably play 1 before the end of the month.
Ooh, fantastic.
That's my goal. And this has shifted a little bit over time, but nonetheless, a very impressive list.
Yeah, I've played 1, but I'm not the golfer you are. So golf with us at the WTMJ Classic. If you can name 3 of the 7 that are in Wisconsin, ringing up Tony at 855-616-1620. WTMJ Classic will take place on July 24th. Thanks to our great partners, the club at Lac La Belle, 3 Tree Marketing, Sit Mean Sit Dog Training, Johnson & Sons Paving, Fifth Third Bank, Evans Transportation, Dave Drakekamp Heating and Cooling, Griffin Automotive Group, Gruber Law Offices, Welke's, Milwaukee's Florist, Lazy Pour, and CBRE Wisconsin. Good luck, everybody. Up next, we continue the discussion on the sales tax situation implemented today here in the city of Milwaukee. Well, it soon will be. Passed in the Common Council. Mayor says he will sign it. I want to talk about nonprofits and how they are impacted. They're impacted in a couple different ways, specifically in nonprofit like Feeding America, Eastern Wisconsin. We will talk to them up next on WTMJ.
You're just going to have to live with it. That's what I told myself. And if you can believe it, that's what the doctors told me.
Since Andy was a boy, he had health issues, which later we would find were primarily due to his trouble breathing. So for 36 years, Andy lived with about 85% blockage in his nose. He had to breathe through his mouth, because when he tried to breathe through his nose, it felt like he was being suffocated. It affected his sleep, his work life, and his ability to play sports. And he wasn't going to let it ruin his life anymore. So he came to Advent. As bad as it was, his problem required a simple solution. In-office balloon sinuplasty and turbinate reduction. Procedures you won't find offered by big box healthcare. This is Dr. Madan Kandula. It's definitely possible that your nasal breathing problems have a simple solution too. You can hear Andy's story in his own words at adventknowsandy.com and begin on your path to breathing well and living better.
Results may vary.
I'm Randy Miller.
No, you're not. I'm Randy Miller, owner of All Right Home and Remodeling.
I'm DJ.
Someday you might be the owner of All Right.
Like you and Daddy?
You'll have to learn that our family business is about more than just our family.
Do it right, call All Right.
Yes, but doing things right also means giving back.
When you want it all right, you call All Right. All Right. So many miles away.
Let's face it, selling a home is stressful, difficult, and costly. The repairs, the showing your home to strangers, the months it takes to get to closing. And then what do you do with the 20 years of belongings you've accumulated? There's an easier way, and you have nothing to lose to try it out. Grandview Homes will give you a no-obligation, fair cash offer and close on the day you choose. We buy your home completely as is, no repairs whatsoever. Take the belongings you want and leave the stress and the mess to us. Call or visit grandviewhomes.com.
What if you could build a six-figure retirement income with almost half the money saved? You heard that right. Get a discount on your retirement, creating a six-figure income with 40% less than traditional 401ks and mutual funds. Hi, I'm Mitch Lyons, best-selling author and executive producer of a new Hollywood documentary called The Baby Boomer Dilemma. In this film, economists and Nobel Prize-winning PhDs from Wharton, MIT, and Stanford share a strange concept I call the retirement discount. It gives you more retirement income with the same dollar saved, and your money is never at risk if the market crashes. That's right. If the market crashes 30%, you lose nothing. Even people who are on track have shifted money to this new strategy because it increases their retirement income or can allow them to stop working years sooner. So if you are over 50 and want a bigger, better retirement with less money, call to get a free copy of this brand new movie, 1-800-578-3535. This is a $30 value, but when you call today, you get it completely free, plus 2 hours of bonus behind-the-scenes footage. No credit card required. Call right now. 1-800-578-3535. That's 1-800-578-3535. Again, 1-800-578-3535.
Traffic and weather begins with Debbie Lazaga. Deb?
All right, John, we've got an accident westbound 94 just before Moreland Road, and it's off on the right behind the barrels. But still, we've got some bunching around that area. It's going to take you about 17 minutes to get from the zoo to Highway 16, so that adds 6 onto your normal ride. A heavy ride Highway Q to the zoo, 21 minutes. For that stretch, that's an extra 7. Northbound 43, still dealing with that problem in Ozaukee County. Highway C on the left shoulder, we've got an accident being worked on. Southbound 43 is backed up for sure. We got a 27-minute ride from Brown Deer Road into downtown. Those delays are pretty solid from Silver Spring all the way down through the Marquette onto 4394. How about your fellow commuters? You can report accidents, slowdowns, and road conditions to the Hall Mazda traffic tip line at 414-238-9329. Visit Hall Mazda during Mazda's Season of Discovery. I'm Debbie Lazaga with your WTMJ Johnson & Sons Paving Time Saver Traffic.
The WTMJ 5-day forecast. Tonight, a chance for showers, a low of 64. Tomorrow, rain is likely, a high of 72. Thursday, partly cloudy, 80. Friday, partly cloudy, 84. Saturday, mostly sunny, humid, a high of 85 degrees. Right now, it is gorgeous. Sunny skies and 72 degrees. We've been talking about the mixed feelings that folks in Milwaukee, people who work here, live here, play here, have about the 2% sales tax that has been passed by the Milwaukee Common Council, will be signed by the governor. There's also going to be an increase coming from Milwaukee County. That will mean, when it's all said and done, that the sales tax on items purchased in Milwaukee will be about 8%. By comparison, in Waukesha, it's 5%. We've been talking about how it impacts businesses, how it impacts folks at Target, how it impacts people making big purchases. What about our nonprofits? The lifeblood for many in our community. Maureen Fitzgerald is the president of Community and Government Relations for Feeding America Eastern Wisconsin. They help so many people. Maureen, thank you so much for being with us.
Thank you for having me.
So I think people don't really think about the nonprofit angle very often, but there's a real impact here. When you heard about this being a proposal, and now that it's passed the Common Council and will become a measure here in Milwaukee, what are the first things that come to mind for you in what you do?
Well, Feeding America Eastern Wisconsin is located right in the heart of Milwaukee. And, we love this community. We love this city. And we're, an important part of the city. But I think the first thing we always think about is the people that we serve. And frequently, a tax like this will impact people with lower incomes in a greater way because it takes a bigger chunk of their disposable income. And so our concern is not only being able to serve people in need, but also thinking about how we're going to be able to help people put food on their tables.
So I want to clarify a point you made that I think is really important. So grocery store items, by and large, are not taxed. But if people are forced to pay more for toothpaste and diapers and Kleenex, that means they have less money to spend, and I guess greater food insecurity. Is that a fair way to put it?
Yeah, so a sales tax like this, it really what it does for people with lower incomes is it takes a bigger piece of their disposable income, right? So then you have to make choices of how you're going to spend that income. And often for people with lower incomes, they have less money available to spend. And so it becomes a struggle for them. So the sales tax is really going to take a bigger chunk out of their daily lives than a lot of people that are, going to feel it for bigger purchases, but not really have to make the decision of, can I afford to put food on my table?
That leads to some challenging choices, I can only imagine, Maureen, when you've got rent, you've got utilities, health care, food, right? We've already talked about inflation and the negative impact of that. It leads to some very challenging choices to make.
Absolutely. And what we see right now is people are already struggling. And so we've seen a lot with the ending of the public health emergency and people's food budgets going down, and we see inflation and supply chain having prices at the grocery store going up. And now what's going to happen is people are going to see their incomes have to stretch even further because of a sales tax where every which way they go, they're going to have to spend a little bit higher, and more amount of their money to survive.
Maureen Fitzgerald's with us with Feeding America Eastern Wisconsin. And what I think about, Maureen, is cheaper foods are oftentimes foods that aren't as healthy, prepared foods that come prepackaged and can sit around forever. And I guess when you're forced to purchase those sorts of foods to feed your family and as your primary source of nutrition, there are obviously health issues and risks that come along with having to make that decision.
And we're already seeing health disparities inside our communities. And so one of the things that we concentrate on at Feeding America Eastern Wisconsin is to provide the healthiest food that we can to our food pantries, meal programs, and homeless shelters that we support. But what we know is that the lines are going to grow because people are going to have additional pushes on their income.
Maureen, is there a way that Feeding Americans can sort of get ahead of it? Right, if the new sales plan doesn't get implemented until 2024, is there anything you can do at Feeding America or that others can help you do to try and prepare to make those challenging decisions maybe a little easier for some?
So because we're the largest food bank in the state, we are providing food to food pantries, meal programs, homeless shelters all throughout Milwaukee and Milwaukee County. And we're always preparing. So we're always sort of trying to stay a step ahead of what's happening, both in terms of inflation and supply chain and now this. And so we will absolutely be preparing for seeking additional donations, thinking about how we can help our pantries make their supplies stretch for people in the community so that we make sure that no one in our community struggles with hunger.
So, Maureen, when times are tough, whether it's COVID, whether it's inflation, whether it's now with higher taxes for some people, they cling tighter to their wallet. They hold their purse a little closer. And even if there's the perception that the economic situation is worse than it is, are they less likely to donate if they're worried about their own financial well-being?
I think we're absolutely seeing donations go down for folks with basic needs because we're seeing pushes on people's incomes, So I think when we were at the height of COVID, people understood that they needed to help their neighbor. And one of the best things about living in Milwaukee and working in Milwaukee is that we're a generous community and we try to help those in need. But absolutely, we're concerned about this because the more pushes people have, the less money that they have to be able to donate to those in need.
Now, you've introduced me to a new term here, food insecurity. It's not something I've really thought of, but when individuals or households struggle to afford enough food to meet their basic needs, it's a term that I think is real. It's definitely real in our community.
It's definitely real in our community, and it really impacts folks with children, frequently more at a higher level. And we're seeing seniors really struggle to put food on their table. So food insecurity is absolutely something that we experience in the city and county of Milwaukee. And it's something that at Feeding America Eastern Wisconsin, we're working every day to make sure that the food pantries in our community have healthy food to provide to people in need.
So give us an idea of scope. If I donate $5 to Feeding America Eastern Wisconsin, how is that used? How much food can you buy? What sort of difference does that make?
Well, because we're able to not only have partnerships and relationships with people, we also can purchase at scale. So we can make that $5 a stretch and really think about, we're not using $5 to, spend $5. We're using $5 to make sure that we can buy, probably $25 worth of food for folks in the community.
Wow, that's fantastic. All right, Maureen, what's the website, the phone number if people want to help out? How should they do that?
So the best way to help us out is go to feedingamericawi.org. That's our website, and you can get all the information there.
Maureen Fitzgerald is the president of Community and Government Relations for Feeding America Eastern Wisconsin. Thank you for being with us, and thank you so much for what you do for our community.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Important thing to think about. It's not just buying that big screen TV. I mean, some people are literally going to have to make decisions about what they purchase in the grocery store, even if groceries don't face increased taxes. Coming up after the news at the bottom of the hour, A.J. Dillon continues to do good in our community. I love this guy, and I love his stories. We're going to share that with you. And Brian Niznansky on how real is the chance of meaningful rain. Please. We'll do that right after the news. It is 5:26 at WTMJ. First, time for the WTMJ Annex Wealth Management Market Update. Stocks rise as eyes turn to inflation data. The countdown's on to those reports that could give the Federal Reserve cause to consider ending its interest rate hikes more quickly. That's the hope. The S&P 500 jumping today, up 30 points to close at 44.39. The Dow was up 317, almost a full percent, to close at 34,261. The Nasdaq was up 75 to close at 13,760. The Russell 2000 up 18 points to close at 1913. Crude oil up on the day, now almost $75 a barrel. Gold was up, silver was down, and the 10-year Treasury bond was also off just a little bit on the day. Investment, retirement, tax, and estate planning. It's a fee-only fiduciary. That's Annex. It's not the time to set it and forget it. Get help now. Visit AnnexWealth.com. Click the Get Started button. That's Annex Wealth Management.
Lake Geneva. It's where families have been making memories around the water for generations. Lakeside resorts and spas, award-winning restaurants, and charming shops are just the beginning of an unforgettable summer getaway. Lake cruises, boating, and beach lounging let you soak up the sun, water, and family time. Hike a lakeshore path, stargaze from an iconic observatory, or soar above it all in a hot air balloon. Go ziplining, visit an animal safari, or see dancing horses. Start making your memories today at visitlakegeneva.com.
WTMJ's John Mercure here for Town Bank. Town Bank knows that you're working toward a financial goal and every little bit counts. When you open a Total Access checking account, you'll get free ATMs nationwide. This is my checking account, and I love it. I go to see my girls in New York and Dallas, and I get free ATMs. It's just so easy. And now, when you open that Total Access checking account at Town Bank, you get a $300 bonus. Man, I didn't get that, but you can just for signing up. That's pretty cool. No matter what goals you've set, Town Bank can help you achieve them with banking solutions like entrepreneur checking, small business loans, and much, much more. They've got the best customer service. I know what you're thinking. Hey, Mercure, I do my banking online. I don't need customer service. Well, you know what? Even when you bank online like I do, I pay my bills online. I use the app, all that good stuff. Sometime or another, you're going to run into an issue, and Town Bank has the most robust customer service online. They're going to take care of you. And parents, check out the Junior Savers Club accounts. With a Junior Savers Club account, children earn interest on every dollar they deposit, and they get fun activities throughout the year. It's Town Bank, Wisconsin's bank, my bank. I know I'm biased, but it's the best bank. Visit townbank.us. Member FDIC, equal housing lender.
Men's wedding bands made from whiskey barrels and meteorites.
Welcome to Kessler's.
Wake up with me. Hey, it's WTMJ's Greg Matzik. Tune in every Monday and Friday at 8:30 for Matzik's Morning Minute. Everything you need to know about all your favorite Wisconsin teams in just 60 seconds.
One pitch, Weimer drives one deep into left center field. Forget about it. 1-0 Milwaukee.
Mondays and Fridays at 8:30 on Wisconsin's Morning News.
We are so excited and honored. Host the draft in 2025. It's a huge event. It's going to be spectacular.
Sponsored by Holiday Automotive in Fond du Lac.
Alleviate your pain, rejuvenate your life.
We want to decrease your pain as fast as possible. When we inject our powerful, FDA-approved anti-inflammatory and cushioning medicine precisely guided to the root of your pain, in most cases, relief in hips, shoulders, elbows, and knees is a reality. For those who go through our entire process, we can very much control and reduce your pain while increasing your quality of life. Thousands of Rejuvenex patients maintain their pain relief with semi-annual to annual treatments, proven to reduce inflammation, to make pain a lot more bearable. Some providers may charge up to $8,000 for similar treatments. At Rejuvenex, because we're in network with most major insurance plans, including Medicare and Medicaid, your out-of-pocket expense could be as low as $400, or less, or nothing at all. I'm Richard Salinas, registered nurse with Rejuvenex Arthritis Pain Clinics, where you can find pain relief. Really.
Rejuvenex. Alleviate your pain, rejuvenate your life.
Go to rejuvenex.com to request your appointment.
When you come to our showroom, you'll find more than a dozen glass shower door displays. Now that's what you're going to want to see, because browsing a bunch of options usually spurs ideas that you've never even thought of. And when you walk around with one of our glass shower door experts, you can ask questions and get assurance. We're here to help. And after nearly 50 years in the glass shower door business, there's not a whole lot we haven't seen. So don't worry, your project's about to be put in the very best of hands. At Less's Glass Service, you can count on our experience that makes it easy to promise top-flight installation. Glass shower doors are our specialty, and we're out there humping it every day to add to our portfolio to make the next project even better than the last. This is Stacy Sinks. If it's a new glass shower door, fogged or broken insulated glass replacement, or affordable glass in your home decor that you've been looking for, you just can't pass on Less's Glass. Less's Glass Service, serving all of southeastern Wisconsin. Find us at lessglassservice.com.
Traffic is sponsored by Smart Spaces. Adapt to the modern workplace. SmartSpacesWI.com.
How can Smart Spaces transform your business?
Creating technology, great culture, spaces that people really want to come to, attract talent, and keep that talent.
SmartSpacesWI.com.
Wisconsin's afternoon news on Wisconsin's radio station, News Radio WTMJ.
It's 5:30. I'm Wyatt Barmore Pooley. Your top story, the ayes have it, approving the sales tax for the city of Milwaukee.
I'm Debbie Laziga. Trouble abounds. Southbound 43, right at the ramp from Fond du Lac Avenue onto southbound 43. We've got the left lane blocked with a crash. That's going to be really tying things up, making things a lot more complicated. Big delays all the way back to Silver Spring already. We've also got a disabled vehicle on 41 southbound right at the Capitol Drive on-ramp. The right lane is blocked with that, and that's also going to be complicating matters. We've got delays on 41 starting from about Appleton Avenue all the way down past Capitol Drive. And then on westbound 94, slowing down out of the Zoo interchange all the way out towards just before Moreland Road. We do have an accident there. It's out of traffic, but it's enough to slow things down with the distraction there. I'm Debbie Lazaga with your WTMJ Johnson & Sons Paving Time Saver traffic.
Partly cloudy skies tonight, chance of showers and storms late, a low of 63. Showers and storms likely tomorrow, a high of 73. It's 72 degrees in Milwaukee at 5:32. From the WTMJ Breaking News Center, the city of Milwaukee will levy a 2% sales tax next year.
12 ayes, 3 noes.
12 ayes, 3 noes. The matter passes.
The Common Council voting in favor of the measure. Those 12 votes in favor, more than enough to pass the required 2/3 threshold to make it happen. Milwaukee's new sales tax drawing some mixed reactions, however.
It's bullcrap. They don't listen to the people. They don't listen to the city. This is going to hurt people. It ain't going to help.
That's Cynthia Greenwood, a Milwaukee resident who came to the council chambers to watch the vote. Several council members spoke against the new tax, but only 3 voted no. Alder Robert Bauman voted for the tax and said it's necessary to keep Milwaukee services running.
This is not some new infusion of money that's going to allow us to dramatically expand programs. No, this allows us to maintain the status quo.
Jack Grau, WTMJ News.
While Milwaukee Mayor Cavalier Johnson recognizes the historical significance of the sales tax passing, he says it's not a day for celebration, but for feeling relieved. The critical cuts to the city have likely been avoided.
I don't want to say celebration as the word, because no elected official wants to institute a tax. And I didn't like that. I didn't like having that to be our only option. But we have to deal with political reality.
Johnson says he anticipates signing the sales tax ordinance in the coming days and that it could be implemented as soon as the start of next year. The Milwaukee County Board of Supervisors holding its first listening session this afternoon for its own potential sales tax increase. Some residents like Ron Jansen voicing concern about the sales tax negatively affecting low-income county residents the most.
The people of the county want parks, and they want transit, and they want safety, but they also want to be able to feed their families. At a time where people are having extreme difficulty in providing for their families, here we are considering adding to those woes.
The earliest time the board can take up the sales tax is their meeting on July 27th. I'm Wyatt Barmar-Pooley, citing Unlimited, WTMJ News Time, 5:34.
When you come to Kendor Marine, you'll find parts you didn't even know you needed. And if you're a boating enthusiast, like I know you are, then you're going to love wandering the aisles here. We've staked our reputation on thinking just like you. So we know what you need now and what you're going to need later to keep your boat in tip-top shape. This is Dave Doro, and boaters in the know exactly where to go. Kendor Marine, 57th and Ryan Road in Franklin.
Hey boaters, cruise to Kendor Marine. We got everything you need but the water.
KendorMarine.com.
Hey boaters!
We have the go-to marine store. And it's not just because we have all the boat parts and supplies you'll ever need, including oddball parts you thought you'd never be able to find. And it's also because we're cheaper than the other guys too. So why shop anywhere else? This is Dave Doro from Kendor Marine. Boaters in the know exactly where to go. Kendor Marine, 57th and Ryan Road in Franklin.
Hey boaters, cruise to Kendor Marine. We got everything you need but the water.
Hey, how about a Surfer Boy? Pizza, that is, or Radical Pizza brought to you straight from your TV screen. That's right. You may have heard the name before. Palermo's partnered with Netflix to create this pizza. It's inspired by Surfer Boy Pizza. You may have seen it on season 4 of the Netflix series Stranger Things. Well, now you can put it in your freezer and then into your oven. You can find Surfer Boy wherever you like to shop. Walmart, Jewel, Price, Chopper, Hy-Vee, Festival Foods, Woodman's, Piggly Wiggly, Tony's, Sendik's, Cub Foods, and more. Each mouth-watering variety contains a rich tomato sauce, incredible mozzarella, and a gnarly range of toppings. That's right, Surfer Boy Pizza, hand-tossed style crust, crispy on the outside, nice and airy on the inside. It's going to take you right back to Stranger Things. And if you just like great pizza, hey, all good too. Surfer Boy, it's got you covered here. Surfer Boy, made by Palermo's, Wisconsin's hometown pizza. Greg Matzik here for Holiday Automotive in Fond du Lac, proud to be the official HD Premier service truck provider for the Harley-Davidson Homecoming Festival in Milwaukee this weekend. You often hear me talk about Holiday as a great place to buy and service a vehicle. Well, being a grateful, community-involved Wisconsin business is another facet of who they are. To support Harley's 120th anniversary celebration, Team Holiday is supplying 8 specially outfitted and lift-equipped pickups, including 4 Chevy Silverados, for Harley-Davidson Motor Company employees to use in providing roadside assistance to visitors traveling by motorcycle during the celebration's events in southeastern Wisconsin. Stepping up and always going the extra mile. It's the stuff that makes me and thousands of other drivers across the Badger State loyal Holiday fans, and why they should be on your list when it's time to upgrade vehicles, whether new, used, or certified pre-owned. Find new roads in a Chevy from Holiday Automotive, Highway 41 and 23 in Fond du Lac, and at holidaygm.com. It's worth the trip.
Wisconsin's afternoon news on WTMJ.
Crack that whip. Yeah. Meteorologist Brian Nisnansky is with us.
He seems like a guy that would go for the upgraded drink package on a cruise. He really does. 15 drinks a day, Niz? Up your alley.
The upgraded drink package?
Yeah.
Okay, so what was the threshold again for it?
15 drinks a day. So you buy the drink package and you get, they say it's unlimited, but then in the fine print it says it's 15 drinks a day. I was just on an Alaskan cruise, so we got the drink package, had to.
What do you get without it? Any drinks?
None. You pay per drink, and every drink's between beers are $8, and a mixed drink's about $12. So you get the drink package, you get 15 a day.
Do you remember per?
You have to buy.
Per day what
you have to. I think you have to consume 7 drinks a day for it to be profitable.
Yeah, I could do that.
Yeah.
Dude, I know, seriously. So I thought that was a really big number. We talked about this yesterday.
Yeah.
And break it down like this. So you have a Bloody Mary with breakfast. You have a couple beers at lunch. You have a couple more drinks while you're playing cards on the deck. You have a pre-dinner cocktail.
Shower beer.
Yeah.
A couple glasses of wine at dinner. An after-dinner cocktail. Then you're on the dance floor, and before you know it, you're doing shots of Fireball.
Man.
That's Wednesday.
Yeah.
It's okay. I think we all agree if we did this like on a daily grind, like when we're not on the cruise, that we got bigger problems.
Yes.
But when you're on the cruise, you're on vacation. I'm doing it. I'm getting that package.
And I'm not exaggerating. The days where I had those most drinks, like when we were days at sea, so we didn't get off the ship at all, I was barely buzzing at the end of the night because I was drinking for 15 hours.
Are you tired, though? Tired? That
No,
seems tiring.
not really, because I was energized.
Yeah.
I was ready to go.
Yeah. You're on vacation. Yeah, if you did that pace back home and it was the same old hat, you'd be like, all right, I'm just going to take a nap here for now.
Plus, I weigh 300 pounds.
Yeah, I'm with you. Like, we did, so I've done 3 cruises total, and 2 with just my wife and I, and then one with the kids. And I guess with the kids, I probably I maybe would be on the edge of not. But even at that, though, I mean, like, you're all day like consuming like food and like it's always right in your face.
And especially when you know the drinks are included. Like if I was paying for individual drinks, I'd be more careful. But when you've already paid for 7.
Total. What cruise line were you guys
Princess.
on? Princess. Okay.
And it was great.
That's one we haven't done.
It was really nice.
Yeah, no, I've heard great things about Princess. We're thinking about doing another one next spring. I've done the Norwegian.
Yep.
We tried one. It was just a random one at a good deal. MSC, which was like a European type.
Yeah, that's the
brand.
Italian one.
Yeah, which it wasn't bad. It just was a little different than what I was used to with some of the stuff. And then for our anniversary, we were over in Europe last spring. It was like a trip of a lifetime, something that we wanted to do for our honeymoon.
Nice.
That we were able to at least save up now 10-year anniversary to do.
Yeah.
It was a Mediterranean cruise. So that was on Celebrity Cruise Line. And I would say that was some next level. I mean, it was next level. It was worth it. It was worth the price. It was a special trip for us. Again, I'm sincere. Like, it was something that we definitely wanted to do for our honeymoon. Didn't have means to, so we made sure that we, over the 10 years, came up with it.
We
So
wanted to
did
try
it right.
Celebrity. Celebrity is so we always do Princess because it's like airlines or anything else. I guess you get status, and so we've been on 7, so you get a lot of things. But Celebrity is supposed to be a little step above Princess and Holland America.
You guys would be fun on a cruise, man. Both of you together.
My God. It'd be a blast.
I'd like to be a part of that party.
Dude, for my first cruise I went on with my wife Julie, I said, I'm not gonna like this. This isn't my thing. It's just like whatever. I absolutely love it. I love the days at sea when there's no agenda but to explore the ship.
Yes.
I could do that for, the entire cruise, not get off. I love it. It's like you're floating in a Vegas hotel out in the ocean.
I agree.
With awesome views.
I love the sea days. When we pick out the cruises, we make sure we pick a cruise that has at least 2 sea days because I love those days. You get up, you work out, you drink all day, you play cards, you sit by the pool.
Now, do you bring one of your 7 beverages into the gym when you work out? That's.
I didn't see that, but that's a good idea.
Yeah. With you guys. Now I'm wishing I was setting sail somewhere.
Yeah.
But we have some pretty nice weather right now.
Yeah, we do. Excellent. I mean, today's beautiful. What, low 70s and sunny?
Yeah, 70s, sunny, low humidity. We're like kind of surrounded by storms. There's storms down in Chicago. There's storms to the west in Minnesota. But I hope you enjoyed today because things are going to start to get unsettled for us here in southeastern Wisconsin.
Yeah, do we get that tonight, Niz, or is it more morning commute kind of time? What are you thinking?
Thinking right now, probably early morning hours, we at least have some scattered showers in the area, 2, 3, 4 in the morning. And then things do ramp up later on in the morning tomorrow. And by midday, I think it's looking pretty soggy. And then I think we catch kind of a lull in the action late tomorrow afternoon, tomorrow evening. And then we could see another round of storms tomorrow night, catch another lull during the day on Thursday, and then maybe another round of showers and storms Thursday night. And this unsettled pattern, guys, looks to continue into the weekend. The good news is the severe risk appears to be in general low. Now, you could get an isolated severe storms, but in general, not big severe potential, but also maybe enough rain that we really could make a dent in our drought conditions. There are some computer models showing much of the area could get over an inch, if not 2 inches of rain.
Whoa, tomorrow or through the stretch, through the end of the week?
I would say tomorrow we have a good chance of at least a half inch up to an inch for tomorrow and into tomorrow night. And then maybe we tack on to that, each day this week. And by the end of the week, we could all be sitting with, a decent amount of rain.
Man, that sounds excellent. All right, so let's the 3 of us and our wives go on a cruise together.
I like it.
Book it. I'm on right now, cruise.com or whatever your site you want to go to.
That would be so fun. Yeah, one room. We could all have dinner together. That's what we do on our ship. Everybody kind of does their own thing during the day, but we always have dinner together.
Good. I like that.
Yeah, I love it. We've done that. I've done one, a cruise with, my in-laws, which I love, but like they don't want to be around us all the time. I don't want to be around them all the time. And, eat, convene, do whatever. It's awesome.
All right. I'm gonna send you some cruise dates.
Let's do it.
Meteorologist Brian Niznansky. Always good, Niz. Talk to you tomorrow.
Yep. Have a good one. Bye.
It is 5:45 at WTMJ. Up next, really good guy, A.J. Dillon, with something really cool going on.
Are you looking for the perfect restaurant for your next night out? Then make Aria, the acclaimed restaurant inside St. Kate, your next dinner destination. Specializing in artisanal American cuisine, Aria features carefully prepared seasonal entrees along with a robust selection of craft cocktails, wine, and local beer. Join them on Sundays for the restaurant's famous trademark chicken, served family style with sides like mashed potatoes, goat cheese biscuits, and more. Make your plans today to dine at Aria. Learn more and make reservations at aria@stkate.com. That's aria@stkate.com.
Don't think twice. Call Geis. Garage door broke. Do it right. Don't think twice. Call Geis. Need a new garage door. Do it right. Don't think twice. Call Geis.
A great way to add value and curb appeal to your home is with a new CHI maintenance-free garage door. In fact, a recent study by Remodelers Magazine reports that the average return on investment is an amazing 82%, ranking #1 among all home improvement projects. To see our huge selection of doors, come visit us at our Brookfield location or view our online showroom at GeisDoors.com. We have everything from alley doors to custom wood designer doors and everything in between. Remember, for all your garage door needs, call Geis at 262-784-4250 or visit us online at GeisDoors.com.
Don't think twice. Call Geis. Don't think twice. Call Geis.
Hey, John Mercure here. Do you have a family member that's having memory care issues? I've got the place that will take care of them like they're taking care of their family. It's Azura Memory Care and Assisted Living. Azura. Their mission is to transform the culture of care. I've been at their places multiple times. It's about compassion and empathy. I know what this is like. My grandma was in a facility near the end of her life, and I wish there had been Azura because she would have been in Azura. I tell you what, they specialize in caring for those with early to late stage Alzheimer's or other related dementia symptoms. It's a full range of care. They've got 4 locations in the Milwaukee area, 14 in the state of Wisconsin. They're Wisconsin-based. They're family-owned. They're the real deal. They're going to take great care of you. AzuraLiving.com is the website. The place I will take my family members is Azura.
Accunet Mortgage is an equal housing lender. NMLSConsumerAccess.org, number 255368. This is Chief Home Buying Strategist Brian Wickert. A lot of home shoppers just go with their bank when it comes to getting their pre-approval and financing their new home. That's exactly what Jordan and Michelle did, and it wasn't until after they wrote their 5th losing offer that they took their agent's advice and called Accunet for a rock-solid guaranteed pre-approval and offer strategy consultation. Every time you write an offer and lose, it's an emotional punch to the gut because you've already imagined having Thanksgiving dinner at that house. We're helping home shoppers and their agents write stronger, more convincing offers every day with powerful tools and strategies that really work. If you don't mind writing 5 losing offers, go ahead and get a flimsy generic pre-approval from your bank or credit union. But if you want the best shot at writing an offer that gets accepted, get a rock-solid guaranteed pre-approval from Accunet, and I'll personally join in on your offer strategy consultation like I did for Jordan and Michelle, whose very next offer was a winner. All you got to do to get started is click on the blue button today at ACCUNET.com.
Traffic is sponsored by TaybackAttorneys.com. Veterans benefits denied? Call Tayback for the payback. Tayback Law fights for those who fought for us. If you're a vet and have been wrongfully denied the VA benefits you're entitled to, call Tayback for the payback. TaybackAttorneys.com.
Traffic and weather begins with Debbie Lazaga. Hey, Deb.
Hey there, John. All right, southbound on 43, we do have the left lane blocked. The Fond du Lac Avenue on-ramp, right at the end of that, the left lane is blocked. So right now, from Brown Deer Road into downtown, we are at a 25-minute ride. That's going to take you an extra 14. We've also got an accident southbound on 41 right at the end of the Capitol Drive on-ramp. Actually, that's a broken-down vehicle, but that is blocking that right lane, so it's going to be adding to your headaches. Highway Q to the zoo is up to a 24-minute ride. It's going to be an extra 10. And we've also got that accident westbound 94 behind the barrels just before Moreland Road, slowing things down basically across the county line. Looks like they may have just cleared that one. Just be careful with that area. On westbound 94, heavy out of the Marquette through the stadium, the eastbound side from 84th Street through the stadium interchange as well. I'm Debbie Lazaga with your WTMJ Johnson & Sons Paving Time Saver Traffic.
The WTMJ 5-day forecast. Tonight, chance for rain, a low of 64. Tomorrow, rain is likely off and on throughout the day. Most areas could get a half an inch or more of rain, a high of 72 tomorrow. Thursday, more rain is possible. Friday, more rain is possible. Both days, highs in the low 80s. On Saturday, mostly sunny, warm, and humid, a high of 85 degrees. Right now, boy, is it pleasant out. Sunny and 71 degrees. Hope your Tuesday is going absolutely fantastic. Thanks for spending part of it with us. Our producer, Tony Cartagena, spent part of the day. He's had a long day. Got up early and spent part of it up in Green Bay in Titletown. Tony, what was going on up there?
It wasn't practice or anything that you generally do in Green Bay. I actually watched Packers running back A.J. Dillon launch and officially read the children's book that he authored this summer called Quadzilla Finds His Footing. And he read it to a crowd of people in Green Bay and then signed autographs on the book, and just a really, really fun event.
So he wrote the book, right? Like this was kind of his idea?
Yeah, so him and his wife Gabrielle, they just gave birth about 9 weeks ago, and when she was going through the pregnancy process, he wanted to write a book, a children's book that Trey would be proud of. And him and I kind of talked about that, and he said it was a very cool experience, a very hard experience, harder than some NFL games probably for him. But yeah, Quadzilla Finds His Footing, his nickname, and dedicated to his newborn son.
What else did he tell you today? Share some of that with us.
I could share that, but I'd rather just play it for everyone. So one of the goals, as you know, Packer fans are pretty loyal people. They like to help their players achieve their goals. So one of his goals is to end up on a list, and it doesn't involve touchdowns.
I don't know what the number of copies you got to sell is, but hey, go grab.
All right, so producer problems back here. I completely struggled on that one. So we're going to start that over. It would help if I actually turn the proper computer on. He does talk about wanting to make the New York Times bestseller list. Here you go.
Hey, I'm hoping to get on that New York Times bestseller list. I don't know what the number of copies you got to sell is, but hey, go grab your book now and help me get to that goal. We'll all get to it together.
There we go. That worked better that time.
That would be cool. That would be.
So it's kind of annoying. Greg, I want to get your opinion on this. I come from the school of thought, you can't be good at many things. Like, if you're going to be in the NFL, like Samcon Gatto, remember that name?
Oh, yeah.
From the Packers?
Yeah.
Like, you can't be allowed to be an NFL-caliber running back and also smart enough to be a doctor. Like, I'm barely smart enough to run a radio board back here, and these guys excel in 2 professions. So, AJ, NFL running back, and published author, like, save some of that for the rest of us.
Not unlike Donald Driver. Donald Driver had his Quickie series of books. If you remember that, that came out somewhere in the 2000s. But, yeah, he kind of went down the same path. I just love how much AJ cares about the community, how much he gives back. He is, he's a poster boy for Door County and the tourism up there.
Yeah,
he shows up at high school basketball games and is exciting the crowd. And the fact that he's in Green Bay right now, a couple weeks away from training camp beginning when others are doing their own thing. No, Green Bay is his home. That's where he's at, right? I mean, he doesn't have to go anywhere. That's home for him.
We were talking about his weekend over in Door County, and he was part of and not even a team of people. He was hired for the day to take goats on this truck and then put them on the roof of a restaurant.
Oh, yeah, Al Johnson's.
Yes, that one.
Yeah, that's fun.
So, yeah, that's how he spent his Sunday brunch, was putting goats on a roof up there.
We should all do that.
He seems just like a really good guy.
He is.
Yeah, he really is. We actually, coincidentally, he does a lot of work with Feeding America Eastern Wisconsin, who we just talked to about donations and things. He does a whole summer campaign for them, for kids in the summertime. Like, him and his wife, Gabrielle, they're the real deal.
What else did he share with you?
Well, he just wanted fans to know how grateful he is for all the support on the field, but also off the field with the release of this book.
It meant so much to have so many fans out here supporting me, not only on the field, but off the field in my endeavors. So excited to have the launch party at Quadzilla find its footing, be as awesome as it was. Hopefully this isn't the last time we're doing this. Looking forward to more opportunities, and excited to share this book with the community.
Man, he's such a good guy. And he and all the guys in about 2 weeks will be up for training camp. It's like, I feel like it snuck up on me.
Yeah, it's going to be a different training camp, too, right? It's going to be open to the public just like normal. You'll be able to see practices, and families will take off days and maybe weeks of work. And I love training camp. I think it's a wonderful family adventure to go up and watch a practice. During the regular season, we can't watch practices. That's off limits. You can talk to guys in the locker room, but even the media, we cannot watch a full practice. Training camp is different. You can watch a full practice, and people do. They make it a part of their summer. It's part of the fabric of Green Bay's summer. And, guys like A.J. Dillon, who you see walking around when you go off to Piggly Wiggly or wherever, at the library or Culver's, like, he's just part of the community, not unlike Mason Crosby, and others. So I love that when the community embraces the player and the player also embraces the community.
So we have a couple seconds on training camp. You said he's walking to Piggly Wiggly or wherever. They also do the bike ride thing, which is pretty incredible. And him and I were joking. This was off the mic, but it's fine to talk about. He was joking about how last year he made the mistake. The Quadzilla, because he got the big quads. He went out of his way one day to find the smallest bike.
Because it was funny.
But he said his rear end was pretty much dragging on the ground. So this year, if he does that, he said he's going to carry 100 in his pocket just in case he has to pay for any damages to any bicycles along the way.
What a great story that kid would have if you got your bike wrecked by Quadzilla. Yeah, we lived up there for 3 years, and the TV station was across the street from Lambeau Field, and so we would walk over to practice during training camp all the time and just hang out and have our lunch over there. And then our girls grew up. We lived in Ashwaubenon across the street from Lambeau Field on the other side. Like our Christmas picture every year we took in the parking lot. The girls and I rode their scooters and played catch in the parking lot. It was a remarkable place to raise little kids. It's just a caring, wonderful community, unlike any place else in the country.
Very cool stuff.
Amazing. It is 5:56 at WTMJ.
If you've tuned in lately, you may notice some changes. Get the full list of the latest changes here at WTMJ on WTMJ.com. Or just text WTMJ to the Old National Bank Talk and Text line, 855-616-1620, and we'll send them to you. No matter the changes, our mission stays the same. We are Wisconsin's radio station.
News Radio 620.
WTMJ.
Hey, don't give in to that constant joint pain. Got to take control of it. Take back your quality of life with help from QC Kinetics. WTMJ's Greg Matzik here. QC Kinetics is helping people every day here in Milwaukee and across the country with their amazing non-surgical treatments that repair and restore damaged joint tissue. Using the latest advances in regenerative medicine, taking your body's own healing agents and concentrating them right in the area you have that agonizing pain. It's incredible. It's non-invasive, and it's an incredible way to take back control of your body, relieving the pain in your knees or hips or shoulder or back. No invasive surgery, harmful drugs or steroids, and no downtime. Summertime's got to be all about having fun and making memories, right? Doing the things you want to do outdoors. Well, take control now and start living pain-free again. Give them a call. QC Kinetics. A free consultation awaits. The nation's leader in regenerative medicine. 414-285-3474. That's 414-285-3474. QC Kinetics. 414-285-3474.
Where are we putting that money, and why are we putting it there? At Financial Strategies, you'll get answers to those questions to understand our approach. And the answers are going to be based on what we've learned about you. We're very engaged with our clients so that what we do for them fits their particular needs. But there are other things that we do that are equally important to the investment management portion of our services. I can't express how important it is to control the things you can control. At the end of the day, most investment managers will end up yielding similar overall returns. But knowing how to manage them wisely to avoid your nest egg being eaten away by the tax man, all legally of course, well, that's what I truly believe sets us apart. This is Jim Cantrell with Financial Strategies, Inc., and we can show you a wiser way to build your wealth. So go to financialstrategiesinc.com and schedule a no-cost consultation.
Financial strategies, a wiser way to build your wealth.
Matt had just moved into his first apartment and needed furniture to fill it, but he didn't have a big credit line. So I told him about St. Vincent de Paul. There's always a nice selection of gently used furniture there, and sometimes you can find some really cool retro pieces. And the best part is, it's always super affordable. St. Vincent de Paul thrift stores for first-time furniture buyers or anyone looking for great deals on Highway 100 in Layton and Greenfield and 23rd and Lincoln in Milwaukee.
You're gonna love it, St. Vincent de Paul.
We came back to our roots when we relocated our national central offices to the heart of downtown Milwaukee. I'm Renee Herzing, president of Herzing University. Being downtown has strengthened Herzing University's ties to an involvement in the great business, healthcare, and educational community that is downtown. I love working downtown, and our team members nationally love visiting us here. Experience it for yourself. Go to MilwaukeeDowntown.com.
Wealth-changing question. Is your advisor giving you incomplete advice? Besides investing, there's also taxes, insurance, estate planning, and other elements that can be stressful to organize. At Creative Planning, we provide all the expertise, all the advice you need, all in-house, ensuring every aspect of your wealth works harder together so you can enjoy your wealth instead of worrying about it. Book your free meeting today at creativeplanning.com. Creative Planning, a richer way to wealth.
Off Mosquito Repellent, a clean feel so you can accessorize without mosquitoes. You can wear classic whites and jeans and know what you are covered with 8 hours of not sticky, fragrance-free protection. SC Johnson.
Selling a home is stressful, difficult, and costly. The repairs, the showings, the months it takes. But there's an easier way, and you have nothing to lose to try it out. Grandview Homes will buy your home today completely as is. Call or visit grandviewhomes.com.
The place you want to go, Lynch McWanago.
Nobody sells for less than Lynch.
WTMJ, W277CV, and WKTI HD2 Milwaukee from the Annex Wealth Management Studios. This is News Radio WTMJ, a Good Karma brand station. Keeping you informed, keeping you safe, keeping you engaged and entertained. We are Wisconsin's radio station. News Radio 620 WTMJ, Milwaukee.
At 6 o'clock, it is 71 degrees. Tonight, partly cloudy skies. Chance of showers and storms late, a low of 63. From the WTMJ Breaking News Center, I'm Wyatt Barmore-Pooley. The city of Milwaukee will levy a 2% sales tax next year.
12 ayes, 3 noes.
12 ayes, 3 noes. The matter passes.
The Common Council this morning voting in favor of the measure with more than enough votes to pass the required 2/3 threshold to make it happen. The new sales tax, though, coming with some mixed reactions.
It's bullcrap. They don't listen to the people. They don't listen to the city. This is going to hurt people. It ain't going to help.
That's Cynthia Greenwood, a Milwaukee resident who came to the council chambers to watch the vote. Several council members spoke against the new tax, but only 3 voted no. Alder Robert Bauman voted for the tax and said it's necessary to keep Milwaukee services running.
This is not some new infusion of money that's going to allow us to dramatically expand programs. No, this allows us to maintain the status quo.
Jack Grau, WTMJ News.
Those 3 no votes from council members Andrea Pratt, Mark Chambers, and Malele Coggs, they were part of a group of 7 members who released a statement last month concerned about the provisions attached to the plan. TMJ4 chief political reporter Charles Benson says heading into the vote today, they were still undecided.
Just as we were on the Common Council floor and ready to take a vote, they wanted to call for a break, a recess. And so there were about 6 that were still on unknown on where they were going to go, and eventually they broke 3 and 3.
Alders from that original group of 7 that voted to pass the tax, including Russell Stamper, Larissa Taylor, Khalif Rainey, and Lamont Westmoreland. A number of current and former local and state politicians voicing their support of raising Milwaukee County sales tax as well. Former Board of Supervisors Chairman Theodore Lipscomb returning to his old stomping grounds at a listening session held by the board this afternoon, imploring the current board members to approve their version of the tax.
I'm sure that all of you would write a different version of the bill. All of our efforts were for a different version, but the version that's in front of you is the version you have. That's the tool. You have to save yourselves, and you have to save us, the taxpayers who want services.
However, some residents like Ron Jansen voicing concern about the county sales tax negatively impacting low-income Milwaukee County residents the most.
The people of the county want parks, and they want transit, and they want safety, but they also want to be able to feed their families. At a time where people are having extreme difficulty in providing for their families, here we are considering adding to those woes.
The earliest time the board could vote on the sales tax is their meeting on July 27th. Sports, traffic, and weather coming up next. Sighting Unlimited, WTMJ News time is 6:03.
Maintaining your equipment is an ongoing process. Blaine's Farm and Fleet is there to help with great prices on brand name products. Like Carlisle, their cutting-edge technology, product performance, and quality keeps your equipment moving along. Right now, all Carlisle trailer, lawn and garden, UTV, and ATV tires are 10% off. For superior products, trust the experts at Blaine's Farm and Fleet.
The hardest working people in America find value at Blaine's Farm and Fleet.
I know you have a great dog, right? But you know there's room for improvement. At Sit Means Sit Dog Training, we can help. Our attention-based training system uses modern technology to help you better communicate with your dog, even in high distraction. When you schedule a free consultation with us, you will have the opportunity to see our training in action and meet for yourself our happy dogs off leash and under control. Contact Sit Means Sit today at 262-361-3641 or find us on the web at sitmeanssitwaukesha.com to schedule your free consultation so you can have a happy, confident, and obedient dog.
I'd been living with the snoring problem nearly my entire life. In fact, I can remember my mother teasing me, saying that I'd snore so loudly that the walls of our house would cave in with each breath.
Fast forward only recently, when Jessica's snoring forced her husband out of their bed and into another room. It's a pretty common situation. We call it a sleep divorce, and that's not good. I'm Dr. Madan Kandula with Advent. After Jessica had a thorough breathing triangle evaluation, we found that her snoring problem required a simple solution. In-office balloon sinuplasty. It's a 20-minute procedure, and it works. You won't find it offered by Big Box Healthcare, but you will find it at Advent, where we offer every effective snoring and sleep apnea solution available. You can hear more of Jessica's story at adventknowsjessica.com and take your first step towards breathing well so you can live better.
Breathe well with simple solutions. AdventKnows.com.
Results may vary.
Time for a WTMJ Sports Update. The MLB All-Star break rolls on after the Home Run Derby last night. It's time for the All-Star Game. First pitch tonight at 7. Brewers will have 2 pitchers present. Corbin Burns, if he makes an appearance, he'll become just the 5th Milwaukee pitcher to appear in multiple All-Star games. Closer Devin Williams also available for the National League bullpen. Taking a look at your roads, it is your Johnson & Sons paving time saver traffic, and it looks like we're seeing still stuff. Quite a bit of a mess. 41 southbound 4145 southbound from Highway Q to the Zoo, a 15-minute delay. It'll still be a 30-minute ride. We got slowdowns on 94 westbound from downtown into the Zoo. That's a 4-minute slowdown. It looks like a similar slowdown going back the other way on 94 eastbound, and that is looking like it's through the Stadium interchange, the usual trouble spot. 43 southbound, bit of a mess. That's a bit of an understatement. 29 minutes from Brown Deer Road to downtown. That is looking like about a 20-minute delay there. And we're seeing some slowdowns around the Hale interchange as well.
Traffic is sponsored by the Racine Zoo's Animal Crackers concert series, Live Music Along the Lakefront. Enjoy live music along the lakefront at Racine Zoo's Animal Crackers concert series. See Terrence Simeon and the Zydeco Experience live on Wednesday, July 12th. Tickets at racinezoo.org.
Now time for the WTMJ 5-day forecast. Partly cloudy skies tonight, a chance of showers and storms late, a low of 63. Wednesday, showers and storms are likely around a half an inch of rain. Locally, higher amounts are possible, though, a high of 73 at the lake, 78 degrees inland. Thursday, partly cloudy, chance of thunderstorms at night, a high of 80. Friday, partly cloudy, chance of thunderstorms later in the day, a high of 82. And Saturday, partly cloudy, warm, more humid, slight chance of thunderstorms, a high of 86. Right now in Madison, it is 81. In Green Bay, it's 75. In Waukesha, it's 75. And in Milwaukee, it is 71 degrees. I'm Wyatt Barmore Pooley, Siding Unlimited, WTMJ News, time 6:08.
The day is over, but the night has just begun. This is WTMJ Nights, live from the Annex Wealth Management Studios at the Avenue. Here's your host, Brian Noonan.
Yes, here we go again. Glad you're here. I want you to get involved in the program, 855-616-1620. That's the Old National Bank talk and text line. When you call in, you'll be talking to Justin. He's producing this big hootenanny, so if you're nice to him, you get to me. And if you want to text in, that's always good, too. We love to read your texts. We also like it when you answer the text question of the night. Tonight's text question of the night is, it's Prime Day, woohoo, or the first day of 2 Prime Days. Let's not quibble. But it is Prime Day. Are you taking advantage of the deals? And if so, what are you buying? So that is our text question of the night at 855-616-1620. I was looking at the Prime, trying to decide if there was anything I need. I was listening to some financial experts and talking to other people, and their big advice was, if you don't just go on there to spend money. If there's something you want to buy, that's fine. But this is also a good time to stock up on staples, things you use every day. And this is very pedestrian, but I do need some socks. And I went on and I looked at, look, they're on sale for Prime Day. All right, I'll save 27%. And now my feet will be ensconced in brand new cotton and spandex. It'll be delicious. So that is what I'm doing. Are you taking advantage of Prime Day, Justin? Are you spending all the money you're making here at WTMJ?
I'm in the same boat as you. I mean, I just don't know what I really need. Like, I don't want to force a purchase,
Right. Yeah, I hate to buy something just because it's like, oh, it's Prime Day, you should buy something. I don't really need anything. But then I'm looking like, well, I need these. I was going to buy some anyway.
Yeah, I'm looking at some beds, sale. Maybe some. I don't know.
Or don't you need? Did you get your new apartment?
I did. So I need a new bed for that because we don't. Yeah, we don't know if it's going to be if I'm going to take like my brother's stuff from college and then he's going to get the new stuff, or if if I'm going to
sleep on your brother's old bed.
Yeah, no,
God only knows what he's been doing in there.
Who knows? Yeah, I think he would keep his mattress, but I might take his bed. I don't know. We got to decide that. But I'm literally going to text my mom right now. Yeah, look at Amazon.
Yeah, go, hey, should I look for it? Yeah, you could probably get a good deal on a mattress or something.
Yeah, right.
And
I think that's what I did when I was in college. My senior year, we just shipped a mattress over to my place in Kansas.
Yeah, that's when my daughter was moving to New York and then back to New Orleans. She just ordered it. Oh, she ordered everything online. I don't think she's actually tactile shopped for anything. Saw it online. It was all shipped either here or to where she was moving. It was the easiest way. From the 262, I have no need to buy anything from Amazon at present, so haven't even bothered to look. From the 913, I'm sure my household is taking advantage of Prime Day. The Amazon truck already has its own parking spot at my house. It is funny to see, everybody was using, or a lot of people were using Amazon prior to the pandemic, but then the pandemic hit, and that was really the only way we could shop for anything. So it just became habit. And I know my buying practices changed because now there's things that I used to go out and buy, like dog food and things like that. If I had to, I would go and get it. And now it's like, oh, I don't, I got to go to this store for this and this store for this. I could just order it here and bring it. And I know people who run small businesses hate to hear that. And there's still things you have to go to, you have to go to small independent stores for, but for, dog food, etc. It's like, let's just do it. I still need to get out of the house though. So that's why I don't buy everything online. But yeah, they are expecting a huge amount. And you may be wondering, hey, it's odd. Why do we do Prime Day in July? Well, Prime Day is in July for a number of reasons. But first, it's to up the sales numbers during slow summer months. This is when people aren't really buying stuff. They're going on vacation. They're spending their money elsewhere. But they decided they'd start doing it in July to get a jump on the back to school and college shopping period. And then Amazon had their inaugural Prime Day in 2015. That year, they recorded $900 million in sales. They thought, oh, we're on to something. Then the next year, sales hit $1.5 billion on one day. Now it's up to 2 days. Prime Day is only responsible for about 1% to 2% of Amazon's sales during the year. I don't remember when we, and by we I mean my wife signed up for Prime whenever it was. So if I do need something, it's nice to have it delivered quickly. I still don't know how they do it, and I know there's been a lot of reports of how hard it is to work for Amazon in the fulfillment centers. I don't know. I don't want to make it seem like, hey, this is great, but not thinking about the people who are getting the things to me in one day or overnight. Like I needed something for next weekend for a project I'm working on. So I ordered it Sunday, and it was here Monday. And I was like, oh, okay, this is magic, right? No, there's people all over who are working very hard and very late around the clock to get that stuff to you. But if you are looking for certain things, today might be the day. My buddy is very excited because he has a newborn and a 2-year-old, and diapers are a big sale during Prime Day. So he is all about getting diapers and things like that. He's not looking for new TVs or computers, or there were a lot of ads for outdoor speakers today, those kind of things. He's like, no, man, I need diapers, and I need them cheap, because these kids, they don't care how many they go through in a day. So that's the kind of stuff we're looking for. And that's why talking to him, I was like, oh yeah, this would be a good time to get those socks I need. So, they're on sale. Big thing. And you got to get stuff because, well, as you've been hearing, the sales tax went through, 2% sales tax in the city. So I'm wondering if that is going to change how you are going to do your shopping as well. When it goes into effect, if it's going to make you maybe go elsewhere, maybe do some more things online. I hope, it is, the bottom line is we're all going to be paying a little bit more. It's a very complicated issue that has been going on for months and months and months, but it all ended today. Wyatt had all the details at the top of the hour news. He'll be going through those again. But at the end of the day, according to the people who voted yes, it was needed. It had to, the city needed it, and now we got it. So the mayor said he's not talking about, there's talks of lawsuits against the state and things like that, but the sales tax is happening, and that's that. Are you going to get one of those mattresses in a box, Justin? Is that the kind of mattress you're looking for? Or are you going to go old school?
Yeah. I think that's what I did my senior years, so I think I'll probably do the same. And it was so easy, too, because you just open the box and it just explodes out of there, and you just wait like 2 hours or something like that, and then you're good to go.
Once the smell goes away and the thing inflates. I had never seen them, but that's what my daughter did, so that's how I have experience with a couple of those, and it was amazing. You get this little box, and it's like, all right, how's this going to work? And then poof, all of a sudden, here comes this mattress. And I actually slept on the second one she got, and it was pretty comfortable, you know. But it used to be when they first came out, it's like, oh, this is a more economical than buying an old style box spring and mattress. And now, you know, you can get these foam mattresses that cost a fortune too, but you know, it's nice to come in a box. You have a little party when you open it up, watch it pop like a Jiffy Pop popcorn bag. Just poof, all of a sudden there's your bed. It's beautiful. Note that Amazon makes the expedited deliveries happen, but all of their Prime partners for whom they fulfill the orders pay directly for the shipping cost to the Prime customers. Oh, so Amazon passes the shipping cost buck. Listen, the inner world. So I got to be honest, and I think we're all like this. And if I'm off base, you know, do with this what you will. At some point, we all worry about our bottom line, you know? That's why I talk about going to Walmart, and people get mad at me. Don't you know Walmart's record with workers? I'm like, well, I know some of the stories. I've heard both sides. But sometimes when it comes down to it, you know, I'm looking at my budget, and I'm like, I got to go where I can save $3 or $4 on my laundry detergent or this or that. Me not shopping at a certain store or not using a certain service is not going to change that. And I know that sounds like a cop-out, but let's be honest. If I don't use Amazon, or if I don't go to Walmart, or if you don't go to Walmart or wherever you go to save money for yourself because that's the priority for you and your family, they're still going to keep going. It's not going to change one thing. And then you're not only out more money, but you're basically cutting off your nose to spite your face. You're not having the effect that you would really hope that you would have. So I can't feel guilty about it. I know I want to. I care if people are treated badly at work. You know, you hear the horror stories of people working at the fulfillment centers and they can't go to the bathroom, and they're, you know, all these horrible stories. It's like, oh my, if this is true, something's got to be done. But I'm not the one who's going to change it. That's going to take something from, I don't know, the government, somebody's going to have to step in and say, you know, you can't do this, or they're going to have to unionize or something. But, you know, I gotta save some dough. And I don't say that flippantly. I say that truthfully. Oh man, if you want to save some dough, there is a great way to save some dough today. I'll tell you about that and so much more. You can always jump in. Our text question of the night is, it is Prime Day. Are you taking advantage of the deals? And if so, what are you buying? 855-616-1620, the Old National Bank talk and text line. This is WTMJ Nights.
The night is still young. More of WTMJ Nights coming up next. New rules, same old Bob Uecker.
Time call now. Here's a penalty. Offside.
All season long, right here on the home of the Brewers, WTMJ.
Greg Matzik here for Holiday Automotive in Fond du Lac. Proud to be the official HD Premier Service truck provider for the Harley-Davidson Homecoming Festival in Milwaukee this weekend. You often hear me talk about Holiday as a great place to buy and service a vehicle. Well, being a grateful community-involved Wisconsin business is another facet of who they are. To support Harley's 120th anniversary celebration, Team Holiday is supplying 8 specially outfitted and lift-equipped Chevy and Ford pickup trucks for Harley-Davidson Motor Company employees to use in providing roadside assistance to visitors traveling by motorcycle during the celebration's events in southeastern Wisconsin. Stepping up and always going the extra mile. It's the stuff that makes me and thousands of other drivers across the Badger State loyal Holiday fans, and why they should be on your list when it's time to upgrade vehicles, whether new, used, or certified pre-owned. Discover the difference for yourself at Holiday Automotive, Highway 41 and 23 in Fond du Lac, and at holidayautomotive.com. It's worth the trip.
Find furniture for life from Ken Michaels Furniture in Brookfield, Greenfield, or downtown Milwaukee.
Losing sleep lately? The job, the house, the headlines, or investments? How about the feeling your investment partner isn't a partner at all? They might be operating in someone's best interest, but that someone isn't you. It's time for Annex Wealth Management. It's easy. Head to annexwealth.com, click the Get Started button. We work in your best interest as a fiduciary. That commitment runs so deep, we put it in writing. Does your advisor do that? Know the difference with Annex Wealth Management. Start at annexwealth.com.
You wanted lower prices? Fleet Farm's got them. Like KT Nut and Fruit Blend, now only $32.99 for a 20-pound bag. Or how about $3.49 a quart for Resolute Conventional or Synthetic Blend Motor Oil? Also, Resolute Classic Green Antifreeze is now just $10.99 a gallon. And control summer weeds with Gordon's Amine 240 Weed Killer. 2.5 gallons, now only $69.99. Look for new lower prices on everything you need for everyday life with price drops at Fleet Farm.
Back to WTMJ Nights.
Brian Noonan, WTMJ Nights, 855-616-1620. That's the old National Bank Talk text line. Jump in, be part of the show. Why wouldn't you want to be? It is, oh boy, it's fun. We were talking about Prime Day, our text question of the night. If you're taking advantage of the sales during Prime Day, what are you getting? From the 414, Amazon is a great place to work if you're not lazy. Very good. Well, you shouldn't be lazy at work, but that's all right. Brad from Kenosha said, not taking advantage of Prime Day because there really isn't an advantage, maybe $5 to $10 off on stuff no one needs. Well, Brad, again, my buddy needs diapers, and if he can save $10 on a giant thing of diapers, he's in. I saw a lot of things that I was like, well, these are obviously discretionary income purchases. These are not basics. But there's, I think there's a little of each. It depends what you're looking for, and it depends, if you've been waiting to buy, I don't know, they had a lot of outdoor stuff because it's summer. So they had a lot of patio furniture and stuff. They also have that little house that you can build in your backyard. Sometimes I look at that little house and I go, that'd be kind of fun to live in the backyard by myself and just, keep kitchen and bathroom privileges, and the dogs come out and see me. My wife could come out and visit, but it'd be my own little bachelor pad. Of course, it'd be inside the fence, so it's not like I'm still like a dog. I don't get to get out of the yard, but I got my own little place. Anyway, today, very exciting. You know the date today, don't you, Justin?
July 11th.
Yeah, July is what month?
July.
No, July, the number?
Oh, 7. 7-Eleven. Oh,
it's 7-Eleven Day. Yes. Oh my goodness! I hope everybody.
Slurpees? Isn't that
you
the
do?
Rule? Yes.
They're still free. Is that the rule? That is the rule. Yes, free Slurpees today, and they're doing like $1 hot dogs and some other things.
Oh my gosh! How did I not know? People bring in like the igloo coolers and like fill those up with the Slurpees.
Well, they used to do that. They don't do that anymore.
Now? Oh,
now you can just get a small Slurpee.
Yeah, that makes sense. Everyone cheated the system.
Yeah, well, see, that's why we can't have nice things.
That's exactly why you can't have nice things.
It's like when you go to anywhere that has like unlimited drinks or an open bar. Like if you're on vacation and you're at a resort and it's one of those all-inclusive, and you see the people walk up with those 4-gallon Yeti cups, and they go, "I didn't put pina colada in there." It's like, really? You're that lazy that you can't walk back over to the bar? You got to take your own giant beverage somewhere with you? That's what people were trying to do at 7-Eleven. But no, you can still go in, just show up, still going on, as long as your 7-Eleven still has a supply. You can go to 7-Eleven, Stripes, or Speedway locations and ask for a free small Slurpee. And I think by law they have to give it to you. That part's probably wrong. But, yeah, you can get dollar food deals on Big Bite hot dogs and other snacks. Oh, my goodness, it's so much fun. It's the 96th birthday of 7-Eleven. I, during college, loved 7-Eleven, mostly because there was no fast food really open between an area where I would go to enjoy some adult beverages and where I was walking back to, but there was a 7-Eleven, and man, that place was a lifesaver. Bean and cheese burrito and a truck stopper sandwich, which was kind of like a Salisbury steak with brown gooey gravy kind of on it. That was my purchase, because you could tell I was always into health food. So that's why I went with, with those two. But I don't know if you know this, the Slurpee was not invented as the Slurpee. A man named Omar Kedlik bought a Dairy Queen franchise in Kansas. Then, at one point, he didn't have a soda fountain or a pop machine, and it broke. They don't know really what was going on, but he started putting his bottles of Coca-Cola in the freezer, and then he'd sell them to people, and they were kind of, they're a little bit slushy. People loved it, obviously, so he talks to a manufacturing firm in Dallas, and they start making these machines that would freeze the Coke and dispense it, and they called it an icy. Wait a minute, hold on. Icy and Slurpee? Yes. In 1965, so they started selling these machines, right? These icy machines. 7-Eleven buys an icy machine, but they say, we'll buy them, but we want to call the drink a Slurpee, and nobody else can sell a drink like this under the Slurpee name. So an icy and a Slurpee, despite many protestations, are exactly the same thing. Slurpee is just a name that 7-Eleven bought and has an exclusive deal. So there you go. That's the Slurpee. I do not like Slurpees. My daughter loves them. My wife, not so much. Hardly any 7-Elevens in southeast Wisconsin, but several Speedways. Didn't know they were sister brands. Yes, sirree, Bob. You can go into Slurpee. All right, we got to do this. So many people are excited and about Slurpees and things. We got a lot to talk about. It's WTMJ Nights.
The night is still young. More of WTMJ Nights coming up next.
The freshest ideas start with a stop at Century Foods.
Now through Wednesday, save on 23 to 30.5 ounce can Hills Brothers chock full of nuts or MJB coffee, $7.99 after coupon. 5.3 ounce cup yogurt or 7 ounce bottle smoothie, Dannon or Too Good Greek yogurt or smoothie, 4 for $5. 12.5 ounce pesto or 16 to 20 ounce pasta, Rana pesto sauce or pasta, $5.99. 6 count mega rolls, quilted northern bath tissue, $7.99.
Hey, why'd you throw my glass across the room?
I have to keep practicing.
The vase from Aunt Sophie?
I'm warming up in case I get to take them out at American Family Field. Read this.
Win the ultimate baseball fan experience at Century Foods?
You either get to throw out the first pitch, hold the finish line for the famous racing sausages, or be on the field during batting practice. My new TV!
Just doing a little batting practice of my own.
The ultimate baseball fan experience from Century Foods. Return the entry form found in the weekly ad to any Century by July 26th.
It's not a gimmick. It's simply comprehensive, fee-only financial planning to get all your arrows pointed in the right direction. And although rate of return is important, there are many factors that are equally, if not more important. There's a strong belief among financial experts that tax planning is more important than rate of return. And at Financial Strategies, we strongly believe that is what sets us apart. As a result of our strategies, our clients have saved significantly on their taxes. They were prepared to pay the taxes and elated when we shared how they could avoid them. We want to grow your investment and protect it, and we've proven to be very good at doing just that. I'm Jim Cantrell with Financial Strategies, Inc., and we can show you a wiser way to build your wealth. So go to financialstrategiesinc.com and schedule a no-cost consultation.
Financial strategies, a wiser way to build your wealth.
Now, more of WTMJ Nights.
On the other side of the news, a surprising number of people are living alone. Are you one of them? We'll talk about that and touch base on some of the other things that are coming in on the text line. But right now, it's 6:30. We have to go to the WTMJ 24-hour Breaking News Center. Jessica Gatzo, ready to roll.
Thanks, Brian. The city of Milwaukee will levy a 2% sales tax next year. The Common Council voted today in favor of the measure. 3 members voted no, but the 12 votes in approval are more than enough to pass the required 2/3 threshold to make it happen. Alderman Russell Stamper says the deal comes with strings attached for Milwaukee. Act 12, the state law passed earlier this summer, restricts how the city can spend the revenue from the new tax. It also requires reforms to the Fire and Police Commission and that MPD officers be placed back in some Milwaukee public schools. Milwaukee's Department of City Development is seeking to update zoning codes in the city that officials say are hindering the development of different types of housing. The department's growing MKE held an open house Monday to give residents a say in what they want the housing development process to look like. Once they gather enough feedback, they'll take their recommendations to the Common Council for a vote to adopt an updated zoning and policy plan. Passengers at Mitchell Milwaukee's International Airport can now enroll in TSA PreCheck for the next 2 weeks. Perks of enrolling include not having to take off shoes or belts when going through security. Additionally, you don't have to remove laptops, tablets, or liquids from your bag, and you can line up separately from those who don't have TSA PreCheck. It will be open through July 21st on weekdays from 9 a.m. to noon and 1 p.m. to 5 p.m. Taking a look at your roads with your Johnson & Sons Paving Time Saver traffic. We've got a crash causing a major slowdown right now on I-43 southbound. That crash is at the ramp from Highway 145 Fond du Lac Avenue, that is blocking both of the two left lanes. So travel times from Brown Deer to the DTW right now will take you about 50 minutes. Also, a few other crashes, one in Waukesha County on I-94 west at the ramp from County F. That one is blocking the right shoulder. And over in Ozaukee County, there's a crash on I-43 north at County C, blocking the left shoulder.
I'm Brett Matchke, and you're due for service.
Richlands. Richlands Tire and Service Centers. 5 locations and all easy to find. Visit richlands.com when you're due for service.
Taking a look at your WTMJ forecast. Tonight, partly cloudy with a chance for showers or storms later tonight, a low of 63. On Wednesday, we'll definitely see those showers and storms. We could see about a half an inch of rain, a high of 73 by the lake and 78 inland. On Thursday, partly cloudy with a chance for thunderstorms at night, a high of 80. On Friday, partly cloudy with another chance for thunderstorms later in the day, a high of 82. On Saturday, partly cloudy and humid with a slight chance for storms, a high of 86. I'm Jessica Gatso. Sighting Unlimited WTMJ News Time is 6:33.
This is Jim Griffin. Are you ready for an unforgettable summer? Start it off right with Griffin's sizzling service specials for $129.95. We got you covered whether you're a new or existing customer. We'll change your oil, ensuring your engine performs the best in the scorching summer heat. Our expert technicians will also inspect and rotate your tires, enhance their lifespan, and keep you safe and on the road. But that's not all. We'll check your battery and air filter, ensuring optimal power and clean airflow for a comfortable driving experience. Our expert team will give your vehicle a complete multi-point inspection, leaving no stones unturned. We'll make sure every system is in tip-top shape, giving you peace of mind on those long road trips. And guess what? We'll even take care of your AC to ensure it's blowing refreshing and cool air when you need it the most. Don't forget those wiper blades. We'll change them for you so you can maintain clear visibility during those summer showers and sudden downpours. Grab our sizzling summer specials for just $129.95 at any of our 5 Griffin dealerships.
The only diamond more valuable than colorless
is the diamond that is colorful. Pink, yellow, and blue.
In 2016, Christie's Auction House sold a 14-karat blue diamond for $56 million.
That's $4 million a carat.
In 2022, Sotheby's Auction House sold an 11-karat pink diamond for $57 million.
That's more than $5 million a carat.
These diamonds were born when the Earth was born.
They come from the heart of the Earth.
But now there are also pink, yellow, and blue diamonds that were born when you were falling in love.
These created diamonds come from the fiery heart of a miniature sun blazing inside a plasma chamber. Hot, hot, hot.
Pink, yellow, and blue.
Your colorful 1-carat wonder awaits you for $12,000 or less.
Your colorful 3/4 carat miracle awaits you for $8,000 or less.
Get them while you can. Welcome to Kessler's.
To find the Kesslers nearest you, visit KesslersDiamonds.com.
Now, more of WTMJ Nights.
Brian Noonan, WTMJ Nights. Want to get involved in the program? Sure you do. 855-616-1620. That's the Old National Bank talk and text line. Do you live alone? Is it by choice? Do you like living alone? Or do you like living with somebody else? The reason I ask this is because a new survey came out. I think this came out yesterday. It says nearly 30% of American households are made up of just one person. Now, that's a record high. So a third of us, basically, are living by ourselves. The census calls them solitaires, which is, I guess, better than lonely folks. Anyway, in the 40s, that was 8% of the population. In 1970, it rose to 18% of the population, and then to about 29% in 2022. Now we're up to 30%. I don't know, I'm wondering why the number keeps going up. They don't really give us any background of why they think that is. Now, maybe more people are not getting married. All right, we'll do that. Maybe there's more people who are widows or widowers and they're living by themselves. Maybe I don't know. But it's going up. So scholars are saying that it's not a trend as much as a transformation. Across much of the world, large numbers of people are living alone for the first time in recorded history. I liked living alone. Now, I haven't done it for 30 years, but I did like living alone. I never enjoyed having roommates. I like my own company, I guess. Maybe it's just that I don't really care for a lot of people's company. I don't know. But I think part of it is, pardon me, part of it is because, too, when I work a pretty solitary job. I was a stand-up for many, many years. I do this, which is, I work with a few people, and I like all of them. But I don't mind being alone. I don't need to be around people. I do, listen, now that I've been married this long, I like having my wife and, I'm glad I have my daughter around and the dogs, so that's fine. But living alone is not a bad thing. My daughter she's single. She lives by herself. She had roommates. She had roommates all during college. Then when she initially moved to New York, she had roommates. And once she did that for a couple of years, she was like, I never want to have roommates again. She likes to come home. So I think the old stigma of, if you look back to 1940, the people who lived alone, you cast a side eye to. You're like, what's the matter with you? Why are you living by yourself? That doesn't make any sense. Now, it's a choice that people are making and loving. Now, when I say making a choice, obviously we're not taking into account people who've lost somebody and now are living by themselves. It wasn't their choice, somebody died. People are getting more divorces, so that may lead to people living by themselves. People who had children that moved out and then now they're by themselves. From the 262, I know many single people who stay single by choice and live with one or more dogs whom they seemingly treat as both surrogate kids and sometimes their companion as well. Yeah, it's funny you bring up the pets. We're going to be talking after 7 o'clock to Steve Dale, pet behaviorist and pet expert, and then talking about a study about people who how they consider their pets part of the family. So why aren't oh, wow, Greg, very upset. Somebody else talked about this. Sorry, Greg. I don't listen to the station all day. I'm not sure what other people talk about, but I'm talking about this. We'll talk about something else in about a couple minutes. So jump back in or don't, but thank you for taking the time to text your angry thoughts. That's always fun. Justin, I love the angry texters.
It's okay.
Oh, yeah, I know it's okay. It doesn't bother me. I'm not going to go,
There's no need to get angry at them.
Yeah, it's like, oh, no, Greg doesn't like this topic. I better pack it in. No, not at all. Now, you're moving in with some roommates. How many roommates are you moving into with the new apartment?
I'm moving in with one roommate.
One roommate, all right. And that's, when you're young, you're just starting your career. You're moving to a big city, Chicago. You want to, that's expensive. So it makes sense to have roommates.
Yes.
Do you, how far down the line are you anticipating maybe not wanting a roommate, or are you the kind of person? I knew people who lived together into their 30s.
Yeah, maybe next year even. Who knows? I have no idea. I mean,
it's not a priority to.
Yeah, it's really not. It's really not. I lived alone Junior year of college, technically. Like, I guess I really didn't. I was in a frat house, but I had, like, my own room. So, I don't know, count that as you want. But
yeah,
I kind of count that because it was, like, my own, like, living space.
Okay.
But, yeah, so, I don't know. I kind of liked living with someone or just multiple people at school. So, gonna do it now, especially while I'm young. But I feel like in a year or two, maybe a little bit down the line.
Yeah, once you start pulling down that big dough.
Yeah,
then you're like, I think that, and I think for young people, and even some older people, you know, if you're in a position where you need to save some money, it's fine. You live with somebody else to save that money. You work it out. You figure it out. I always liked it. Now I'd probably hate it because I've been kind of living alone in a weird way for the last few days because my wife got COVID, which I know people are like, is that still a thing? Yes, it is definitely still a thing. So she's been living in upstairs basically, and so I've been doing my own thing around the house with the dogs, and it is weird. But that's weird in a different way because I know somebody's in the house, so I'm not really all by myself. You know, I still got to wear pants when I'm walking around. But, there's something. I think when you live with people for a long time, you romanticize living by yourself. But either way, got a lot of people doing it. If you made the choice to live by yourself and you want to jump in on this, 855-616-1620, we're going to take a quick break. That's going to make Greg happy. Then we're going to talk about this some more. Probably not. So an odd breaking news story that happened just before we came on the air. So we'll get to that and a lot more. It's WTMJ Nights.
The night is still young. More of WTMJ Nights coming up next.
Eric Smith here from Austin Plumbing. When you own a well pump, air spitting from the faucets, a decrease in fluctuating water pressure, along with silty, gritty, slimy changes in water quality, are all symptoms that your well pump isn't well. At Austin Plumbing, we're well-rounded plumbers. I say that because we're one of the few companies around who can capably diagnose and repair all the symptoms related to well pump and water system problems. You know when your car needs service, right? Maybe it makes unusual noises. It sputters, jerks, seems weak, or stops altogether. That goes for your well pump too. We have all the special equipment needed and the master know-how required to electronically pinpoint the exact cause of your well and water issues. And we'll give you a price up front before any work begins. If your well pump is telling you it's not well, let's nip small problems in the bud before you're out of water and in deep, expensive trouble. Told you we were well-rounded. Austin Plumbing. Online at teamaustin.com.
Breakthroughs aren't just for medical journals. They're to help people hold their grandbabies for the first time. Expertise isn't just for awards or recognition. It can be what gives people the best chance to walk again. At the Froedtert and the Medical College of Wisconsin Health Network, people are the driving force behind everything we do. So we never lose sight of what's important. And we never forget who it's for. Because in the end, we're people helping people. That means every breakthrough, every clinical study, every interaction is to help people like you, your family, and your neighbors be the best they can be. We do everything possible because we see everything possible in you. To find out how compassion motivates world-class care, visit Froedtert.com.
If you speed, there are lots of sounds that you might hear, like the sound of your vehicle crashing, because eventually, speeding catches up with you.
Find furniture for life from Ken Michaels Furniture in Brookfield, Greenfield, or downtown Milwaukee.
Brookfield GMC has document imaging technology from James Imaging Systems, all bundled under the James Managed Print Services program. Brookfield GMC Controller Jay Doyle.
They can track where the printer supplies are, the toner supply is getting down or low, and then they'll ship us a new toner.
And there's more. James Imaging Systems Managed Print Services also includes parts and service.
Exactly, yes. We had a fuser go out in one of our printers, and they came out and replaced that right away. So repair and our supplies are maintained.
Managed Print Services from James Imaging Systems. All your document output devices, service, supplies, and parts wrapped up in one low monthly invoice. Now that's a good value.
It's a big value because of all the services.
Managed Print Services from James Imaging Systems. Call 262-781-7700. James Imaging Systems, your local office technology partner.
Now, more of WTMJ Nights.
Ryan Noonan, WTMJ Nights. The All-Star game starts in about 15 minutes. Justin, now last night you were very involved in the Home Run Derby because it affected your fantasy football draft. Are you laying any money down? Do you have anything riding on tonight's All-Star game?
I am not, but I'm rooting for the NL.
Really? All right. Because? Just an NL guy?
Yeah, I'm an NL guy. Cubbies, rooting for the NL.
All right, see. Cubbies, Brewers, I got to go with the AL because I'm a Sox guy. So, we'll just have that going for us throughout the night. This happened just before we came on the air tonight. People of a certain age will remember this name, Leslie Van Houten. She was one of the Manson family, and she was a Charles Manson follower. She was released from prison today after 53 years behind bars. The California Department of Corrections gave her parole. She will, quote, have a 3-year maximum parole term with a parole discharge review occurring after 1 year. So she's out. Now you're have you ever heard of the Manson family, Justin? You're a younger guy.
Yeah, no.
No, see, this is, and I was very, I don't even know. I was about 4 or 5 when the Manson family killings happened. So Charles Manson, everybody who followed this, it's a great, it was one of the first.
Did they make a Netflix special on this?
They did there was a lot of stuff on. Helter Skelter was the first book. It was written by Vincent Bugliosi, who was the prosecutor in L.A. of the Manson case. So he wrote the book. Then Helter Skelter became a movie, of course, a song by the Beatles as well. And then if you watched Once Upon a Time in America, or Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, rather, the Quentin Tarantino film, Brad Pitt pays a visit to a compound that is called Spawn Ranch, which was the real place, and it was kind of a Manson-esque, or a Manson cult thing in that movie too. But it became a national story, and one of the first big true crime stories that people were following. There was a Lindbergh case before that, and some others. Obviously, the Kennedy assassination, but that's a different thing. But then this became like a big true crime thing. People followed it. They followed the trial because it was so sensational. Happened in 1969. The murders of Leno and his wife, Leno and Rosemary LaBianca, and then Sharon Tate and some other people at the house next door. So it was a whole big thing, and these women followed. There were both male and female followers, but they were the ones who actually carried out the murders. Charles Manson never did actually commit the murders, but he was convicted for kind of being the leader and getting all these people to go along with him. Van Houten was 19 when she participated in the murders. She told ABC News in 1994 that she and another Manson follower took Mrs. LaBianca into the room, into the bedroom, so she wasn't near her husband, who was screaming. Tex Watson was there. They did the murder. So now she is out. And the governor of California, Gavin Newsom, who he said last week that he wouldn't ask the Supreme Court to block her parole. Now, she'd been up for parole before and been denied. So it's weird. It's weird to see somebody like that get out of prison. Charles Manson, of course, died in prison in 2017. He was a whack job. And that's an understatement, I think. So this was a big thing. People remember watching these women, Justin, when they went to court, had carved swastikas in their heads. They wouldn't talk. It was bizarre.
Jeez.
Yeah, if you ever, I'm sure there's a million documentaries out there. If you're ever bored and thinking to yourself, hey, I want to creep myself out by watching a murder cult of dirty hippies, this might be the one for you, because they were dirty hippies. And it was definitely a murder cult. And, there's no doubt. I don't know how. And Charles Manson, here's a little Charles Manson tidbit. He was friends for a while with Dennis Wilson of the Beach Boys. And so it was just a weird time out there, the late 60s in Los Angeles. But he convinced these people to do this for him. They all took over this ranch, which was a real ranch where they shot Westerns and stuff, just north of Los Angeles. And they lived out there, and they were preparing for this big race riot. And he and his family were going to survive this. And Helter Skelter was coming. It was a whole big thing. But the book was fascinating. The original movie was fascinating, and all the documentaries since have been really good. So, well, not all of them, but a lot of them have been it's really very interesting how people's minds can be so taken over by someone who's charismatic. And there's all these cult guys. I watch these cult documentaries sometimes, and it always amazes me how people can be that empty or weak or needy that they allow themselves to completely buy into what these guys are selling. And I know you could say that about a lot of things, whether it's politics or religion or whatever. But usually in those cases, you're not leading people to murder, like in Guyana or Heaven's Gate or all these other places. So anyway, Leslie Van Houten, getting out and running around now. So she was 20, so she's what, 70, 74, 72? Yeah. All right, well, there we go. All right, we need to take a break, don't we, Justin?
Yes.
Let's do it. Why not? It's WTMJ Nights.
The night is still young. More of WTMJ Nights coming up next. The voice of this call.
Swinging a line drive. Deep center. And it over the fence.
And this one.
Here's the throw home. Not in time. And the Brewers win it in 11 innings.
And of course, this one.
Christian Yelich, third deck. Holy smoke.
Jeff Levering is on Brewers 360 every Wednesday morning at 7:45 on Wisconsin's Morning News, presented by Holiday Automotive and Outdoor Living Unlimited.
It feels good when I find something really cool and get a great deal on it. But it feels even better when I know that the money I spend actually goes directly to helping others. That's why I shop at St. Vincent de Paul, because I always find the best bargains, and the money I spend stays in Milwaukee County to help fight hunger and eliminate poverty. St. Vincent de Paul thrift stores on Highway 100 in Layton in Greenfield and 23rd and Lincoln in Milwaukee.
You're gonna love it, St. Vincent de Paul.
Wealth-changing question. Is your investment portfolio really customized? Some advisors say they customize them, but all they really do is ask you a few questions, then put all your money in a model portfolio. Here at Creative Planning, each of our private wealth management clients' portfolios is unique. Your investment mix will be based on your custom financial plan. If that's not how your money's managed, you're not getting the customization you deserve. Book your free meeting today at creativeplanning.com. Creative Planning, a richer way to wealth.
Siding Unlimited, named the best window installers, not just here, but in the whole USA. Get the best. Siding Unlimited, 3-time winner as America's best window installer. For windows, you call Siding Unlimited first and directly. SidingUnlimited.com.
Doris is a talker.
Oh boy, is she.
Every day it's talk, 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 talk.
Doris always has something to say.
But this is a conversation you'll want to be in the middle of.
The Doris sofa at Penny Mustard is the ultimate conversation piece.
This whimsical sofa features a unique, ever so slightly curved frame that makes conversation easy and effortless.
And mighty comfy, too.
It's like sitting next to someone and across from them, all at the same time.
Doris is an amazing conversationalist.
Everybody's talking talking about Doris's stylish design and distinctive lines.
She's visually stunning.
And verbally stimulating.
Stop by Penny Mustard and have a chat with Doris.
Good luck with that. Doris never lets me get a word in edgewise.
The Doris Sofa, sophisticrafted with a solid wood frame, ultra high-density foam, and hundreds of fabric options, starting at $26.79 at Penny Mustard.
Showrooms in Milwaukee and Chicago.
PennyMustard.com.
Better versions of what people want.
Penny Mustard Furnishing.
Now, more of WTMJ Nights.
If you have any pet questions or worries about your pet, you can start texting them in or when the 7 o'clock news starts, because Steve Dale is going to join us. Steve Dale has been on the show many times. He is a certified animal behavior consultant. He is a radio host, a nationally syndicated host. He's a speaker at many, many pet conferences. We've got a few things to talk about, but he's always happy to answer your questions. So you can get those in at 855-616-1620 when the news starts. All right, Justin, you just graduated. You worked very hard for your diploma. Imagine you had graduated and your University of Kansas diploma said Kansas State University. How would you have felt?
Oh, who got the wrong diploma?
The University of North Dakota. All their graduates, nearly 700 of them, got the wrong diplomas. The diplomas read North Dakota State University.
Oh, my God.
I would imagine if you're a University of North Dakota student, you probably have some rivalry against NDSU, and all of a sudden now you've got their diploma. So the university official said, "Oh, we know it was a mistake. Sorry, it was a vendor error. That's what it was. Yeah, it was a vendor error. So we're gonna mail out your new diplomas soon." I would keep them both and just hang them both up at your house and go, "Yeah, I graduated from both. I couldn't decide." I wonder if they're making the people send back the wrong ones. But that would be, because you don't. At least I didn't. When I graduated, I just got the folder, right? Did you do the same? You just got the folder?
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah, you don't get the actual diploma. They mail it to you. I guess in case they have to check that you actually finished. So, yeah, you get the empty folder, then it comes in the mail. Wrong school. Unbelievable. All right, Steve Dale will join us on the other side of the news. We'll talk about things to make your pets safer. And, why are dogs so crazy this time of year? A lot to get to. We'll do it after the news, which comes your way after this on WTMJ.
The night is still young. More of WTMJ Nights coming up next.
You're just going to have to live with it. That's what I told myself. And if you can believe it, that's what the doctors told me.
Since Andy was a boy, he had health issues, which later we would find were primarily due to his trouble breathing. So for 36 years, Andy lived with about 85% blockage in his nose. He had to breathe through his mouth, because when he tried to breathe through his nose, it felt like he was being suffocated. It affected his sleep, his work life, and his ability to play sports. And he wasn't going to let it ruin his life anymore. So he came to Advent. As bad as it was, his problem required a simple solution. In-office balloon sinuplasty and turbinate reduction. Procedures you won't find offered by big box healthcare. This is Dr. Madan Kandula. It's definitely possible that your nasal breathing problems have a simple solution too. You can hear Andy's story in his own words at adventknowsandy.com and begin on your path to breathing well and living better.
Results may vary.
Veterans benefits denied? Contact Tayback for the payback. Go to taybackattorneys.com.
WTMJ, W277CV, and WKTI HD2 Milwaukee from the Annex Wealth Management Studios. This is News Radio WTMJ, a Good Karma brand station. The place to get caught up, to speak out, to connect and be entertained. We are Wisconsin's radio station. News Radio 620 WTMJ, Milwaukee.
At 7 o'clock, it's 70 degrees. Tonight, partly cloudy with a chance for showers or storms. Later, a low of 63. From the WTMJ Breaking News Center, I'm Jessica Gatso. Milwaukee County residents are expressing concern about the impacts of adopting the new sales tax.
The primary concern is that the sales tax will be a regressive tax affecting low-income residents the most. Resident Jessica Cook
That would have a widespread and hard-hitting impact, particularly on already marginalized communities.
The complaints echoing concerns raised since the approval of the bill in Madison. Ron Jansen is worried about the process.
The issue does not go to a vote by those people that this will most impact, but to a room full of people who are not necessarily swayed by public testimony.
At the Milwaukee County Courthouse, Wyatt Barmar-Pooley, WTMJ News.
While Milwaukee Mayor Cavalier Johnson recognizes the historical significance of the sales tax passing, he says it's not a day for celebration, but just for feeling relieved that critical cuts to the city have likely been avoided.
I don't want to say celebration as the word, because no elected official wants to institute a tax, and I didn't like that. I didn't like having that to be our only option. But we have to deal with political reality.
Johnson says he anticipates signing the sales tax ordinance in the coming days and that it could be implemented as soon as the start of next year. Milwaukee Fire Chief Aaron Lipsky gives WTMJ his initial reaction to the measure passing.
It may sound as if now I should just do backflips and celebrate in some sort of kingdom building celebration. The opposite is true, because the entire city is trying to dig out of a hole right now.
While he won't be doing backflips anytime soon, Chief Lipsky does stress that the passing of the sales tax measure will provide the fire department with the opportunity to reopen many of its shuttered stations.
I am pleased that we can now add capacity back, and we can now get out there and serve more neighborhoods.
Had the sales tax measure not passed, the fire department could have seen a potential 25% cut. Adam Roberts, WTMJ News.
The Milwaukee County Board of Supervisors holding its first listening session this afternoon for its own potential tax increase. Some residents like Ron Jansen voicing concerns about the sales tax negatively impacting low-income community residents the most.
The people of the county want parks, and they want transit, and they want safety, but they also want to be able to feed their families. At a time where people are having extreme difficulty in providing for their families, here we are considering adding to those woes.
The earliest time the board can take up the sales tax is their meeting on July 27th. Sports, traffic, and weather are next. Sighting Unlimited, WTMJ News Time, 7:03.
Guten Tag, my friends. It's Steve Scafidi with an announcement about my next WTMJ listener trip. It happens July 2024. Fox World Travel calls it German grandeur, and is it ever? We'll spend 2 nights in Munich, one of the world's great beer brewing capitals, then on to Nuremberg, where we'll board one of Avalon Waterway's sweet ships, the Avalon Passion. We'll sail the Main and Rhine rivers and visit the ports of Bamberg, Würzburg, Rudesheim, Strasbourg. Many others will visit Frankfurt, sail through the picturesque Rhine Gorge, explore Germany's beautiful Black Forest, and conclude our adventure in Basel, Switzerland. Highlights include castles, the astronomical clock in Strasbourg, a local winery, and a city tour of Frankfurt. River cruising with Avalon offers exquisite accommodations, sumptuous cuisine, exemplary service, included excursions, and so much more. My wife Kathy and I would love to have you join us. To get more information or make a reservation, visit foxworldtravel.com or call 866-GO-FOX-GO. Don't miss out on the early booking discount. Call today. Join us in Germany.
Where are we putting that money, and why are we putting it there? At Financial Strategies, you'll get answers to those questions to understand our approach. And the answers are going to be based on what we've learned about you. We're very engaged with our clients so that what we do for them fits their particular needs. But there are other things that we do that are equally important to the investment management portion of our services. I can't express how important it is to control the things you can control. At the end of the day, most investment managers will end up yielding similar overall returns. But knowing how to manage them wisely to avoid your nest egg being eaten away by the tax man, all legally of course, well, that's what I truly believe sets us apart. This is Jim Cantrell with Financial Strategies, Inc., and we can show you a wiser way to build your wealth. So go to financialstrategiesinc.com and schedule a no-cost consultation.
Financial strategies, a wiser way to build your wealth.
Time for a WTMJ Sports Update. The All-Star break continues. After the Home Run Derby last night, it's time for the All-Star game with that first pitch starting just a few minutes ago. Brewers will have 2 pitchers present RHP Corbin Burns. If he makes an appearance, he'll become just the 5th Milwaukee pitcher to appear in multiple All-Star games. Taking a look at your roads with your Johnson & Sons Paving Time Saver Traffic. That crash on I-43 southbound is still creating quite the slowdown from Brown Deer to DTW. That'll take you about 42 minutes right now. That crash is at the ramp from Highway 145 and Fond du Lac Avenue and blocking both of the two left lanes. We've also got that crash in Ozaki County on I-43 north at County C. That one's blocking the left shoulder. And actually another crash on I-41, 43, 894 west at Loomis Road South. That one is blocking the right shoulder.
Traffic is sponsored by Evans Transportation Services. Thank heavens for Evans. Rely on one company for accounting, shipping, and tracking. Evans Transportation Services. Family owned for 40 years and continuing to grow. Evans Transportation Services in Brookfield.
And time for your WTMJ 5-day forecast. Tonight, partly cloudy with a chance for showers or storms later, a low of 63. On Wednesday, showers and storms are likely. Could see about a half an inch of rain, a high of 73 by the lake and 78 inland. On Thursday, partly cloudy with a chance for thunderstorms at night, a high of 80. On Friday, partly cloudy with another chance for thunderstorms, a high of 82. And on Saturday, partly cloudy and humid with a slight chance for thunderstorms, a high of 86. Right now in Madison, it's 79 degrees, in Green Bay, 74, in Waukesha, 72, and in Milwaukee, it's 70 degrees. I'm Jessica Gatso. Siding Unlimited WTMJ News Time is 7:06.
The day is over, but the night has just begun. This is WTMJ Nights, live from the Annex Wealth Management Studios at the Avenue. Here's your host, Brian Noonan.
Welcome to hour number 2 of the big broadcast. We are here until 9 o'clock tonight. Yeah, another full show. Thanks to the All-Star Game. 855-616-1620 is the Old National Bank talk and text line. Old National Bank, get old. If you have some pet-related questions, by all means, jumped in. Trying to get. Are you calling? Justin, or do you want? He's calling in a second. All right, a little behind the scenes difficulty, but that's the joy of live broadcasting. We're going to be talking to Steve Dow. Steve's been on the show with me for a year. I've known Steve for years and years. It's very hard to get a hold of Steve because not only is he a certified animal behavior consultant, he is an author. He speaks at veterinary and pet conferences all over the world. He's the man who knows more about your pet probably than you do, even though he's never actually met your pet. Steve Dow Pet World is the website. And here he is, my good friend Steve Dow. Thank you, sir. Welcome.
Well, thank you very much. I may know about pets, but I apparently am not as smart as smartphones because I have no idea why we weren't connecting earlier, but I'm here. I'm so
You're
sorry.
here.
No
That's
clue.
all that's important. You're here. Rarely, I ask you to come. You're very busy speaking all over the place, but you had some stories on the website, stevedowpetworld.com, that sparked my interest because I have a couple dogs. My grand dog is over here all the time, and you had a post that you put up the other day that some dog breeds are more likely to express pain differently, because I know I'm not the only pet owner who has wondered if their animal is sick or in pain because they're making, they're whining a little bit here and there. Does it really differ from breed to breed?
Well, we never thought that was the case, and it was always thought that pain is so the sensation of pain would be the same no matter what kind of. Now, individual variation does occur, just like in humans. You may feel pain differently than your wife does, and in most cases, I would say women can tolerate it, especially if they've given birth, which is something I will never understand, of course. However, in dogs, it's been thought, yes, individual variations may be the same in dogs. Maybe those female dogs can tolerate it more. But it was never thought that there would be a difference based on breed. And forever, pet owners have been saying, veterinarians have been saying, well, this Chihuahua isn't just being a drama queen. This Chihuahua really feels, So now we have proof. And according to a study that was done very recently, published in a publication called Frontiers in Pain Research, appropriately, It turns out that the group ranked high in expressing the pain they feel, and I put it that way on purpose, and I'll circle back to that, are Chihuahuas, German Shepherd dogs, Maltese, and Huskies. Now, they didn't
That
look
to
at
me
all
seems like a very mixed group, doesn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, I wouldn't put, I don't think of German Shepherd and Chihuahua in the same group ever.
I wouldn't either. But in this case, now, they didn't look, the researchers didn't look at all possible breeds. They looked at something like, I don't know, I'd have to count them like 12 breeds, and they ranked them. Now, the second group, feeling it somewhere in the middle or expressing that pain somewhere in the middle, include Border Collies, Boston Terriers, and Jack Russell Terriers. And the third group, the most stoic of dogs, were the Golden and Labrador Retrievers, as well as a dog that looks like a pit bull. 149 dogs participated in the study, but the study doesn't directly answer this question. If dogs of certain breeds actually feel more pain or are indeed drama queens and more likely to express the pain they feel. And we don't know. We can't ask dogs, and there's no way to measure that. So let me circle back.
Okay.
If you were to ask me, stop me on the street, which you do all the time, and say, hey,
always.
Steve.
I'm always outside your apartment, and I apologize.
Yeah, you're walking the streets. And say, hey, Steve, what dog breed would you say is the most vocal, expressive dog breed? And I might say Siberian Husky. Well, the Huskies are in that first group. So are they more expressive in the first place and therefore more likely to tell us? Chihuahuas,
yes,
same thing. They're very expressive dogs. Now, I wouldn't have thought of German Shepherds quite that way or Maltese quite that way, but nevertheless, this is what the study shows. And even the researchers admit, and I quote, further research should focus on whether these breed-specific pain insensitivities beliefs developed in, and they go on to say essentially just what I said. So they admit that more research needs to be done.
So I'm never going to know if my dog is just vocal or if she is, in fact, as I've suspected for the last 13 years, a drama queen.
Well, if a dog, and the story is a bit different for cats, actually, but if a dog is saying, I hurt, to some degree, that dog probably hurts, or at the very least was surprised. So if a door closes on a dog's paw and the dog yelps, just screams, probably at least for that split second it hurt. Maybe not so much. Maybe it was more surprised than anything else. If the dog continues to limp, of course, that dog really was hurt by the shutting of the door.
But if it's not a physical thing, like obviously, like you say, if I see a dog limping or a cat limping, that animal is injured in some way. But how can you? Is there a way to tell the difference if they're just, whining for attention?
You ask really, really good questions. So let's talk about Lyme. Now,
you know what? Let's take a quick break and we will answer that question because we love the tease, Steve.
The tease.
There's the tease. We will answer that. Steve Dell is my guest. SteveDellPetWorld.com is the website. More after this on WTMJ Nights.
The night is still young. More of WTMJ Nights coming up next.
Brewers fans, it's me, Dom Cotroneo, host of Brewers Extra Innings, here to tell you that you can now catch Brewers Extra Innings wherever you get your podcasts. Apple, Spotify, and of course, WTMJ.com and the WTMJ mobile app. Every stat, every storyline, and of course, highlights from the games this season following the Brewers all year long. Catch Brewers Extra Innings, presented by Fifth Third Bank, right here on the home of the Brewers, WTMJ.
It's the 10th sales event all month long at the Lynch family of dealerships. Over 800 vehicles to choose from, including up to $7,500 off select new vehicles or 0.9% financing. And you'll get top dollar toward your trade, even if you have to push, pull, or drag it in during the Lynch 10th sale event. Visit shoplynch.com today.
Nobody sells for less than Lynch.
As low as 0.9% APR for 66 months to qualified buyers. Must take delivery by July 31st. See dealer for for all the details.
WTMJ's Vince Vitrano here. Downsizing is an unfortunate reality of the corporate world, but there is a right way and a wrong way to do it. LAK Group can help, acting as your company's partner during outplacement and helping turn what is an unfortunate time for employees into one of opportunity. They help those affected find a new path and offer valuable guidance, turning an end into a beginning. Discover how LAK can help you with outplacement services at transformingcareers.com. LAK Group. Discover your human advantage.
Get your rock-solid guaranteed pre-approval to buy at accunet.com.
Hey, it's 620 WTMJ's Brian Z for Oconomowoc Dental Care and my guy, Dr. James Michaels. You know, summer is finally here. It's time to get ready for that warm weather. Graduations, weddings, all the travel plans that come with summer, plus your upcoming family events and all those photos and videos you're going to be taking. Make sure you have that best smile on display. Schedule your routine cleaning with my guy, Dr. Michaels. At Oconomowoc Dental Care, they're always going to make you as comfortable as possible when you're in the chair and give both you and your family an amazing smile. So whether it's a simple cleaning and exam, a more complex procedure, a teeth whitening, an implant, Dr. Michaels and the team at Oconomowoc Dental Care will take great care of you just like they take great care of me. At Oconomowoc Dental Care, affordable quality dentistry is no longer a dream, it's the reality. Dr. Michaels' fantastic staff can help you out with a no-interest payment plan. We all have to go to the dentist, so do not put it off any longer. Go see my guy, Dr. James Michaels at Oconomowoc Dental Care. Call his friendly and caring staff today and make your appointment.
Now, more of WTMJ Nights.
We're talking all things pets with my good buddy Steve Dahl. He is a certified animal behavior consultant. He's a speaker all around the world. He's a syndicated radio host. He's been on TV. He knows it all. Steve is here. So I want to let you finish answering this question that we teased before we went to break. That if your animal, you know, sometimes you can see when they get hurt. They're limping or they're licking their paw, something. Sometimes they're just, I can never tell if they're just talking or if they're whining because they're in some sort of discomfort. How do pet owners make that distinction?
And sometimes it's a great question, and it's a tough distinction sometimes to make, especially cats, by the way, who are so subtle. They're like magicians. They hide pain really, really well. So how can we tell?
Yeah.
So I was offering Lyme as an example. Lyme disease, which is spread by the deer tick, primarily, is something you think in Milwaukee we don't see that, but actually you do. It's not only out near Governor Dodge State Park or whatever. It's much closer in as well. Parks along the lakefront in Milwaukee actually have some ticks. So what happens, or what has happened, are several things simultaneously over the course of decades. People going out to the woods to spend a day, spend a weekend, whatever, then they come back to Milwaukee, they come back to the big city, dog comes back with a tick or two or three or four, they drop off. Also, climate change has mattered. So these ticks are surviving and thriving the winters because ticks just kind of hunker down, you know, on very, very cold days. And on a 35-degree day, they can come out and do their thing and get you, you know. So there's that going on. Also, think of what ticks are spread by. There's more urban wildlife, and suburbia outside Milwaukee is closer than it ever was to wildlife. I mean, deer are right there. Deer, of course, carry the deer tick, but so do a host of other animals, including birds, by the way. So birds they don't know geographic borders. They fly where they fly. And
so is Lyme disease causing animals to get? Is that why they might be something that we can't see? So we.
Yep. So let me circle back to where you started. Thank you for bringing me back, sir. So one of the signs of Lyme in dogs is limping, and it's limping on alternative legs. Why would a dog front right leg hurt on Monday and by Wednesday it's the back left leg, you know?
Yeah.
So that's one sign. But another sign to get exactly what you're talking about is they just don't feel great. Now, if you get up in the morning and you don't feel great, you probably turn to your wife and say, honey, I feel lousy. And she probably says, I don't care. I know your wife.
Right. She's every day I hear the same thing, blah, blah, blah.
But dogs can't do that. We don't
No.
take dogs' temperatures either. So if they're running a mild fever, we don't know that. So other signs of pain in dogs, and it's a long list potentially, can be a dog awakening in the middle of the night and just crying for a bit, even 2 seconds. The dog may have moved in such a way where that dog's tummy is hurting. Is it something chronic, or does the dog just have sometimes like we do, a tummy ache on a Tuesday night and that's it? I don't know. If it continues, always see your veterinarian. But there are so many other examples of that. Anytime you see a change in your pet's behavior.
Wait, anytime? I should do that anytime? All right.
Anytime you see a change in your pet's behavior, there's a reason for it. And what we tend to jump to is, it's got to be a behavior problem. And if it's a change in behavior, it is a behavior problem. But what is it caused by? And actually, more times than not, there, at least in part, is a medical explanation.
All right, so we just got to keep an eye, especially now, because we're hearing every day, we're hearing this was the hottest day on the planet. Summer is always rough for animals. It seems like this summer is much hotter. I still see people in the middle of the day when it's 95 out walking their dogs. What are the most, obviously, just like us, I would imagine, and correct me as I hope you would if I'm wrong, you got to make sure your dog has water if you are going to go for the walk. But for any sort of pet, what can we do to keep them safer in this kind of weather other than just keeping them in where the air conditioning is?
Well, that's a start, but they can't.
Okay.
They don't want to be in all the time. If we're talking dogs.
Sure.
They don't want to be
Well,
in
one
all
of my dogs, I will say, one of my dogs never wants to go out when it's hot. So he's fine.
Right.
The other one wants to go out, and then she lays out there for about 10 minutes and comes right back to the door.
So if you're hot, your dog is hotter. That's where I'll start. Sweating happens to be gross for some, but it's a really good way to keep the human body cool as compared to a dog who sweats just a very, 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 very little bit from paw pads and even less maybe from their mouth. But essentially, they don't sweat. They pant. And that turns out to be an inefficient way to keep cool. And the larger the dog, the more difficult it is to keep cool. Overweight dogs have even more difficulty keeping cool. Older dogs, geriatric dogs, have even more difficulty keeping cool. And brachial.
Really? I didn't know that.
Yeah. Well, think about it. I mean, great-great-grandma isn't going to run around the block. Well, maybe not going to run around the block ever. But in hot weather, she is going to have a difficult time. Older people have a tougher time in very hot and or humid weather. The same turns out to be true for our dogs. And brachiocephalic breeds, those are breeds with the pushed-in faces that look like they walked into a wall. So the bulldogs, French bulldogs, the pugs, the Pekingese, and the list goes on, of those breeds that if it's 75 outside and we're just as cozy and comfortable as can be, what a great day, it's 75. Sure. It's not even that sunny out. One of those brachiocephalic dogs can have some difficulty even walking around the block. And added to it, if that individual dog is overweight, is geriatric, etc. So we have to know up front that dogs just aren't as efficient at keeping cool as we are. And that's number one. Also, yes, you're right about bringing water. You're certainly right about doing some common sense things like take your dog for a walk early in the morning before it gets really hot or when the sun goes down. Of course, do those things. But also find ways to keep your dog cool. So a swimming pool, if you happen to have one. Well, I'm not talking about a real swimming pool. I'm talking about a little kiddie pool. Put, 6 inches of water in the pool. I don't care if it's a pug. Pugs are known to sink like rocks. But in 6 inches of water, they're not going to sink, Yeah,
you could reach in and grab it.
Yeah, well, there's nowhere to go, 6 inches. So it's a way to keep them cool. By the way, there's a warning I offer about blue-green algae in lakes and ponds and rivers. Well, that can be dangerous for us. It can be lethal to dogs because they're more likely to drink it. So beware of that. Sometimes you could see it in the water. Another concern is leptospirosis, by the way. So as you take your dog for a walk and the dog touches its paws, even in a pedal. A pedal? What's a pedal? A puddle.
I don't know. Listen, you're the expert. I'm not going to correct you. I don't know if they're walking on flowers. I don't know what you got going on, Tiny Tim.
And they lick their paw, and it's infected. So leptospirosis is spread by a whole host of wildlife, including city rats, by the way, and farm animals. And what they do is they urinate in a large body of water, or it could be Lake Michigan, but it could be a very small body like a puddle. And then the dog walks in it or licks some water. And I will tell you, if the dog is not protected with a vaccine, that can be a huge issue.
Man, so we should probably just keep them in the house then.
Well, no, you want to go outside.
No, of course
a little
not.
Bit.
Yeah. So, so basically we have to use this. And I know our time is short, unfortunately. I have one question. I read another thing on stevedalpetworld.com. This is time of year, dog bites are more common than in cooler weather. Is that just because the dogs like us are all amped up and angry because it's so hot out and they're just lashing out?
That's a great question. So this is, again, a fairly new study that was done, and it's fascinating. You know, we know that violence in humans is more likely, and the other species that have been studied include rhesus monkeys and mice. I'm not sure what an aggressive mouse looks like, but apparently aggression in humans, that species of monkey, and mice occurs more when the temperatures are hotter. And interestingly enough, on polluted days and smoggy days and sunny days. So I don't know what's going on here. I mean, it would be interesting to better understand this for researchers to take a look at dogs in Milwaukee and Minneapolis and compare those and dog bite numbers.
Then look at somebody like a dog in Phoenix.
Yeah, exactly. And what we're referring to, if we haven't been clear, is that according to the study, dogs are more likely to bite in the summer, but particularly on very hot days and sunny days and smoggy days.
Smoggy days. Well, people can read all about it and everything about you at stevedalpetworld.com. It is always a pleasure talking to you, Steve. I am always grateful that you take some time to join me. Thank you very much. Have a great rest of the summer. Stay cool, and I will talk to you soon.
It's my pleasure. Turn on the air conditioning. It's my pleasure.
All right, talk to you later. That's Steve Dale. SteveDalePetWorld.com is the website. News after this on WTMJ.
You're listening to WTMJ Nights.
The new fractured boulders we now have in stock are really nice. They're squarer and more rectangular in shape, and they're great for building dry-laid retaining walls. They're much easier to deal with, lock together nicely, and you get less gaps. No wet mortar needed. And we've stocked a multitude of colors. You can use them as an accent item to add character to your dry river or creek beds, too. Erickson's Landscape Supply. High-quality mulch and stone for a whole lot less. Commercial or residential, visit ericksonslandscapesupply.com to see our entire selection. Our organic mulch is comprised of all trees. Most mulch is made from ground-up pallets, and you don't know what might have been spilled on those pallets. Could be chemicals or who knows what. But not our mulch, we're recycling trees. Many species of hardwoods: cedar, hemlock, light brown, dark brown, mocha, black, red, gold, and caramel. 7 colors to choose from means a mulch to match any exterior. Erickson's Landscape Supply. High-quality mulch and stone for a whole lot less. Commercial or residential, visit ericksonslandscapesupply.com to see our entire selection.
Wesley is a truck driver.
I drive a truck, and I love what I do.
A truck driver with IRS troubles.
They told me I owed them $43,000.
It got really bad.
Quite a few letters in the mail. They were talking about wage garnishment, coming after my house, my car. Yeah, they don't play around. I seriously thought that I was going to lose everything.
One sleepless night, Wesley finally made a call to Optima Tax Relief at 2 a.m.
Kind of figured I'd I'd get a machine, but I didn't. I actually got to talk to an actual person in the middle of the night.
He found just what he was looking for.
Oh, they were great people. You need a team of people that know what they're doing. Optima Tax, they know what they're doing.
Optima Tax Relief came through with flying colors.
I saved an incredible amount of money. Happy don't even come close. I was absolutely overjoyed.
Take Wesley's advice.
If you're in any kind of trouble with the IRS, call Optima Tax Relief. Don't trust anybody else.
Call Optima for a free consultation. Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Now, more of WTMJ Nights.
On the other side of the news, number of pet owners consider their pets part of the family. Some take it a little far. Talk about that, but right now it's 7:30. We have to go to the WTMJ 24-hour breaking news center. Jessica Gatzo ready to roll.
Thanks, Brian. The city of Milwaukee will levy a 2% sales tax next year. The Common Council voted today in favor of the measure. 3 members voted no, but the 12 votes in approval are more than enough to pass the required 2/3 threshold to make it happen. Alderman Russell Stamper says the deal comes with strings attached for Milwaukee. Act 12, the state law passed earlier this summer, restricts how the city can spend the revenue from the new tax. It also requires reforms to the Fire and Police Commission and that MPD officers be placed back in some Milwaukee public schools. Summerfest will stick with the 3-weekend format in 2024, including a 4th of July date. Milwaukee World Festival Inc. made the announcement while also unveiling attendance figures for the 2023 fest. This year, more than 624,000 people attended Summerfest, a 40% increase from 2022. Summerfest 2024 will be held June 20th through 22nd, June 27th through 29th, and July 4th through 6th. Pewaukee natives brothers JJ and TJ Watt will be the latest athletes featured on the iconic Wheaties cereal boxes. Both Wisconsin Badger football players, JJ recently retired after an 11-year run in the NFL, and TJ plays for the Pittsburgh Steelers. Wheaties cites the Watt family's charitable work outside of football as another reason for the honor. And what about your youngest brother, Derek, who also plays for the Steelers? He'll be on the back of the box. You'll see them in stores next month. Taking a look at your roads with your Johnson & Sons Paving Time Saver traffic. That crash on I-43 southbound is still creating quite the slowdown right now. Brown Deer to DTW is a 30-minute travel time at the moment. That crash is on the ramp from Highway 145 and Fond du Lac Avenue. It's blocking both of the 2 left lanes. There's also a crash on I-41, 43, 894 west at Loomis Road South. That one is blocking the right shoulder. And up in Ozaukee County, a crash on I-43 north at County C is still blocking the left shoulder.
Traffic is sponsored by the Heiser Automotive Group. Come in and make that deal. Visit Heiser Automotive Group with 4 convenient locations or online at heiser.com. Ford, Chevy, Toyota, Lincoln, and Cadillac. Today's your day.
And taking a look at your WTMJ forecast. Tonight, partly cloudy skies with a chance for showers or storms later, a low of 63. On Wednesday, showers and storms likely. About a half an inch of rain is expected with a high of 73 by the lake and 78 inland. On Thursday, partly cloudy skies, a chance for thunderstorms at night with a high of 80 degrees. On Friday, partly cloudy with another chance for storms, a high of 82. And on Saturday, partly cloudy and humid with a slight chance for showers, a high of 86. Right now in Madison, it's 77 degrees, in Green Bay, 74, Waukesha, 70, and in Milwaukee, it's 70 degrees. I'm Jessica Gatzo, Sighting Unlimited, WTMJ News Time, 7:33.
This is Anthony Zanevsky with Quality Heating. When you have over 20 HVAC techs working with you that each have over 20 years of experience, it gives you confidence to be able to go out there and talk reliability, integrity, value, all the things that matter when you hire someone to get the job done right the first time. These words mean everything to us, and we know they mean a lot to you. And that's what you'll get when you hire the man in the red van.
You gotta see the man in the red van. Quality heating, quality heating.
Now's when the summer heat is working your AC system into overtime. And after this long, it may be on borrowed time. But some of these systems really can't last, especially Armstrong Air Pro Series systems. When your AC system says its final goodbye, think of the man in the red van and the over 60 years of experience that Quality Heating brings to your home. To get your new Armstrong Air Pro Series AC system installed right and right away.
You gotta see the man in the red van. Quality heating, quality heating.
Hey, WTMJ's John Burke here. When it comes to memory care and assisted living, you want a team that knows compassion and empathy. That's Azura memory care, and assisted living. I know, my grandma's in assisted living. I have an aunt, one of my favorite aunts, right now in memory care. At Azura, they specialize in caring for those with early to late-stage Alzheimer's or other related dementia symptoms. They provide additional daily living assistance for those with cognitive decline. 14 locations in Wisconsin. AzuraLiving.com. Wisconsin-based, family-owned. The teams I trust are at Azura. AzuraLiving.com.
Hi, folks. Cindy Storm Fisher and Julie Coombs here at Storm Fisher Investment Group with just one question. Are you happy with how your investments are growing? We've been helping people just like you for over 40 years, and we'd be happy to help you.
We have no agenda, no quotas to meet, and great relationships are our business. If you're looking for an advisory relationship like you've never had before, call us. Let's see if it's a great fit. Storm Fisher Investment Group, online at stormfisher.com.
See you soon.
Securities offered through Securities America Inc., member FINRA SIPC. Advisory services offered through Arbor Point Advisors LLC. Storm Fisher, Arbor Point, and Securities America are separate entities.
Now, more of WTMJ Nights.
Brian Noonan, WTMJ Nights. Glad you're with us. 855-616-1620, the Old National Bank talk and text line. My thanks again to Steve Dale for joining us. Time is always too short when Steve is here. You can always go to stevedalepetworld.com. All right, this is, I knew Steve was coming, and I saw this, and we didn't get to talk to him about it, but this is behavior that you and I as pet owners exhibit. We don't, I don't think we need an expert on this one. You have a dog at home, right, Justin?
I do, a retriever chow chow mix.
That's right. Now, you're not going to get a dog at the apartment, are you, or are you? You and your
No,
roommate? No dog down there.
Too expensive, the fees.
Yeah, well, cramp your single life too. Yeah, and they do. Apartments always, they charge you a lot for dogs.
Yeah,
You know,
they do. It's like an extra like $400 a month.
Yeah. Oh wow. And wow. I'm trying to. My daughter's dog is.
It's probably not
24
that much.
pounds.
It's like $250 though, something like
Yeah,
that.
it's quite a bit. You got to pay a bunch at first, and then you have to, like, a big deposit, and then you have to pay. There's added on to your rent for the dog, so it's rough. But do you consider your dog part of your family?
I do. Yes.
I do. There's nothing to be embarrassed about. I have 2 dogs. I consider them part of my family. All my dogs I've had over the years, I've considered them part of the family, which puts us in the majority of people who own pets. 62% think, or 51% rather, consider pets part of the family. Now, this is where it gets confusing, and this is what I want to hear from you at 855-616-1620. Obviously, if you're a pet owner and you're in the majority, let's see. No, there's so many numbers here. 97% of pet owners say their pets are part of the family. That's according to Pew Research. We all can agree with that. You know, some people take it a little to extremes. I'm not going to lie. I think there's some people who get a little carried away with it. But yes, I think my dogs are part of the family. I make sure that they're safe and fed and taken care of, just like most pet owners. I don't think I'm any different than anybody else. Now, 62%, which is a number I threw out before, 62% of Americans have a pet. 35% of us have more than one. I mentioned I've had 2. All right, here we go. This is the statistic that got me, and I want to know if you find this a little odd too, and I'd love to talk about it. Half of the pet owners, 51%, so a little more than half, not only consider pets part of the family, but they say they're as much a part of their family as a human member. That's a hard line for me to cross. You know, I'll do everything I can to make sure my dogs are healthy and make sure they're taken care of. But if it came a choice between the dog and my daughter, I got to pick my daughter or my wife. I can't, you know, I'm a very responsible and caring pet owner. It sounds like I'm trying to justify myself to some kind of inquiry, but I'm not. That's a line I don't think I can cross, to say they're as important as a human being. And now Carol says, I had 4 Chihuahuas. They were definitely part of the family. Of course, you know, the dogs are part of that's why the dog can sleep in bed. That's why the dog jumps up. They could jump up on the couch, whatever, you know. They hang out. I've even been lately, one of our dogs is very old, and sometimes she likes to sleep in the recliner. So I'll go down to watch some television, and the dog's in the chair. And I'm like, oh, she's old. So I just let her stay in the chair. So according to this study, these are the groups that are more likely to think this, that their pet is as much a part of the family as a human member. Do you fall into that percentage? More than half, 51% of pet owners say their pet, again, is as important a member of the family as a person. I can't go that far. Can you? 855-616-1620. Well, these groups can, according to this study. Women say this. 57% of female pet owners say their pets are just as much a part of their family as a human member, compared with 43% of men who own pets. Justin, you're a man who owns a pet. Is your pet as important as a human being?
Oh, well, he's on the Christmas card like my brother is. No, I'm kidding. No.
All right, fair enough. Does he have a stocking at the house?
No, he actually does, but
so do our dogs. All right, so that's okay.
No, but yeah, that's
if there was a fire,
ridiculous.
Would you drag your mom out first or the dog?
Yeah, no, that's definitely pretty ridiculous to think. The line's definitely right around there, though.
I would leave the door open and scream for the dogs as I tried to carry out my wife and daughter.
Exactly, yeah.
And then if I got them out, I'd go back, I would try to go back in and get the dogs.
Of course.
But I would also hope that they were smart enough to follow me out as I'm screaming and the house is filling with smoke. But they're not going to be number 1 and 2 on the depth chart, if you know what I'm saying. People with lower family incomes, 64% of pet owners in this group consider their pets to be as much a part of their family as a human member, compared with 46% of those in middle incomes and 43% of those with higher incomes. From the 414, my 2 dogs are just like our kids. Maybe you fall into this group then. People living in urban areas. 61% of pet owners in urban areas say their pets are as much a part of their family as a human member, compared to 50% of those in rural areas and 47% of the people in the suburbs. Pet owners' family situation is also related to how they think about their pets. They say unmarried pet owners and those who do not have children younger than 18 in their house still are most likely to consider their pets to be as much a part of their family as a human member. I think if it was up to my daughter and there was a fire, the dog goes first. Then she comes back for my wife, and then if she can, she comes back and gets me. But she's single. She's had this dog since the beginning of the pandemic. They went through the pandemic together. So to her, he is like, she still has birthday parties for the dog, but all that kind of stuff. So she falls into that group where she believes this dog. Now, I don't know if she's ever actually said that the dog was her kid, but she may have. I don't know. When I see from the 262, where I see a growing problem is with people who consider their pets as almost human and thereby insist on taking them everywhere and expecting full acceptance by others. There's a lot of places. I don't mind places that are pet friendly. I like going to a brewery that'll let your dog come in with you. If you have a dog that's, or I guess cat, you're gonna walk a ferret. If you have a ferret, I don't like the shirtless guy with the snake, and he is everywhere. He and his genetically cloned ilk. There's always, you go out where there's a lot of pets, there's always a shirtless guy with a snake. And I don't know what he does other than crunches, because the shirtless snake guy is always cut. There's no 2 ways about it. But I don't mind that. I think people who pretend that their animals are service animals, those people are weak. I don't mind when I go into PetSmart or Petco or any place that lets dogs come in to shop. That's fine with me. If the business says yeah, I'm good with it. And maybe that's because I like animals. I like dogs. So I don't mind them being around me. I don't mind if they wander over. But I understand that there are people who don't, and I understand that there are people for whatever reason are afraid of dogs or allergic to cats or So I get that you don't want to always be around them, but if a place lets you bring your animal in, then it's on you to not go there if you don't like it. And that's cool if you don't want to go there. That's fantastic. All right, we'll get to talk about this a little more. Do you think your pet is as important a part of your family as a human member? Or does this just make you shake your head and go, all right, our priorities may be a little mixed up? Get some more stats about pet ownership. Who doesn't love having a pet? I do. It's WTMJ Nights.
The night is still young. More of WTMJ Nights coming up next.
What if you could build a six-figure retirement income with almost half the money saved? You heard that right. Get a discount on your retirement, creating a six-figure income with 40% less than traditional 401ks and mutual funds. Hi, I'm Mitch Lyons, best-selling author and executive producer of a new Hollywood documentary called The Baby Boomer Dilemma. In this film, economists and Nobel Prize-winning PhDs from Wharton, MIT, and Stanford share a strange concept I call the retirement discount. It gives you more retirement income with the same dollar saved, and your money is never at risk if the market crashes. That's right. If the market crashes 30%, you lose nothing. Even people who are on track have shifted money to this new strategy because it increases their retirement income or can allow them to stop working years sooner. So if you are over 50 and want a bigger, better retirement with less money, call to get a free copy of this brand new movie, 1-800-578-3535. This is a $30 value, but when you call today, you get it completely free, plus 2 hours of bonus behind-the-scenes footage. No credit card required. Call right now. 1-800-578-3535. That's 1-800-578-3535. Again, 1-800-578-3535.
Don't think twice. Call Geis. Garage door broke. Do it right. Don't think twice. Call Geis. Need a new garage door. Do it right. Don't think twice. Call Geis.
A great way to add value and curb appeal to your home is with a new CHI maintenance-free garage door. In fact, a recent study by Remodelers Magazine reports that the average return on investment is an amazing 82%, ranking #1 among all home improvement projects. To see our huge selection of doors, come visit us at our Brookfield location or view our online showroom at GeisDoors.com. We have everything from alley doors to custom wood designer doors and everything in between. Remember, for all your garage door needs, call Geis at 262-784-4250 or visit us online at GeisDoors.com.
Don't think twice. Call Geis. Don't think twice. Call Geis.
I'm Brett Matchke, and you're due for service.
Bridgelawns. You just can't pass on Less is Glass. Find us at lessglassservice.com.
Welcome back to Ask Hasselus. I'm Weston. What's your question?
If Hasselus Mattress is employee-free, then who are you?
I'm the all-knowing voice that oversees the inner workings of the Hasselus empire.
Really?
Nah, I'm just the manager.
But your stores don't have employees.
Right. Try and buy with no pushy sales guy.
So you manage showrooms with nobody to manage.
That's why I've been named Manager of the Month for 97 consecutive months.
Congratulations.
No employees means lower prices. Our 34 beds from the top 5 brands start at $393. Free next day delivery too.
Nice.
Hey, I've got an idea. I'll give away free box springs with the purchase of a new Beautyrest, Serta Perfect Sleeper, or Sealy Posturepedic mattress now through Monday.
You can do that?
Sure.
Won't the boss get mad?
What boss?
Oh, right.
Get a free box spring with your new Sealy Posturepedic, Serta Perfect Sleeper, or Beautyrest mattress now through Monday at Hasselus. Find an employee-free showroom near you or shop online at Hasselus.com.
Now, more of WTMJ Nights.
We are rocking the house always on WTMJ Nights. Brian Noonan with you, 855-616-1620, the Old National Bank talk and text line. We were talking about this new Pew Research survey, all the data that came out about pet ownership, and that 51% of pet owners not only consider their pets family members, but say they are as much a part of the family as a human member. Now, I will admit, I talk to my dogs probably more than I talk to humans. So they are part of the family. They are important because, you know what? They don't talk back. They don't give me any attitude. No matter what I say to them, they look at me like I'm fascinating. Yes, I'm that thirsty, Justin. I want that unconditional love from my dogs. So I have long conversations with them. Most of the time they're not paying attention, but I know they hear me. I know they get it. Mike from Whitewater texts in, thanking Steve Dale for that, for what he was saying about the dogs and the limping. Mike says, I have a 2-year-old Norwich Terrier, and I have noticed her limping on alternating legs, so she's going tomorrow to get checked for Lyme disease. Fingers crossed. Yeah, I hope, hope things go well. The other point is Luna is definitely a part of the family, but I grew up on a farm in northern Wisconsin, so my human family comes first, no question. Yeah, listen, the human family has to come first. So who's owning pets? According to this, white and Hispanic adults own the most pets. 68% of white adults, 66% of Hispanic adults, 37% of Asian adults, and 34% of black adults are pet owners. 71% of adults living in rural areas have a pet, much higher than the share in suburban and urban areas. Yeah, there's more. Well, there's more room. Like, I never wanted a dog until I had a yard, So when we were first married, the first year we were living in an apartment, and my wife, I want a dog. I said, no, not till we get a house. And then we got a house, and a month later we had a dog. Then we got another dog because she told me that the first dog was lonely, so we had to get a second dog. And now we've had 2 dogs ever since, except for periods of mourning when one has passed, and then we bring in a new one to keep the old one company. 49% of people who own pets are only dog owners. 23% only have cats. 24% have both dogs and cats. I wonder about you people who have dogs and cats, how that works out. It seems, I don't know. I guess it must work. You have both? You have dogs and cats?
Yeah, when I grew up, I had 1 cat and 1 dog.
Really? Now,
Yeah.
Did they get along, or did they just stay away from each other?
No, yeah, they got along. I mean, they probably stayed away from each other more than I'd say get along, but they never fought or anything. I don't know if there's an influence or anything, but like my dog was a female and my cat was a male. I don't know if that like means anything, but yeah, they got along and they never scrapped.
See, I always picture a Garfield-Odie situation where Garfield will treat Odie bad. The cat will treat the dog badly. But that's good. And now, did you have a favorite, or did you love both of you? You probably loved them both the same, right?
Yeah, we started with the cat. So we had the cat since I was born, basically. So when I was like, me and the cat were the same age, I guess. And then we got the dog when I was in 3rd grade. So however old I am in 3rd grade. What is that, like 10?
Okay. Yeah, like 10.
Yeah, 10 years old. So my cat was about 10 already, and my dog was a puppy. And then, yeah, so they lived together for like, 8 years, something like that?
Dogs and cats living together. Unbelievable. Well, that's nice. See, well, first of all, I was told as a child that I was allergic to dogs. Now, I've had dogs for 30 years, and I don't seem to have any allergies to them. But I know I dated a girl once who had cats, and I was wildly allergic to the cats. So that may be the thing. I think my parents just didn't want, with 5 of us, they didn't want a dog in the mix, so they blamed it on me that, well, we'd get a dog, but Brian's allergic. And now all my brothers have dogs, and myself. We all of us have dogs. None of us are allergic. We've all got it. From the 262, all 4 of my adult kids in their 30s are single, living in urban areas with pets in their apartments, despite the added cost and responsibilities, so they fit the statistics. Yeah, it's true. And I know, like, friends of mine who lived in the city who wanted a pet, they got a cat just because it was easier. If you live in an apartment, it was easier to have a cat. Now, my daughter, thankfully, has lived in 2 apartment buildings where they have, like, dog areas. So she always takes the dog on a long walk, but she's also got places in there where if it's raining or something, they can go downstairs. The dog can run around in this nicely astroturfed area, and she can stand under an awning, stay dry, and the dog can run around and have a good time, and then decide to come back in. From the 414, Brian, a while back, we had 2 dogs, a male and a female, and then a male cat. The 2 males got along famously. The female dog kept trying to make the cats into a good puppy He wanted no part of being a good puppy. He would run the other direction when he saw her coming. On the other hand, I would find the two males wrapped up together on the couch in the basement in the rec room having a good snooze. See, that's wild because I had always heard, and maybe it's because they were cat and a dog, I had always heard that you should have a mix. Like we started out with a female. Our first dog was a female, and so the second dog we got was a male. So there was always one of each, and we've kind of kept that up just because, and that might be an old wives' tale. Someday I'll ask Steve about that. But yeah, it's good that the guys wanted to hang out, and the female dog, she's third wheel. Can't be coming around bossing a cat around, telling it what to do. Cats don't want anybody to tell them what to do. All right, finally, how do Americans think pets are treated? This will not surprise you. 26% of Americans say there is not enough emphasis on the well-being of pets. 26% say too much. And then 48% just about right. I think we're just about right. So there you go. There's all the info. And, remember, pull the humans out of a fire first. The cats and dogs will find their way if you just leave the door open. All right, we got to do this. Then it's news time on WTMJ Nights.
The night is still young. More of WTMJ Nights coming up next. Start planning for your retirement today so you enjoy retirement tomorrow. Saturday mornings at 11 and Sunday mornings at 7, where Tony Drake and his Education First team discuss retirement trends, taxes, inflation, and Social Security benefits to help you achieve a more secure financial future.
Join us this week as we discuss one of the biggest fears in retirement. Do I have enough money? Am I gonna be okay? And how to solve it.
Retirement Ready with Tony Drake on WTMJ.
It's not a gimmick. It's simply comprehensive, fee-only financial planning to get all your arrows pointed in the right direction. And although rate of return is important, there are many factors that are equally, if not more important. There's a strong belief among financial experts that tax planning is more important than rate of return. And at Financial Strategies, we strongly believe that is what sets us apart. As a result of our strategies, our clients have saved significantly on their taxes. They were prepared to pay the taxes and elated when we shared how they could avoid them. We want to grow your investment and protect it, and we've proven to be very good at doing just that. I'm Jim Cantrell with Financial Strategies, Inc., and we can show you a wiser way to build your wealth. So go to financialstrategiesinc.com and schedule a no-cost consultation.
Financial strategies, a wiser way to build your wealth.
Shop Steinhoffels and save $500 on the new Tempur-Pedic Breeze mattress, made with a cooling technology that pulls heat away from your body, helping you sleep up to 10 degrees cooler. Shop in-store or online at steinhoffels.com.
I'd been living with the snoring problem nearly my entire life. In fact, I can remember my mother teasing me, saying that I'd snore so loudly that the walls of our house would cave in with each breath.
Fast forward only recently, when Jessica's snoring forced her husband out of their bed and into another room. It's a pretty common situation. We call it a sleep divorce, and that's not good. I'm Dr. Madan Kandula with Advent. After Jessica had a thorough breathing triangle evaluation, we found that her snoring problem required a simple solution. In-office balloon sinuplasty. It's a 20-minute procedure, and it works. You won't find it offered by Big Box Healthcare, but you will find it at Advent, where we offer every effective snoring and sleep apnea solution available. You can hear more of Jessica's story at adventknowsjessica.com and take your first step towards breathing well so you can live better.
Breathe well with simple solutions. AdventKnows.com.
Results may vary.
Academic Mortgage is an equal housing lender. NMLSConsumerAccess.org, number 255368. This is Chief Home Buying Strategist Brian Wickert. A lot of home shoppers just go with their bank when it comes to getting their pre-approval and financing their new home. That's exactly what Jordan and Michelle did, and it wasn't until after they wrote their 5th losing offer that they took their agent's advice and called Accunet for a rock-solid guaranteed pre-approval and offer strategy consultation. Every time you write an offer and lose, it's an emotional punch to the gut because you've already imagined having Thanksgiving dinner at that house. We're helping home shoppers and their agents write stronger, more convincing offers every day with powerful tools and strategies that really work. If you don't mind writing 5 losing offers, go ahead and get a flimsy generic pre-approval from your bank or credit union. But if you want the best shot at writing an offer that gets accepted, get a rock-solid guaranteed pre-approval from Accunet, and I'll personally join in on your offer strategy consultation like I did for Jordan and Michelle, whose very next offer was a winner. All you got to do to get started is click on the blue button today at accunet.com.
Gruber Law Offices, a proud partner of your Milwaukee Brewers.
WTMJ, W277CV, and WKTI HD2 Milwaukee from the Annex Wealth Management Studios. This is News Radio WTMJ, a Good Karma brand station. Your locally owned hometown station gives you the news and what it means to you. Wisconsin's radio station, News Radio 620, WTMJ, Milwaukee.
At 8 o'clock, it's 68 degrees. Tonight, partly cloudy with a chance for showers or storms later, a low of 63. From the WTMJ Breaking News Center, I'm Jessica Gatso. Milwaukee's new sales tax has some mixed reactions.
It's bullcrap. They don't listen to the people. They don't listen to the city. This is going to hurt people. It ain't going to help.
That's Cynthia Greenwood, a Milwaukee resident who came to the council chambers to watch the vote. Several council members spoke against the new tax, but only 3 voted no. Alder Robert Bauman voted for the tax and said it's necessary to keep Milwaukee services running.
This is not some new infusion of money that's going to allow us to dramatically expand programs. No, this allows us to maintain the status quo.
Jack Grau, WTMJ News.
Residents won't be paying the new tax right away, as it must first be signed by Milwaukee Mayor Cavalier Johnson and then sent to the Wisconsin Department of Revenue for setup. Johnson says he will sign the ordinance in, quote, the coming days, and the tax could begin as early as January 1st of 2024. Strong rhetoric from the council in discussion and debate this morning. Alderman Russell Stamper.
It's clear that they are not our friends. And if they are not our friends, then they are our enemies.
Stamper speaking of state lawmakers who brokered the deal. That comes with strings attached for Milwaukee. Act 12, the state law passed earlier this summer, restricts how the city can spend the revenue from the new tax. It also requires reforms to the Fire and Police Commission and that MPD officers be put back in some Milwaukee public schools. The 3 no votes from council members Andrea Pratt, Mark Chambers, and Malele Coggs were part of a group of 7 members who released a statement last month concerned about the provisions attached to the state shared revenue plan. TMJ4 chief political reporter Charles Benson says heading into the vote today, they were still undecided on their decision.
Just as we were on the Common Council floor and ready to take a vote, they wanted to call for a break, a recess. And so there were about 6 that were still unknown on where they were going to go. And eventually they broke 3 and 3.
Alders from that original group of 7 that voted to pass the tax include Russell Stamper, Larissa Taylor, Khalif Rainey, and Lamont Westmoreland. The Milwaukee County Board of Supervisors is holding its first listening session this afternoon for its own potential tax increase.
A chorus of state representatives and former board members speaking in support of the sales tax.
State Senator LaTanya Johnson.
Without your ability to do this, there is no other alternative. For the city of Milwaukee, if they wouldn't have passed their sales tax today, it would have meant insolvency.
Members of the public, however, concerned about the impact of the tax.
My primary concern today is timing. Business owners like myself were just beginning to recover from the historic challenges that we experienced.
At the Milwaukee County Courthouse, Wyatt Barmore Pooley, WTMJ News.
Sports traffic and weather are next. Siding Unlimited, WTMJ News Time 8:03.
Don't give in to that constant joint pain. Take control. Take back your quality of life today with help from QC Kinetics. Hey, it's Greg Matzik. QC Kinetics is helping people every day here in Milwaukee and across the country with their amazing non-surgical treatments that repair and restore damaged joint tissue. They use the latest advances in regenerative medicine, taking your own body's healing agents and concentrating them right in the area where you have the agonizing pain. It's incredible and a non-invasive approach that will help you take back back control of your body, relieving the pain in knees, hips, shoulder, or back. No invasive surgery, no harmful drugs or steroids, and no downtime. Hey, summertime should be about having fun, making memories. Take control now and start living pain-free again. Call now for a free consultation with QC Kinetics, the nation's leader in regenerative medicine. 414-285-3474. That's 414-285-3474. QC Kinetics, 414-285-3474.
While the warm weather has you feeling like new, get old with a money market account from Old National Bank and earn a 5.00% annual percentage yield. Whether you're saving up for something big or just for a rainy day, Old National is here for you. Earn 5.00% APY with our limited time 12-month introductory money market offer. To earn the promotional rate, account must be funded with a minimum of $10,000 not on deposit at Old National as of April 14th, 2023. Learn more at oldnational.com or visit a local banking center today. Member FDIC. Old National Bank. Get old.
Doesn't it seem like you never have anything to wear? That's why I shop St. Vincent de Paul thrift stores. Whether it's a designer top, jeans, an adorable skirt, or cute accessories, I always seem to find something I like. And at prices I love. Gently used women's clothing and accessories for far less than you thought possible. At St. Vincent de Paul thrift stores on Highway 100 in Layton and Greenfield and 23rd in Lincoln in Milwaukee.
You're gonna love it, St. Vincent de Paul.
Time for a WTMJ Sports Update. The All-Star break continuing. Tonight, the All-Star game. The Brewers have two pitchers presenting RHP Corbin Burns. If he makes an appearance, he'll become just the fifth Milwaukee pitcher to appear in multiple All-Star games. RHP Devin Williams also available for the National League bullpen. Taking a look at your roads with your Johnson & Sons Paving Time Saver traffic. The travel times are improving on I-43 southbound, but Brown Deer to DTW is still looking like a 24-minute commute at the moment. The crash there is at the ramp from Highway 145 and Fond du Lac Avenue. It's currently blocking both of the two left lanes. There's also a crash on Highway 100 south at I-94 west right now. That one is blocking the right lane. And in Ozaukee County, we still have a crash on I-43 north at County C, blocking the left shoulder.
Traffic is sponsored by Weisgerber's Golden Mast Inn, your place on the lake. Visit goldenmastin.com.
Enjoy afternoon gondola rides on Okauchee Lake. Learn more at goldenmastin.com. This unique experience is available by appointment only through August 13th. goldenmastin.com.
Taking a look at your WTMJ forecast. Tonight, partly cloudy with a chance for showers and storms later, a low of 63. On Wednesday, showers and storms likely. Could see a half an inch of rain with a high of 73 degrees on the lake and 78 degrees inland. On Thursday, partly cloudy skies with a chance for thunderstorms at night, a high of 80. On Friday, partly cloudy with another chance for thunderstorms later in the day, a high of 82. And on Saturday, partly cloudy and humid with a slight chance for thunderstorms, a high of 86. I'm Jessica Gatso, Siding Unlimited, WTMJ News Time, 8:07.
The day is over, but the night has just begun. This is WTMJ Nights, live from the Annex Wealth Management Studios at the Avenue. Here's your host, Brian Noonan.
Welcome to hour number 3. 855-616-1620 is the Old National Bank Talk and Text line. That's how you get involved with the program. We'd love to hear from you. I tease Justin a lot because he and Matt, who produces on Thursdays and Fridays, they're young guys. They're just starting out in their career. We're in different generations, and I like the different perspectives that we have on things because obviously coming at it from two different ends of the age brackets. But I saw this today, and I was thinking about Justin, and I thought about my daughter and everybody who's in their early to mid 20s, and it was a question that asked, what are some of the things that your parents did that your kids will never experience? And so I was thinking about my parents and things they did that my daughter and people Justin's age would never get to do, and even things that I did that Justin will never get to experience. And I want to know, that's the question I have for you. What did your parents do or you do that your children will never get to experience? 855-616-1620, the Old National Bank Talk and Text line. For example, most people, most kids or young people will never read a newspaper that was delivered to their house. That was a regular thing. You don't get a new. Do you ever read a hard copy newspaper, Justin? Not sporting news,
I do
but that's
not,
probably
no,
online
not
now too.
anymore.
No, nobody reads. People do read it. I used to enjoy Sunday mornings getting the big newspaper and sitting, drinking some coffee and reading the newspaper. That was always fun. And we had, for my entire childhood, we had the newspaper delivered. We also had the milkman, which is something. Now, there are going to be a few little people who are exceptions to these rules. So when I say this, don't get bent out of shape, because sometimes we do a topic like this and somebody go, well, I still read the newspaper because I. Yeah, okay, then I'm obviously not talking about you. But most people don't have milkmen. We had the silver metal box out on the back porch, and the milkman would come. And then when when I was old enough to ride my bike to the grocery store, I became the milkman. And my mom would just say, go. And that's when, this is something you don't see anymore, and you won't see again, milk in the cardboard gallons. They had the cardboard gallon with a little plastic handle on top, and if you weren't careful, sometimes that handle would come out, and then the gallon of milk would just explode. Now we've got it in the nice plastic jugs, or if you go to Quick Trip, you can get yourself a bag of milk, which is always fun. From the 414, my kids will never rewind a VHS tape or return a VHS tape to a store like Blockbuster. That is true. That is, like, Blockbuster was still around when my daughter was a kid, but it was DVDs. So she didn't have to see the sticker, please be kind and rewind. You had to, oh man, if you didn't rewind those tapes, you were getting calls from Blockbuster, you were in big trouble. And they'll never get to go into the little family-run video stores with the videotapes up front, and then a weird little room in the back that was behind some saloon doors that when you were a kid, you're always, what's back there? And then you found out what was back there, and I don't know who would walk into that back room. Justin, in case you don't know, that's where the adult features were. But imagine going into that back room and coming out with an adult feature while there's a family trying to rent, a Disney movie, and you're standing behind them with something a little more mature. That would not be good. Using a phone attached to a wall. People will never have to do that anymore. That was, if you were lucky, your parents put a long cord on there, and that way you could take, on our downstairs phone, it had a long cord. So I could pull it into the bathroom, the receiver, so that I could talk to, I could have privacy. That was my little phone booth, because I didn't have, you didn't have phones other than one in the kitchen and one downstairs. We didn't have them in the bedrooms, and I needed privacy, talk to my friends. I needed to talk to, when I finally got one, I needed to talk to my girlfriend. I can't have everybody listening in with all their eavesdropping. I had to close the toilet, sit down on there, and that was my phone lounge. Scott is in Menominee Falls. Hey, Scott, how are you?
I'm good. Speaking of phones, I had, and I still have it, a rotary dial telephone, and back when I was a kid, we had a party line.
Oh, man.
And if you unscrewed the mouthpiece of the receiver and then lift up the phone, you could listen to the party line, which was usually the old ladies talking about what they were making for dinner. But I lived back in the home I grew up in, and when my mother passed away, I never disconnected the phone. So I still have my rotary dial telephone, my phone number from when I was a kid, and my mother was very smart. Our phone was in the window seat in the dining room with a very short cord, and my mother heard every conversation.
I had dial a rotary phone on my list, and my mom finally got rid of her rotary phones, I think 2 years ago, maybe, and went to just,
my mother
cordless.
But in 2010, and I kept the house, and then I eventually moved back to the house. But I never disconnected the phone, so I still have the phone number I had when
That's
we went
amazing.
away from Menominee Falls 4575 and got a real phone number.
That's amazing. That is amazing.
Our phone number used to be Menominee Falls 4575.
Yes, people. That's another thing kids won't know. The exchanges on the phone numbers. Yep. I still remember my grandmother's phone number was Stewart 35517. So we had to be taught how to do that on the rotary phone.
You had Uptown or Glendale or
Yep. It's amazing. Scott, thank you for the call. I appreciate it. Have a great night. A lot of people weighing in on this. Let's see. Michael says, roll down a car window with a hand crank. Yes.
That's a good one.
It is a good. Have you even seen one like that, Justin?
Yeah, my buddy, like my first friend who got his license, his car had one of those like things for his windows. So my parents never had that, but that's a good one. Yeah.
Yes, we had. Oh, and they also had the little vent windows up front, and we had cars that didn't have air conditioning. Not the air conditioner was broken; they just didn't come with air conditioning.
Yeah, no.
So for cars, you'll never have to drive a car without power steering anymore. One of my first cars did not have power steering. That's rough, driving a car without power steering. I know people drive, equipment and stuff that doesn't have power steering or did. So that's another car thing. No power brakes. You had to be strong to drive back in the day, Justin, because you had to really push down on those brakes and you had to really, really move that wheel to steer. So you're lucky. You came up at a time where you got power windows. You got it all. These kids today are spoiled. I got to operate carbon arc spotlights in middle and high school, lighting apparatus that included high voltage and red hot carbon rods that needed handling with welding glasses and asbestos gloves. Not only is that technology obsolete today, but also imagine the risk of lawsuits if youth were allowed to operate such hazardous equipment. My kids simply switched on and off and aimed electric and LED spots for their school productions. Yeah, that's probably better. My kids from the 920 will never experience the TV repairman coming to the house to fix your TV, and horror upon horrors having to take it into the shop to fix it. And I'm not talking the cable repairman coming to fix your cable TV. Yep, there were times I remember and TVs were heavy because it was the big tube technology. So if you had to take your TV somewhere to get it fixed, that was nuts. So that was another. How about getting a book from the Bookmobile? I don't think they have bookmobiles anymore.
I don't even know what that is.
Oh, you don't know what a bookmobile is?
Bookmobile?
All right, imagine a school bus that has been retrofitted with shelves. And so the library would load up the bookmobile.
Oh my God.
And they'd go to the parks or they'd go to neighborhoods. And you could, during the summer, instead of going to school or if you couldn't get to the library, you could just, they'd put out a little thing. Hey, the bookmobile is going to be on this street from 9 to noon. And kids would go down to the bookmobile. And we had that was still running in our neighborhood when my daughter was young. So she got to go to the bookmobile. But yeah, see, boy, the bookmobile, now I feel even older. So the bookmobile was fun because you didn't have to go anywhere. Plus, kids, if you told a kid, oh, we're going to the library, a lot of kids go, I don't want to go to the library. But if you, the bookmobile, that's cool. I get to go on a bus and, there's books in there. Yeah, it's great. You go in and have some fun. We're going to take a quick break. We're getting more of this stuff that you or your parents did that your kids will never get to experience. 855-616-1620. It's the Old National Bank talk and text line. It's WTMJ Nights.
The night is still young. More of WTMJ Nights coming up next.
Vince Vitrano here from Wisconsin's Morning News, here to tell you for the first time ever, you can download our show wherever you get your podcasts. Apple, Spotify, wherever you listen, you can listen to us now too. Listen time and time again to your favorite segments like Super Plow, The Legend of Sean Wendt.
So I got on the phone and I called Sean Wendt. I said, Sean, I need some help.
Fake promos. And more.
Why, in all that is holy, is that not?
Why isn't that the promo?
That's a great question.
Keep up with us on Wisconsin's Morning News wherever you get your podcasts.
What if you could build a six-figure retirement income with almost half the money saved? You heard that right. Get a discount on your retirement, creating a six-figure income with 40% less than traditional 401ks and mutual funds. Hi, I'm Mitch Lyons, best-selling author and executive producer of a new Hollywood documentary called The Baby Boomer Dilemma. In this film, economists and Nobel Prize-winning PhDs from Wharton, MIT, and Stanford share a strange concept I call the retirement discount. It gives you more retirement income with the same dollar saved, and your money is never at risk if the market crashes. That's right. If the market crashes 30%, you lose nothing. Even people who are on track have shifted money to this new strategy because it increases their retirement income or can allow them to stop working years sooner. So if you are over 50 and want a bigger, better retirement with less money, call to get a free copy of this brand new movie, 1-800-578-3535. This is a $30 value, but when you call today, you get it completely free, plus 2 hours of bonus behind-the-scenes footage. No credit card required. Call right now. 1-800-578-3535. That's 1-800-578-3535. Again, 1-800-578-3535.
Alleviate your pain, rejuvenate your life.
Rejuvenex.com.
If you need a place for new home interior ideas, then you have to come talk to us. Our on-staff decorators know furniture, home decor, and a lot more. And they're not only creative, but also very willing to help you make great choices. This is Katie with Design Exchange, where discerning buyers with discriminating taste come to find premium home decor at a value. Design Exchange in Heartland and Pewaukee. Stop in often because our inventory changes daily.
Design Exchange.
In Heartland, you're going to find a focus on distinctive furniture, unique antiques, and original artwork, along with tasteful home decor that can fit almost any budget. In Pewaukee, the focus is on kitchen, outdoor, and garden decor, and all of it is priced at 25 to 40% off retail. This is Katie with Design Exchange, where discerning buyers with discriminating tastes come to find premium home decor on consignment at a value.
Design Exchange.
Now, more of WTMJ Nights.
Friday noon at WTMJ Nights, 855-616-1620, the Old National Bank talk and text line. Things that you or your parents experience that your kids will never experience. Now, I know sometimes if you start talking to people like this, they'll go, oh, you're just longing for the old days. No, some of the stuff that we experience that our kids don't have to, I'm so happy they don't have to. Like, Justin, you've never had to experience going into a restaurant where people are smoking.
No, or old sporting events where they're able to smoke in like hockey stadiums, right?
Oh, you were able to smoke everywhere. You could smoke in church, you could smoke at a restaurant, you could smoke at a bar. When I first started doing stand-up, the clubs were so smoky. I don't smoke. I would leave and I smelled like I had just come back from Raleigh, North Carolina on fire. It just reeked. So all of the things that, some of the things that we're talking about are fun to remember. Some it's like, oh yeah, that's, thank goodness they don't have to, nobody has to deal with that anymore. Somebody from the 414 still drives a car that has crank down windows. What kind of car is it? I'd love to know. 262, my mother-in-law still has and uses a rotary phone. She's 94 and still lives in the farmhouse where she moved to when she married my father-in-law 74 years ago. Thanks for the memories. You're welcome. Staying on the phone, what about a phone bench? Yeah, kids today, you don't know what a phone bench is, do you, Justin?
A phone bench?
A phone bench. That's people.
It's like a phone booth, maybe? But
no, not a phone booth.
Oh,
phone booth is out in public. We don't have those. Phone benches were in people's houses. And that was like in my mom's parents' house, so my grandparents on my mom's side, they had a 2-story house, but they had one phone, and it was in the front hallway, and there was a bench, and the phone sat on the bench, and under the seat there were spaces for the phone book. And it was like a piece of furniture. It was a well-crafted wooden piece of furniture, and it sat there, and that was where the phone was. So if you wanted to talk on the phone to somebody, you were right in the middle of everybody's business. So yes, somebody mentioned the phone bench from the 920, going to a record store, picking out a record, and going into the listening booth to play it to see if you want to buy it. Yeah, there's every one of those things in that text. Nobody's going to get to experience anymore. What about using a paper map? I ran into this with my daughter just a couple years ago. I traveled the whole country just using an old atlas from AAA, and when we moved to Los Angeles, they used to have these big things called Thomas guides, which were books, and the maps would just continue on other pages. But now with GPS and stuff, people don't need to use maps. So that's the way it goes. From Rick in Eau Claire, pulling out the button and pushing it back in to save a perfectly tuned in AM station in the car. Yes, like WTMJ, you would have to pull it out, and it would click, and then you were ready to go. What about getting up to change the channels on the TV? Imagine. I wouldn't watch TV if I had to do that anymore. Usually, your dad, mostly your dad, but sometimes your mom too, you would be their remote control and you'd have to go and take care of everything. Lee is in Oshkosh. Hi, Lee.
Hi. Yeah, I used to have a Dodge Dart Demon.
Yeah.
And it was like a stick shift, but it was on the steering.
Oh, the 3 on the tree?
Yeah.
Those, you don't see those anymore. Do you remember, Lee, do you remember cars that had the push button transmissions?
Yeah.
There were some of those too. Yeah, those are, kids like Justin will never, get in their car, Lee. They got automatic transmission. Car's parking itself. It's driving itself. They got it made.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thanks for the call, Lee. I appreciate it. Justin, you said you have one?
Yeah, this might be more for me. I feel like when I'm older and stuff, because I feel like they still have these, but my dad always would have to go on top of the roof to adjust our TV satellite or just check it to see if there was leaves or something there when we had problems. But now we just stream Hulu, so that'll never be a thing when I'm older.
Oh my God, we had the old school antenna on top of the house.
Yeah, we had 2 on ours. It was something like that, or 2
Yeah,
satellites.
This was before satellite or cable or anything. That was the only way to get. And so you'd go up, you'd put the antenna up, and then you'd pray that when you were putting the antenna up, you didn't drill too far and then have your roof start to leak. And then you got to point it. So my dad would be up on the roof with the antenna trying to point it downtown, and we'd be downstairs going, no, we can't see anything. Okay, right there, stop. It was insane trying to watch. And then you've got the rabbit ears on the back of the TV. That was just crazy. So how about this, Justin? Do you know TV used to go off at night?
What do you mean?
At midnight, they would play the national anthem, and there'd be no more TV until the morning.
Oh my God, no, I've never heard of that.
So up until once cable came in and they started carrying stuff 24 hours.
That's crazy.
But you'd get, maybe the UHF station would stay on, but ABC, NBC, CBS, at maybe 2 o'clock in the morning, that's how you knew you were up too late. Because we now conclude our broadcast day. And then they'd all play the national anthem, and then it'd go, and it'd either be a test pattern or just snow. And then at about 6 o'clock in the morning, they'd come on, and there'd be the news, and then the TV would go. Somebody, all right, we got a text saying, they didn't smoke in church. It's called hyperbole, a little comedy. Relax, it's okay. But yes, the TV would go off. And then you'd be like, well, what am I going to do now? Go to bed. It's 2 a.m. You don't need to be watching TV. Now, especially, I love that TV's on 24 hours. But let's see, how about, this is what we used to do too, Justin. We used to actually call a number on our rotary phones to check the time and the weather. So if
it's Siri, but you're calling in Siri.
Right. But we would call, it was like an automated number, and you would call, and it would go, the time at the tone will be 8:28. Beep. You go, all right, it's set the clock, it's 8:28. And then if you didn't know what the weather, like if you lived in a bunker and didn't have windows where you could call for the weather too, and they'd tell you the weather, and you'd call information, call 411 to get the find out that's where that saying came from. Getting the 411, because you would call actually those numbers. We got to take a quick break, and we'll be back. Some more of these things coming up. A lot of good texts coming in. 855-616-1620. Jump in. Things that you or your parents experienced that your children are just never going to get to experience. We'll talk about that and aliens. We got a lot to get to. WTMJ Nights.
The night is still young. More of WTMJ Nights coming up next.
Amish outdoor furniture with poly and wood available. And that poly is the richest of outdoor furniture. It's just about indestructible and will virtually last forever. At Erickson's, we have poly furniture in abundance, so you're guaranteed to see a great selection. The beauty of it is you can put it outside all year round and not worry about it, because the color runs all the way through, so it doesn't fade, and minor nicks and scratches won't hurt the look. Erickson's Landscape Supply. For an abundant selection of poly and wood Amish outdoor furniture, visit ericksonslandscapesupply.com to see our entire selection. You'll be hard-pressed to find a better selection of metal yard art than we have here at Erickson's. Anything from natural and painted metal signs to painted roosters from 1 to 6 feet tall. Natural steel flying ducks and cattails. Cute little frogs, geckos, pigs, flamingos, and goats. And palm trees. The list is endless. And that's why you come here. Erickson's Landscape Supply, right on Spring Street in Union Grove, where you'll find a fantastic array of artisanal metal yard art. Visit ericksonslandscapesupply.com to see our entire selection. Or better yet, drive on over and take a gander at the goods.
You're just gonna have to live with it. That's what I told myself. And if you can believe it, that's what the doctors told me.
Since Andy was a boy, he had health issues, which later we would find were primarily due to his trouble breathing. So for 36 years, Andy lived with about 85% blockage in his nose. He had to breathe through his mouth, because when he tried to breathe through his nose, it felt like he was being suffocated. It affected his sleep, his work life, and his ability to play sports. And he wasn't going to let it ruin his life anymore. So he came to Advent. As bad as it was, his problem required a simple solution. In-office balloon sinuplasty and turbinate reduction. Procedures you won't find offered by big box healthcare. This is Dr. Madan Kandula. It's definitely possible that your nasal breathing problems have a simple solution too. You can hear Andy's story in his own words at adventknowsandy.com and begin on your path to breathing well and living better.
Results may vary.
Now, more of WTMJ Nights.
Oh my goodness, lots of response to things that you and I and our parents experienced that our kids will never. Justin, you were a little shocked that TV went off the air. Jake in Germantown says the off-the-air TV static is how the evil spirits got into the little girl in Poltergeist, which is true. So as a kid, it could be a little foreboding, even when they played the anthem, because it meant the static was next. Yeah, that's trouble.
So that's where that static came from, I guess.
That's yes, if you've ever seen Poltergeist, that's the static. That's when the TVs went off at night. And it's hard to believe. I know it's very hard to believe, but I remember this was, and it was still going on, you know, in the mid to late 80s, because I would go when I was on the road. There were places that I would stay that didn't have cable, so you were just with the broadcast stations. And I'd finish my shows at midnight, 1 o'clock, get back to where I was staying, turn on the TV, and about a half hour later, we now conclude our broadcast day. It was crazy. You could smoke on airplanes until the mid-'80s, says the 262, which is true. From the 414, hi, Brian. We had a coal bin and coal furnace. That's Kathy from Franklin. My dad's house had a coal bin. By the time I was old enough to go, when I would go to my grandparents' house on my dad's side, they weren't using the coal bin, the coal furnace anymore, but they still had the bin in the basement. And it was wild because there was still a little bit of coal down there and a big shovel. And so I remember that vividly. Imagine, Justin, a coal truck coming to your house and then dumping a truckload of coal into your basement, and you and your dad and your brother had to go down and shovel that into the furnace.
Oh, my. That's crazy.
You're starting to feel more gratitude, aren't you?
Yeah, I feel so uncultured. I'm barely understanding any of this. I'm just like, wow, like this really happens? And I'm only 23, just for reference. Like,
right. No, listen, I would say the same. My daughter's 26. She'd be in the same boat. If I go, oh yeah, Grandpa's house used to have a coal bin in the basement. You go, what? What are you talking about? Yeah. Oh, there was all kinds of funny stuff. Let's see.
How about some laundry chutes? You know, like the chutes that go all through your house. I don't know.
Yep.
Yeah, we have one of those because our house is old. But we don't use it.
You should slide down it, see what happens. You never did it with your. Were you in that house when you and your brother were little?
Yeah, me and my brother would mess with that all the time. We would
I was
throw
hoping
our
so.
action figures down there, all that stuff.
Yeah. All right. Good. I was gonna say you had that in your house as a kid. And you didn't do anything with it.
Oh no!
Oh
yeah,
my goodness!
It was a small one, like very very small. But yeah, we definitely.
At one
messed
point,
around.
you were very small.
Yeah. True.
So, but you never put your brother down there. You never made him
No,
slide
it's
down?
not that big. Yeah, we weren't. That would have been probably something we would have done though.
Let's see. Taking film to be developed. It's all digital now. Unless again, if you're a professional photographer or things like that. But for nobody's driving to the photo mat in the grocery store parking lot. From the 262, I remember when the milkman would come every Thursday. Houses with milk chutes or doors. Another text. Using traveler's checks. Remember, this is how out of touch I am at some point. I forget. It was a while ago. I think when my daughter was studying abroad when she was in school and we were going over to see her. And I was like, do we need to get traveler's checks? Because I hadn't traveled abroad before and I didn't know. Traveler's checks, I don't even know if they're a thing anymore. Because now everything is done with your card. So you don't need to. But you used to have to. Justin, again, I love to give you things that you're not sure of. You used to have to go to the bank and you would have to get American Express traveler's checks. And they worked like money.
Yeah.
But they weren't. And you had to sign them in front of the people you bought. It was very confusing and complicated. But I know Carl Malden, who used to advertise them on television. Don't leave home without them. American Express traveler's checks. Don't leave home without them. He was this old actor who had been in On the Waterfront and different things in the streets of San Francisco. So he would sell traveler's checks to everybody. Texter says the reason TV stations went off the air overnight was to save the cost of transmitter electricity and FCC mandated broadcast engineers on duty during hours when few would be watching. Yep, so either way, whatever the reason, his heart or his shoes, they went off. Very crazy. Just a couple more. Buying a set of encyclopedias. Every self-respecting house had to have a set of encyclopedias. 414 says carbon paper. Yeah. Oh, man. The ditto. Now, I can't smell, but I remember my friends when we would get stuff off the mimeograph machine, which was done with carbon paper. They'd smell it. It was the thing you had to hand crank, Justin, and we didn't have copiers back then. This is when we were still writing on stone.
Yeah, I'm looking this up.
For a mimeograph machine, they'd put a master copy in there, and then with a roller, you would roll it, and it would print out, as many copies as you needed. But it was wet, and it had a smell to it, and people would sniff it when they got done with it. And carbon paper was another way you could make a copy. It was basically 2 sheets of paper, and then you'd put this blue film in the middle, and you'd write on it. It was like one of those magic erase easels. I don't know if you've ever seen one of those either. But then you'd pull the carbon paper out, and you'd have 2 copies now of whatever document. How about calling Ready Reference the original? I don't know what Ready Reference is. Never heard of it, but it was the original Google. So, and let's see. If I thought I had one more. Traveler's check, sending a telegram. People don't do that anymore. And using catalogs as the main source of shopping. Like, we would wait every year for the Sears Christmas catalog to come. That was, oh man, Justin, you don't know the thrill in a little kid's heart when the Sears Wish Book would come to the house. So they would just deliver this giant catalog. And every year you'd sit down with it and go through, oh, yeah, this is what I want Santa to bring me. It was fantastic. All right. Now we've taken a little walk down memory lane, which is always fun. But now we must look to the skies because the government is getting involved in what's out there. Could it be the truth? We'll talk about it after this. WTMJ Nights.
The night is still young. More of WTMJ Nights coming up next.
Need a new bank for your small business? How about an old one? For a limited time, you can earn up to a $500 cash bonus when you open a free or basic business checking account with Old National. So think big when it comes to your small business and choose a bank where relationships and results have mattered for nearly 200 years. Visit a local banking center or learn more at oldnational.com/success today. Complete qualifying activities within 60 days of account opening. $50 minimum initial deposit required. Account must remain open 120 days. Member FDIC. Old National Bank. Get old.
I couldn't have found a better place to live. There's an atmosphere here that everybody is suddenly your family. We look out for each other. We care for each other. I think my having lived to age 94 is in great measure due to the fact that I've been happy here the entire time I've lived here.
Life is just getting started at Three Pillars, Wisconsin's top-rated continuing care retirement community, located in beautiful Lake Country. Learn more at threepillars.org.
Eric Smith here from Austin Plumbing. When you own a well pump, air spitting from the faucets, a decrease in fluctuating water pressure, along with silty, gritty, slimy changes in water quality, are all symptoms that your well pump isn't well. At Austin Plumbing, we're well-rounded plumbers. I say that because we're one of the few companies around who can capably diagnose and repair all the symptoms related to well pump and water system problems. You know when your car needs service, right? Maybe it makes unusual noises. It sputters, jerks, seems weak, or stops altogether. That goes for your well pump too. We have all the special equipment needed and the master know-how required to electronically pinpoint the exact cause of your well and water issues. And we'll give you a price up front before any work begins. If your well pump is telling you it's not well, let's nip small problems in the bud before you're out of water and in deep, expensive trouble. Told you we were well-rounded. Austin Plumbing. Online at teamaustin.com.
Now, more of WTMJ Nights.
Brian Noonan here until 9 o'clock tonight. Got a full show again tomorrow. We're back Thursday. Oh, my goodness, the All-Star break. Thank goodness. A couple more things. Just to clarify, thank you, the texter who texted in about the Ready Reference. I didn't know what that was. They texted back, in Milwaukee, Ready Reference was a phone service of the library system. You could call up and ask any question of reference librarians. Well, that's pretty cool. Microfiche is another one. Used to have to go to the library. You have these machines, and you look. That's how we looked up data and old records, Justin, on microfiche, which is like a plastic film. It was very strange. The button on the floor of the vehicle to turn the high beams on and off. Yeah. Used to have, it was a little silver button, and it was all the way up on the left side of the floor, and you'd use your left foot to turn your bright lights on and off. So many things, Justin. Now we got to worry about aliens coming. Well, at least that's what the government thinks. Do you believe in aliens, Justin?
Big time.
Yeah, like people kind of like Close Encounters of the Third Kind aliens or ET aliens. What do you think?
Oh, I don't even know.
The ones with the big green heads and the eyes?
Yeah, I'm one of those, I definitely watch a lot of YouTube videos on this stuff.
So have you've been following this then about all the, the flights and that they found something or something's here? You believe that stuff. And I'm not judging, I'm just asking.
No, yeah. I definitely think that there's no way that we are the only planet with human life. So I definitely think that there's no way there's definitely other universes where there's other human life, I would imagine, but I don't know. I don't know if actual alien forms can come on this planet. It's crazy. There's a lot of really weird evidence. I don't even know if I would call it evidence, but just people come out and talking.
Right.
Yeah, and just I guess weird, just unusual videos. Like, it's pretty cool.
I'm with you. I don't think there's going to be like Independence Day, where Will Smith is going to have to light a cigar and go after this mothership that's coming down. But I do think it's kind of arrogant to think that they're in the universe that there's no other life forms. Now, that being said, do I think they're going to look like us? No, I don't know. But I think, I don't think they're going to come down and visit us or invade us or whatever. But, there could be something out there. And I'm with you. I go back and forth because I'll see some of these videos and then I hear, I actually met a woman who was an Air Force fighter pilot. She was on 60 Minutes because she and her entire team saw something and actually reported it, because it was not, all of them are decorated aviators. They all said this was not another plane. We don't know what this was. And I was fascinated. I was emceeing a gala, and I was talking to her, and I wanted to keep talking. And she was like, well, you can just go look this up. We were on 60 Minutes. So when I hear people in that realm trying to talk about this stuff, I'm like, there's got to be something, you know? But nobody's, for all the experts who say they've seen something, they're never able to get, I need some concrete evidence, you know? I need a good video. There are always these blurry videos where it's like, is that an ultrasound test or is that a UFO? What's happening? I don't know what is on the screen right now. But Washington lawmakers are always looking for something to do because we don't have enough. So they have secured full funding for the Department of Defense office that is going to investigate unidentified flying objects and other phenomenon. Could this be finally Space Force? Have we finally devolved to the point where we're going to have Space Force? This is exciting. I don't know. What do you think? Do you think we need this office? And do you think we are alone in the universe? Or, as they said on X-Files, is the truth out there? Funding for the All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office. That is a horrible name. The All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office. Come on, all that money, you can't come up with a better name? Included in the Senate Armed Service Committee's markup of the National Defense Authorization Act for 2024. New York Democrat Kristen Gillibrand confirmed the news, saying, quote, with aggression from adversaries on the rise and with the incidents like the Chinese spy balloon, it's critical to our national security that we have strong air domain awareness over our homeland and around U.S. forces operating overseas. I thought that's what the Air Force was for. I thought we already had people that were doing that, and drones and all that. But Washington's never good unless they can spend a lot of dough. Gillibrand says the office provides the opportunity to resolve threats to the U.S. while also offering increased transparency to the American people. I would like to know what's in Area 51. I would like, Justin, would you want to know if there's a spaceship there? Or if they got an alien body?
They definitely know like something, right? Because it's
they know more than
yeah, and that's like the part of the YouTube stuff I listen to. Like I've listened to, I think, 2 people who have claimed to have worked there. Obviously, like they don't say their identity because they don't want to get. Yeah, sure. but I don't know. I've definitely heard some crazy things. I might be going down there.
That's what I worry about, though. Is the more stuff we look at, then I don't want to become like Randy Quaid in Independence Day. I don't want to become a crazy conspiracy theorist. But I do think there's stuff, and I do think there's stuff they're not telling us. But I also think sometimes it's better that they don't tell us. I don't want to be in the dark on everything, but, you know, you got one spaceship and, you know, it came down in the 50s and nothing's been around since. Do we need to panic, everybody? Get people all up in arms? You know, we already got people who are losing their minds over everything. So, you know, maybe they don't tell us. But I would like to see it. If they've got a spaceship or they got an alien, you know, what if it looked like the Great Gazoo from the Flintstones? That would be wild. But I don't know. So we've got now we're protected from UFOs too. This is exciting. I don't know what's next. Very, very good. All right, we're going to take a quick break. Then we're going to come back. We're going to wrap things up with a little naked news on WTMJ Nights.
The night is still young. More of WTMJ Nights coming up next.
There's a reason why we install Armstrong Air Pro Series systems. When your reputation is on the line, you pick the brand you can trust. It's like our employees. You pick the best to preserve your good name. A guy like me that's been working on furnaces and AC systems for over half my life. I got an eye for the good stuff. And Armstrong Air Pro Series systems fit the bill. This is Anthony Zanevsky with Quality Heating. When you need a good crew installing a system you can rely on, see the man in the red van.
Quality heating, quality heating.
Emergency service 24/7. Quality Heating has 25 trucks ready to work around the clock to get out there quickly to solve your heating or AC problem. So when that system goes on the fritz and you want to avoid that sweaty summer heat or bypass the fear of frozen feet, the man in the red van can't be beat when it comes to prompt, reliable service. Call Quality Heating for any emergency HVAC need.
You gotta see the man in the red van. Quality heating, quality heating.
We've been doing this for quite some time, so we know the value of solid wood furniture. But we found that using solid hardwood laminates actually make for sturdier, more versatile furniture frames. Frames on the Ken Michaels furniture line are cross-grained, so weak spots like wood knots are eliminated. And unlike natural wood frames, ours don't expand and contract. So they're more durable, stronger, and of course, they last longer. Furniture for life at Ken Michaels Furniture Stores in Brookfield, Greenfield, or downtown Milwaukee. The highest quality, flippable, two-sided mattresses your money can buy. And making Milwaukee mattresses flippable since we started is one reason why our customers tell us they last a good 15 to 20 years. The other happens to be that we don't cut corners on the materials we use to manufacture them. Find them at factory direct pricing for hundreds less than premium national mattress brands at our Ken Michaels Furniture Stores in Brookfield, Greenfield, or downtown Milwaukee, where no middleman means no extra markup and real savings for you.
Annex Wealth Management. Investment, retirement, tax, and estate planning from a fee-only fiduciary. Forget commission sales pitches and financial products you don't need. Know the difference. Annex provides elite, comprehensive financial planning customized to who you are and what you need. AnnexWealth.com.
Here's the truth about marketing your home online. If your home is on the MLS website, it's going to be listed on every online home marketing website out there. And when you agree to a full-service listing with Benefit Realty, your home will be there too, to make sure every online shopper gets a chance to see it. Get full-service, expert real estate services and marketing, all at only 3.5 to 3.9% commission. This is Angela Calais with Benefit Realty, where we'll make your move simple and affordable. Benefit-realty.com. It's a competitive real estate market. And with that, you need an expert to market your home so that it sells fast. And most importantly, at a great price. Here's the deal. At Benefit Realty, you get all of the expertise you'll find with a 6% broker, and many times even more. But you get it for less. 3.5 to 3.9% real estate commission. At the end of the day, that saves you a bundle. So why pay more? This is Angela Calais with Benefit Realty, where we'll make your move simple and affordable. Benefit-realty.com.
Now, more of WTMJ Nights.
Heading into the home stretch. Still time for you to jump in. 855-616-1620. The Old National Bank talk and text line. Old National Bank. Get old. You ever been to Vegas, Justin?
I have. I went last year, I think.
You have a good time?
Hey, I walked away positive or even, so that's a win.
That's good. Yeah, that's boom. That's more than most people who go to Vegas.
I think I
Did you do anything wild?
No, not too much.
That's good.
We were just at the hotel. We stayed at the Wynn, so it was beautiful.
Ooh.
Oh, so
How
nice.
was that? That's beautiful. That sounds beautiful.
It was my buddy's aunt. I guess she loses a lot, so they give her free rooms. So for my buddy's birthday or something, we got a sweet room. Like, it was
a
insane.
suite.
It was a sweet. It was crazy.
Nice.
Yeah.
It's amazing to me that the people who do all that gambling, but I guess it's smart because now they take care of your buddy's aunt. She's gonna gamble there. She's gonna gamble at the Wynn instead of taking her money somewhere else. So that's what they give them rooms, they give them food, they give them show tickets. Even though they don't really want them at a show, they want them out on the floor. That's why those shows in Vegas, they are to the minute because they don't want people in the showroom. When I worked Vegas a number of times, and it was like, this is the time you need to be off stage. Do not go over, because every minute you go over, people aren't spending money downstairs in the casino. It's like, okay, here we go. So you didn't go out. You didn't end up naked on a poker table?
No, I had all my clothes on.
All right. The reason I ask is because a video came out today, last night. Las Vegas police reported an incident that started with a fight on the Strip and ended at a different casino. Guy was fighting at the Bird Bar at the Flamingo. That's where I like to stay, honestly, the Flamingo, when I've gone just for, because it's old school. It has evolved. It's beautiful. They've had a beautiful pool area. I like the Flamingo. But anyway, he started at the Bird Bar, having a little fisticuffs. Then the fight ended, and one guy was at the scene. The witnesses then told him that the man had attacked him. So they show the guy running out, and he ended up at the Link Hotel. I don't know where that is, the LINQ. That's a new one. So security officers saw him there. Well, the guy came running in. He removed all his clothes. The security officers tried to detain him, but, where are they going to grab him? He ran through the casino naked, yelling, and they keep saying fully unclothed. I think we all know what that means. Then he got to Harrah's, and he ran completely nude through the Link Hotel into Harrah's. He climbed on top of a poker table and flaunted his area to all who passed, according to the police, exposing himself while gyrating. Boy, now do you regret just staying at the hotel and having a calm night, Justin? You're going to be doing something like this. Getting crazy. Then he changed his position. He exposed his full buttocks and everything to the people on the main floor. So they finally got him into custody. And the reason I bring these up, I always enjoy these stories where people feel that they have to strip down and be naked when they do something stupid. I've done a lot of stupid things, and maybe you've done a couple of stupid things in your life. But I know mine have never involved nudity. Since you're all... I'm going to ask you the questions while I got you, Justin. Have you ever gotten so crazy that you decided it was time to strip down?
No, sir, not me.
No, all right. Not in the cornfields of Kansas?
No,
not when you were rock chalking?
No,
okay.
No, nothing like that.
You sure?
We keep our clothes on in Lawrence. Actually,
Is that right?
I can't say that for everyone.
Yeah, I was going to say, my brother went to Kansas for a year. I know that's not the case for everybody. But you're a responsible young man, so you kept your clothes on. Now, did you ever just wear the Jayhawk head and nothing else?
No, but I actually do have a really quick high school story before we have to get out of here.
Yes,
my buddies went ding-dong ditching, and for some reason, I forget how, but they were just in their boxers, and a cop found them, brought them home, and there's such a funny picture of my buddies just standing there in their boxers with the police. So funny.
All right, well, if that's not a good enough image to wrap up the show, I don't know what is. Thanks for listening and being part of the program. We'll be back tomorrow night at 6. Justin, thanks for all your help. You guys have a great rest of your night. The news is next on WTMJ.
If you've tuned in lately, you may notice some changes. Get the full list of the latest changes here at WTMJ on WTMJ.com. Or just text WTMJ to the Old National Bank talk and text line, 855-616-1620, and we'll send them to you. No matter the changes, our mission stays the same. We are Wisconsin's radio station.
News Radio 620.
WTMJ.
Where are we putting that money, and why are we putting it there? At Financial Strategies, you'll get answers to those questions to understand our approach. And the answers are going to be based on what we've learned about you. We're very engaged with our clients so that what we do for them fits their particular needs. But there are other things that we do that are equally important to the investment management portion of our services. I can't express how important it is to control the things you can control. At the end of the day, most investment managers will end up yielding similar overall returns. But knowing how to manage them wisely to avoid your nest egg being eaten away by the tax man, all legally of course, well, that's what I truly believe sets us apart. This is Jim Cantrell with Financial Strategies, Inc., and we can show you a wiser way to build your wealth. So go to financialstrategiesinc.com and schedule a no-cost consultation.
Financial strategies, a wiser way to build your wealth.
I love the Fox and Hounds. WTMJ's John Mercure here. The historic restaurant was recently voted the best supper club in the area. That's right. Opened first in 1933, it's been serving fabulous dinners for almost 90 years in their beautiful rustic timber structure. When you buy one dinner, your second dinner is free 7 days a week. How about this? Enjoy a world-class steak, seafood, pasta, big fresh salad, even steak and lobster, anything on the menu. Your second dinner is free. And made-from-scratch desserts, too, and I love those. Add a Manhattan, an old-fashioned. Choose from over 100 wines to accent your dinner. The Fox and Hounds is family-owned and one of the most unique, affordable supper clubs in Wisconsin. Your second dinner is always free. Just off Highway 167, 2 miles east and in the shadows of the beautiful Holy Hill Shrine. The summer drive is spectacular. You got to check it out. Brighten up your Monday and Tuesday with a free dinner tonight. Reserve at foxandhoundsrestaurant.com. It'll lift your spirits. It's the award-winning, the best supper club in the area. It's the Fox and Hounds.
Hey, it's 620 WTMJ's Brian Z for Oconomowoc Dental Care and my guy, Dr. James Michaels. You know, summer is finally here. It's time to get ready for that warm weather. Graduations, weddings, all the travel plans that come with summer, plus your upcoming family events and all those photos and videos you're going to be taking. Make sure you have that best smile on display. Schedule your routine cleaning with my guy, Dr. Michaels. At Oconomowoc Dental Care, they're always going to make you as comfortable as possible when you're in the chair and give both you and your family an amazing smile. So whether it's a simple cleaning and exam, a more complex procedure, a teeth whitening, an implant, Dr. Michaels and the team at Oconomowoc Dental Care will take great care of you just like they take great care of me. At Oconomowoc Dental Care, affordable quality dentistry is no longer a dream, it's the reality. Dr. Michaels' fantastic staff can help you out with a no-interest payment plan. We all have to go to the dentist, so do not put it off any longer. Go see my guy, Dr. James Michaels at Oconomowoc Dental Care. Call his friendly and caring staff today and make your appointment.
Get started with your no-hassle refi checkup by clicking on the blue button at Accunet.com.
Statements accusing the U.S. of flying a military spy plane close to its territory, saying China is not our adversary, but its relationship with NATO is complicated. The head of the alliance at the NATO summit in Lithuania, Jens Stoltenberg.
China is increasingly challenging the rules-based international order, refusing to condemn Russia's war against Ukraine, threatening Taiwan, and carrying out substantial military buildup. China's nuclear modernization is unprecedented in speed and scale, and being carried out with no transparency.
NATO leaders also saying they'll allow Ukraine to join the alliance once all members agree, and many, including the U.S., say now is not the time because it could widen the war with Russia. Under pressure from members of his own party, Alabama Republican Senator Tommy Tuberville clarifying his position on white nationalists. ABC's Rachel Scott.
Senator Tommy Tuberville under fire.
I'm totally against racism.
Under repeated questioning, the senator changing his tone from his comments in May, telling reporters point blank, white nationalists are racist.
Dozens of UPS workers and members of a Teamsters labor union practicing picketing outside a San Francisco facility in preparation for a potential strike. Joseph Cilia, Teamsters official.
A lot of the generation now has never experienced this before. I was in 97, I did experience it, but there's few of us still left here from 97. That was 25 years ago. And so this is really for the new generation to kind of let them know that they have a voice and this is a way to exercise it.
Wall Street's major indexes closed higher. This is ABC News.
Let's see, if something costs less, but people are happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's Medi-Share. Maybe you've heard switching to Medi-Share to pay for health care can save the typical family $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true that people are way more satisfied after making the switch, too. The customer satisfaction rate for Medi-Share is double that of the typical health insurance plan. Double. Medi-Share works. It's been around for more than a quarter century, and members have shared more than $3 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network. So, yeah, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care. So if you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan you're happy with, you can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. 877-26-BIBLE. That's 877-26-BIBLE. 877-26-BIBLE.
A man considered dangerous remains on the loose in northwestern Pennsylvania 5 days after his escape from a Warren County jail. The manhunt for Michael Burham, suspected in a murder.
now expanding. ABC's Alex Perche in Pennsylvania.
The reward for information leading to an arrest has more than doubled to $19,500. There are more than 200 officers now involved in this manhunt for Michael Burham.
Protests across Israel blocking highways, crowding the main international airport after Parliament approved court reforms. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's government has proposed limits to judicial power. Opponents call it a move toward authoritarian rule. A Northern California man has been awarded one of the biggest settlements in state history for police misconduct.
Gregory Gross is an Army veteran who lives in Yuba City. He was left paralyzed after he was slammed to the ground during a traffic stop. Police used pain compliance techniques, and officers did not respond when he said he couldn't feel his legs. His neck was broken, and he says he was left by those officers unable to walk or care for himself. Gross was accused of drunk driving and causing a slow-speed crash. Now Gross will get $20 million in a settlement. As a part of the deal, Yuba City will begin randomly auditing officer body-worn cameras.
WTMJ, W277CV, and WKTI HD2 Milwaukee from the Annex Wealth Management Studios. This is News Radio WTMJ, a Good Karma brand station.
Do you check your savings account and wonder if you're even saving at all? At Town Bank, we view banking differently and actually want to see your savings grow. With our amazing new CD rates, you can now earn even more, so you can sit back and relax. Stop banking the same way, expecting different results, and start earning more. Go to townbank.us/locknewrates or visit a Town Bank branch nearest you today. Bank differently with Town Bank. Member FDIC.
Looking for a hot ride this summer? Find yours this July at Potawatomi. You could win your share of $400,000 in cash and prizes, or rumble all summer long in one of 4 brand new Harley-Davidson motorcycles. It's the Hot Ride Motorcycle Giveaway this July, only at Potawatomi Casino Hotel, Milwaukee. Visit paysbig.com/hot ride for more details. Must be 21 and a club member to play.
Well, if you need flagstone for your new natural patio, Erickson's is the place to find it. We have the largest selection and 15 styles to choose from. And for decorative stone, Erickson's is your best choice. Our decorative stone is trucked in from all over the country. We buy straight from the quarry and cut out the middleman to keep your prices nice and low. Erickson's Landscape Supply. High-quality mulch and stone for a whole lot less. Commercial or residential, visit ericksonslandscapesupply.com to see our entire selection. So he said to me, "Boy, oh boy, do you got the boulders." And I said, "You betcha." And he said, "Do you mind if I cherry pick?" And I said, "Feel free. They're all beautiful and they're all granite. Sparkling pinks, blues, and grays from 4 to 36 inches. And they're all priced right because we buy direct from the source nationwide to give you the look you want." Erickson's Landscape Supply. High-quality mulch and stone for a whole lot less. Commercial or residential, visit ericksonslandscapesupply.com to see our entire selection.
Traffic is sponsored by Hall Mazda Milwaukee. Visit hallmazdamilwaukee.com.
If you see something we should know about, call the WTMJ Hall Mazda Traffic Tip Line, 414-238-9329. We discover the road at Hall Mazda during Mazda's season of discovery.
Your work and your relationships, all 3 of those areas are tied together. I'm Ken Coleman. George Campbell joins me this hour, 888-825-5225, 888-825-5225. So we're taking your calls. Money questions. How about work questions? George is the money expert. I'll help you in your work life. And that could be I'm stuck, I'm in a toxic situation, I'm burned out, I'm bored, I want to make more money. Any of those questions, we want to help you increase that income. That gets you through the baby steps faster, so I'm here to help in that area. And George, of course, is the, he's the Mac daddy.
Wow.
The daddy of the Mac. I think they said
That's
one
an
time in the 90s.
reference.
It is. I don't remember what artist said that.
I was probably 4 years old, so I have no idea.
Yeah, there it is. There it is.
I'll have to do that on Ask Jeeves to figure out who did that one.
Ask
you
Jeeves.
Like that?
I do. 888-825-5225 is the number to jump in. George and I love doing this, so we're going to start it out this hour with Nick in the Big Apple. Nick, how can we help?
Hey, good afternoon, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
You bet. What's up?
So, I make a lot of money. I've been with the same job for about 4 years. I'm 26 years old. But I recently, this past year, have just been struggling with some mental health issues. Everything at work seems to be negative. I contribute a lot. I feel like I'm doing my job well, but the organization itself is not doing all that well. But all the negativity really trickles down. It's a lot of yelling. It's a lot of nothing's ever right.
Hold on a second. Who's yelling?
A lot of the leadership team.
Okay. And what else is going on? I heard that you feel like you're doing your job, you're pulling your weight, and you got some teammates that aren't, or maybe your leader isn't. What's going on there?
Right, exactly. So I work in enterprise technology sales, B2B, and it can be interesting the way that some of these deals shape up, and sometimes you'll have years where it'll be very dependent on one or two transactions. So you're basically all or nothing. And I've had a good run so far, but it's spotty. There's things that you can't control. You could be really good at your job, but your attainment might not reflect that.
Sure.
And I think that's what's going on across the organization, and especially the economy, the way that it is. It's been challenging this past year, especially.
So what does it mean to you when you say I'm having mental health issues? What does that look like, feel like?
Just every day that I wake up during the work week, it's another day that I just would rather not mutter through and just kind of going through the motions, losing motivation.
Yeah.
Really just struggling to keep my performance where it was because I just don't feel valued. I don't feel like
That's it.
I make any sort of difference.
You nailed it. All right. So the reason I ask this, and I want us to be careful. And Nick, this is not at you. This is to the larger audience as well. I guess you could get into a debate about whether that's mental health or not. I don't think that's what I would call a mental health issue. That right there is just you aren't feeling valued, and you don't want to keep going into that place. And yet you got to right now until you replace it. And so there's obligation that is colliding with, exhaustion. I would tell you you are mentally and emotionally exhausted. That I know. And so it's okay to use the phrase mental health, but I just want to stipulate that you're okay. You just need a new location. You need a new gig. And so I don't know if you were calling for permission on that. You don't need it from us. But I think I'm looking. If you haven't already started looking, I'm looking. Because when I hear things like they're yelling and it's just a nasty culture, that is rarely can you change that. You having a meeting with your leader is probably not going to change that. Is that right?
Yeah, that's correct. I am asking for your permission, though, because it's tied to a financial predicament.
What's the predicament?
The predicament is I am under contract to purchase a co-op in Queens that I was hoping to close this month, but the contingency is there's a garage spot that the owner of this co-op has that he needs to sell to somebody else in the building, and I do not want it for the price that he's asking. So this is going to drag out, it seems, for at least another few months, if not, half a year. So if I go and start looking for jobs now and potentially receive an offer and I'm looking to make a move, that might affect my mortgage lending ability.
Because of your change in income?
Well, potentially because of my change in income, but also just because of my tenure.
That doesn't matter, Nick. You can always buy a co-op or I would not make a decision about a co-op. I would make the decision about my life. And this work situation is much bigger than the co-op situation. This is about your livelihood, your life, the way you live it. You're having a hard time getting out of bed. So the job decision is the one that I'm focused on, not the co-op.
What are you making right now, Nick?
So my income varies a little bit because I'm in sales, but the average of the past 3 years is about $140,000.
And you don't think you could make $140,000 in tech sales at a different company?
No, I definitely think I could. It's just a matter of I'm scared to make a jump because I don't want it to negatively affect the mortgage process on this co-op and have this fall through, because I think it's a big opportunity financially for me to finally own something and have an asset. And I'm young, and I'm trying to get in the real estate game. I'm not really passionate about tech sales. I make a lot of money doing it, but I'm really not stimulated by it the way that I would like to.
Are you going to live in this co-op?
Yes.
Okay.
Do you have any debt?
No debt.
Okay. Well, what's the worst case scenario here? Let's say the mortgage doesn't get approved because you have this change in income or whatever. What happens?
I can't close on the co-op, and I'm stuck living in a very small apartment right now in the basement of one of my dad's rental properties. The price is right. I'm living for free. I've been living here for about 10 or 11 months. The initial plan was only to live here for a couple until I could close on something.
That's a sweet deal in New York. Well, do you lose any money if you back out of this deal because of the mortgage falling through?
A couple $1,000, but nothing crazy.
Okay. So it's not going to tank your life. It would stink because you're really excited about this. But I'm with Ken on I don't want to stick in this job I hate for 6 months just because of this co-op deal.
Yeah.
So I would find another tech sales job if that's what you need right now. Eventually, I think you need a whole new career.
At least in a better environment, just to get stable.
Just to get stable. Then we can figure out what's next and what career is right for you.
Thanks for the call. Hang in there. Better days are ahead. This is The Ramsey Show.
What if I told you there's a way you can get an edge when buying a home? The Churchill Mortgage Home Buyer Edge. Fast pre-approval and a secured interest rate. And a $5,000 seller guarantee gives your offer the best chance of being accepted. Go to ChurchillMortgage.com today.
This is a paid advertisement. Home Buyer Edge is available for qualifying borrowers and select loan types only. NMLS ID 1591. NMLSConsumerAccess.org. Equal Housing Lender. 1749 Mallory Lane, Suite 100, Brentwood, Tennessee 37027.
Balance of Nature's fruits and vegetables in a capsule, changing the world one life at a time.
Man, you talk about hitting a grand slam, just feeling just incredible. And I mean, I haven't felt this great in years. I'm 52, and with these, wow, it's just given me the energy every day to continue to do the exercises. And I just appreciate the doctor for what he's done. I'm impressed. I'm just become a new man with energy. I've never felt this great. I just want to say thank you to you guys.
Start your journey to better health with Balance of Nature. Call 1-800-2468-751 or go to balanceofnature.com to get 35% off your first preferred order. That's 1-800-2468-751. Go to balanceofnature.com or call 1-800-2468-751 and get this special offer by using discount code RAMSEY.
Every second counts when your home is threatened by a break-in. That's why SimpliSafe has launched Fast Protect Monitoring, which is 24/7 live guard protection. Their next-generation smart alarm wireless indoor camera lets live agents see and speak to intruders in your home while still maintaining your privacy. And right now, get 20% off any new system with Fast Protect Monitoring. Visit SimpliSafeDirect.com. There's no safe like SimpliSafe.
You can have the power of Jeff Wagner. Don't California my Wisconsin. In the palm of your hands, whenever and wherever you want. Maybe we need more than political theater when we're trying to deal with some of the issues that we face today. Just look up The Jeff Wagner Show on Apple, Spotify, the WTMJ app, or wherever you get your podcasts. But at the end of the day, the sun came up this morning, and like I say, your dog still loves you. And don't forget, you can still listen to me live from noon to 3 on WTMJ.
Now's when the summer heat is working your AC system into overtime. And after this long, it may be on borrowed time. But some of these systems really can last, especially Armstrong Air Pro Series systems. When your AC system says its final goodbye, think of the man in the red van and the over 60 years of experience that Quality Heating brings to your home. To get your new Armstrong Air Pro Series AC system installed right and right away.
You gotta see the man in the red van. Quality Heating, Quality Heating.
This is Anthony Zanevsky with Quality Heating. When you have over 20 HVAC techs working with you that each have over 20 years of experience, it gives you confidence to be able to go out there and talk reliability, integrity, value, all the things that matter when you hire someone to get the job done right the first time. These words mean everything to us, and we know they mean a lot to you. And that's what you'll get when you hire the man in the red van.
You gotta see the man in the red van. Quality heating, quality heating.
God speaks to us through His Word in two different ways, as law or gospel. The law of God is imprinted on every heart. It's like a test that judges all who take it. The gospel is the good news that Jesus passed the test in our place. Dr. Michael Ziegler says it's like seeing the world with two different mindsets. This week on The Lutheran Hour.
The Lutheran Hour, Sunday mornings at 6:30 on WTMJ.
Welcome back to the Ramsey Show. I'm Ken Coleman, joined by George Camel. 888-825-5225. 888-825-5225 is the phone number. Ryan joins us now at San Jose, California. Ryan, how can we help?
Hi, good afternoon, guys. I'm in $50,000 in student debt, and I've been looking for a job, but no one has hired me. What are the next steps I should do?
Well, you just keep going. You don't quit. So what have you been trying to get hired to do?
So I graduated from university 18 months ago, and when I first graduated, I go on my Excel spreadsheet, type in like all the student debt that I'm in, and then I'm just like, okay, first goal, I'm going to go try seek a job. And then that was from January of 2022 till now. It's been 18 months, been applying for jobs, been active on LinkedIn, ZipRecruiter, Indeed, been applying for jobs. No one calls me for interviews.
Okay.
And
all right.
Either that or I've been ghosted. And then I'm just like, initially I was thinking like, okay, if the student loan forgiveness was to happen, $20,000 might be forgiven.
Yeah.
But if not, I need to be serious about this plan. What should I do before I make my first payment in October?
Yeah. All right. So, Ryan, I'm going to give you two pieces of advice here. I want George to weigh in as well. You should have been working the entire time. Is it the job that you've been trying to get? Probably not. I don't know if it was attached to your major. I never got an answer from you as to what type of jobs you're looking for. We'll get to that in a minute. But you need to be working. We are in a fantastic gig economy. Now, if you've not heard that phrase, it just means we live in an economy where you can work, whether you're driving delivery for one of the major rideshare companies, or you're doing something locally, or you're doing freelance work. The gig economy is I'm a private contractor, essentially. I set my own hours. I come and go. And there is a lot of opportunity in our economy for those type of jobs. There are also right now we're seeing a tremendous amount of jobs that are available in the $15 to $20 an hour range, maybe doing something menial, maybe not doing something that you want to do, but it is money nonetheless. And you've been sitting on the sidelines waiting for someone to discover you.
I've been doing rideshare on the side.
Oh,
we didn't tell us that.
Is that how you've been paying the bills for the last 16 months?
Correct. I've been paying the bills for the last 16
How much money are you
I
making?
don't pay rent. Per weekend, I am making between $500 to $600.
What are you doing during the week?
During the week, I'm just waking up at 9 and then just keep on looking at my laptop and just applying for jobs until someone reaches out to me and interviews me.
Ryan, that's not enough. You need to be working full time. You need to be working 40 hours a week and knocking out that debt. You could have knocked a huge chunk of that debt out working 40 hours a week.
Just a retail job,
but
whatever it is.
What you're doing right now is not working. And you are essentially playing the professional lottery by going on LinkedIn and sending out messages, sending out resumes, and you are a nameless, faceless person. And I hate that for you. But that's the process we live in right now where everything's AI. And if you apply for a job, if you don't have a relationship connection to that company, to say, hey, let me tell you about Ryan. I know Ryan. I've known Ryan since he was a baby, or blah, 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 whatever it is. You've got to make real personal connections at these companies to get yourself an interview. You're not even getting to the interview phase. And then when you are getting there, nothing's happening because you haven't stood out prior to the process or in the game. So I'm going to give you some free resources. I'm also going to give you a couple of paid resources towards the end. I'll tell you what those are. But you need to understand that right now your goal is you got to get out of the doldrums. You got to get out of this rut where you're just sitting around getting rejected day in and day out, hearing nothing but crickets, and only doing rideshare on the weekend. You could be paying off this student loan debt. George, how much could he, I mean, you know the numbers, crunch the numbers. How much could he be paying off every month? How much could he have paid off if he's working full-time while he's trying to find that placement in the field he wants to be in?
Well, a lot of these, as you know, these rideshare jobs, you can easily make $20 an hour delivering food, groceries, people, packages. And so let's even call that $20 an hour, 40 hours a week. That's $800 a week. So you start multiplying that out. You said you don't pay rent, right?
No, I don't pay rent.
So you're talking over $3,000 a month that could have been going towards paying off these student loans during the pause, so that you're not in this predicament where now student loan payments are coming back and you still are unemployed. So I would get to work ASAP, even if it's not the dream job.
You could almost be out of the $50,000 of debt is what we're getting at. You could be very close to have paid that off. Just doing what George did with those numbers. So what field are you trying to get into?
So I've been trying to be a data analyst or a financial analyst because I have more into data analytics and graduate finance.
Okay, so you got the degree, you had a good GPA, all that stuff?
Correct, sir.
All right. So you realize that you're going to have to make some personal connections. You got to have some people calling people on your behalf. That you've already played it the way that most people try to play it, and then they get discouraged. So I'm going to give you a book called The Proximity Principle, all right? And I want you to read it, or I'll give you the audio version if that's your preference. And it's a deep dive on how to make connections, because the right people, Ryan, plus the right places bring me opportunity. They show up at your door. Do you understand that formula?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. When I'm around the right people, they'll make good connections for me. When I'm in the right places, I meet more of the right people, and I start getting opportunities. You got to get really serious about this, but you're going to cut your time that you've just been sitting there submitting resumes and all that, and you're going to get busy, and you're going to get some momentum in paying off this debt, and then from there, you're going to feel a little bit more juice because you're not just sitting there looking at that student loan payment come in and nothing happening. You need some wins right now, and paying off that student loan by working 40, 50, maybe 60 hours a week for a while would be great, and then making connections. You're driving, and when you're not driving, you're meeting with people. George, that's the play.
And with no rent, I mean, let's knock this thing out while you have that sweet deal happening.
Yeah, so hang on the line. We'll get you a copy of The Proximity Principle. It'll help you there. All right, let's go to Madison, Wisconsin, where Clint joins us. Clint, how can we help?
How you doing, guys?
Great. How are you, sir?
Oh, pretty good. So me and my wife were about $60,000 in debt and just are struggling to get anywhere. We've been paying on it, and it just seems like we're stuck.
What's your income?
About 90 to 100 a year.
Okay. And what kind of debt is the 60?
So there's about 22 in credit card. There's about 30, say about 34 in car loans, and yeah, I think that's about it.
And what is your other car worth? You have two?
Yes, sir. Yeah, sorry. The other one, we owe, I think, 16 on it.
Okay, so we got two cars. So we got, if I'm looking at this, what are those cars worth? You owe 34 and you owe 16. What are both of those cars worth?
The 16, it's worth $32,000, and the other car is worth like 40 something. I think like 45.
I am selling these cars. The cars are what's crushing you guys. I mean, this is way over half your income in the car's values.
Right.
And the nice thing about car loans, the only nice thing, is that you can kind of undo some of this, especially if the car's worth more than what you owe. And so what if we sold these cars and you netted out of this deal, you'd net, let's see, you'd probably walk away with at least 20 grand, right? You could buy two cheaper cars.
Right.
So you buy 2 cheaper cars that are 10 grand each for now. We'll upgrade later to something reasonable with cash. That leaves you with the credit card debt because that high interest is killing you guys. And let's just knock this stuff out. You're making $100K. You got cars that are reasonable. You're down to $22K instead of $60. And let's debt snowball this thing. Smallest to largest, regardless of the interest rate. Knock this out. Get on a budget. Get on a proven plan. Cut all the discretionary spending. Let's try to make more right now for a season. And you'll be out of this thing within months. But if you hang on to these cars, it's just going to be a wait.
Should we get them in FPU?
I think we should. Let's hook them up with Financial Peace University for 1 year.
He feels tired, and he feels like he doesn't have a lot of hope, and we're going to get you hope with community. So hang on the line. We'll get you an FPU, get you and your wife in there, and you guys, you're going to change your life. I know you are. We believe in you, Clint. Thank you so much for the call. This is The Ramsey Show.
I want to tell you a true story. I got a letter from Fran in Virginia once. She and her husband Gary were loaded down with debt. They decided to get serious and worked for over 2 years to pay off $65,000. They were able to buy their dream home. Gary had just started a new job and things were looking really good. 6 months later, Gary unexpectedly died. Wow. Tears my heart out. Besides the grief and shock, Fran had no income, was on her own, and her Social Security benefits couldn't pay the mortgage. Talk about feeling lost and alone. The only good part of this story is that Gary had term life insurance through Zander, so Fran was able to deal with her grief without being overwhelmed with money issues. Sad story, but I share it with you to make a point. For over 25 years, I've been telling you about the importance of term life insurance and protecting your family. Having life insurance is what responsible people do for their families. It's why I tell you every day to go to Zander.com or call them at 800-356-4282.
Before you go looking for an area rug that you'll have to settle for because you think that the one you really want will be out of your budget, come to Design Exchange, where you'll find a formidable selection of Oriental, Persian, and other wool area rug choices at 25 to 70% off retail. This is Katie with Design Exchange, where discerning buyers with discriminating tastes come to find premium home decor on consignment at a value. Design Exchange in Heartland and Pewaukee.
Design Exchange.
If you're trying to find really good, high-end, distinctive furniture, the kind they just don't make anymore, then come to Design Exchange. But you better get here quickly, because the best furniture we take in on consignment doesn't usually last long. It may be vintage, it may have once been out of your range, but now you'll find it's priced right. This is Katie with Design Exchange, where discerning buyers with discriminating tastes come to find premium home decor at a value.
Design Exchange.
So he said to me, boy, oh boy, do you got the boulders. And I said, you betcha. And he said, do you mind if I cherry pick? And I said, feel free. They're all beautiful and they're all granite. Sparkling pinks, blues, and grays from 4 to 36 inches. And they're all priced right because we buy direct from the source nationwide to give you the look you want. Erickson's Landscape Supply. High-quality mulch and stone for a whole lot less. Commercial or residential, visit ericksonslandscapesupply.com to see our entire selection. Well, if you need flagstone for your new natural patio, Erickson's is the place to find it. We have the largest selection and 15 styles to choose from. And for decorative stone, Erickson's is your best choice. Our decorative stone is trucked in from all over the country. We buy straight from the quarry and cut out the middleman to keep your prices nice and low. Erickson's Landscape Supply. High-quality mulch and stone for a whole lot less. Commercial or residential, visit ericksonslandscapesupply.com to see our entire selection.
Acumen Mortgage is an equal housing lender. NMLSConsumerAccess.org, number 255368. This is Chief Home Buying Strategist Brian Wickert. A lot of home shoppers just go with their bank when it comes to getting their pre-approval and financing their new home. That's exactly what Jordan and Michelle did, and it wasn't until after they wrote their 5th losing offer that they took their agent's advice and called Acunet for a rock-solid guaranteed pre-approval and offer strategy consultation. Every time you write an offer and lose, it's an emotional punch to the gut because you've already imagined having Thanksgiving dinner at that house. We're helping home shoppers and and their agents write stronger, more convincing offers every day with powerful tools and strategies that really work. If you don't mind writing 5 losing offers, go ahead and get a flimsy generic pre-approval from your bank or credit union. But if you want the best shot at writing an offer that gets accepted, get a rock-solid guaranteed pre-approval from Accunet, and I'll personally join in on your offer strategy consultation like I did for Jordan and Michelle, whose very next offer was a winner. All you got to do to get started is click on the blue button today at accunet.com.
Hey, this is Steve Scafidi for Advent. I had some snoring issues that kept my wife up at night. That led to poor sleep and a lot of tired mornings on the radio, and nobody wants that, trust me. But it's simply, my nose wasn't working the way it should. I decided to go to Advent for a quick 30-minute visit, one of their great facilities, talk to a bunch of their doctors. They really put me at ease. After a really simple sleep study at home, in my own bed, they determined the root cause of my problem had to do with my sinuses and nasal passages in my breathing triangle. I didn't even know I had a breathing triangle until I went to see Advent. After a short procedure done in office, I'm back to breathing well, and my wife and I are both back to sleeping through the whole night. The best sleep we've ever had, that could be you. If you struggle with restless nights like I did, take the time to see how Advent can help. To find out how breathing well and sleeping well can make your life and your nights a whole lot better, go to AdventKnows.com, schedule an appointment today. Because Advent knows, when you breathe well, you live better.
There's no doubt about it. It does help when you're not paying bigger commissions, especially when you're getting absolutely everything a 6% broker offers. This is Angela Calais with Benefit Realty, and we're discount real estate agents. And all that means is we give you 100% full services and home marketing for less. That's it. With all things being equal, why on earth would you ever pay more than the 3.5 to 3.9% real estate commission that we charge? Benefit Realty, full service for less. Benefit-realty.com. There are definitely a number of cases in which a client was trying to sell their home with a 6% broker and the home was just sitting on the market. Sometimes a difference of a few $1,000s can mean getting an offer or a home continuing to sit. Discounted commissions allow you to adjust the price of your home without sacrificing equity, and that can make all the difference. Full-service real estate agents at discount commissions of 3.5 to 3.9%. That's what you'll get from Benefit Realty, where we make your move simple and affordable. Benefit-realty.com.
Welcome back to the Ramsey Show. Thrilled to have you with us. I'm Ken Coleman, joined by George Kamel. The phone number is 888-825-5225, helping you win in your life, specifically your money, your work, and your relationships. 888-825-5225. Let's go to Diana, who joins us in Houston, Texas. Diana, how can we help?
Hi, good afternoon, Ken and George. So my question is, when will it be a good time for us to refinance our home?
What's making you want to refinance?
Well, for starters, we are paying a 5% interest, 14 for the past 14 years, and we have not. We still owe about a little over $100,000 on our principal balance. We have 2 daughters. One of them is about to go to college within a year and a half from now. The other one is not that far from there. So we want to free up money to start saving up for college, also start ramping up on our retirement fund, and just, having more cash available for us,
are you wanting to do a cash-out refinance, not just a refinance?
Well, I don't know what would make more sense. Because, right now I called my mortgage company yesterday, and I was just getting information, and they told me, they gave me a interest rate of a 6.5, which is higher than what we're paying right now. So I just want to get, to see what will be a good decision. Should we just continue paying the house as we are and just making extra payments towards the principal, or should we refinance? So that's what I'm calling.
Yeah, refinancing is not going to solve any problems for you right now, and right now is one of the worst times to refinance because you guys have a lower interest rate than the market. So that's not the solution to your problems. I would absolutely not do a cash-out refinance because that's putting you further into debt. And so you think it may be solving one problem over here, but you're just adding more to the other side in the pile. So the only time it would make sense to refinance is if you can get a lower interest rate, if you can move from a variable rate to a fixed rate, which I assume you guys have a fixed rate right now?
Correct.
Okay. You can get a shorter loan term. So if you were refinancing from a 30 to a 15-year, and you could kind of ROI on that, because you're going to pay closing costs. It's going to cost money to do this refinance. You want to make sure that it actually makes financial sense.
Right.
So it doesn't sound like it's going to solve any of that for you. It may just be that the mortgage is just too much for you guys based on your income. Is that the case?
Well, no. Well, right now we're our income is between 80 to 100,000 net, depending on on what my husband does and so forth. But I just want.
And what's the mortgage?
Right now, like what we pay a month.
Mm-hmm.
It's about a little over $1,400.
Okay.
A month.
So the mortgage is reasonable, and that tells me that the mortgage isn't the problem. Are there other expenses that are holding you guys back from being able to save up for college? Do you have any other debt other than the mortgage?
No, we don't. No, the mortgage is it.
Okay, so if you're telling me you're taking home anywhere from $6,500 to $8,000 a month.
Mm-hmm.
And
I'm sorry. It all depends. I know that because we're in the transportation industry, so sometimes there are a couple of years that we have really good income. There are a couple of years where we're just kind of low, so that's basically our average. Sometimes we have made down to 60, maybe 50 a year, so it all depends. So hopefully, it'll be better. Like we are projecting maybe this year at about 80.
Okay.
So 80 to 90. So.
And you said that's take-home pay. That's net income?
Correct. Yes.
So that's $6,500 a month. Let's call it $6 for even numbers. $1,400 is reasonable. That puts you right at about 25% of your take-home pay for the mortgage. And so I say all that to say the home is not the issue. We've got to look at we can increase income. That's one way we can save up for college. The other way is to decrease other expenses. And so we got to look at the budget and go, where in the budget are we missing something? How can we lower our insurance rates by shopping around with our friends at Xander? Are there other discretionary expenses? Are we eating out too much? Do we have too many subscriptions? Do we need to cut the expensive gym membership? Those kinds of things, as you add them all up, can add up to big numbers to help you guys save. So are you investing right now in retirement?
Yes, we are.
What percentage of your income?
At this time, we're not. We stopped last year. I have about 150 in IRA.
Why'd you stop?
Well, there were COVID started. When COVID started, my husband didn't work for a couple of months. So when everything started opening up,
that was 3 years ago.
Right. So. It could be, I would say expenses, even though we don't have any debt, but expenses that we...
I think you guys aren't doing a detailed monthly budget right now, and the money is just floating away, and we need to get back on track. So I'm going to help you with that. I'm going to gift you 1 year of Every Dollar, the premium version, to really make a plan. You lay out that $6,500 at the top, and you are the boss of that budget, and once you make the budget is the boss of you guys. And that will free you to go, oh, that's where our money's going. We said we were going to spend $500 on food. It ended up being $1,000 because we got a little lazy. So if you add all of that stuff up in the budget, it will allow you to go, we got to invest 15% of our income to retirement first. Whatever's left on top of that, we're going to start throwing at college. Whatever's left over that, we're going to throw at the house. And if it turns out there's not enough money, we got to increase our income and find some more stability.
Yeah.
So hang on the line. We'll gift you Every Dollar Premium. And for those of you listening out there, we have an amazing deal right now. If you go to everydollar.com/George, 14-day free trial and $15 off. $15 off if you want to get the premium version.
So hang on the line. We'll get you that. Let's go to, Ali in Washington, D.C. How can we help?
Hi, George and Ken. Thank you so much for taking my call.
Sure.
My question is on student loans, whether I should pay it all off or whether I should pay in lump sum.
Aren't those the same thing?
So I owe a total about $64. I do have enough cash on hand to pay it all off. but then like we're a little bit nervous about not having enough money for down payment next year. So that's part of it, and then the other part is we were just thinking about maybe perhaps pay $40K on the student loan, and then like take it to next year, perhaps like in 2 years completely paid off.
Okay. Well, in the Ramsey plan, the way that will help you do this with peace is to slow down on the home ownership goal, because right now we got a pile of debt to clean up. So I would not go into home ownership with the student loan still hanging around my neck. And if that means it slows down the home ownership process by a year because we have to save back up, I'm okay with that. But right now, that money, that's Sally Mae. It's got Sally Mae's name on it, not your new home name on it. And so I would pay it off in full today. Let's see where we're at. Let's then get an emergency fund in place of 3 to 6 months, then begin saving up that down payment. How long would that take you if you did it that way?
I think I could get it done by the end of next year. I would have more than enough for a down payment, a nice down payment for the house, and then of course emergency fund. I think I already have.
Now imagine that.
Amount.
It stinks because you were like, man, I wanted to get a house sooner than that. But a year and a half from now, you step into home ownership with no debt except for this mortgage. That's reasonable. You step in with a fully funded emergency fund ready to cover you because home ownership is freaking expensive. And then you also have the down payment instead of trying to put nothing down to scrape by to get into the home. So that's the way to do it. And if you do a 15-year fixed rate with the payments no more than a quarter of your take-home pay, even though it's going to take longer, I understand that, you will walk into this with a whole lot more peace.
Yeah.
And that's what we want for you.
And Ali, you've been disciplined to save that money, to be able to pay off these loans. You now know that Uncle Joe's not coming through. So pay it off. It's a game changer. You're going to be so much further ahead. Don't look at it as I'm behind in my homeowner goal. Look at it as I'm ahead in life, because that's really what's going on. I'd pay them off now, today, like before close of business. That'll be a fantastic way to sleep tonight. Thank you for the call. All right, don't move. More calls coming up. This is The Ramsey Show.
Do you take prescriptions? If you're like a lot of people, you're probably paying cash for your medications. Copays are too high, or you aren't hitting your deductible, right? Fortunately, there's a service that's helping millions of people reduce the cost of their prescriptions. SingleCare. It only takes a few seconds to check the price of your medication using SingleCare.com or the SingleCare app, and it's free. Go online and check for yourself. Visit SingleCare.com and start saving today.
Hey guys, what's up? It's Jade Warshaw. Who says Black Friday can only be a thing in November? Not us. For a limited time, you can get Ramsey store favorites for as low as $5 in our summer Black Friday sale. Get Ken Coleman's resume templates for only $5. Or get Dave Ramsey's book, Baby Steps Millionaires, for only $15.99. And Smart Conference Chicago. Those tickets start at only $59. Hurry, because this sale will not last long. Go to RamseySolutions.com/store.
Creative Planning presents Rethink Your Money with John Hagenson, Saturday afternoon at 1. At Creative Planning, we custom tailor your portfolio to help you achieve your ideal financial future. You'll see how our wealth managers work with in-house CPAs and attorneys to ensure your money is working as hard as it can for you. Why not give your wealth a second look? Visit creativeplanning.com. That's creativeplanning.com.
Emergency service 24/7. Quality Heating has 25 trucks ready to work around the clock to get out there quickly to solve your heating or AC problem. So when that system goes on the fritz and you want to avoid that sweaty summer heat or bypass the fear of frozen feet, the man in the red van can't be beat when it comes to prompt, reliable service. Call Quality Heating for any emergency HVAC need.
You gotta see the man in the red van. Quality Heating, Quality Heating.
There's a reason why we install Armstrong Air Pro Series systems. When your reputation is on the line, you pick the brand you can trust. It's like our employees. You pick the best to preserve your good name. A guy like me that's been working on furnaces and AC systems for over half my life. I got an eye for the good stuff. And Armstrong Air Pro Series systems fit the bill. This is Anthony Zanevsky with Quality Heating. When you need a good crew installing a system you can rely on, see the man in the red van.
Quality heating, quality heating.
It's not a gimmick. It's simply comprehensive, fee-only financial planning to get all your arrows pointed in the right direction. And although rate of return is important, there are many factors that are equally, if not more important. There's a strong belief among financial experts that tax planning is more important than rate of return. And at Financial Strategies, we strongly believe that is what sets us apart. As a result of our strategies, our clients have saved significantly on their taxes. They were prepared to pay the taxes and elated when we shared how they could avoid them. We want to grow your investment and protect it, and we've proven to be very good at doing just that. I'm Jim Cantrell with Financial Strategies, Inc., and we can show you a wiser way to build your wealth. So go to financialstrategiesinc.com and schedule a no-cost consultation.
Financial strategies, a wiser way to build your wealth.
Welcome back to The Ramsey Show. I'm Ken Coleman. I'm joined by George Kamel. Thrilled to have you with us. Our scripture today comes from Proverbs 24:16. For the righteous falls 7 times and rises again, but the wicked stumble in times of calamity. Our quote from Michael Jordan: I've failed over and over again in my life, and that is why I succeed. So that's fun. So during the commercial break, just to get a little inside baseball, George and I, or any of the Ramsey personalities, twice an hour we go out and we meet folks in the lobby and say hi, high five, sign books, take pictures and all this stuff. And so in hour 1 today, we had a fine young lady, just had her act together. Good questions. Her name was Jessica. She was from in Nashville, so we said this is in our backyard. And so as we were talking to Jessica, I asked her at what point, what does she do? And she works for Crumble.
Corporate training.
Corporate training.
Yeah.
And I just made a little smart aleck comment. Well, first thing you need to do is drop a box of cookies by sometime. And she said, as I recall, playfully, I can make that happen. Well, so here we are in hour 3, and we go out in the lobby to say hi to some folks. And who is in the lobby with her dad?
Jessica. With a giant box of Crumble cookies.
With a giant box of Crumble cookies.
I think that thing is bigger than me.
It's huge. So
we have it on air if you're watching on YouTube.
If you're
Ken
watching
brought it
on
in the
YouTube,
studio.
I brought. Oh my gosh!
Can you reveal that to the camera, Ken? Is there a way to do that?
I'm afraid I'm going to dump it. Can we? Don't dump it, is what Kelly said.
Do not dump it. That's precious cargo.
There it is.
There's
That's
the camera
all I
angle.
can do. I'm very nervous.
This is like Crumble is not a sponsor. They're not an advertiser. We just thought it was really fun.
It's not an advertising spot. Well, when people bring us good food, I'm going to thank them.
That's really kind of Jessica to do that.
So, Jessica, you're amazing. She's out in the lobby, and she has her act together. She's great, and she's leaving at 4 in the morning. Wow. To go on a training trip. So she's getting after it. So
well, and if listeners out there,
she wrote us a nice card.
The way to Ken's heart is through food. He will accept it if you bring it.
Yeah, I got no problem. People ask me all the time, will you eat it? I go, absolutely, we could eat it. What do I don't need an official taster.
She did say we have to share it with the team.
So we're going to share it with the team, by the way.
They're very excited.
Now, look at them. They haven't been paying attention for 3 hours, and now they're jumping up.
It's the best part of their day.
They're so excited. So this is for the team because they're the ones that deserve it anyway. But here we go.
That's right.
Let's go to Vancouver. You ever been to Vancouver?
I haven't. I've been to Montreal in Quebec, but not Vancouver.
I'd really like to go. Look at me now. Now, see, I'm getting free cookies. Now I'm looking for a free trip. Make it stop, George. I got to stop.
Brandon, can you send Ken to Vancouver? Can you make it happen?
Brandon, you're on the Ramsey Show. How's it going?
Hey, guys. Good. Thanks for taking my call today.
You bet.
So I'm fairly new. I've been about 3 weeks new to this whole Ramsey Show debt stuff to work on. And it came at a perfect time because I have a mountain of debt. And just wondering what the fastest way to pay it off would be. It's about a total of $850,000, and that's including mortgages.
Okay. Well, lay them out for me with the consumer debt first.
Okay, consumer debt first. So I've got $4,000 on an LOC. I've got a MasterCard with $24,000, a car with $21,000, a truck with $77,000, and then we've got my personal house, which has got a mortgage remaining of $550,000, and then a rental house with a remaining mortgage of $170,000. plus a HELOC on my personal house, which is about $190,000.
Holy
goodness! You've been collecting this stuff, man. What is your income?
I'm not too proud about it. My household income is about $160,000 to $170,000.
Okay. What is the truck for?
It's a vehicle that we bought. It's me and my wife. We have 5 children, and we wanted something to be able to pull a trailer to take our family on vacation.
Do you have an RV?
No, we actually pull my parents' 27-foot trailer to go camping up in the Okanagan.
Okay.
Well, it's time to buy some tents.
I think for now we vacation in our home because we are
in the
freaking
backyard.
broke. I think this truck needs to go. That's staring me down in a bad way. And because you can sell this stuff, I'd probably sell the truck and the car just to help clean some of this up to give you guys some breathing room. But what you do, here's what you do. Ignore the mortgage parts for now. Let's focus on this consumer debt and lay them out smallest to largest. That makes it palatable, right? If you go, how quickly can you pay off this 4K and LLC debt? A month?
We just wrote actually our thing up last night on our plan, and we're hoping to have that paid off by the end of August.
Okay, so end of August we knock out the first debt. What's the next biggest debt? The credit cards? If we sell the car?
The car is 21, the MasterCard is 24.
Okay. Now, my personal plan, because I can't breathe right now, is to just sell these vehicles and just drive beaters for now, even if they're two $10,000 cars. We're not going on vacation. We're broke, so we can't afford that anyways. We're not towing any trailers anytime soon. What if we cleaned up the car debt? That alleviates $100,000 of this consumer debt. Now you just have credit cards in front of you for consumer debt. Then we're at the mortgages. You see how that just sped up that process?
Yeah, no, absolutely. Our truck, unfortunately, a month after we bought it, we actually got hit, and it's been now had to be fixed. It had about $20,000 in damage a month after we bought it. So I've thought about selling that, but from what I've heard from, I was talking with an insurance adjuster, they figure it's only worth, the price has dropped about 30 to 40% based on that accident of what we could get for it. So we'd still be left with like 20 to 25,000 remaining on that.
Even after you fix it up?
Well, it's already been fixed. We've had it for a little over a year now.
But it's depreciated the value because of the accident.
Exactly, yes.
Well, you said your income was how much? 140, 160?
160 to 170.
160, 170. Is there a way to increase that?
I'm already working overtime now. My wife's also starting to pick up some overtime to help bring that up as well.
Okay. Well, there's no easy shortcut way out of this, and there's no amount of debt you can move around to make this go away. The only way to make it go away is aggressively pay it off with the debt snowball, smallest to largest, increase the income, decrease the expenses, find as much margin as you can to throw at that smallest debt, and just work your way at this thing. And I'd probably sell the rental. What's the rental worth?
Absolutely.
Around 300,000.
So you could net about 100 plus to throw at the other debt?
Yeah, and that we used actually, I know this is terrible thinking on my part looking back now, but we used our home equity line of credit to purchase our rental house. And it had a slew of repairs to the extent of about $70,000 more than what we were expecting, and that's where we have our HELOC from.
Okay, but you can still sell the rental.
Yes.
That's a game changer. You have to do that. It gives you pretty big momentum to get this thing started. Now, there's still a lot of work to do, but that'll help.
And even being underwater on that truck, I'd probably sell the rental and use that to cover the underwater portion.
Yep.
Sell the car, get 2 beater cars. That at least cleans up a whole lot of this debt. That leaves you with the LLC, the credit cards, and then the HELOC, and then save the mortgage till the very end.
Okay.
What is the house worth?
My personal residence?
Yes.
About $1 million.
Okay. Now, I don't think you need to sell the house unless this mortgage payment is killing you guys. Is it a big part of your monthly take-home pay?
It's right around that quarter mark. It's about $2,500 a month.
Okay, and you're bringing in $10K.
Monthly is approximately 10. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, so I didn't think the mortgage was the problem, and I would just save that to the very end. I'm not a huge fan of just using that as the first shortcut to just sell the house to get out of this thing. I want to see some behavior change. Otherwise, you're going to be right back in this mess a year from now. And that means the sacrifices of paying off the truck that we use for the family vacations and the car. We've got to stop looking for shortcuts. And I feel like you're ready for that.
Yeah. No,
Is your spouse on board as well?
At first it was tough. Like, I've been listening to your guys' podcast religiously for the last 3 weeks, and she's not quite on board, but she's definitely more on board now that we've kind of put it out on paper, kind of a plan on what I was planning on doing. But I figured to call you guys. I think she'll be able to come on board with it. It might be a little bit of a struggle, but
if you just
good conversations.
Show her these numbers on paper, show her the interest, show her how long it's going to take to crawl out of this thing, she's going to be willing to sell some stuff.
Yeah, I agree.
I can't breathe looking at this stuff, man. I'm pulling for you to get out of this thing. Call us back if we can help in any way.
Can you imagine just looking at the budget once all those things are paid off that we just talked about by the one per sale of the house? That's a game changer, and that'll get somebody on board. Show 100%. Them real numbers. Good hour, George.
Good
You're going to need a massage after walking through that
100%.
last call. Maybe a chiropractor. I don't know. Big thanks to Kelly Daniel for keeping it on the tracks and the crew in there with her, and then also you, America. This is The Ramsey Show. Hey, it's Ken. If you love the show and want a deeper dive on your money journey, we have a weekly newsletter that gives you trending and helpful articles and tips on following the Ramsey way. Go to RamseySolutions.com today to sign up for our newsletter. Again, that's RamseySolutions.com to sign up for our weekly newsletter.
I know a bunch of you are getting ready to move right now, and man, I know it's a lot to take on. Please make sure you're working with the right moving company to make the best experience possible. Pods Moving and Storage lets you move on your terms. Moving with a Pods container gives you the flexibility you need. They deliver the container right to you, and you can pack at your pace. And if your moving dates don't line up, Pods can store your container for you in their secure storage centers, or keep it in your driveway. Either way, you don't have to move twice, and we know Murphy sneaks in when you least expect it. If your plans change, they'll work with you to adjust. No stress. They know your life is in that container, and how their team treats your stuff shows how much they care. Millions of families have already trusted Pods with their move, so go to pods.com/Ramsey to get your quote and get started today. That's pods.com/Ramsey.
WTMJ, W277CV, and WKTI HD2 Milwaukee. From the Annex Wealth Management Studios, this is News Radio WTMJ, a Good Karma brand station.
From ABC News, I'm Chuck Sievertson. Just a day after North Korea threatened what it called shocking consequences, it has launched a ballistic missile in the past hours, the first in a month, reported by South Korean military leaders. The rocket zoomed over the North's eastern waters. The North has claimed a U.S. spy plane was flying over its territory. Hearing that Ukraine will be brought into NATO, but not until after the war with Russia, Ukraine's president at the NATO summit in Lithuania. Also there, ABC's Inez de la Cuetara.
Zelensky will be meeting with Biden at the summit. That's going to be a very interesting meeting because Zelensky not holding back here. He's been very forceful in his criticism, but at the same time, of course, needs to stay on Biden's good side because he is so heavily dependent on the U.S. for the war in Ukraine.
Following deadly flooding in the Northeast, more is expected. Upstate New York, ABC's Janae Norman.
In hard-hit Orange County, officials estimate the damage in the tens of millions. Military officials at West Point assessing damage to roads and bridges in the area. Some parts of the state got more than 2 months worth of rain in a single day.
Record rainfall this year blamed for the devastating landslide in Southern California. A dozen homes destroyed, even more threatened. ABC's Matt Gutman.
As the city prepares for a disaster declaration, state geologists tell me that record rains this year have unleashed thousands of landslides, and it's often the biggest ones that take the longest to form, which is why there's concern of additional landslides here in the coming months.
After criticism about his comments that he didn't think white nationalists are racists, Republican Alabama Senator Tommy Tuberville reverses his position. ABC's Rachel Scott.
That reversal from Senator Tuberville not only coming after he faced repeated questions from reporters here on Capitol Hill, but also after Republicans clearly distanced themselves from his comments. Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell saying that white supremacy is simply unacceptable.
ABC's Rachel Scott on Capitol Hill. You're listening to ABC News.
This is Brad Youngbooth with Semper Fi Roofing and Exteriors, your local, veteran-owned and operated exterior remodeling company. We have two big humps in this business, right before summer and right after fall. And for us, that's when the lines are the longest. Folks usually choose to do their exterior work during those times, and what I'm trying to do here with this message is level out the flow of business so that we don't have to disappoint anyone come November and December because they were hoping to get their work done before the snow flies. I understand where the focus is during summer, but you know what? It really is a great time to get signed up for your exterior work, like siding and windows, because that's when the lines are the shortest, and it's the one time that we're pretty sure we're not going to get any snow. So if you're looking to get your work done, why put it off? The lines are shorter and we'll be ready. For your new roof, siding, window and door installation, or masonry work, call Semper Fi, because you can count on Semper Fi to keep you safe, warm, and dry.
We keep you safe, warm, and dry. Semper Fi.
Academic Mortgage is an equal housing lender. NMLSConsumerAccess.org, number 255368. This is Chief Home Buying Strategist Brian Wickert. A lot of home shoppers just go with their bank when it comes to getting their pre-approval and financing their new home. That's exactly what Jordan and Michelle did, and it wasn't until after they wrote their 5th losing offer that they took their agent's advice and called Accunet for a rock-solid guaranteed pre-approval and offer strategy consultation. Every time you write an offer and lose, it's an emotional punch to the gut because you've already imagined having Thanksgiving dinner at that house. We're helping home shoppers and their agents write stronger, more convincing offers every day with powerful tools and strategies that really work. If you don't mind writing 5 losing offers, go ahead and get a flimsy generic pre-approval from your bank or credit union. But if you want the best shot at writing an offer that gets accepted, get a rock-solid guaranteed pre-approval from Accunet, and I'll personally join in on your offer strategy consultation like I did for Jordan and Michelle, whose very next offer was a winner. All you got to do to get started is click on the blue button today at accunet.com.
From the WTMJ Breaking News Center, I'm Jessica Gatzo. The city of Milwaukee will levy a 2% sales tax next year.
12 ayes, 3 noes.
12 ayes, 3 noes. The matter passes.
The Common Council voting in favor of the measure, 3 members voting no, but the 12 votes are more than enough to pass the required 2/3 threshold to make it happen. Strong rhetoric from the council in discussion and debate this morning. Alderman Russell Stamper.
It's clear that they are not our friends. And if they are not our friends, then they are our enemies.
Stamper speaking of state lawmakers who brokered the deal that comes with strings attached for Milwaukee. Act 12, the state law passed earlier this summer, restricts how the city can spend the revenue from the new tax. It also requires reforms to the Fire and Police Commission and that MPD officers be placed back in some Milwaukee public schools. Mayor Cavalier Johnson is expected to sign the measure in the coming days. That tax could be implemented as soon as the start of next year. In sports, today the MLB draft wrapped up. The Brewers used 9 of their 10 draft picks on pitchers during day 3 of the draft, bringing their total to 16 pitchers. The deadline to sign draft picks is July 25th. The team will be back in the game in Cincinnati on Friday for a game against the Reds at 6:10. Time for your WTMJ forecast. Tonight, partly cloudy with a chance for showers and storms later, a low of 63. On Wednesday, showers and storms likely, about half an inch of rain expected with a high of 73 degrees by the lake and 78 inland. On Thursday, partly cloudy with a chance for thunderstorms at night, a high of 80. On Friday, partly cloudy with a chance for thunderstorms later in the day, a high of 82. And on Saturday, partly cloudy and humid with a slight chance for storms, a high of 86. I'm Jessica Gatzo, WTMJ News.
I'm Brett Matschke, and you're due for service.
Richlands.
Richlands Tire and Service Centers. 5 locations and all easy to find. Visit richlands.com when you're due for service.
Live from the headquarters of Ramsey Solutions, broadcasting from the Pods Moving and Storage Studio. This is the Ramsey Show. It's where we help you win in your life, specifically your money, your work, and your relationships. I'm Ken Coleman, joined by my colleague George Camel. We're here for you this hour, 888-825-5225, 888-825-5225. We've been called the root beer float of the Ramsey Show. A lot of duets with the Ramsey personalities and Dave. A lot of every day brings a different duet, as I like to say.
I like that.
So hope you like the root beer
Well,
float.
the explanation is 2 ingredients. This is from a fan review. They said 2 ingredients that are great on their own, but when brought together are magic.
Yeah, I didn't want to go so far as to that big of a compliment of ourselves, but whatever.
I said it's from a fan. I don't agree. But
whatever
very
you
kind.
think the beverage we are today, but we are here together, and always enjoy being with George. We have a lot of fun, and so let me set the tone here. Of course, we're going to take your money questions. George is ready to go. He's got his bomber jacket on.
I got my pen.
He brushed
my
his
notepad.
teeth just moments ago back in the bathroom. I ran into him. He's freshly brushed and flossed, and George can answer your money questions. And I'll weigh in, but I'm here to answer any work questions. And when we talk about money, George, you got to think about work. Your income is your greatest wealth building tool. How can you make more money? How can you enjoy work? If you're feeling stuck, but I'm in the baby steps, can I move? Can I pivot? The answer is yes. I'll take any work-related questions. Maybe you're dealing with a toxic boss or coworker, and you just, hey, you know what? I just need to be encouraged. Ken, I need to stay the course. We'll take some of those questions. And so we're ready to go. We've told you what to expect. And let's do it. Terry is up first in Tampa, Florida. Terry, how can we help? Well, let me hit the button.
That helps to get Terry on the line.
Well,
Is it
I'm
not
trying
working?
to hit line 2, but I've done
trust
something
that Ken
wrong.
knows how to hit a button, so I think we have some
It's
technical
all good.
difficulties.
Just a technical difficulty.
There we
There
go.
you are, Terry. I'm sorry. You're welcome here on the Ramsey Show. What's going on?
I was calling because I was wondering if it is a good time to buy a house as a woman in her early 20s.
Now, what does a woman have to do with this, or a woman in her 20s, for that matter?
That's
Good
true.
question.
So the real question is it a good time to buy a house? And that time has nothing to do with necessarily the time in which we live, but what, George?
Your financial situation.
Boom.
So talk to us about that. What makes you think you are ready or are not ready?
Well, I think I'm ready because I finished paying off my $30,000 in student loans.
Awesome.
And I have a bit of money saved for my future family, all of that. When I say good time, I don't mean due to the market or anything like that. Just as we all know, your 20s can kind of be a little bit of a roller coaster, and we don't know what's to come in a few years. So financially, I believe I could buy a house. I just don't know if it's a good time for me.
Okay. So you have no debt now. Do you have an emergency fund of 3 to
I
6
do.
months of expenses?
Yes.
And then beyond that, do you have a down payment saved?
Yes.
How much do you have saved for the down payment?
I have $45,000.
Amazing.
Wow.
And what's your income?
About 130 to 150,000. It's commission based, so it varies.
Wow.
You are
Terry.
incredible.
What do you do?
Real estate.
Wow.
Way to go, Terry.
And you're renting right now?
I'm living rent free. I've been saving at my parents' house.
Incredible. You've been doing all the right things, and I'm so proud of you. Most people that call and they go like, I'm going to buy a house, they're flat broke, and you are the opposite of that.
George,
And
what time is it?
is it game time? Is that where you're going with this?
I want to know what time it is, George.
It may be time to buy a house, Terry.
I think it might be.
Now, you're in Tampa. I don't know what the housing situation is there, but you're in real estate, so you can easily run the comps, and I'll tell you how to do it the right way so that you step into this thing with some peace and wisdom, and that is to stick to a 15-year fixed-rate mortgage, which is insane in the real estate world, I know, but it's going to allow you to pay off your mortgage in 15 years or less and allow you to still have money left over to live your life and invest and do all of those things for your future. So if you get a 15-year fixed-rate mortgage where the mortgage payment is no more than a quarter of your after-tax income. So after taxes, but before your deductibles, insurance, investing, you name it, let that be 25%. And if you do it that way, that might mean, you have a great income. What's your take-home pay now? 10 grand or more?
Take-home pay, yeah, about.
Great. So then we go, okay, with a $45,000 down payment, and we want to keep the mortgage payment at around $2,500, how much house can we buy? And let your budget dictate your home price versus what you feel and what you want. And that helps you step into this thing with a lot of peace and wisdom. And then you can start shopping.
That sounds awesome. Good plan.
Terry, you are awesome, and this is exciting. So, again, George, you feel good about that,
I
don't
feel
you?
really good because it has nothing to do with her being a woman or her being in her 20s. There's men in their 60s who aren't ready to buy a house. There's women in their 20s who are absolutely ready. So
I love it. All right, next, let's go to Trey in Sacramento. Trey, how can we help?
I'm doing good. Thanks for taking my call.
You bet. What's up? We got about 2 minutes here, so get to the point, and we'll try to help you out as quickly as possible.
Yeah, no problem. So my side hustle has actually taken off quicker than I thought, and I'm trying to figure out when the appropriate time would be to get away from my standard job and move full-time into the entrepreneurial life.
Right. What is the side business?
Digital marketing.
Nice. And what do you do for a full-time job, and how much do you make?
Pretty much the same thing, and I make about $25,000 a month.
Okay.
A month.
Wow. Way to go, Trey. Let's slow clap for Trey today. At $25,000 a month, that's a pretty good number. So here's the short answer. For me, and I want George to weigh in on this as well if he has a different formula, the answer to that question, when should you walk from the day job to the side hustle, is when you are making close to, if not the exact same amount you're making now in your day job, and you have a minimum, this is me, a minimum of 6 months of your income in the side hustle bank account that is set aside to pay you. That would be the time. That's when we go, all right, I'm out.
Mm-hmm.
George?
Are you there yet? What are you making with the side hustle versus the full-time job?
So this month I'll do about $24,000.
Oh,
wow. He's right there.
You're right there.
And you're doing that part-time.
Doing it part-time right now. Hopefully can go full-time at the end of the year. I should be able to build up that 6 months like you can.
Well, making this much money, it's not like you have $24,000 in expenses.
No.
So you have an astronomical income compared to your expenses. Do you have any debt?
No debt besides the house.
How much do you have in the side hustle bank account?
About 50 right now.
Yeah. So so you're getting there. I like having 6 months in there. And by the way, 6 months that you hopefully don't touch, because you're at the point now where you're already bringing in as much as you're making now. You have very little personal expenses. So I would say you're within a couple of months of making this happen. I like your timeline.
With his caliber, I'm like, he could leave today and go do it. I think he's going to be fine, but there's going to be a lot of cushion there. If he waits a few more months, nothing wrong with that.
Yeah.
He's going to have an astronomical career ahead of him as an entrepreneur.
Can we talk about Terry and Trey?
Blowing my mind.
Super callers.
Is this going to be a weird show of unicorns?
I don't know, but I am impressed.
They need to be behind this desk.
TNT.
Crushing it.
They're tearing it up. I love it. Don't go anywhere. He's George Kamel. I'm Ken Coleman, and this is The Ramsey Show.
I know a bunch of you are getting ready to move right now, and man, I know it's a lot to take on. Please make sure you're working with the right moving company to make the best experience possible. Pods Moving and Storage lets you move on your terms. Moving with a Pods container gives you the flexibility you need. They deliver the container right to you, and you can pack at your pace. And if your moving dates don't line up, Pods can store your container for you in their secure storage centers, or keep it in your driveway. Either way, you don't have to move twice, and we know Murphy sneaks in when you least expect it. If your plans change, they'll work with you to adjust. No stress. They know your life is in that container, and how their team treats your stuff shows how much they care. Millions of families have already trusted Pods with their move, so go to pods.com/Ramsey to get your quote and get started today. That's pods.com/Ramsey.
Hey guys, being free to make your own medical decisions is a big deal these days. Christian Healthcare Ministries gives members the freedom to choose the doctors and providers they want, without the frustration of worrying about networks and with no waiting period to join. It's a membership-based, nonprofit ministry where hundreds of thousands of Christians share funds to pay for and pray for each other's medical bills. Find out more today at chministries.org/budget. That's chministries.org/budget.
You know the game where people whisper a message from person to person until it's completely changed? Multiply that confusion by 100 if you want to run a business with software systems that don't talk to each other. That's why there's NetSuite by Oracle. Ramsey uses NetSuite so we can communicate clearly across departments and plan ahead better. To learn more, get a free product tour at netsuite.com/Ramsey. That's netsuite.com/Ramsey.
Are you ready to step up to the plate and test your skills?
Hey,
Join Steve every Friday at 10:35 for a rousing round of virtual baseball to win awesome prizes.
Oh, baby.
Steve Scaffidi's Virtual Baseball, presented by Siding Unlimited.
This is what's great about sports. This is what the greatest thing about sports is. You play to win the game.
Every Friday at 10:35.
This is Anthony Zanevsky with Quality Heating. When you have over 20 HVAC techs working with you that each have over 20 years of experience, it gives you confidence to be able to go out there and talk reliability, integrity, value, all the things that matter when you hire someone to get the job done right the first time. These words mean everything to us, and we know they mean a lot to you. And that's what you'll get when you hire the man in the red van.
You gotta see the man in the red van. Quality heating, quality heating.
Now's when the summer heat is working your AC system into overtime. And after this long, it may be on borrowed time. But some of these systems really can last, especially Armstrong Air Pro Series systems. When your AC system says its final goodbye, think of the man in the red van and the over 60 years of experience that Quality Heating brings to your home. To get your new Armstrong Air Pro Series AC system installed right and right away.
You gotta see the man in the red van. Quality heating, quality heating.
Thrifters can spot great deals from a mile away. And here the term great deal is an understatement. The lowest prices on men's, women's, and children's clothing. Toys, furniture, housewares, jewelry, and accessories. Bikes, books, games, and more. And every time you're here, you'll find something new. So if you're thrifty, you'll find this place is pretty nifty. St. Vincent de Paul Thrift Stores, Highway 100 in Layton and Greenfield, and 23rd and Lincoln in Milwaukee.
Ooh, you're gonna love it. St. Vincent de Paul.
Welcome back to The Ramsey Show, where we help you win with your money, your work, and your relationships. I'm Ken Coleman, joined by George Kamel, and we are here for you this hour. The phone number to jump in is toll-free. It is 888-825-5225. That's 888-825-5225, and callers are standing by. We'll get to them, but first, George, you've got an article in your hands, and I've talked a lot about this on the Ken Coleman Show because we're helping people win at work. And college grads have got a overinflated view of what they could make and should make. Is that a fair way of saying that?
That's a very fair way.
And you got some more data on your hands.
Yeah, this is pretty wild. As hiring demands increase, this is from CNBC.com, the average starting salary for the class of 2022 is projected to be more than $50,000. Okay, checks out. However, current college students expect to earn twice that, $103,880 in their first job, according to one report.
Yeah.
That's a problem.
It is a problem. It's not realistic. The market's not there. The question is, and I've not seen any of these articles that offer an opinion as to why. I think I have an opinion, but what say you?
I interviewed a bunch of high schoolers, and when I talked to them, they all were like, well, yeah, I'm going to make six figures when I graduate. And I was like, what makes you think that?
Right.
There's no reality. It's just kind of this wet finger in the air, and I think I deserve, and the way things are going with the economy, you need to make $100,000, so I'm just going to go make $100,000.
Yeah. And so here's what's dangerous about this. If you are one of these young people and you're listening and watch this, listen, we're not bashing you right now. I don't want you to hear, here's Ken and George, the old cranky guys like the Muppets, those two Muppet guys that sat in the top, you know.
The balcony.
Yeah.
I love those guys.
But here's the deal. Here's why I want you to really do your homework on what the jobs are offering, what you're going to look at, and George just gave you the number. Because when you have unrealistic expectations, George, you are going to have unmet expectations.
Ooh.
And so that starts you off right out of the gate with a certain amount of resentment.
Yeah, and cynicism.
And frustration and everything that comes with that. And so this is interesting. So the number is they're expected to start at, you said it was 55?
Well, they're expected to start at just over 50.
Oh, just over 50,000. Okay.
But their expectations are that they're going to make 103 plus. And it says 10 years into the careers, students anticipate making more than $200,000.
Yeah, well.
So they are way overestimating their starting salaries, one report says, by 88%. And so they need to understand, what degree am I after? What are the jobs on the other side of that degree? And what do those jobs pay in my area with my experience?
All right, so now
are those the steps to take?
Yeah, I agree. And so we want to know, okay, what does it look like? They've got to know the industry. And then more importantly, young people, listen, go hang out with women and men who are winning in your industry. And then say, hey, if I'm going to make, or if I want to make $200,000 in 10 years, what would need to be true? Like, let's just get some real coffee and some real knowledge, so that you have an idea of what you need to expect. Now, I want to flip this for a second. In my hands here, I've got an article. I like that. I bring my own sound effects. And this is an op-ed on Fox News, but listen to this. The world is changing as it relates to college degree and professional success. Now, George, you know this. I talk about this all the time ad nauseum next to your desk.
And it makes me nauseous.
Yeah, it does. I talk about it too much. I'm very passionate about it. But the leveling of the playing field is here, and it's good for people who don't have a degree. Now, there are people that are listening and watching to us right now that they feel stuck because they don't want to go get another degree because either they want to pivot and they feel like they need that qualification, or they don't want to stay in the same field that they're in with the degree they have, and they think, oh, I need a degree. Maybe not. But here's how it's changing. The headline here is employers are wising up. Between 2007 and 2019, George, the share of job postings requiring a 4-year degree rose more than 60%.
Wow.
They called it degree inflation. So it was a little bit of a monkey see, monkey do. Everybody's doing it. We don't want to be the ones that aren't doing it. And we feel like, well, we're going to get the riffraff. We filter the riffraff out because if you don't have a degree, you're not as good as somebody else. And I'm being honest. I'm not trying to play on some populism here.
Well, it's kind of like the credit score. It's just an easy way to go. We're too lazy to look into their finances. The credit score tells us. It's a box we're going to check.
George. Great call. So that the degree and the credit score have become somewhat of the same thing. It's a measuring tool, but does it actually matter? We know it doesn't. You bought a house without a credit score.
That's right.
And we teach this all the time. All right, so real quick, though, here's what's interesting. In 1990, this is the same time that we begin to see a real difference in prime-age workers who are earning between $60,000 and $80,000 a year. All right, so 38% earning between $60,000 and $80,000 a year had a bachelor's degree. Okay? Today, the proportion is 52%. So it's about degree, but listen to this. 4 in 10 recent college grads work in jobs that have not traditionally required a college degree. And in that case, the college graduates in non-college degree requirement jobs are earning more than $10,000 less. In other words, the way they write that's confusing.
Sure.
If you have a college degree, you're making over $10,000 less than your compadres who have no degree. Wow. So all that to say, 2 questions that I teach for our new audience members. If you've never heard me say this before, there's 2 questions you can ask. Is a degree the only way to get the job I want, or is it the best way? Now, you got to dig, but the research is readily available, George. It's not a mystery.
No.
And if the answer is no to either one, here's the great news. There's more and more jobs coming online. You have state governments. I didn't mention this. 11 states now have removed college degree requirements for you to get a job in their executive branch. 11 governors said we're changing it. So I just think this is a trend that is not stopping.
I'm very happy about this shift. And the truth is, anecdotally, as we take calls on the show, the folks that have degrees, they call in and they go, I'm making $40,000 and I'm $100,000 in debt. Yep. The folks that don't have degrees, they call in and they go, well, I'm 19 and I make $80,000 as a welder and I have no debt.
That's right.
And I go, who would you rather be?
Yeah.
And guess who's not desperate for the raise and not struggling and anxious in their job?
Yeah.
The guy who has no debt, who's making $80,000 with no college degree.
Yeah.
So I'm just tired of this system that's pushed all of these kids through to focus on a degree without thinking about what's on the other side.
Well, let's not forget that we pushed them into this. They were told it was the right way to do it. And then they come out of school, and the debt payments are killing them. They don't feel like they're ever going to climb out of the hole of the student loan, and then a politician comes along.
Ugh.
And they promise that we're going to wipe away $20,000 worth of your loan, and they hold on tight for years. And then you find out that some judges wearing black robes said, nope, can't do it. And they're left holding the bag.
Mm.
And that stinks. And so look out at the future. Look at the now and go, wait a second. Do I need a degree? And if we look at the technology field alone, George, just the technology field, there are so many what I would call technology trade schools. Bethel Tech, BethelTech.net. Tell them I sent you. I endorse them. They have a 9-month program. Less than $15,000, George. Wow. And they're starting at $75,000. Some are making $100,000 coming out. It's a trade school.
And it's less than a quarter of the time, which means you have income coming in
you
9 months later, potentially.
That's right. Then let's look at the trades. As you mentioned, welders, electricians, plumbers, carpenters. The field is wide open. They are desperate for people who can come in and work. And you and I were at a conference recently where Malcolm Gladwell on the stage at our EntreLeadership Summit said that he was talking to a well-known professor at an Ivy League school, and he said, what would you tell your kids about their future, his young kids? He said, I'd tell them to get into trades.
That's powerful.
This is an Ivy Leaguer, an elitist. And if you will, for people like to make fun of. The point is
he's even saying the value's not there.
Yeah, and so all that to say, we have this conversation because, George, so many people make bad financial decisions under the guise of, well, I had to do it.
Well, we've let the degree dictate what job happens versus letting the job dictate whether or not we even need a degree.
There it is.
We've got to make that change. And if you want to learn more about this, we explore it in our documentary called Borrowed Future. It's completely free on YouTube. There's also a podcast series I hosted around the same topic, and it will open your eyes. Watch it with your kids and start the conversation now.
Also have a great resource at our website, RamseySolutions.com, called Debt Free Degree. It's a great book, easy read. You can go to college without the debt, and we want you to. All right. More of your calls. People are lining up. Don't move. Quick break. Right back with more of The Ramsey Show.
Over the years, the risk of becoming a victim of ID theft has skyrocketed. Today, thieves steal your info for not only financial fraud, but for tax refund and Social Security fraud, medical ID theft, criminal acts, and even home title fraud. How do they get your info? Data breaches, internet hacks, phishing scams, malware, the list goes on and on. Cleaning up the mess is a huge nightmare, so having a protection plan, in my opinion, is just a necessity. But spending hundreds of dollars a year with these hyped-up protection plans is just a waste. That's why the only plan I have ever recommended is through Zander Insurance. Zander has bundled the cyber tools you need to protect your data with top-notch ID theft recovery services if you become a victim. It's the most thorough and cost-effective protection on the market. Plus, they cover your kids for free. Call them at 800-356-4282 or visit Zander.com.
We are persnickety about the materials we use to make you some of the finest mattresses your money can buy. Nothing but the best wool, latex, cotton, and innersprings, period. And the reason we can sell Milwaukee mattresses for hundreds less than premium national mattress brands is that we manufacture them in our own Milwaukee factory and sell them direct to you at our family-owned Ken Michaels Furniture Stores in Brookfield, Greenfield, or downtown Milwaukee, where no middleman means no extra markup and real savings for you. Can you buy a queen-size mattress at our stores for $4.99? No, but you will find high-quality mattresses available in all of the most popular options, priced hundreds less than premium national mattress brands, because we manufacture them and we're the only ones who sell them. Shop and compare, you'll see we're the best-kept secret in town. Milwaukee mattresses from Ken Michaels Furniture in Brookfield, Greenfield, or downtown Milwaukee, where no middleman means no extra markup and real savings for you. KenMichaelsFurniture.com.
Where are we putting that money, and why are we putting it there? At Financial Strategies, you'll get answers to those questions to understand our approach. And the answers are going to be based on what we've learned about you. We're very engaged with our clients so that what we do for them fits their particular needs. But there are other things that we do that are equally important to the investment management portion of our services. I can't express how important it is to control the things you can control. At the end of the day, most investment managers will end up yielding similar overall returns. But knowing how to manage them wisely to avoid your nest egg being eaten away by the tax man, all legally of course, well, that's what I truly believe sets us apart. This is Jim Cantrell with Financial Strategies, Inc., and we can show you a wiser way to build your wealth. So go to financialstrategiesinc.com and schedule a no-cost consultation.
Financial strategies, a wiser way to build your wealth.
Wholesale mulch? No problem. We deliver to residential or wholesale accounts, and we can supply you with whatever volume of the highest quality mulch you need. Nobody around here has more mulch than Erickson's. We'll deliver you a 1-yard pickup truck load all the way up to 100 yards in a walking floor trailer. And if you just need a little bit, swing by and we'll fill up a 5-gallon bucket or two. It's the best mulch you'll find. Erickson's Landscape Supply. High quality mulch and stone for a whole lot less. Commercial or residential. Visit ericksonslandscapesupply.com to see our entire selection. Our decorative stone is available by the handful for pickup, all the way up to 24-ton load deliveries. And our stone is superlative. We scour the countryside, countrywide, from Arizona to the Carolinas. We search pretty much the whole U.S. of A. to find you easily the best stone selection in southeastern Wisconsin. See a rainbow of decorative stone colors to match any exterior decor. Erickson's Landscape Supply. High quality mulch and stone for a whole lot less. Commercial or residential, visit ericksonslandscapesupply.com to see our entire selection.
Don't knock it till you've tried it. That's what I told him when he was skeptical of hiring a discount real estate agent. But after a while, he believed me, and it turned out to be the fastest home sale I've ever made. Now, I can't promise you the lightning quick sale I made for this client, but I can promise you full service for less. So let's talk about your home. And with the money you save with an only 3.5 to 3.9% real estate commission, you can laugh all the way to the bank. This is Angela Calais with Benefit Realty, where you'll get full service for less. Benefit-realty.com. Discount real estate brokers sell all kinds of homes. Southside bungalows, Lake Country estates, and everything in between. We're living proof of that. We found the term full service goes really well with the word discount. Who wouldn't want full service at a discount? Especially a home seller looking for serious real estate expertise, potent online home marketing, and quality photography, all at only 3.5 to 3.9% commission. This is Angela Calais with Benefit Realty, where you'll get full service for less. Benefit-realty.com.
Some things are fine to buy from a vending machine, but despite what a certain national online company tells you, a car's not one of them.
Let's see. Cheese Doodles, Mr. Nougat Bar. Oh, here we go. Green 4-door hatchback. Honey, we're gonna need some more quarters.
Sure, they make it seem convenient, but it won't be so convenient if you have a problem with the vehicle you buy. And if it's after 7 days, good luck. Adam member dealers also let you search online. And unlike those national companies, you get to see the vehicle in person and test drive it before you buy it. You also have the assurance that the vehicle's been thoroughly tested, and if any issue does come up, your local Adam member dealer is right here to service it, and can also provide low financing and top dollar for your trade. Think about that before you take a chance with their so-called vending machine.
What? It's stuck! No! Oh, rats!
Start your search at adamm.com.
Welcome back to the Ramsey Show. I'm Kid Coleman. I'm joined by my colleague George Camel. We're here for you this hour, taking your questions about money, how about work-related issues that have some tie to money, and relationship issues around all of that. George and I are here for you, 888-825-5225. Let's stay right here in our backyard, Nashville, Tennessee. Jessica is there. Jessica, how can we help?
Hi, guys. So excited to be talking to you. So I'm toying with my next career steps, and I'm considering possibly going back to school, and I'm not sure where in my budget that saving would go or come from.
Okay.
I just need some help.
What are you doing now, and what do you want to be doing?
I'm currently a corporate field trainer for Crumble Cookies. and I'm considering going back to school for accounting because I have a little bit of a passion for finance I've started to discover.
Well, before you do that, if George and I give you good advice, we'd love for you to drop off a box. It
wouldn't
hurt. That would be great. I love the crumble
I bet
cookies.
I can make that happen.
Oh, I'm terrible. That's terrible, but I couldn't help myself. All right, so you're absolutely certain that accounting is the direction, but what's that look like long term for you? If you imagine kind of climbing the ladder, do you want to go higher than an accounting role?
So I'm not absolutely certain. I'm just considering it. And before I do anything, I just want to make sure that I have the money to do it because I don't want to take out student loans. I've never been in debt, and I refuse to be in debt.
All right, so before we go that step, though, I want to make sure that accounting is the path. So before we even talk about the money, and I love that you're calling us, okay? I love that. But the step before we get the money saved up is, do I really want to go into accounting? You know, do I what kind of do I want to be a financial analyst? Do I want to be a CPA? And I really want you to practice what I call the proximity principle. In fact, I'm going to give you my book. It was a #1 bestseller, and it's called the proximity principle. And it basically says this: in order to do what Jessica wants to do, she's got to be around people that are doing it and in places where it is happening. And this is if we decide to do it, but you can begin to use the proximity principle to get around people that are in that field. This is coffees, this is lunches, breakfasts. Hey, I want to hang out with you, and I want to learn more about what you do, the ins, the outs, the good, the bad, the ugly. What was the right path for you? And we want to determine, do I need a degree? After we determine, is this something I actually want to do? And so if you figure out, is this something I really want to do? Because I've talked to people, and I've essentially done a term paper, and my heart has said, yes, this is absolutely what I want to do after talking to people, observing them, shadowing them, whatever that looks like. And then we go, okay, do I need a degree for that to go that path? You might need a certification. You might need the degree. But if you do all of that and you go, I absolutely know that I want to go that direction, and now we know we need the degree, then we say, all right, now I'm going to cash flow it.
Okay.
Are you there? Do you feel like that's definitely the path?
No, it makes sense. And I am there. I have a couple friends who are accountants, and I've been talking to them and slowly researching it, but I definitely need to amp it up.
Yeah. Good. So what have they said about the education path? Are you going to have to get a bachelor's to do this the way you want to do it?
The people that I've been talking to, they actually are, you can get a bachelor's, but they have their master's, and from what they've said, their master's has actually given them quite an income increase. But I would start with community, like a local community college.
Good.
And start with associates before I went any further.
Ask some of those folks if there is a precedent or a practice where companies see potential in someone like you and they pay for your master's degree if you stay with them. I would look into that.
Yeah, that's a great question.
So what's it going to cost at the community college?
From looking at it, I think it was about $4,000 a year.
Okay, and how much money do you have right now? You said you have no debt. How much do you have in the bank?
So in the bank, I have $38,650.
Wow, that's amazing. So you could pay for this thing today without even touching your emergency fund.
Well, my emergency fund is in the bank, but it's in a high yield savings.
Yes, but I'm saying as far as your liquid cash goes, you could pay for this thing today with no problem. Because you were asking about how do I budget for this. You kind of already have.
Yes. So that's kind of what I've been trying to figure out is like where in my numbers does that come from outside of my 6 months expenses? Because I have that. I'm not going to touch that unless there's an emergency. And then I have savings, and I'm using my savings to fund my Roth. And I have more than enough to max it out for this year and starting into next.
Great.
And then I have an investment fund, like an investment line item that I'm using to fund a brokerage account that's going into mutual funds.
Okay. So those are all great things. I would just, if you filter this through the baby steps, you've got the emergency fund. Let's invest 15%. Anything beyond that, let's use to throw at this next goal of getting the degree. So that might mean pausing the investment in the brokerage account. You may be over 15%. Do you have an employer retirement plan?
Yeah, technically total I'm 20% because I do 15% of my own, like in my budget, and then and that funds my like personal Roth, and then I do 5% because my company does a 5% match, so I do 5% match to my company's Roth 401k.
Cool. Jessica's just an overachiever. You're crushing it. So I would just dial that back down to 15%. Let's get school paid for. Let's get through this program. Are you a homeowner, or is that a goal for you?
No, it is a goal for me in the next, I'd like 5 years or less.
Cool. I would get through school. Let's get this accounting job. And once we're there, you're probably going to have a pile of money, knowing you. And so you'll be there in no time. And it sounds like you're doing everything the right way. You're wanting to go slow, do community college, then see what you need. Don't just get more degrees to get them, like Ken mentioned, and see if these companies will pay for it. Maybe they'll start you out with a bachelor's, and you'll work your way up through that.
Yeah, I love that, and you are on your way. So, Jessica, very impressive. You're going to do great things. I absolutely love hearing from a young person who's looking at it the right way.
This whole hour has just been like rock stars.
Yeah, so
very
fantastic.
Impressed.
Let's go to Jose in San Diego, California. Jose, how can we help?
How are you guys doing today? It's an honor to talk to both of you.
Well, it's our honor, sir. What's going on?
Well, I'm at a crossroad in my life. I'm 52 years old. My wife is 46. And as of May 1st, we are on baby step 7.
Wow.
So,
look at you, Jose.
Yeah, so my question is that it's kind of still surreal 2 months later, not having a home payment is surreal, and sometimes I feel like I'm confused. But one of the things that I need some direction is a life insurance. I still pay on both of us. I just did it for this whole next term, so I have a term till I'm 62 of $500,000, and my wife, like I said, is 46 years old, and I have her through age 60 of $300,000, and I'm just wondering, should I continue to do that?
Where are you guys at as far as your net worth?
The last time I checked, which was around a month ago, it was 1.7.
Awesome.
Another milestone that I just hit was all my retirement accounts and accounts that I have in possession in banks and all that. It just passed 1 million, so that's where I'm at right now.
That is incredible. I'm so proud of you. Well, if you have term life policies?
Yes, both.
Okay, so these are pretty affordable, I imagine.
Yes, between both of us per year, it's a little under $1,000.
I would just keep them until they expire, and run them out until 62 and 60. That gives you guys another 10 years and 14 years, and that'll give you some peace of mind. I mean, 1.7 million is great, but again, if you've got the house and the retirement accounts, you could survive, right? If something happened to you, God forbid, your wife's going to be okay. No house payment, a lot of money in these retirement accounts that she would inherit. She would be fine.
Yes, that's what I was thinking. I just heard sometimes Dave talking about self-insured, so I just crossed that road, so I needed some.
You're probably there. I just don't think there's enough. There's not enough going on where I go, the $1,000 gives me some more peace of mind for the next decade. We've already got the plans in place. We're paying for it. We locked in the rate. Let's just keep it going. And by that time, you're going to be multi-millionaires and have plenty of money to be self-insured. You're doing all the right stuff, man. I'm so proud of you guys.
Well, George, I got to tell you, the callers we've had in this first hour.
It's a weird hour.
Are high achievers. This is unbelievable.
These are all great problems to have.
The future is very, very bright. You all are doing some great stuff. But hey, if you don't feel like you're where they are, you can get where they are. We're here to help. Don't move. More Ramsey Show coming up.
You know it's time to sell your house, but something's holding you back. Maybe you're struggling to let go of the place that holds all your family memories. Or maybe you're overwhelmed by all the work it'll take to get the job done. Guys, I get it, but don't let emotions control your housing decisions. Your home is too big of a financial asset to sell it based on your feelings. You need someone with an unbiased opinion on your side, like a professional real estate agent. Find an expert with years of experience who will help you set the right price from the start. When you work with one of the agents we recommend, you get someone who actually cares about your financial goals. That's why we call them Ramsey Trusted. Ramsey Trusted agents have a proven track record for being the absolute best agents in the markets they serve. To find a Ramsey Trusted agent near you, visit RamseySolutions.com/agent. That's RamseySolutions.com/agent.
Couldn't make it to the game?
Here, try this.
If you live in Milwaukee, Racine, Waukesha, Ozaukee, or Washington County, you can stream Bob Uecker and the Brewers on your phone, tablet, or computer.
Struck him out looking.
Using the WTMJ app or at WTMJ.com.
A little different from when you played, Ueck. Yeah, those big old payphones we had. Ah, man.
This is Brad Youngluth with Semper Fi Roofing and Exteriors, your local, veteran-owned and operated exterior remodeling company. And I've found that birds of a feather really do flock together. And a great example of this is what we've built here at Semper Fi, which has attracted the type of people who not only feel proud of what they do, but also take a lot of pride in how difficult their work can be. From those answering the phone to those coordinating our crews to our exceptional tradesmen and project managers, I can say without hesitation that our team is very good. But they're humble too, and because of that, they don't expect praise. But nonetheless, I'm going to give them the salute they deserve. They're helping us build this company into something really special, and we want to earn your business to show you that it's true. Because when you work with great people, you deliver great results. For your new roof, siding, window and door installation, or masonry work, call Semper Fi, because you can count on Semper Fi to keep you safe, warm, and dry.
We keep you safe, warm, and dry, Semper Fi.
Welcome back to Ask Hassellus. I'm Weston. What's your question?
If Hassellus Mattress is employee-free, then who are you?
I'm the all-knowing voice that oversees the inner workings of the Hassellus empire.
Really?
Nah, I'm just the manager.
But your stores don't have employees.
Right. Try and buy with no pushy sales guy.
So you manage showrooms with nobody to manage.
That's why I've been named Manager of the Month for 97 consecutive months.
Congratulations.
No employees means lower prices. Our 34 beds from the top 5 brands start at $393. Free next day delivery too.
Nice.
Hey, I've got an idea. I'll give away free box springs with the purchase of a new Beautyrest, Serta Perfect Sleeper, or Sealy Posturepedic mattress now through Monday.
You can do that?
Sure.
Won't the boss get mad?
What boss?
Oh, right.
Get a free box spring with your new Sealy Posturepedic, Serta Perfect Sleeper, or Beautyrest mattress now through Monday at Hassellus. Find an employee-free showroom near you or shop online at hassellus.com.
Welcome back to the Ramsey Show, where we help you win in your life, specifically your money, your work, and your relationships. A lot of new people joining us all the time. And if you're new to the program, we've got a get started button for you, because you hear some terminology like baby steps and 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 all the way up to baby step 7, and you hear a lot of different things, gazelle intensity and things of that nature. And if you're new, we don't want you to feel like you're trying to figure out all of the vernacular. We want you to get an idea where you are in the journey, so that the conversations you hear on the show begin to make sense. You can do that by going to RamseySolutions.com and click on Get Started. That's RamseySolutions.com. Get Started, and we'll get you caught up and get you plugged in right away. Connery is up next in Salt Lake City. How can we help?
Hey, guys. It's wonderful to talk to you today.
Good to talk to you.
So my question today is, should I keep working at my company just for a scholarship?
Scholarship to what?
Okay, scholarship to undergrad university program. A little bit of context here. I just graduated with my bachelor's in chemistry, and I'm working at an internship in retail, essentially, is what I'm doing. And my wife just got accepted to a nursing program, and the scholarship that is awarded is a full scholarship to cover her tuition, and this is dependent on FAFSA. So right now, the scholarship is good for 1 year, and then the other contingency is I have to continue working for the company for you could say a lower wage, sub $40,000 a year, in order to get her through school without going further into debt. Should I stay in the position or switch over to the retail side of the company and work for a lower wage, or should I leave and work for a company making that $50,000+ a year that you guys are talking about?
What would it cost if you paid for this schooling?
Total value of the schooling, it's about $3,500 per semester. So $7,000 times 4 or times 2, we're looking at about $15,000 out the door.
Okay.
I would. Well, let me ask another question. If this nursing scholarship wasn't even on the table with your company, would you even be calling us about this question?
No.
Of course not. So that's why I always ask that question. I want to know where your head is. And I think for $14,000, I would take the better job with better possibilities, and I'd work a second job, and she could work a second job, or what, you know what I mean? I would just $14,000 in today's economy. I think the two of you putting your heads together could come up with the $14,000 a lot quicker than you probably realize, and you're going to be much happier in the better job.
Got it.
So long-winded answer of saying no, I would not stay in the lower-paying job just for the scholarship for your wife.
If you can go make 60 instead of 38, you're going to just go pay for that scholarship on your own anyways and feel more fulfilled instead of held back. And so I don't like these situations where you're purposefully limiting your income in order to have a little, gain on the other side. It's generally not worth it. And in this case, it doesn't sound like it based on the numbers. If it was a $100,000 scholarship, we may have a different conversation here.
Now, Connor, I thought I heard you starting to say but a second ago.
Oh, no, I just wanted to understand. No, that's awesome. That was the question. That was what was keeping me up at night. Is the $14,000 enough to keep me at a lower wage, or should I figure it out another way? Should I keep networking and using the other principles?
Now, if you just go find that $60,000 job, it will kind of solve itself, right? If you go find a higher-paying job, this kind of thing goes away.
Okay.
And you'll get creative and go, all right, we're going to figure out how to pay for this ourselves now.
Yep. You guys got this. I mean, this is great. So I love it, love it, love it. Let's go to Jamie in Toronto, Canada. Jamie, how can we help?
Hey, guys. Thanks for having me.
You bet. What's up?
I'm wondering if I should sell my house to pay off debt.
What's causing you to go to that kind of conclusion? How much debt do you guys have?
We have $350,000 in bank loans and $170,000 to family.
Whoa. You mean bank loans? Are you talking about mortgage, or is this personal loans? Or
No, lines of credit.
Oh, wow. This is all consumer.
Kind of, yeah. It's consumer debt.
Where did all this money go towards?
Well, my wife has been in a surgical residency for the last 5 years. And so that's quite costly. And as a result, have not really been working as much to take care of our children to get her through her residency.
Wow. So you guys have just been living on debt to survive while she's in school.
Basically, yeah. Basically, wow. I'm a chiropractor myself, and she's a just newly graduated surgeon. I had a practice going in a different city. and was doing great there. She got into her residency, so I had to shut down my practice 7 years ago, moved to a new city, started to build momentum in a new practice, and then we had our first child and our second child, and all the while she's putting in 80-hour weeks and getting through her surgical residency.
Wow. So why shut down your career versus, hey, we're going to get daycare so we can keep some income going?
It just didn't sit right with me to put my kids in daycare. They do some daycare, but the amount of hours that I'm able to put in, like I'm working. I'm not working, but it's incredibly limited and zero focus. If I'm being honest with you guys, I'm basically on cruise control until now. So this is why this decision has come up. I just told myself, I'm going to coast until she finishes her residency and I can finally buckle down and
do what?
And hammer away again.
You're going to go back to work? You're going to go back and build your practice?
Yes, exactly.
How old are the kids?
3 and 4.
So now all of a sudden you're fine with them being in daycare because she's going to be busy and now you're busy. So now you're fine with it.
No, it's actually the situation's changed. So she now has a job. She's found a full-time job back in my hometown. And so we'll have all the help we need with family. My old practice is still there. and my partner's begging me to come back.
Oh, wow.
And so,
Now that changes the question,
Yeah.
George.
So what's the income today, and what do you think it will be?
Today it's, oh my God, close to nothing. I make like $1,000 a week. I put $1,000 a week in my pocket when it's all said and done. And she doesn't earn much right now because she's on a residence salary, or just was. And moving
How are you guys
forward-
paying the bills?
Debt, man, debt.
So you're just
All debt.
compounding the debt problem.
What will it be? Let's go back to hometown. You're in there with your partner. She's got the new job. What do you anticipate that income being?
I used to do about 30 a month. I don't know. I don't anticipate that off, day one, but I used to do 30 a month, and I think she'll do closer to 40 or 50 a month. So that kind of allows us to breathe a little easy.
Is the
And if we
house
live in
back there?
essentially- No, the house is here in Ottawa, but I have a building in Sudbury in this other town, and it just came up. One of my tenants just gave notice for vacancy, so I'm thinking of moving into the building.
All right, we got
And,
about a
cutting
minute
costs.
left, so I want to give it to George here on what he thinks you need to do.
Yeah, what's left on the mortgage, and what's the house worth?
$150 left, $650 it's worth.
Oh man!
So you could walk away with what you think after fees?
$500.
Okay.
I'd sell it today.
And you could clear almost all of the debt.
But I could clear it all. I mean,
You said you had
there's-
$350 and $170.
I mean, yeah, you're right. Not all, but the other stuff I'm not worried about because I've got time on that.
I think it's time to be worried. I think what got us here was just going, well, I'm not worried about it. We'll figure it out. And then compounding debt. And I feel the weight of this, and I'm not even a part of the situation. So I would absolutely,
Believe me, man,
I would sell this house, and you might be able to, in a better world, clear this debt quickly with $80,000 a month coming in. But right now, the reality is the house is on fire, and you are going into debt every single week to keep this afloat. So I would sell it ASAP, clean this mess up, and get income back in your life, no matter what it takes.
And this is never an option, ever again.
Oof.
My goodness. I'm glad they've got a way out, and so that's good news. Wow. Hey, great hour, George Campbell. I want to thank Kelly Daniel sitting in today for James Childs and the team behind the glass for keeping us on the air. I want to thank you, America, for listening. This is The Ramsey Show. Hey, it's Ken. If you like what you heard in this episode and want to know more about getting started on the Ramsey baby steps, go to RamseySolutions.com and click on the Get Started button. We'll help you figure out the best next step for you based on your specific situation. Again, that's RamseySolutions.com and click Get Started.
Maybe you're ready to buy or sell a house, but you're holding off because of something you heard on the news. The way media outlets report on home prices, mortgage rates, and inventory can send you into panic mode. But don't let changes in the market control your housing decisions. Only your personal situation and finances should do that. Turn off the news and talk to someone who actually works in real estate, like a professional real estate agent. And don't settle for average. You need an expert with years of experience, someone who's weathered the storms of many market conditions. Those are the only kind we endorse. We freaking demand excellence from agents before allowing them to be called Ramsey Trusted. That's why Ramsey Trusted Pros have a proven track record for being the top agents in the markets they serve. To find a Ramsey Trusted agent near you, visit RamseySolutions.com/agent. That's RamseySolutions.com/.
WTMJ, W277CV, and WKTI HD2 Milwaukee. From the Annex Wealth Management Studios, this is News Radio WTMJ, a Good Karma brand station.
From ABC News, I'm Derek Dennis. Historic weather damage on opposite sides of the country. Record rainfall this year blamed for a destructive landslide in Rolling Hills, Southern California. A dozen homes destroyed and even more are buckling and cracking. ABC's Matt Gutman is there.
As the city prepares for a disaster declaration, state geologists tell me that record rains this year have unleashed thousands of landslides, and it's often the biggest ones that take the longest to form, which is why there's concern of additional landslides here in the coming months.
And in parts of New England, especially Vermont, there's catastrophic flooding.
The good news is the rain has stopped in some areas, but that does not mean
waters will immediately recede.
It's Vermont Governor Phil Scott. On Capitol Hill, Republican Senator Tommy Tuberville of Alabama clarifying his position on white nationalists under GOP pressure. He now says,
I'm totally against racism. And if the Democrats want to say that white nationalists are racist, I'm totally against that too.
Tuberville made earlier comments suggesting that calling white nationalists racist is a Democratic definition. Tension at the NATO summit in Lithuania over Ukraine.
President Biden and NATO countries making it official, declaring Ukraine won't be admitted to the alliance just yet, but pledging united support in the fight against Russia.
I still think that President Putin thinks the way he succeeds is to break NATO. Not going to do that.
The 31 NATO countries writing in an official statement, we will be in a position to extend an invitation to Ukraine to join the alliance when allies agree and when conditions are met.
ABC's Elizabeth Schulze. Ukrainian President Zelensky calls the lack of a timeline for joining NATO absurd. He'll meet with President Biden at the summit Wednesday. Meantime, North Korea is accused of launching a long-range missile toward its eastern waters. South Korea says it happened after the North made a threat over alleged U.S. spy flights. You're listening to ABC.
There's a reason why we install Armstrong Air Pro Series systems. When your reputation is on the line, you pick the brand you can trust. It's like our employees. You pick the best to preserve your good name. A guy like me that's been working on furnaces and AC systems for over half my life. I got an eye for the good stuff. And Armstrong Air Pro Series systems fit the bill. This is Anthony Zanevsky with Quality Heating. When you need a good crew installing a system you can rely on, see the man in the red van.
Quality heating, quality heating.
Emergency service 24/7. Quality Heating has 25 trucks ready to work around the clock to get out there quickly to solve your heating or AC problem. So when that system goes on the fritz and you want to avoid that sweaty summer heat or bypass the fear of frozen feet, the man in the red van can't be beat when it comes to prompt, reliable service. Call Quality Heating for any emergency HVAC need.
You gotta see the man in the red van. Quality heating, quality heating.
This is WTMJ's Jeff Wagner for Built Right Furniture, Leather, and Mattresses, here to tell you about Built Right's July sale and clearance, including in-stock items and special orders. Look, it's all about your comfort and your style and your home at Built Right. 4 generations, 95 years strong, Built Right always saves you money. The 3rd and 4th generation family members are on hand working in the store, along with their amazing team with over 400 years of experience. Thousands of items in stock, plus 500 mattresses and special orders that are faster in 2023. Built Right has affordable, better quality furniture and mattresses for everyone from petite to plus size. USA made, small scale, Amish made, and real solid wood furniture. Over 48 models of power lift recliners in stock as well. Free in-store design services too. Built Right voted best place to shop and winner of the Home Furnishings Association's 2023 Retailer of the Year. Open Monday through Saturday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Sunday they're closed to be with family. When you get there, tell them WTMJ's Jeff Wagner sent you to locally and family-owned Built Right, 5430 West Layton Avenue in Greenfield.
From the WTMJ Breaking News Center, I'm Jessica Gatso. The city of Milwaukee will levy a 2% sales tax next year.
12 ayes, 3 noes.
12 ayes, 3 noes. The matter passes.
The Common Council voting in favor of the measure, 3 members voting no, but the 12 votes are more than enough to pass the required 2/3 threshold to make it happen. Strong rhetoric from the council in discussion and debate this morning. Alderman Russell Stamper.
It's clear that they are not our friends. And if they are not our friends, then they are our enemies.
Stamper speaking of state lawmakers who brokered the deal that comes with strings attached for Milwaukee. Act 12, the state law passed earlier this summer, restricts how the city can spend the revenue from the new tax. It also requires reforms to the Fire and Police Commission and that MPD officers be placed back in some Milwaukee public schools. Mayor Cavalier Johnson is expected to sign the measure in the coming days. That tax could be implemented as soon as the start of next year. In sports, today the MLB draft wrapped up. The Brewers used 9 of their 10 draft picks on pitchers during day 3 of the draft, bringing their total to 16 pitchers. The deadline to sign draft picks is July 25th. The team will be back in the game in Cincinnati on Friday for a game against the Reds at 6:10. Time for your WTMJ forecast. Tonight, partly cloudy with a chance for showers and storms later, a low of 63. On Wednesday, showers and storms likely, about half an inch of rain expected with a high of 73 degrees by the lake and 78 inland. On Thursday, partly cloudy with a chance for thunderstorms at night, a high of 80. On Friday, partly cloudy with a chance for thunderstorms later in the day, a high of 82. And on Saturday, partly cloudy and humid with a slight chance for storms, a high of 86. I'm Jessica Gatso, WTMJ News.
Get your rock solid guaranteed pre-approval to buy at ACCUNET.com.
Live from the headquarters of Ramsey Solutions, broadcasting from the Pods Moving and Storage Studio. This is The Ramsey Show, where we help you win in your life, specifically your money, your work, and your relationships. I'm Ken Coleman, joined by George Kamel. We are here for you this hour, 888-825-5225, 888-825-5225. George is our money expert. He's in the saddle, ready to go. I'll help you with work-related issues. You're dealing with a toxic boss or coworker situation. Maybe you just feel stuck. You don't hate your job, but you know there's more. Should I quit my job is a question we get a lot on the Ken Coleman Show. We'll take those questions together because your work and your money are inextricably tied together. So let's go. You ready to go, my friend?
I'm ready.
George has got the bomber jacket on. If you're listening to us via your favorite podcast app or radio station, you can't see him, but he's just all dolled up.
We need to start doing a little clothing segment, Ken.
Yeah, well, our video audience on YouTube can see it.
They appreciate it.
But he's got a great bomber's jacket on. He's very, very, very sharp looking today.
Thank you.
And we've been told we are the of the Ramsey personality duets. We are the root beer float. And
I'd love to know all of the duets. We need to name them all. Let's have the audience do that for us.
Pick your duet and come up with
I feel like John Deloney is kind of like a Mountain Dew. It's like a Code Red situation.
Yeah, it's some type of energy drink that's unhealthy.
Nobody should be consuming it.
Yeah, not at all.
But we love him.
We love him. Let's go to Josh in Greensboro, North Carolina. Josh, how can we help?
Hey, thank you for taking my call. My question is, should I pay $5,000 to get my Class A commercial driver's license or pay off my $15,000 in debt first?
Okay, so before we get to the debt thing, I want to jump in here. Is this a long-term play for you to get your license and drive a truck? Is that something you want to do?
Yes.
All right. And how quickly would you start driving, and then how much more money would you be making than you are now?
The class would take about 10 weeks to do, and I'd probably be making at least $10,000 more a year.
Okay, so that would help.
Yes.
All right. George, I just wanted to know that because I think that plays into this. I don't think this is an either-or right at the outset. That would be my take, but I want George to dive into this. I think this is a both-and.
So how much money do you have right now?
Probably about $1,000.
Okay, so we're kind of at this baby step one, getting started, and you've got $15,000 in debt. What kind of debt is that?
About $10,000 in student loans and $5,000 in credit card.
Credit cards, okay. And what are you making a month?
Roughly $3,000.
Could you do extra work, overtime, side jobs, side hustles?
Yes.
Okay. Because my question is, how quickly could we pay off this debt and then get that $5,000 license covered as well? Could you do all of that within a year?
Yes.
Okay. I'm leaning towards that because I think if you kind of put the cart before the horse, it may actually slow you down while this interest accumulates, because that credit card interest is a killer, man. It's probably over 20%.
Yes.
So that tells me we've got to start knocking away some of this debt to clear the room to cover this license and do it with some peace. And if you can, I think you can do that quickly, because this is a big goal for you to get this license, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Which means you're willing to do whatever it takes to get there. And if that means you're working 60, 70-hour weeks, you're okay with that. You're not scared of work.
No, I'm not.
So I would set an aggressive goal for how quickly we can pay off this $15,000, because that's going to free up those payments. What are your monthly payments on that debt?
Credit card in total is probably about $250 for minimum, and then the student loans, I haven't really looked into that quite yet.
Okay. But we're talking hundreds and hundreds of dollars a month that would be freed up that would allow you to then save up real quick for this license. You can cash flow that at that point.
Yes.
How much of the $15,000 in debt is credit card versus student loans?
$5,000 in credit card and $10,000 in student loan, roughly.
Well, how quickly do you think you could pay this off, the 15, if you really get after it? How much? What do you think? What do you think you can earn in Greensboro, knowing what you can do?
Probably 6 to 9 months.
Okay. And then 3 months after that, you could probably scrape together the $5,000 to cash flow this license.
Yes.
Okay.
All right, I got to throw something here, Joe. I don't mind you
Toss it
correcting
out there. I don't. This is a choose your own adventure.
Okay. Well, I mean, we understand the principles. Because he's going to make more money being a truck driver, and he's doing what he wants to do. It gets him in there. Could you meet me in the middle, George?
I'll meet you in the middle.
Could he pay off the $5,000 in credit card, because that's the high interest, and that's going to free up $250 a month. And then he
gets the license, gets the
But
increase.
I want him doing both. I want him working the snowball. So here's my theory, or here's my question, George. He holds off on the CDL until he pays off the credit card debt. It's about $5,000. All right. He takes that $250 that he's been doing, and he puts that towards the student loan. So he keeps doing the snowball. But I want him also working the extra hours to come up with the $5 for the CDL license.
Yeah.
Are you okay with that?
I wouldn't lose sleep over it. That's for sure.
But it's not your favorite thing.
It wouldn't be the way I'm wired, I go, how do I do both and do it in a shorter time frame to go, hey, how do I do this in 6 months to clean this up and cash flow this? And then I'm willing to do what it takes, knowing the gap.
Yeah.
That's me personally.
I get it.
But I think Josh, he's not scared of work. I think if he started working 70 hours a week for a short season, he's going to be able to clean all of this up and get the license. Is this an instant pay raise, Josh?
Yes, it would be.
That's what I'm looking at.
That's a good deal.
So I'm looking at, then I take the pay raise, and I put all of that
Which
towards
is
the
going to be
student
$500, $600 a month.
Yeah, he said it was about 10,000 more. Is that
A
what you
year.
said, Josh? A year?
Yes, at minimum. It could be $10,000 to $20,000 more.
Well, either way, get after it. You know, the opportunity's going to be there. I like George's route, too.
What we're
because
talking about is $20,000 we need to come up with.
That's exactly right. $20,000 gets you where you want to be in your life. You know what I'm saying, Josh?
Yes.
Yeah. You ready to do it? Are you like ready? Like you're sick of this? You're done? I'm getting out of this. I'm moving forward in my life?
Yes.
Well, get after it, my friend.
He sounded confident. I feel good about it.
You know what he sounds like? He sounds convicted. He's like...
That's beyond confident.
He's like, yes. Yes.
Well, that's why I asked him, is this what you really want? Are you really willing to do what it takes? Because some people go, I don't want it that badly. I'm not willing to do like the third job.
Right.
I don't want it that badly. Right. He's saying this is worth it. Yeah. This is where I want to go, and I'm willing to do what it takes.
And I like your approach because what that does is it makes him even more motivated to get inside that truck cab. I get it.
The carrot is dangling.
And I want to stipulate, and that's why I left myself open for some criticism here. I believe the baby step all the way through. I'm just saying, in this situation, if I can do both, if I can keep going on the baby steps but also fund an increase in income, I'm going to try to do that if I can. But
I like that plan.
I like your plan. I think it gets him more excited.
It's
more
tomato at this point.
Yeah, there you go. Or Toyota.
Thank you for that. That's a deep cut.
Only our really.
I found out from listeners that I was saying it correctly. It is Toyota, based on the actual founder's name.
Oh, we'll have to debate that on the commercial break. Is it Toyota or Toyota, as George says, and supposed fantasy listeners of whom we have no proof? Hey, we'll debate it during the break. Don't move. This is The Ramsey Show.
One of the questions I get all the time is, which life insurance company should I use for my term life policy? A valid question, since there are hundreds of companies out there with rates all over the place and riders and add-ons that are simply a waste of money. You need to get this done and make the right decision. That's why the only company I use and have recommended for over 25 years is Zander Insurance. Zander is a broker who shops the top term life companies for you and finds the best rates available from the only plans I recommend. They also save you time, whether you want to work online, over the phone, or via text. Their team will cater to your needs and help you make the right decision. This is an absolute necessity, and Zander has made the process easy and convenient. Call them at 800-356-4282 or visit Zander.com for instant online quotes.
Hey, Deloney here. It's that time of year when a lot of us are traveling again. And that can be fun for a while, but it can wreck your sleep. And that's why there's nothing like coming home to your own bed, especially when you've got a world-class mattress like a DreamCloud. And right now, DreamCloud is offering our listeners 40% off of all mattresses, plus an extra $50 in savings. Visit DreamCloudSleep.com and enter promo code John Deloney today. That's DreamCloudSleep.com, enter promo code John Deloney.
You know you need a will, but maybe you're still holding out. So listen to Eileen, a customer of Mama Bear Legal Forms. She says Mama Bear made the process of making a will quick and easy to understand, and when she did have questions, she was able to email the company and received great support along the way. Go to MamaBearLegalForms.com to complete your will today and save 20% with a promo code Ramsey. That's MamaBearLegalForms.com, promo code Ramsey.
Start planning for your retirement today so you enjoy retirement tomorrow. Saturday mornings at 11 and Sunday mornings at 7, where Tony Drake and his Education First team discuss retirement trends, taxes, inflation, and Social Security benefits to help you achieve a more secure financial future.
Join us this week as we discuss one of the biggest fears in retirement. Do I have enough money? Am I gonna be okay? And how to solve it.
Retirement Ready with Tony Drake on WTMJ.
The new fractured boulders we now have in stock are really nice. They're squarer and more rectangular in shape, and they're great for building dry-laid retaining walls. They're much easier to deal with, lock together nicely, and you get less gaps. No wet mortar needed. And we've stocked a multitude of colors. You can use them as an accent item to add character to your dry river or creek beds, too. Erickson's Landscape Supply. High-quality mulch and stone for a whole lot less. Commercial or residential, visit ericksonslandscapesupply.com to see our entire selection. Our organic mulch is comprised of all trees. Most mulch is made from ground-up pallets, and you don't know what might have been spilled on those pallets. Could be chemicals or who knows what. But not our mulch, we're recycling trees. Many species of hardwoods: cedar, hemlock, light brown, dark brown, mocha, black, red, gold, and caramel. 7 colors to choose from means a mulch to match any exterior. Erickson's Landscape Supply. High-quality mulch and stone for a whole lot less. Commercial or residential, visit ericksonslandscapesupply.com to see our entire selection.
Life is just getting started at Three Pillars, Wisconsin's top-rated continuing care retirement community. Located on 300 beautiful Lake Country acres, Three Pillars is taking reservations for new high-end active adult residences. With 4 styles to choose from and amenities like a supper club, fitness center, spa, pub, dog park, trails, and gardens galore. The choice is easy as you start your next adventure. Learn more at threepillars.org.
Welcome back to the Ramsey Show. Thrilled to have you with us. The phone number to jump in is 888-825-5225. That's 888-825-5225. And I am looking for our question of the day. Here it is. This is from Neighborly. The question of the day brought to you by Neighborly, your hub for home services. With 19 service brands nationwide, you can find reliable help from great locally owned businesses like AirServe, Mr. Appliance, and Dryer Vent Wizard, all titles that no one will ever ascribe to me, George. No
you
one
are
will
definitely
ever
not the Dryer
say,
Vent Wizard.
There's Ken Coleman, the Dryer Vent
Appliance.
Wizard, Mr. Appliance. Ken Coleman has walked into the room. Never going to happen. But that's okay, George. That's why I go to neighborly.com. They'll help out with just about anything for your home.
Today's question comes from Gene in Wisconsin. I've been offered a job that's a short-term pay cut, about 25% less than my current pay, for roughly the first 6 months, but would be very fruitful in the long run and is in a field I'm really excited about. I'm hesitant because I don't want to put off some other goals, buying a house, wedding savings, etc. Should I put my short-term saving goals for this career change or wait for the next opportunity once I'm through my upcoming life changes? Should I put off the short-term savings to do this, or do I just wait until he's got the stuff covered and then take the pay cut? That's interesting.
This is not as cut and dry as I thought it was going to be as we started out, because what I don't know
There's
is
variables.
The buying the house, that's easy. Wait. There's always going to be other great houses out there. I want you in this new career. So this is a little bit of what I did, George. And when I got into broadcasting, Stacy and I strategically took a step back. We cut our expenses. We sold our home. We knew we were going to take 2 steps backwards to go forward, and it worked. And it was very strategic. We knew it would work. It wasn't some big whee.
It wasn't a pie in the sky, wet finger in the air.
So the house I'm not worried about. The wedding is the only one, George, that gives me pause, because I don't know if we're delaying the wedding. That's a little bit tricky. But
yeah, I'd have some conversations about how is this wedding getting paid for? What is the budget we're trying to set? Can we get there even with the pay cut? That would give me a lot of peace to move forward. Because I like this plan. I would be willing to take a pay cut for 6 months.
I would do it. I want to make sure that spouse or potential spouse or who, I just don't know what's going on here. But I would absolutely do it. I would take the 25% pay cut for only 2 reasons. Okay, it gets me in on the ladder, and it's the ladder that I want to climb.
Yeah, I said I'm really
excited. It's
excited
where I want to be. I'm sorry. So I'm on the ladder, and I'm jacked to be on the ladder. So that's why I would do this. I wouldn't delay it. I'd go ahead and take this opportunity now, and then I would adjust my lifestyle on the wedding. I'd change my expenses on the wedding, and I certainly would relax on the house until we get that pay bump, because the pay bump is coming.
That's my hope.
You got to pay
it's
your
not
dues.
very clear. It just says would be very fruitful.
I
That
think
sounds
it's there.
confident that
I think it's coming.
6 months later there's a pay bump. But there's a lot of false promises with some companies and careers where they go, oh well, within 6 months you'll probably get a raise and you'll probably get promoted. So I hope it's a sure thing.
Yeah. Thank you so much for the question. All right, let's get to Caden, who joins us now in Orlando, Florida. Caden, how can we help?
Yes, I get paid in Cash App for my side gigs. I was wondering if this is a bad idea.
Why would it be a bad idea? What kind of business is this?
I do cattle. I prep cattle for show, kind of like the pit crew in a NASCAR race.
No kidding. Great explanation, because you answered
Thank
my
you.
next question. I was like, what does that mean to prep cattle?
I knew what it was. I knew Ken didn't, and so I'm glad you clarified.
That's great. So you're brushing the cows, getting them looking all shiny and neat?
Yep, pretty much. Yep. We put glue and paint in them as well. Yep.
And who is paying you?
The client, whoever wants that service completed to their cattle at that show.
And you're asking them, hey, can you pay me on Cash App? And they say, okay.
Yep.
What is your concern? So you called us because you have some type of a concern, I'm guessing. Yes?
Yes, in terms of investing.
Well, what's that have to do? Well, hold on a second. What does that have to do with the Cash App?
Oh, are you investing in the Cash App as well?
Yes.
I would just not invest in the Cash App. I would use it as a payment platform, not as an investment platform. So, Ken, for those that listeners and for you,
I don't even know.
So, in the Cash App, they've become kind of an investing platform where you can invest in single stocks and crypto and all these different things through the Cash App, as well as using it to pay peer to peer.
Right.
And so, I would not mix the two things together. And if that is something that you're tempted by, I would maybe switch to like a Venmo.
Okay.
And strictly use it as a payment platform. And as far as it being a bad idea, it's fine. I mean, I pay my landscaping guy through Venmo, and I assume that he's reporting all of the income as a business account on his taxes. So it would be a bad idea if this was fraud and you weren't reporting the income. But other than that, it's fine. It's just another payment platform.
No problem. Yeah, the biggest thing was just, the investing. Is it a wise thing to do?
Well, you're getting $500, and then Cash App is like, hey, you got $500. You should invest in some single stocks right now. Right? Is that kind of the idea?
Yeah, but more so, maybe doing just like a little bit of investing. You're not sitting there and investing the $500. Just
exactly
little by little investing as I go through and I grow through my life to where, when retirement comes around. And
I would immediately transfer that income to your bank account, to a checking account, and then invest from the checking account through a different platform, something more legitimate. If you're doing an IRA on your own, you can do it through Vanguard, Fidelity, Schwab. I don't really like these kind of little investing apps that cause you to make bad decisions because they're giving you notifications.
Yeah. I feel like it's a slot machine.
It has
you're
that
just
effect.
sitting there and I'm just hitting the button, and all of a sudden.
But someone's reloading your card.
That's
with
right.
income
That's my
from
point.
your job.
Yeah, I like that advice. Let's go to Jacob in Oklahoma City. Jacob, how can we help?
Well, I'm wanting to know what the best method of saving money is.
Jacob,
you got muffled
I
on
think
us.
you just took your phone and put it under your armpit. Can you pull it back up close to your ear?
Yeah, it's up to my ear.
Okay,
there we
I'll
go.
Speak a little louder.
Okay.
All right, I'm wanting to know what the best method is to save money to buy a sailboat because I don't want to buy. I don't want to borrow a loan.
Okay, cool. What's your financial situation? Are you debt-free? Do you have an emergency fund? Do you have savings?
I have a checking account. I don't have a savings account, and I'm debt-free. I am currently employed, and I don't know what the best method is to save money because I thought about putting it in a mutual fund or putting it in a bank account or putting it in a store of savings such as precious metals, but I don't know what the best method of saving money is. I sure though don't want to borrow a loan.
Good. Well, I'm glad you don't want to borrow a loan. I would put this in something better than precious metals or a mutual fund because how far away is this goal? Do you want to buy this boat in the next year or two, or is this 10 years?
Between 5 to 7 years.
Okay. My personal preference would just be to put this in a high-yield savings account online. It'll help. It'll keep it safe. It's FDIC insured up to $250,000 per account category, and that will let your money grow at right now about 4% or so, which is fine. The goal here is not to double your money for the sailboat. That you're more likely to lose your money than you are to double it if you start to play that game. So I would just put it in a high-yield savings account and start to set an aggressive goal and say, hey, how much does the sailboat cost?
Okay, so, will a high-yield savings account protect my money from inflation? Because I remember in 2020, inflation was like 10% or something.
Inflation,
No.
you're going to be about matching inflation right now with these high-yield savings accounts. I would not worry about inflation. Your savings rate is way more important than the inflation rate. So I would just set a goal. Don't worry about it. Stop watching the headlines. Don't put it in precious metals. Just put it in a savings account and make sure you're debt-free. I don't want you to have a paid-for home before you go out and buy a toy like a sailboat. But it's a great dream.
Jacob, I got 10 seconds. Give me a sailboat term that I can use with George. What would it be?
Enough room.
Oh, very good. George, give me enough room to get into this commercial break. Back away, please.
Well done.
I don't even know what that means. I didn't have time to ask you.
We'll Google it.
Yeah, we'll Google it. This is The Ramsey Show.
Hey guys, what's up? It's Jade Warshaw, and I'm excited to announce that the Summer Black Friday sale is back for a limited time. This week only. You will not believe the deals. Seriously, you guys can get your hands on Ramsey Store favorites for as low as $5. You want your resume to stand out and get noticed? Then you gotta get my guy Ken Coleman's resume templates. They're only $5. Or maybe you're on baby step 4 and you want some extra oomph on investing with a little extra motivation. Then you'll enjoy Dave Ramsey's best-selling book, Baby Steps Millionaires. It's only $15.99. Smart Conference in Chicago is going to be here September 15th and 16th. And what better way to improve your wallet, relationships, career, and mental health? Right now, you can get general admission tickets to Smart Conference for only $59. That's bananas. Hurry, because our Summer Black Friday sale ends this Friday, July 14th. Shop the entire sale today at RamseySolutions.com/store.
Quality furniture that lasts. The good stuff.
And because it's good quality furniture, it won't be the least expensive. But if you compare our caliber of furniture and our prices to the other higher-end furniture stores throughout Greater Milwaukee, you'll find that Ken Michaels Furniture is truly priced at a value. It's the kind of furniture you won't regret buying. The good stuff at good prices. Furniture for life at Ken Michaels Furniture. In Brookfield, Greenfield, or downtown Milwaukee, browse our selection at kenmichaelsfurniture.com. At our stores, we don't have 500 in-stock mattresses. But the good news is you only need one. We make them one at a time, just for you. You choose the firmness level, the type of filling materials you want, which could be cotton, wool, latex, or foam, and in 3 to 5 days, we deliver it to you fresh from our factory at a price that's hundreds less than premium national mattress brands. Milwaukee mattresses from Ken Michaels Furniture in Brookfield, Greenfield, or downtown Milwaukee, where no middleman means no extra markup and real savings for you.
I'm certified financial planner Tony Drake with Drake & Associates. If you're retired or looking to retire soon, have you developed a strategy to minimize or eliminate the taxes when you start pulling money out of your IRA or 401k? If you haven't, then you have a very vulnerable plan because taxes are going up in the future. And if you look at the spending our government does, taxes could rise even more. Find out what's missing in your retirement strategy by requesting a copy of my Retirement Ready Toolkit that's loaded with materials designed to help protect you from taxes. Call or text TAX to 414-409-9982. That's calling or texting TAX to 414-409-9982 to get your free toolkit today.
Investment advisory services provided by Drake & Associates, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Insurance products are offered through a separate company, Loft Financial Advisory Group, LLC, a Wisconsin insurance agency. Clients are under no obligation to purchase any recommended insurance products.
When you come to our showroom, you'll find more than a dozen glass shower door displays. Now that's what you're going to want to see, because browsing a bunch of options usually spurs ideas that you've never even thought of. And when you walk around with one of our glass shower door experts, you can ask questions and get assurance. We're here to help. And after nearly 50 years in the glass shower door business, there's not a whole lot we haven't seen. So don't worry, your project's about to be put in the very best of hands. At Les's Glass Service, you can count on our experience that makes it easy to promise top-flight installation. Glass shower doors are our specialty, and we're out there humping it every day to add to our portfolio to make the next project even better than the last. This is Stacy Sinks. If it's a new glass shower door, fogged or broken insulated glass replacement, or affordable glass and mirror home decor that you've been looking for, you just can't pass on Les's Glass. Les's Glass Service, serving all of southeastern Wisconsin. Find us at lesglassservice.com.
Eric Smith here from Austin Plumbing. When you own a well pump, air spitting from the faucets, a decrease in fluctuating water pressure, along with silty, gritty, slimy changes in water quality, are all symptoms that your well pump isn't well. At Austin Plumbing, we're well-rounded plumbers. I say that because we're one of the few companies around who can capably diagnose and repair all the symptoms related to well pump and water system problems. You know when your car needs service, right? Maybe it makes unusual noises. It sputters, jerks, seems weak, or stops altogether. That goes for your well pump too. We have all the special equipment needed and the master know-how required to electronically pinpoint the exact cause of your well and water issues. And we'll give you a price up front before any work begins. If your well pump is telling you it's not well, let's nip small problems in the bud before you're out of water and in deep, expensive trouble. Told you we were well-rounded. Austin Plumbing, online at teamaustin.com.
Artwork, especially original artwork, can be pricey. But when you take it in on consignment from nice people like you who are just ready to change the look of their home, you can price it right. And you'll find a lot of it at Design Exchange. Beautiful frame pieces by a number of notable artists. And new ones pop in all the time. This is Katie with Design Exchange, where discerning buyers with discriminating tastes come to find premium home decor at a value. In Heartland and Pewaukee.
Design Exchange.
Now these tend to fly off the shelves. But don't worry, because our connection supplies us with a lot of them. Vintage ceiling tiles from once great old buildings in New York City that make for ultra-unique artwork. These items are definitely hard to find from anywhere else around here. So come take a look, and you'll probably find a treasure. This is Katie with Design Exchange, where discerning buyers with discriminating tastes come to find premium home decor at a value. In Heartland and Pewaukee.
Design Exchange.
Welcome back to the Ramsey Show. I'm Ken Coleman. I'm joined by my colleague, the esteemed, the incomparable George Campbell.
That was pretty good.
You like that?
Yeah.
Yeah, I tried to
hanging
feature
out with
you guys.
Ken. I mean, it's dopamine on steroids.
There it is. Speaking of dopamine, we got your dopamine. We'll give you some hope. That'll give you the hit of
Some
dopamine. Hopamine.
Kelly Daniel
did
liked
it.
that one.
She actually did. Like, Kelly's a tastemaker, and if she gives you the...
I think I transcended dad joke on that one.
She actually, what you can't see in the control room, she actually toasted George with her tea or coffee, whatever she's enjoying right now. She sits in for the esteemed and incomparable James Childs, our fearless leader.
That's right. Who's doing some ministry time right now. I just want to let the audience know.
Ministry time or shuffleboard in Boca?
No, it's legitimate ministry time.
Oh, okay. Very good. He's a good man. Good man.
A good husband.
I'll tell you who else we're excited to talk to today is Sarah, who joins us on the line in Chicago. Sarah, how can we help?
Thanks for taking my call.
You bet. What's going on, Sarah?
Awesome. My husband and I are on baby step 3 and cannot get out. Wondering if husband should stay home to get really radical with baby steps to just start stacking cash and propel us forward.
Whoa.
We have a
wow.
1-year-old, a 2-year-old, and a 5-year-old.
Okay. And how would he staying at home allow you guys to make progress? Explain the numbers.
Absolutely. So child care here in the Chicago area for 3 kids is $4,600
Okay.
a month.
Holy smokes.
Yes. For 2 kids, because my oldest is going to public school in August, for 2 kids, because of their ages, and also every year they increase tuition, which is always expected, it goes to $3,700 a month. So there's only a $900 savings. We make $260,000 as a household. I make $170,000, and my husband makes $90,000. So when you look at the take-home, I take home after taxes and health insurance, which is on mine. My take-home would be $8,300, and my husband's take-home with taxes, because we're dual-income family, is $4,800. So he's pretty much paying the daycare bill, and we just have no margin. If something comes up, whatever it might be, we've built up baby step 3 so many times. We've been almost on it 2 years. We paid off $105,000 in debt in 14 months with 1 kid. We got after it big time. We cashed out stocks, sold a car, got rid of leases. We went really at it. But we just can't propel forward because, we had more kids, we've moved, we've propelled our careers, but we can't get ahead. So we're looking for something to unlock us.
But will the margin? But will the margin be there? Yes, I understand that the expense goes away, but you're still at the same 8,300.
Yeah, no, it's a great point. So looking at the Every Dollar app, which we love, and we've been through FPU, with my take home of $8,300, it gives us still left to budget after doing house and insurance, so our health insurance, etc. It would give us about $2,200 left to budget. So we would try to maneuver that to be.
I'm confused, though, because his take-home pay is still more than you're paying for daycare. So how do you end up with more money if he stays home?
Well, I think we're also looking at cutting different budgets and different things just to get radical, because we also have to pay for after-school care as well.
So why not? You're saying there's other expenses if they stay in daycare.
Travel.
I still think you're going to net. I mean, I'm looking at the numbers here. You're paying $44 in take-home pay towards daycare. He's making $57 in take-home pay.
Oh no, he's making $4,800 in take-home pay.
I understand. $57,000 a year is what he's bringing home,
Sorry.
and you're paying in daycare $44,000 a year if it goes down to $3,700 a month.
Right.
But that's $900, George. Just you share, but there's $900 right there.
Right.
Okay.
I think that's where also too, we've been trying. Cash flow is very challenging for us. We've been trying to get ahead. It just seems like something always kind of comes up.
I think there's other expense. Now, your daycare is astronomical. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
But you guys are taking home Over $13,000 a month.
We are at
So where is the other
$13,300.
$9,000 going?
Yes, I'm looking at the house is $4,500 because our rent's $2,400, and then to keep the house operating is about $4,500. We have gas. I'm in sales, so I travel for work. And then, I mean, we've had to, I think our discretion got a little out of hand, so we've carried that back. We've had some travel. We had a parent death in the family. We've had 2 babies. We've had a ton of medical just because we were paying off debt. We didn't go in stork mode, so we're just behind. We're trying to figure out.
The debt is gone.
where
Life
it's
has
going.
hit you, but now we're looking ahead and we're
Yeah.
going, all right, the debt is gone. Life's not always going to be
Yeah.
this chaotic. We're not always going to be in daycare. But just looking at the
Sure.
numbers, the first place I would cut is not his entire income. The first place I'd cut is everything else in the budget, including the discretionary spending.
I have a suggestion, Sarah, that I want you to be open-minded to, okay?
Yeah,
And
absolutely. That's why we called. We're
okay, great.
struggling.
And this is from our experience, from Stacy and I's
Yes.
experience when the kids were younger. My kids are teenagers now, but when they were younger, I was here at Ramsey, and Stacy was working full-time. And we needed someone to be there. So they were in school, but we needed someone to be there when they got home from school around 2:30 until around 5:36, so that the kids were doing their homework. And then, so we looked at that, and we found a nice lady. We looked for I don't know, I'd say a long time. I'd say 4 or 5 months. We found the right person. And it was a retired lady. She was a grandmother. And so she was a fraction of what it was going to cost us to use a service. And I would just consider that if I were you. If your husband kept his income, and let's say, because you're already going to pay for after-school care anyway. So what if for the 2 littles that are not going to be in school in the fall, you find a grandmother, somebody that you met through a church or a neighbor or somebody in there, you check them all
Or even
out.
care.com and find a part-time nanny.
Yeah, but just what if we did that and they were in your home, they were being cared for, the person did laundry, they helped with meal planning, made your life. What's that?
Said preach.
Yeah, that would be amazing.
But you have to look into that. This is not like something that I've just crafted in my head.
Right.
This is possible. And so let's just say that person, George, do some math for me. If you pay them an hourly rate of $15, $20 an hour, I don't know what that would be, but depending on that.
Easily 20 for Chicago area, I imagine.
20 to 25, because we did look at nannies.
That may not
thinking,
work
but then,
out. It may not work out. But the point is if you figure out a way, some of the hours, you just got to find a way. I don't think him coming home is the right move here. Is this something he wants?
Okay. He's open to it. We just are trying to get ahead.
I think he
we're
needs to be
trying
working more, not less.
Yeah.
I think he
Okay.
actually
Yep, we
needs
talked
to
about
work.
that too.
I think he needs to work a second job. Maybe for 3 months, 6 months, a year.
Truthfully, the house payment, if it's just your income, the house is just too much at that point. So if you lose this income, the numbers get skewed in a bad way. And so I would keep the income, and I'd find every other place to cut. Because it sounds like, truthfully, there's probably some other things we could cut first. And this just feels like a nice shortcut to hopefully fix things. But my worry is he stays home, nothing is fixed. It's still chaotic because the numbers didn't really change.
Right. No, that's fair. Thank you. We're just looking at all sorts of options. So you guys were my first phone call. I'm so glad I got through.
Listen, go find your Mrs. Doubtfire. I think that's the play. I really do. I really
appreciate
do.
it.
I think the number's going to be in your favor, but run the numbers, crunch the numbers based on your market, and we'll see, George. But I like that move. They're not in the daycare system. They're in their home. That person can also do some things around the house. You heard how she was like, oh, that'd be nice.
Yeah.
Imagine if they're doing laundry, helping with meal planning.
The daycare struggle is real.
It is.
Especially in these high
And
cost of living areas.
you don't get any of those home benefits. They don't do your laundry. They're not doing meal planning.
That'd be nice.
They're just chalking your kids full of gummies and what do you call those, goldfish? Those cheddar cheese snacks that you love so much, George.
I do love them.
George, you're going to be a dad. It's going to be here soon.
I'm dreaming about it.
Oh, this is The Ramsey Show.
All right, folks. Dave Ramsey here. I know you want to have a healthy nest egg when you retire, but the stock market's been all over the place, so a lot of you just don't know what to do about investing right now. It's time to stop worrying and get confident about your investing choices. One of the best things you can do is sit down with someone like a SmartVestor Pro for an investing checkup. These pros understand the market and keep up with the trends. They care about you and your money and will take the time to walk you through this stuff. Don't just take my word for it. Nearly 70% of millionaires have used an investing pro to help achieve their net worth. To connect with a SmartVestor Pro in your area and get confident about your investing plan, go to RamseySolutions.com/SmartVestor. Again, RamseySolutions.com/SmartVestor.
Ramsey Solutions is a paid, non-client promoter of participating pros. Learn more at RamseySolutions.com/SmartVestor.
WTMJ's Jeff Wagner.
It's the standing around and the filming of stuff, as opposed to trying to say something, trying to get involved. Instead, we just video things. And I wonder if that really makes us a better society. One of the greatest gifts that you can give young people is the gift of literature. That you teach them to read. You have any idea how long it would take to look at A Million Pennies?
Weekdays from noon to 3 on WTMJ.
Hey, Eric Bilstead here with WTMJ's Wisconsin's Morning News for J.D. Griffiths. They've been at it for more than 70 years. J.D. Griffiths has been Milwaukee's premier provider and builder of garage doors. My wife and I went to jdgriffiths.com, set ourselves up for a free at-home estimate. It was terrific. It was easy. And now we are the proud owners of 2 new garage doors customized to what we wanted. jdgriffiths.com is the website. And by the way, J.D. Griffiths does more than just brand new garage doors. They also service and repair current doors as well. JDGriffiths.com, again, is the website. So whether you're looking to upgrade your garage door for added customization, increase your home value, or need dependable service and repairs, J.D. Griffiths is here to help you make the most of this summer season and enjoy a hassle-free garage door experience. J.D. Griffiths and JDGriffiths.com. Get your free at-home estimate today.
Only 11% of those trying to sell their own homes actually succeed. And of those that do sell their own home, they sell on average for 26% less than agented properties. This often negates the savings they were hoping to get by doing it on their own. So why do it on your own when you have an experienced realtor that will give you full service at only 3.5 to 3.9% commission? Don't let your home sit while others are selling faster and at potentially better than asking prices. Call Benefit Realty for a highly experienced agent, and you'll pay less for full service. In this seller's market, even homeowners are trying to sell their own home. But more times than not, it doesn't work out like they'd hoped. And while homes like theirs are selling, and selling fast for over asking prices, their homes aren't. So what's your next best strategy? Well, if you're looking to relieve yourself of the stress of selling your own home and still get top dollar while getting the full service benefits that an experienced realtor can give you, then look no further. I'm Angela Calais with Benefit Realty, where 3.5 to 3.9% commission assures that you pay less for full service.
Welcome back to the Ramsey Show. I'm Ken Coleman. I'm joined by George Kamel, and he's wearing a fantastic Bombers jacket here. So if you don't watch the show,
thank you, Ken.
You want to tune into that. Some of the smaller gentlemen out there, they can see what he's wearing, and you can pull those off
That's
as well.
my target demo for the small dudes out there. I got you covered.
Let's go to Christian in Atlanta, Georgia. Christian, how can we help?
Hey, guys. How are you doing today?
We're having a blast. What's going on?
Yeah, it sounds like you're having a fun time. My wife and I are in a very unique opportunity where our name is up. We're next on the wait list for our community to rent out our house. And we only have 3 months to rent it out once our name comes up. And it could be tomorrow or it could be 2 years from now. And we're wondering your opinion on renting it out versus just sticking where we are. We're on baby step 6 already. So we could just keep paying down the mortgage and be out of debt in probably 5 to 10 years.
I've got a couple of questions. Is this like a real hot neighborhood to the point that they've got this kind of process where it's almost like a lottery where it's like, this is your chance. And then you
There's a wait list.
There's a wait list just to be able to rent your home.
Yep, number one.
Where is this in Atlanta? Do you mind telling me?
Yeah, we're in Dunwoody.
Oh, that explains it right there in the circle. Okay.
Yep.
So you're getting a little starry-eyed going, we could rent this place
What's
for $4,000 a month.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm asking. What's the rent? What could you get? What's the going rate? What do you think you'll get?
Realistically, we could get between $5,000 and $5,500 a month, and our mortgage payment is about $2,600 a month.
Oh, I'm so excited to have George answer this. George, I want to know what you're going to say
I'm
here.
such a Debbie Downer dream crusher.
Go ahead. I may have questions.
Well, what you're going to do is you're going to have to go buy a super expensive house and get another mortgage,
which we don't want you to do.
And then hope that the
Makes
idea
no
here
sense.
is that the renter, they're paying the mortgage for us and everything's going to work out perfectly.
What if he rented somewhere else, George?
Well, I don't think you guys are going to go rent somewhere else. My guess is you're going to want to go buy another house.
Yeah, we have a 6-month-old kid, and part of this is we're currently in a townhouse, and we'd like a yard, and so that's part of the motivation.
The 6-month-old needs to run around, Ken. Needs to run around the yard.
Not yet, but
He jests. He jests.
I'm jesting.
I'm having some fun with this too, because here's the deal: even if you didn't have the kid and you didn't want the yard and you went to rent in Dunwoody in that area is very pricey. So this is again, you're not making any progress financially. At least that's the way I see it. George, am I
if you
right?
want a single-family home with a yard in your area, what would that cost? What's the home value?
It would probably be between $500,000 and $700,000.
And I assume you guys don't have a down payment. You'd have to do some kind of HELOC situation, cash out refi to get some money to even put down on this house.
No, we could get $130,000. We've got about $90,000 cash and about $60,000 in investments right
But
now.
$130,000 on a $700,000 house, it still leaves you with almost $600,000 mortgage.
Yeah, that'd be a lot.
It just feels like it feels good to get the rent money because it's higher than our mortgage, but you're also going to then absorb a huge mortgage on the other side, which is going to stress you guys out and lose the home you're in. Personally, I would get excited about it for about 10 minutes, and I'd talk it over with my wife, and we'd be like, yeah, we're just not going to do it. It sucks, but we're just not at that place where it makes sense.
Yeah, even though the interest rates, it's like 2.625, and it just seems like such a once in a lifetime opportunity.
Yeah, you're going to get a $600,000 mortgage with a 6% interest rate going, oh my gosh, our mortgage is now $6,000 a month. It's not worth the spread that we were making on our rental.
Mortgage rates are more than 6 right now. They're over 7. Am I right, George?
Yeah, on a 30-year.
Oh, 30, yeah, I'm sorry.
They're
15.
around that.
The 15's not even worth it. Here's the deal. Here's what you're doing. It's not worth it, but I want you to see what you're doing because this is very normal, Christian. You're getting hung up on the interest rate that you have now, and you're going, that's such a good deal. But you're looking at one number. You're not looking at all the numbers. And what George and I have attempted to do here is walk you through all of the numbers. Make sense?
Yeah, and I have crunched some numbers on like opportunity cost and all of the other things that the other expenses that go into it. But
there's also risk.
That was the root of the question.
Yeah.
Yeah, it certainly opens us up to more risk.
And, the thing needs a new roof or a new HVAC, and then your new house needs a new HVAC, and now you're all of a sudden going, this was a bad plan. And I assume you guys have an amazing income. It sounds like you're doing so great financially that you don't really need this rental income. It's not going to change your life.
That's true. Yeah, thankfully to my parents who were huge fans of the Ramsey program, my wife and I have really good financial habits, and we actually just crossed over the $1 million mark less than a month ago.
Amazing.
Oh, wow.
Congratulations.
You're already there. Yeah, don't do this, my friend.
Thank you very much.
Don't get sucked into the matrix, okay?
The way I would do it, and it's old school, and it works, and it's slow, I would pay off my primary residence and then stack up cash and buy a rental and find a deal and do it the right way.
Yeah. Good man, Christian.
But
I love
you're
that.
crushing it.
Yeah, wow. Let's go to Wyatt now in the Windy City, George. Chicago, Illinois. Wyatt, how can we help?
Ken and George, how's it going, guys?
Well, we're having a blast. How are you doing?
I'm doing fantastic. Thanks for taking my call. So I'd just like to start off by saying I started listening 5 or 6 months ago, and in 2 weeks I'll pay off the rest of my student loan debt and then cash flow my senior year. So thank you guys.
Whoa!
Congratulations.
Give us the numbers on that so people can hear that it can be done. How much did you pay off?
All right. Well, 50 I will in 2 weeks. So I need 2 paychecks to do it. But in 2 weeks, I will have finished paying off $5,700 in student loans. And then I'll be able to cash flow the senior year.
That's awesome.
Basically just because I chose to stay in state and living from home.
Good for you, man.
Thank you, guys. Yeah. So I appreciate that. But I'm calling today because of my mom. And she's 53, and she has a $72,000 HELOC. And it's my opinion that she needs to go gazelle intense because she doesn't have any retirement. And I'm starting to worry about her that I'm going to have to take care of her. So my question is for you guys, how can I, as my mom's son, get her on board the baby steps and the Dave Ramsey plan?
This is the age-old question. How do I get someone else to do something that they don't want to do?
Well, yep. She, I don't think she likes being in debt, and she's starting to form a plan, but I don't think she realizes the situation that she's in and how bad it is.
Has she watched any of the show or listened to maybe a podcast? Is that something that she would do in her normal rhythm?
Not necessarily in a normal rhythm. I have shared 1 hour of the episodes from Spotify. I'm not sure if she listened or not.
Yeah.
But she is someone who is willing to learn and grow.
How often do you see your mom?
Well, I'm in Chicago for the summer. I live from Massachusetts, so I'll be living with her when I begin the fall semester. So
okay.
I'm gonna be with her every day starting in September.
Cool. Well, what if you watched FPU with her? You took her through Financial Peace University and said, "Hey, Mom, I'm gonna pay for this. Here's all I'm asking you to do. I'm gonna come over. We're gonna have dinner once a week, and I want to just watch another lesson with you and just have a conversation about it and see what you think." Would she be willing to do that?
Yeah, I think she would be willing to do that, definitely.
And I think if you come at it with empathy, because I know what it's, when you're a son going to his mom, giving her financial advice, it just feels weird because she's like, I still remember when I changed your diaper, dude, and you're trying to tell me how to live my life. And so there's going to be a bit of that. And so I think the more you come at it with empathy, the more you reveal her own pain to her in a way that isn't judgmental, but it is out of love. And you go, Mom, listen what your retirement looks like if you keep this up. I don't want that for you. And as much as I love you, I don't want to be taking care of you in your old age because you didn't take care of your own finances. I want you to have the great retirement where you're not reliant on me. And if you do all of that with a spirit to teach, a spirit to love her well, I think she'll turn around. And it may be longer than you want it to. And she's at 53, it's harder to change those habits that she's had for many, many years, right? And there's a lot of unveiling she needs to do, which is why Financial Peace University is so great, because you go, oh, I thought the HELOC was the solution. Turns out it was a terrible shortcut. So I'm going to gift you Financial Peace University to go through that with your mom, and I hope that turns her around. Of course, encourage her to listen to the show, the podcast, give her the Total Money Makeover. Try it all. She may be a book person versus a video person. Try it all and see if we can get her on board. So hang on the line. Skylar's going to pick up. We'll gift you 1 year of Financial Peace University. Appreciate you calling in. Congrats on the success.
Well done, George. Always good to be with you, my friend.
You too.
Thanks to Kelly Daniel for steering the ship this hour. Thanks to you, America. This is The Ramsey Show.
Hey, it's George Kamel. If you like what you heard in this episode and want to know more about getting started on the Ramsey baby steps, go to RamseySolutions.com and click on the Get Started button. We'll help you figure out the best next step for you based on your specific situation. That's RamseySolutions.com and click Get Started.
No matter what time of year it is, focusing on your family's financial plan is always a smart move. I get questions all the time about where to start and what to do first. One of the most crucial and affordable first steps to take is to protect your family and get term life insurance. I know it's not glamorous, but all the other steps mean a lot less if something happens to you and your family has no financial protection. Getting term life insurance needs to be a top priority. I recommend 10 to 12 times your income and lock in rates for 15 to 20 years. This gives you plenty of time to get out of debt and build wealth. I've been recommending Zander Insurance for over 25 years, and they understand and live this strategy and will take the time to help you find the most affordable term life rates. Go to Zander.com or call 800-356-4282. It's not that expensive, it's not complicated, and you need to...
WTMJ, W277CV, and WKTI HD2 Milwaukee from the Annex Wealth Management Studios. This is News Radio WTMJ, a Good Karma brand station.
From ABC News. I'm Derek Dennis. Trouble for Ukraine at the NATO summit in Lithuania. The U.S. and other NATO countries agreeing Ukraine won't be admitted into the alliance just yet.
Zelensky really frustrated here. He put out a statement voicing his frustration and the fact that he feels Ukraine is not being included in these discussions. He says that uncertainty is weakness. He wants to see NATO do more and commit more to Ukraine. He wants to make sure that NATO isn't just kicking the can down the road here.
ABC's Inez de la Quatara traveling with President Biden. Zelensky and Biden meet at the summit later on Wednesday. Meantime, new tension on the Korean peninsula. North Korea is accused of launching a long-range missile toward its eastern waters. South Korea says it happened after the North made a threat over alleged U.S. spy flights. Weather-related suffering in multiple areas of the country. In New England, especially Vermont, catastrophic flooding, washing away homes, cars, and businesses. Cynthia Gubb lives in Londonderry.
It is a little scary to stand here and watch the river rise and the road disappear and the water over the dam just start to really broil and get violent. So it is very scary to be here and watch that happen.
Across the country in Rolling Hills, Southern California, landslides destroying homes, cracking and buckling them into deep canyons. ABC's Matt Gutman is there.
The hillside gave way and began sliding into the canyon in Rolling Hills Estates on Saturday, forcing residents in a dozen homes to evacuate. The land shifting again, sending those homes collapsing.
And in South Florida, there's extreme heat. Forecasters warning of temperatures in some spots that with the humidity will feel like 110 degrees by the end of the week. A scare at Caesars Palace in Las Vegas. A man taking a woman hostage in a hotel room, barricading himself inside, then seen throwing furniture from an upper floor window. No injuries reported. The woman was unharmed and the suspect was arrested by SWAT officers. Investigators say the whole thing started as a disturbance between a man and a woman. You're listening to ABC.
WTMJ, W277CV, and WKTI HD2 Milwaukee from the Annex Wealth Management Studios. This is News Radio WTMJ, a good karma brand station.
Now's when the summer heat is working your AC system into overtime. And after this long, it may be on borrowed time. But some of these systems really can last, especially Armstrong Air Pro Series systems. When your AC system says its final goodbye, think of the man in the red van and the over 60 years of experience that Quality Heating brings to your home. To get your new Armstrong Air Pro Series AC system installed right and right away.
You gotta see the man in the red van. Quality Heating, Quality Heating.
This is Anthony Zanevsky with Quality Heating. When you have over 20 HVAC techs working with you that each have over 20 years of experience, it gives you confidence to be able to go out there and talk reliability, integrity, value, all the things that matter when you hire someone to get the job done right the first time. These words mean everything to us, and we know they mean a lot to you. And that's what you'll get when you hire the man in the red van.
You gotta see the man in the red van. Quality Heating, Quality Heating.
From the WTMJ Breaking News Center, I'm Jessica Gatso. Milwaukee's new sales tax has mixed reactions.
It's bullcrap. They don't listen to the people. They don't listen to the city. This is going to hurt people. It ain't going to help.
That's Cynthia Greenwood, a Milwaukee resident who came to the council chambers to watch the vote. Several council members spoke against the new tax, but only 3 voted no. Alder Robert Bauman voted for the tax and said it's necessary to keep Milwaukee services running.
This is not some new infusion of money that's going to allow us to dramatically expand programs. No, this allows us to maintain the status quo.
Jack Grau, WTMJ News.
Residents won't be paying the new tax right away, as it must first be signed by Milwaukee Mayor Cavalier Johnson and then sent to the Wisconsin Department of Revenue for setup. The mayor, speaking after the vote, said while he understands and empathizes with council members who voted no, Milwaukee's financial situation is too critical to avoid.
The only door that we had to go through was this, and it was either do this, stay on the status quo, or have something that was worse. And we made the decision to do this.
Johnson says he expects to sign the measure in the coming days. The tax could be implemented as soon as the start of next year. Milwaukee Fire Chief Aaron Lipsky gives WTMJ his initial reaction to the measure passing.
It may sound as if now I should just do backflips and celebrate in some sort of kingdom building celebration. The opposite is true because the entire city is trying to dig out of a hole right now.
While he won't be doing backflips anytime soon, Chief Lipsky does stress that the passing of the sales tax measure will provide the fire department with the opportunity to reopen many of its shuttered stations.
I am pleased that we can now add capacity back and we can now get out there and serve more neighborhoods.
Had the sales tax measure not passed, the fire department could have seen a potential 25% cut. Adam Roberts, WTMJ News.
For the first time ever, the iconic Wheaties cereal box will feature a pair of brothers on the front, and they're from southeast Wisconsin.
I'm going to have a little bowl myself.
Best bowl of Wheaties ever for Pewaukee's own J.J. Watt. He and his brother T.J., both Wisconsin Badgers and NFL stars, will be on the front of the box due at stores next month. General Mills citing the Watts' charity work as another reason they're worthy of the honor.
Extremely excited to be on a Wheaties box. Literally something to dream about as a kid. This is special.
What about brother Derek Watt, also an NFL player? He's on the back of the box. Vince Vitrano, WTMJ News.
In sports, Tuesday the MLB draft wrapped up. The Brewers used 9 of their 10 draft picks on pitchers during day 3 of the draft, bringing their total draft to 16 pitchers. The deadline to sign draft picks is July 25th. The team will be back in the game in Cincinnati on Friday for a game against the Reds at 6:10. Time for your WTMJ forecast. On Wednesday, showers and storms likely. We could see about a half an inch of rain, a high of 73 degrees by the lake and 78 degrees inland. On Thursday, partly cloudy with a chance for thunderstorms at night, a high of 80 degrees. On Friday, partly cloudy with another chance for thunderstorms later in the day, a high of 82 degrees. And on Saturday, partly cloudy and humid with a slight chance for storms, a high of 86 degrees. I'm Jessica Gatso, WTMJ News.
From the city that never sleeps. 17 miles from Madison Square Garden, New York City. It's America at Night with Rich Valdez. America's favorite late night talk program featuring interesting guests from around the world and calls from across America. And now, here is your host, Rich Valdez.
Hi there, good evening, and what's up, America? I am Rich Valdez, Valdez with an S, at Rich Valdez on all of the social media. And welcome to the program, 833-482-5337, 833-4Valdez is the phone number, at Rich Valdez with an S on all of the social media. And, of course, your liberty-loving Latino amigo. Happy to be here with you. Looking forward to getting into all of the hot news stories of the day with you, and getting your opinions on everything. Now, I want to start off with a little bit of an aside, right? A little bit of an aside here, because there's so much news. It's kind of hard to know where to start, right? I mean, you've got the Brits that are kind of upset with Joe Biden for walking ahead of King Charles. And I guess that only happened when people noticed, because it happened and everybody turned a blind eye to it. And they were still angry at Trump when he took a few steps ahead of Queen Elizabeth, right? When he went to go visit. But we'll get into that in a little bit. U.S. taxpayers are on track to pay $1 trillion in annual interest on our national debt by the end of the year. Man, that's tough. Plenty to talk about. Anyway, I'm all over the place. Forgive me. I want to talk about several things. One of the things we're going to talk about is the book, Lost in Trans Nation. That's a child psychiatrist's guide out of the madness of transgender adolescence. We're going to talk about that in a little bit. Plus, we're also going to talk about the big NATO meeting today, right? Today was the big NATO meeting, and the former United States representative to NATO, United States Air Force Brigadier General Blaine Holt, retired. He's going to join us, and we're going to get to that. Plus, we're going to get to your calls and more. Then at 11:30 my time, right? So halfway through hour number 2 at the bottom of the hour, Dennis Neal, you remember him from CNBC. We're going to talk about the bank failures because Bank of America, goodness, opening fake accounts, charging illegal junk fees. What is going on? I remember a time when people wanted to get with Bank of America because they were the biggest game in town and they figured can't go wrong. But you know what? I didn't jump on that bandwagon, not because of wisdom or anything else, just because I didn't feel like changing banks from the small bank I was with. And guess what? My small bank was terrific. They have done the right thing by me time and time again. So we're going to get to that. Now, I want to dig into a couple of the headlines today because Zelensky lashed out at NATO leaders, same ones that send him billions of dollars. And he did that because of, the talk that's going on right now where, some are on board with Ukraine becoming a part of NATO, others are not. Some are on board with the European Union inclusion, et cetera, others are not. So we're going to get to that, like I said, at the top of the next hour. But right now, I want to just recap a little bit of what happened today, in particular with Speaker Kevin McCarthy. Because Merrick Garland, the Attorney General, there's a lot of talk about whether he lied to Congress. Now, in my opinion, it seems pretty open and shut. He definitely did. He lied to Congress when he said that the U.S. Attorney David Weiss could prosecute anybody he wanted. But it seems that Merrick Garland had that control. Now, again, if he maintains that he had no control, then Mr. Weiss had full reign over this. But it seems to me that that's just not the case. And that's based on the facts. But I'll let you decide. Listen to Kevin McCarthy on Capitol Hill with reporters today. Asking the question of, did Merrick Garland lie to Congress when he said David Weiss could prosecute anybody? Listen to this.
I think what we have to first do is bring those people into the room, find out who's telling the truth and who's not. Did Garland lie to the American public and lie to Congress and Senate when he said that David Weiss could be a special prosecutor, that David Weiss, if he wanted to prosecute anybody in any jurisdiction, he could do it? Now, why is something said differently inside a meeting of 6 people? Why was the document, when the whistleblower about at the time Vice President Biden, the 1023, why wasn't that provided to the IRS? There's a lot of questions here that continue to rise from every time the more you look at it. I think for the American public, you should look at all of it. I never prejudge or anything else, but when you have questions like this, I think they need to be answered. I don't predetermine what the answers are, but I think the American public has a right to know.
Obviously, the American public has a right to know. And thankfully, we're having that conversation. It's a conversation we need to have. People need to know what's going on. People in the government need to know that it's we, the people, that hold them accountable and not the other way around. Crazy the way things are happening these days. But that's where we are. And I think McCarthy is spot on. Now, he didn't stop there. He went on to continue his comments saying that U.S. Attorney Weiss wrote a letter which raises even more questions and concerns. Listen to this.
Saying that Garland is correct. Weiss has not come before us and talked to us. Weiss wrote a letter that even raises more questions. You had 6 people in a room who some are saying something different, that have no philosophical bent one way or another, concerned about equal justice, coming before the Ways and Means Committee. And it's interesting now, even that it wasn't just said in the meeting, they took notes and they sent it back. It was so questionable when he said that he couldn't become a special prosecutor that he got asked the question back because the individual knew how important that was. So I would think even you as a reporter would have that question as well. And I think everybody in the American public does as well.
I would think even you as a reporter. Kudos to McCarthy for taking shots, very veiled shots. Even you as a reporter. Now, again, I'm sure he meant that in the most innocuous way. I took it as, even you, a lowly reporter, even you, a reporter with an IQ of 10, right? That's how it came across to me. And good. It should be. I mean, there's too many people out there that don't take things seriously. And McCarthy went on to ask about what Weiss has to hide. And I think he's spot on.
Can't talk about it because it's an ongoing investigation.
Well, he's going to have to.
And what are you going to do to compel them? Are you going to?
I think you cannot sit back and hide behind and have an attorney general say one thing, you say something else in private. What do you have to hide? Wouldn't you, first and foremost, why would you wait so long to respond even? If you knew this was a question, if you knew because of the attorney that you were, because you worked for the attorney general and others, and that it would rise to such a constitutional question, why wouldn't you step out the first day and say, I got nothing to hide, let's talk about what was said. This was right or this was wrong. Why do you want to mince words inside a letter itself and be delayed? That just raises more issues.
Wow, McCarthy's using a lot of interesting words here. Constitutional question. These are things that rise to the level of the Supreme Court when you have a constitutional question. So we shall see how this goes. But listen, I agree with them 100%. They're the ones that are playing games. They're the ones that are trying to contort things to their benefit instead of just calling them as they are, as they occur. So we're going to see how this continues to play out. But to me, he's doing a very good job at illustrating to the American people that this isn't always on the up and up, right? It just really isn't. People might think it is. It may look that way, but when you look a little closer upon further examination, not so fast. We're going to talk about that. We're also going to talk about why there is such an emphasis across our country on transgender youth. I think the response from our guests is going to surprise you. Plus, you're welcome to join the conversation. 833-482-5337, 833-4-VALDEZ.
This is America at Night with Rich Valdez.
Midsummer hiring is made simple with Indeed. Their end-to-end hiring solution makes it easy to attract, interview, and hire candidates. Sponsor a job and instantly receive a short list of quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 40-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term life insurance may only cost you about $100 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-353-9057. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-353-9057. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-353-9057. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. For affordable term life insurance, call 800-353-9057, 800-353-9057, or biglou.com.
I didn't ask to be thrown in the streets with nowhere to go. I didn't think I'd survive. But I did ask for help, and Covenant House was there for me.
1 in 10 young adults will experience a form of homelessness this year. For these kids who didn't ask to be put in this unthinkable situation, Covenant House is there.
Covenant House helped me break the cycle of homelessness in my family. They gave me the love that I needed.
Over 2,000 young people will sleep safely in a Covenant House bed tonight. When youth who are experiencing homelessness have a hot meal, a safe place to sleep, medical care, and love, they can overcome heartbreaking challenges and have a brighter future.
They just really genuinely just wanted to help me succeed, and I'm succeeding. I'm a speaker, I'm an author. Covenant House really helped me and really helped mold me into the woman I am today.
If you or someone you love is asking for help, go to safeplacetosleep.org today.
The Dell Technologies Black Friday and July event has arrived with limited quantity deals on top tech to power any passion. Save on select XPS PCs and more powered by the latest Intel Core processors. Plus, get savings on select monitors and accessories, free shipping, and monthly payment options with Dell Preferred Account. Save today by calling 877-ASK-DELL. That's 877-ASK-DELL. Offered to U.S. residents by WebBank, who determines qualifications for and terms of credit.
Are you drowning in IRS tax debt? Civic Tax Relief's Special Tax Hotline can help you discover all the relief programs available for free.
Just call 800-841-0908. 800-841-0908. 08.
Night with Rich Valdez.
God is trans! 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 God is trans!
All right, again, if you listened to the program yesterday, you heard that clip of audio. It was a protest, or actually a parade, a LGBTQ event in the United Kingdom, where participants, who then became demonstrators, were shouting and chanting that God is trans. And, of course, I think this is definitely going to rub lots of people the wrong way. And of course, it did. And it begs the question, what is going on? Like, why are we in the madness that we're in? There are things going on left and right with children being put on hormone medication, puberty blockers and whatnot. You've got all sorts of things happening, and nobody can really explain why this is happening en masse the way it is. We all have ideas, but we haven't gotten to the bottom of it. And I think this is fascinating to me. It really is. And that's why I wanted to bring in Dr. Miriam Grossman. She's an MD, board certified in psychiatry, and in the subspecialty of child and adolescent psychiatry. She's the author of Lost in Trans Nation, a child psychiatrist's guide out of the madness. Dr. Grossman, welcome.
Thank you, Rich. Great to be with you.
My pleasure. Thank you for making the time and staying up late with us. This is a topic we frequent on our program here because it's relatively new, right? While it may be around for a couple of decades, most people haven't been through this. Most people haven't had to, really don't have an answer, I should say, to why we're constantly talking about transgenderism every single day in the news. And it's a real thing. You know I have children. One's about to be 18, the other one about to be 22. And I can tell you that my daughter, who graduated high school this year, she pointed out in her yearbook, she made it a point to show me, look, this is so-and-so who's now Phoebe. And they won most change since freshman year. And she was saying, good for her, it's obviously a big change. But she was saying, the rest of us that made just different changes, didn't have a shot because this person changed their gender. And I thought, yeah, I get it. I understand how difficult that might be for some people. But the grand scheme of things is, how did we get here? Right? How did we get to this place? Of course, you've written the book Lost in Trans Nation, a child psychiatrist's guide out of the madness. So walk us through a little bit of the madness, Dr. Grossman.
Well, we really are in a very dire situation. Kids from a young age are being led to believe that there's such a thing as being born in the wrong body. Mm-hmm. And they are being led to believe that perhaps they are one of those mistakes. Perhaps their body is a mistake. Now, of course, there's no medical basis whatsoever for this idea of having the wrong body. No scientific basis whatsoever. It is a belief system. And I explain in my book that it is similar to a religion. Some people believe in a soul. Some people believe there's such a thing as a gender identity, which can be completely separate from your body. Now
let me just ask a question, because I don't know a ton about this, but you're the expert here. Where does gender dysphoria, which is in the DSM, Diagnostic Statistical Manual, where does that fit in with respect to what we were talking about?
Okay, so let me just lay out the land over here with some real basic stuff.
Sure.
First of all, sex is established at conception.
Right.
We're being told left and right that sex is assigned at birth. Completely untrue. Sex, male or female, is established at conception, the moment of conception, when the sperm and the egg get together. That establishes whether the baby is going to be male or female. There are two sexes, male and female. There's no spectrum of sexes. There's no all these other possibilities that kids are being led to believe. No, there is male or female. Now, there is a tiny, tiny percentage of individuals, 0.02% of all births, in which case the baby has some sort of chromosomal abnormality or endocrine abnormality that might be discovered later on, in which there is some question about how that child would best be raised. But that is completely
And you're talking about like
different.
hermaphrodites and that type of thing?
Yes, we used to call it hermaphrodites, now called intersex, but yes, that's what I'm speaking about. But essentially, even those people, Rich, even those intersex individuals still have reproductive systems that are based around either producing eggs or sperm. There is no third kind of sex, we call it a gamete, a sex cell, either a sperm or an egg. Those are the two options. So we are a dimorphic, mammals are dimorphic, male or female, and we are mammals. So there really is no question there whatsoever. But kids are being sold this bill of goods, which, as I said, and I can't say this enough, is not based on medical science.
But let me
So they're
push
being
back
led
here,
to-
Dr. Grossman, because I believe it's your colleagues, maybe those that take exception to what you believe and what I believe, but it's your colleagues that are out there saying things to the contrary, that are getting kids to believe that they can be this other thing, that there is this spectrum, that they can use hormones and kind of establish whatever gender they want.
Yes, it is. And that's, that's part of why I wrote this book, because I am so disturbed by this and so angry that some of my colleagues who are activists and who are pushing this radical agenda and have been so successful. Now, this did not start yesterday, and I explain in my book that it's been many years, if not decades, since the 90s, actually, when kids were first being told, yes, kids were told as far back as in the 90s by sex educators and others that there was this thing called gender identity and that there were many different genders and that the binary of male and female was oppressive, and it was all put into a political, Marxist framework of oppression and liberation. And so, that's where it all came from. But getting back to the definition.
Well, but before you get back to it, let me remind everybody the title of the book. It's called Lost in Trans Nation, a child psychiatrist's guide out of the madness. I recommend that you get a couple of copies of this, one for yourself to read and one to give away, because this is something you're not going to hear this everywhere. You might hear from me, but I'm not an MD. Dr. Miriam Grossman is an MD, board certified in psychiatry and in the subspecialty of child and adolescent psychiatry. So she literally knows exactly what she's talking about here, and I'm thrilled to have her on the program. We're coming right back with Dr. Miriam Grossman right here on America at Night with me, Rich Valdez.
Starlight Children's Foundation brightens the lives of sick kids like my son Finn, who was born with congenital heart disease. Learn more about Starlight by visiting starlight.org today.
Alleviate your pain, rejuvenate your life.
Rejuvenex Arthritis Clinics are in-network with most major insurance plans, including Medicare and Medicaid, and there have been thousands of patients that have received our pain relief treatment with zero out-of-pocket expense. Our FDA-approved treatments we'll use to remedy your pain are precisely guided to its root, to provide inflammation and cushioning relief to alleviate pain. What ends up happening is you begin on a pain maintenance plan, and how committed you want to be to alleviating your pain is up to you. But at the least, you can see us semi-annually to annually to, in many cases, significantly reduce pain in hips, shoulders, elbows, and knees. I'm Richard Salinas, registered nurse with Rejuvenex Arthritis Pain Clinics. We can alleviate your pain, and that'll rejuvenate your life. It's pain relief, really. Go to rejuvenex.com to request your appointment.
Rejuvenex. Alleviate your pain, rejuvenate your life.
Acunet Mortgage is an equal housing lender. NMLSConsumerAccess.org, number 255368.
This is Chief Home Buying Strategist Brian Wickert. A lot of home shoppers just go with their bank when it comes to getting their pre-approval and financing their new home. That's exactly what Jordan and Michelle did, and it wasn't until after they wrote their 5th losing offer that they took their agent's advice and called Acunet for a rock-solid guaranteed pre-approval and offer strategy consultation. Every time you write an offer and lose, it's an emotional punch to the gut because you've already imagined having Thanksgiving dinner at that house. We're helping home shoppers and their agents write stronger, more convincing offers every day with powerful tools and strategies that really work. If you don't mind writing 5 losing offers, go ahead and get a flimsy generic pre-approval from your bank or credit union. But if you want the best shot at writing an offer that gets accepted, get a rock-solid guaranteed pre-approval from Acunet, and I'll personally join in on your offer strategy consultation like I did for Jordan and Michelle, whose very next offer was a winner. All you got to do to get started is click on the blue button today at ACCUNET.com.
Amish Outdoor Furniture with poly and wood available. And that poly is the richest of outdoor furniture. It's just about indestructible and will virtually last forever. At Erickson's, we have poly furniture in abundance, so you're guaranteed to see a great selection. The beauty of it is you can put it outside all year round and not worry about it, because the color runs all the way through, so it doesn't fade, and minor nicks and scratches won't hurt the look. Erickson's Landscape Supply. For an abundant selection of poly and wood Amish outdoor furniture, visit ericksonslandscapesupply.com to see our entire selection. You'll be hard-pressed to find a better selection of metal yard art than we have here at Erickson's. Anything from natural and painted metal signs to painted roosters from 1 to 6 feet tall. Natural steel flying ducks and cattails. Cute little frogs, geckos, pigs, flamingos, and goats. And palm trees. The list is endless. And that's why you come here. Erickson's Landscape Supply, right on Spring Street in Union Grove, where you'll find a fantastic array of artisanal metal yard art. Visit ericksonslandscapesupply.com to see our entire selection. Or better yet, drive on over and take a gander at the goods.
I want to listen to you, Rich, all the time.
America at Night with Rich Valdez.
That is the sound of a chant. We're here, we're queer, and we're coming from your children. It's about 2 weeks ago at a Pride event in New York City. And it seems that they are coming for our children, and not just to talk about Pride and Pride Month, but no, to erase the idea that they can be or are what they were born, and that they can become anything they want. Dr. Miriam Grossman is our guest. She is the author of the book Lost in Trans Nation, a child psychiatrist's guide out of the madness. Dr. Grossman is a board-certified psychiatrist specializing in the subspecialty of child and adolescent psychiatry. Dr. Miriam Grossman, welcome back.
Thank you so much, Rich. You know, I want to explain to your audience why I wrote this book. For the past few years, I've been seeing these kids, these distressed kids who are unhappy about their bodies, as well as their parents. And I have to tell you that in 35 years of practicing as a child psychiatrist, I have never seen this kind of devastation that happens in families. Okay, when your child suddenly comes to you and says, Mom, Dad, I'm not your son, I'm your daughter. I want to be called by this new girl's name. I want to be called by female pronouns. And in fact, at school, they've been doing that for the past months. You just haven't been told because I wasn't ready to tell you. I'm using the girls' bathroom, and I'm asking you to please make an appointment at a gender clinic so that I can stop my puberty and be placed on estrogen. Now, I have heard from hundreds of parents who have gone through this, and they are blindsided by it. They didn't expect it. They may have known, yeah, I have a kid who has some issues. I have a kid who's on the autism spectrum or who has anxiety, but they never expected this. No family is immune. And after seeing what I've seen in these past few years, I felt that I had to go out there and reach parents before this hits their household.
Right.
I have to reach them and give them the education that they need to understand this, to educate them, and to give them the tools so that they can immunize their family against against these ideas. And that's what I did in the book. It's filled with practical information, such as conversations that you can have with your child, and also conversations that you need to have with your pediatrician, with your guidance counselor at school. You need to be proactive. I'm talking to parents now. You need to be doing these things beforehand so that you are not ambushed and you know what you're talking about, you're certain about your beliefs, and you won't have that nagging feeling, well, maybe I should listen to the gender expert, and maybe I should be calling my son by a girl's name and using girls' pronouns and get him on estrogen, because that is not what you should be doing.
You know, Doc, I'm listening to what you're saying, and I love it. But I'm going to tell you, I'm the dad of two young girls, and they're 18 and 22 now. And I can tell you, I remember a couple of years ago taking my little one to the doctor, pediatrician. Our regular person was out. We had a different person. And very nice, but I noticed at one point she was saying, "Oh, Dad, can you bring this document to the front desk? I forgot to bring it." Now, I wasn't born yesterday. I'm a Puerto Rican kid from Brooklyn. I know when somebody's trying to get me, but I was being polite. So I did. I brought the paper over, and in my head I was saying, this lady wanted me out of the room. I don't know why she wanted me out of the room, but she did. And I come back, and she's like, "Oh, can you wait outside?" I said, "Absolutely not. I'm not waiting outside. You have my kid in there, and she's 12. I don't want this to happen." Now, she tried to make it like, "Well, you're dad, and you should be outside." And I said, "No, absolutely not." I called my ex-wife. I'm divorced now. And I said, "Look, I don't like what's going on. This lady's in there, and she's with our little girl, and I don't know what she's saying." So I asked my kid what she's saying, and she said she was asking me a bunch of questions about sexual activity and blah, 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 and if how I identify and all that. And again, I bring it back to some of your colleagues, right? This stuff happens when you're at the doctor. And my perfectly, I'm going to say, for the lack of a better word, my perfectly normal kid goes to the doctor, and then the doctor starts putting things in her head, saying, do you identify as this? How do you feel about that? What are you doing with this? What are you doing with that? And when you're sounding the alarm about your colleagues and about this big issue, and you've written the book on this, literally, what advice do you have for parents that are in a situation like that where they're being pushed out?
You take your kid and you run in the opposite direction and you never look back.
That's what I did.
And you find a pediatrician that isn't going to do that. Okay,
exactly
this is coming from the top. This is coming from the leadership of the American Academy of Pediatrics. And I explain in the book how all these medical organizations, these mainstream medical organizations, have been captured by this radical agenda. It's not necessarily the rank and file pediatricians that make these decisions, these proclamations that come out of the organizations, the policy statements that are supporting these, medicalization of kids and the whole ideas of being born in the wrong body. No, these are what's happened in the organizations, as I explain in the book, and it's all mainstream medical and educational organizations, is that small, militant, and aggressive groups of people with an agenda who want to see the organization moved in a certain direction, they simply are able to take over.
This is really big.
You're mentioning, it's very big. Yes, it is.
Because, people think, right, when they think if they go to that one-off doctor who's part of a vocal minority that says, "Oh, no, because your kid is this," or because they can pick whatever they want or whatever, it's not the norm. It's not the majority. There's plenty of professionals like you that are out there writing books about this saying the exact opposite. But this small vocal minority seems to be getting all the action.
No. What happens here, what I'm trying to explain here is that when you go to your pediatrician, the rank and file pediatrician, I'm so sorry, someone's calling me. I'm just ignoring it. So from the top of the American Academy of Pediatrics, pediatricians are going to be instructed, this is what you're to do with your patients. So it is coming from the top of the American Academy of Pediatrics, but that academy has been captured. And I explain in the book, I have interviews with pediatricians who have tried without success to disagree, to dissent, to have debate on these issues, and they are simply silenced. They are not given the microphone. And then these organizations go out and they say, oh, there's a medical consensus, like our Admiral Dr. Rachel Levine, who keeps on saying to parents, oh, there's, every major medical organization, there's a consensus among medical professionals. No, there is no consensus. What there is a debate, and one side is not allowing the other side to be heard. And so parents are under the false impression that there's a consensus and they need to just go with this narrative and they need to go with the program unless, and if they don't, it's going to harm their child. And that's how they get the parents to agree to these medical interventions. And these interventions, mind you, can be permanent, can lead to sterilization, destructive, and there is no evidence, Rich. There's no evidence that these interventions are beneficial in the long term. That's what I want people to know. So there
Let me
are
ask you
options.
something, Doc, because I agree with you. It sounds crazy to me. All I am is a guy with kids, right? And if you told me my kid doesn't feel like a girl, she feels like a boy, we're going to, have a double mastectomy and go through hormones, I would say you're out of your mind. Give her some estrogen, help her feel like a girl. Why don't we do that?
Because this inane gender affirmation care has taken over our medical system here in the United States. Other countries have done differently. If you lived with your daughters in Sweden or Norway or Finland or Britain, it would be very difficult for one of them to get puberty blockers or go on testosterone because those countries have done an in-depth analysis of all the research that exists, and they have come out and decided that no, what these kids need is psychotherapy. But in this country, we're far from being there. And the politics in this country, we do have 19 states so far with legislation that prohibits these interventions, but that still leaves a heck of a lot of states where you can get this kind of affirming, quote unquote, care.
Right.
Now, let me point out that the term affirming care is Orwellian. And what I mean by that is that when you're affirming the opposite sex identity, this impossible opposite sex synthetic persona that the child wants so much, it means that you are denying their physical reality.
Right.
You're denying
really
their reality. Now, parents have to represent reality, and they have to represent common sense. And so the overarching message of my book to parents is trust your gut. Do not take your child to a gender therapist. Run the other direction from pediatricians that are telling you to leave the room. Because what they want to do when you leave the room is talk about sexuality, gender, and all sorts of things that you may not want your child to be hearing about.
Doc, let's hang on right there. Dr. Miriam Grossman, MD. She is a board-certified child psychiatrist. She's the author of Lost in Trans Nation, a child psychiatrist guide out of the madness. I recommend you get 2 copies of this book, one for yourself, one for a neighbor, friend, anybody else. Trust me, everybody needs to know about this. This is a huge problem, bigger than many of us think. We're going to come right back and wrap up with Dr. Grossman straight ahead.
This is America at Night with Rich Valdez.
If you're hiring, it can feel like you're trying to find a needle in a haystack. You can hope the right person comes along, or you can just use ZipRecruiter. And now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. In fact, ZipRecruiter has helped a lot of business owners find their needle in a haystack, like Marco, president of operations at Telly Tires and Auto Centers. Because Telly Tires has grown a lot in the last few years, Marco needed to hire everyone from a receptionist to a store manager to a head mechanic.
ZipRecruiter helps me find all the right people, even the most difficult jobs to fill. ZipRecruiter helps me keep my business running.
Take it from Marco and millions of other businesses who've used ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter can help you find the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. At ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/FREE. ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire.
Are you retired or retiring soon? Do you know how much money you need to live comfortably? Retirement Planners of America is here for you. These may feel like scary times. Several economists are saying that a recession is imminent. So what do? Ancient wisdom says plans fail for lack of counsel, but with many advisors, they succeed. Would you like to have financial peace of mind? Here's how. Step 1. Find out the amount of money you'll need to retire. Step 2, have an actionable plan to get there. Step 3, make sure that plan is executed to take advantage of market gains, but protect you from market losses. We would like to give you a free, no-obligation consultation to help you do all 3. We will help you discover your magic number and give you the roadmap to get there. Call now to schedule your free consultation. 800-508-6108. That's 800-508-6108. 800-508-6108. Don't wait. Call 800-508-6108.
All investments involve risk, including losses. Past performance does not guarantee future results.
It's not a gimmick. It's simply comprehensive, fee-only financial planning to get all your arrows pointed in the right direction. And although rate of return is important, there are many factors that are equally, if not more important. There's a strong belief among financial experts that tax planning is more important than rate of return. And at Financial Strategies, we strongly believe that is what sets us apart. As a result of our strategies, our clients have saved significantly on their taxes. They were prepared to pay the taxes and elated when we shared how they could avoid them. We want to grow your investment and protect it, and we've proven to be very good at doing just that. I'm Jim Cantrell with Financial Strategies, Inc., and we can show you a wiser way to build your wealth. So go to financialstrategiesinc.com and schedule a no-cost consultation.
Financial strategies, a wiser way to build your wealth.
America, this is Night. This is Rich Valdez.
All right, America, welcome back. Rich Valdez, our phone number, 833-4-VALDEZ, 833-482-5337. Our guest is Dr. Miriam Grossman, board-certified psychiatrist specializing in child and adolescent psychiatry and the author of the book, Lost in Trans Nation, a child psychiatrist's guide out of the madness. Dr. Grossman, as we wrap up here, I guess, final thought to you with respect to what parents need to do. Obviously, you've told them, take your kid and run, and I think that is really good advice. But what else can parents do to fight the onslaught of this new ideology?
Well, look, you know, I wrote this book because I don't want any more parents contacting me in distress about their kids. I get at least half a dozen emails every single day from families that are going through this.
Wow.
So to answer your question, yeah, emails saying, you know, my daughter's going for surgery tomorrow. What can I do? It's, you know, I have patients that have been castrated, young men who don't have genitals. This is what's going on. Now, what I'm going to say is I want people to buy my book and read it so that they're not another family that is frantically running around and trying to get help from therapists like myself who are non-affirming, is what we're called, but basically we are reality-based.
Right.
And we are anti-medicalization of these young kids. What they need is psychotherapy. They need to be taken, their internet and social media use needs to be, parents need to be in control of that. And I have an appendix in my book written by an expert, because I know nothing about technology, but written by someone who can instruct parents on getting control of their kids' internet and social media use. You need to be vigilant. What is your kid doing? Who are they talking to? Who are they hanging around with? What's going on in school? What are they being exposed to? Are they joining clubs in school that you don't know about that are going to promote this ideology? So you need to really get smart. You don't need a PhD. My book is accessible to everybody. Know what's going on and protect your family.
Wow. Yeah, I appreciate your passion and the fact that you wrote the book. I think there's very few of your colleagues out there with the courage to do what's right, even when they know it's right. And I know this because many of them have called me and told me, look, I'll tell you something, but I can't go on the air. And I realize that it comes at a personal cost to do that and to tell the truth. What type of backlash have you faced for standing up to the, I'm going to call them the woke mob within your profession?
Well, I mean, starting many years ago when I wrote a book, I was a psychiatrist at UCLA in the Student Counseling Center there. And I wrote a book called Unprotected about the politics in my profession. The political correctness is what we used to call it then, and how it harms students, especially young women. And, the fallout from that book was that basically from one day to the next, I was shunned. I was shunned by my colleagues that I had worked with for 11 years. I had an excellent reputation. Everyone loved me. But when that book came out, people stopped talking to me. They wouldn't refer patients to me. Eventually, I had to leave UCLA. My life was made quite miserable there. And I have been I have had some difficulty applying for jobs and being rejected, and I know why that is. But that's okay. That's okay because I can sleep at night. Right. And I know that I'm doing the best for my patients, and I know that I am following the oath that I took many years ago when I graduated from medical school to do no harm.
Mm-hmm. And that's the key, right? Do no harm. And it seems that this Hippocratic oath has morphed into doing no harm means let's turn someone into something that they're not. Folks, Dr. Miriam Grossman, MD, board certified in psychiatry and adolescent psychiatry, child psychiatry, the author of Lost in Trans Nation, a child psychiatrist's guide out of the madness. Dr. Grossman, let everybody know where they can get a copy of your book or two.
Well, all the regular places, Amazon, Barnes & Noble. I also suggest going to my website, which is miriamgrossmanmd.com. You can watch my testimony that I provided in Congress last month on this issue, and there's many other things there as well. I'm on Twitter, Miriam_Grossman, and I'm a woman on a mission. And some people tell me to just calm down and not to get so upset over it. But I'm telling you, when I see what's going on, I'm not going to calm down. I'm going to go out there and do what I have to do. And that's what any decent person would do.
Amen to that. I hope you continue to do what you have to do, and I hope you make some disciples along the way with some of your colleagues and get them on board and create a movement because our future, our children are depending on the leadership that you're providing in this space. Thank you, Dr. Grossman, for being with us, for educating us, and for your leadership on this issue.
Thank you so much, Rich.
You're welcome. Folks, we're going to continue with your calls and more straight ahead. Don't go anywhere. 833-4-VALDEZ.
This is America at Night with Rich Valdez.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textplan.us. Texting rules for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply. Reply stop, opt out.
Hey guys, you hear that? That's the sound of you doing nothing about your hair loss. And the longer you let this go, the worse your hair loss will get. What are you waiting for? Right now is the time to take action. And Bosley, America's #1 hair restoration experts, can give you your real hair back permanently. You heard that right. You can get your real hair back permanently. All you have to do is send them a text, and they'll send you an absolutely free information kit and a free gift card. So text the word action to 200-300 right now, and let Bosley show you for free just how good your hair could look. Bosley has been giving men their hair back permanently for nearly 50 years. These guys are stone cold experts, way ahead of the curve with the latest hair restoration technology. And the best part, Bosley's permanent solution is protected by the Bosley Guarantee. You are going to love what they'll do for your hair. So don't wait another day. Text action to 200-300 right now for your free information kit and a $250 off gift card. Text the word action to 200-300. Text action to 200-300 now.
The Dell Technologies Black Friday in July event has arrived with limited quantity deals on top tech to power any passion. Save on select XPS PCs and more powered by the latest Intel Core processors. Plus, get savings on select monitors and accessories, free shipping, and monthly payment options with Dell Preferred Account. Save today by calling 877-ASK-DELL. That's 877-ASK-DELL. Offered to U.S. residents by WebBank, who determines qualifications for and terms of credit.
Yo, Biff, this one still needs to be vacuumed.
The service at Chuck's car detailing business is spotless. But new word-of-mouth recommendations leave him short of hands.
They don't have an appointment? Just get him in line behind the pickup truck. I'll stay for another couple hours and get it done tonight.
Indeed can help him hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Our hiring platform instantly connects you with quality candidates, and you can schedule and conduct virtual interviews right from the Indeed dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
My mom is a breast cancer survivor. The United Breast Cancer Foundation saved her life. Their free breast cancer exam caught the cancer early, and that saved her life. But now the foundation needs your help so they can continue offering free or low-cost breast screening exams, saving more women's lives. Help them by donating your car, whether it's running or not. They'll provide fast, free 24-hour pickup, and you receive a charitable tax deduction, plus the great feeling you'll get knowing your donated car is going to help save more lives. Just call 800-814-0756 to set the wheels in motion. They take cars, trucks, vans, and SUVs, running or not. Call 800-814-0756. The United Breast Cancer Foundation needs your help, and your donation could literally save women's lives, helping them catch breast cancer early, like they did with my mom. Donate today. 800-814-0756. That's 800-814-0756.
So NATO says that it's going to invite Ukraine to join when the conditions are met. Biden says, yeah, that's going to be when the war is over. Say what? What is he talking about? That's absolute insanity. We're going to get into that with the former United States representative to NATO, General Blaine Holt. He's coming up next. Don't go anywhere. I'm Rich Valdez.
Milwaukee mattresses are made with the finest materials and support systems. Innerspring, latex rubber, individually pocketed, or gel memory foam choices give you every comfort option. Take a test rest and you'll feel the quality and see a price tag marked hundreds less than premium national mattress brands. Why? Because they come direct from our factory and sold at our Ken Michaels Furniture stores in Brookfield, Greenfield, or downtown Milwaukee, where no middleman needs no extra markup and real savings for you. The Ken Michaels Furniture line is built to last. You will not find sturdier, better-made sofas, chairs, or sectionals because we have them built with the most advanced S3 coil spring suspension. So instead of using twine, the strength of preformed steel wires lock our double cone coils together to give you more support and a lifetime of durability. Furniture for life from Ken Michaels Furniture stores in Brookfield, Greenfield, or downtown Milwaukee. You can take a look at our selection at KenMichaelsFurniture.com.
When you see our selection of gently worn brand name girls and women's clothing, you'll love what you find, and you'll love the prices. So low that you won't believe your eyes. At St. Vincent de Paul thrift stores, you'll find something cute, maybe a whole new outfit, for so much less. Gently worn brand name clothing at far below retail. You're gonna love it. On Highway 100 at Layton and Greenfield, and 23rd and Lincoln in Milwaukee.
You're gonna love it, St. Vincent de Paul.
We
We are Wisconsin's radio station. News Radio WTMJ, Milwaukee.
From ABC News, I'm Derek Dennis. A blow to Ukraine at the NATO summit in Lithuania. The U.S. and other NATO countries agreeing it's too risky against Russia for Ukraine to join the alliance, at least not yet. Ukraine's President Zelensky calling the lack of a timeline to join NATO absurd.
Zelensky will be meeting with Biden at the summit. That's going to be a very interesting meeting because Zelensky not holding back here. He's been very forceful in his criticism, but at the same time, of course, needs to stay on Biden's good side because he is so heavily dependent on the U.S. for the war in Ukraine.
ABC's Inez de la Cuartara traveling with President Biden. A key report on inflation is due out Wednesday morning. The Consumer Price Index measuring how much more or less we're paying for goods and services month to month and year over year. The Federal Reserve watching closely as it considers another interest rate hike. Extreme weather across the country. In South Florida, triple-digit heat all week. In Rolling Hills, Southern California, catastrophic landslides destroying homes and severe flooding in Vermont.
It's dark, it's muddy, it's roiling, it's roaring. It's unbelievably scary.
Cynthia Gubb lives in Londonderry watching as floodwaters wash away homes, cars, and businesses.
Raging rivers. From record-breaking storms bringing new danger to millions. Vermont's capital city, Montpelier, inundated with up to 8 inches of rain. Cars floating down streets after the Winooski River crested at a near record. Officials now watching the nearly full Wrightsville Dam.
ABC's Janae Norman in Vermont. A handwritten makeshift will getting some respect from a Michigan court nearly 4 years after the death of singer Aretha Franklin. Jury ruling the document found in Franklin's couch after her death is a valid will. Two of her sons wanted the document upheld by a court. A third son wanted a 2010 document upheld. The Queen of Soul died in 2018 at the age of 76.
WTMJ, W277CV, and WKTI HD2 Milwaukee. From the Annex Wealth Management Studios, this is News Radio WTMJ, a Good Karma brand station.
I'd been living with the snoring problem nearly my entire life. In fact, I can remember my mother teasing me, saying that I'd snore so loudly that the walls of our house would cave in with each breath.
Fast forward only recently, when Jessica's snoring forced her husband out of their bed and into another room. It's a pretty common situation. We call it a sleep divorce, and that's not good. I'm Dr. Madan Kandula with Advent. After Jessica had a thorough breathing triangle evaluation, we found that her snoring problem required a simple solution. In-office balloon sinuplasty. It's a 20-minute procedure, and it works. You won't find it offered by big box healthcare, but you will find it at Advent, where we offer every effective snoring and sleep apnea solution available. You can hear more of Jessica's story at adventknowsjessica.com and take your first step towards breathing well so you can live better.
Breathe well with simple solutions. AdventKnows.com.
Results may vary.
From the WTMJ Breaking News Center, I'm Jessica Gatso. Milwaukee's new sales tax has mixed reactions.
It's bullcrap. They don't listen to the people. They don't listen to the city. This is going to hurt people. It ain't going to help.
That's Cynthia Greenwood, a Milwaukee resident who came to the council chambers to watch the vote. Several council members spoke against the new tax, but only 3 voted no. Alder Robert Bauman voted for the tax and said it's necessary to keep Milwaukee services running.
This is not some new infusion of money that's going to allow us to dramatically expand programs. No, this allows us to maintain the status quo.
Jack Grau, WTMJ News.
Residents won't be paying the new tax right away, as it must first be signed by Milwaukee Mayor Cavalier Johnson and then sent to the Wisconsin Department of Revenue for setup. The mayor, speaking after the vote, said while he understands and empathizes with council members who voted no, Milwaukee's financial situation is too critical to avoid.
The only door that we had to go through was this, and it was either do this, stay on the status quo, or have something that was worse. And we made the decision to do this.
Johnson says he expects to sign the measure in the coming days. The tax could be implemented as soon as the start of next year. Milwaukee Fire Chief Aaron Lipsky gives WTMJ his initial reaction to the measure passing.
It may sound as if now I should just do backflips and celebrate in some sort of kingdom building celebration. And the opposite is true because the entire city is trying to dig out of a hole right now.
While he won't be doing backflips anytime soon, Chief Lipsky does stress that the passing of the sales tax measure will provide the fire department with the opportunity to reopen many of its shuttered stations.
I am pleased that we can now add capacity back, and we can now get out there and serve more neighborhoods.
Had the sales tax measure not passed, the fire department could have seen a potential 25% cut. Adam Roberts, WTMJ News.
For the first time ever, the iconic Wheaties cereal box will feature a pair of brothers on the front, and they're from southeast Wisconsin.
I'm going to have a little bowl myself.
Best bowl of Wheaties ever for Pewaukee's own J.J. Watt. He and his brother T.J., both Wisconsin Badgers and NFL stars, will be on the front of the box due at stores next month. General Mills citing the Watts' charity work as another reason they're worthy of the honor.
Extremely excited to be on a Wheaties box. Literally something to dream about as a kid. This is special.
What about brother Derek Watt, also an NFL player? He's on the back of the box. Vince Vitrano, WTMJ News.
In sports, Tuesday the MLB draft wrapped up. The Brewers used 9 of their 10 draft picks on pitchers during day 3 of the draft, bringing their total draft to 16 pitchers. The deadline to sign draft picks is July 25th. The team will be back in the game in Cincinnati on Friday for a game against the Reds at 6:10. Time for your WTMJ forecast. On Wednesday, showers and storms likely. We could see about a half an inch of rain, a high of 73 degrees by the lake and 78 degrees inland. On Thursday, partly cloudy with a chance for thunderstorms at night, a high of 80 degrees. On Friday, partly cloudy with another chance for thunderstorms later in the day, a high of 82 degrees. And on Saturday, partly cloudy and humid with a slight chance for storms, a high of 86 degrees. I'm Jessica Gatso, WTMJ News.
From the city that never sleeps. 17 miles from Madison Square Garden, New York City. It's America at Night with Rich Valdez. America's favorite late night talk program featuring interesting guests from around the world and calls from across America. And now, here is your host, Rich Valdez.
Hi there, good evening, and what's up, America? I am Rich Valdez, Valdez with an S, by the way, at Rich Valdez on all of the social media, your liberty-loving Latino amigo. Our telephone number, if you want to join our late-night national conversation, feel free to do so, 833-482-5337, 833-4-Valdez. And I want to talk about a number of things tonight. We've had an amazing conversation in the first hour. Here in hour number 2, we're going to talk about NATO and all things foreign policy. But I want to, again, direct your attention to the comments coming from President Biden and those that are, involved in what's going on with Russia and Ukraine and NATO right now. And it's fascinating to me to see what's coming out of their mouths, right? You've got Biden saying he's very pleased by Turkey's move to advance Sweden's NATO membership bid. Listen to this.
You made all the more historic by the agreement you reached yesterday and the addition of Sweden and how you're going to proceed. I want to thank you for your diplomacy and your courage to take that on. And I want to thank you for your leadership.
Now, of course, Biden's not as enthusiastic when it comes to Ukraine's membership bid to join NATO because he says, well, we've got to continue this war. In many words, at least that's my understanding of what he's saying. He's in effect saying, look, we've got to continue to do this, and we'll talk about it later once the conditions are met. And the conditions, of course, are finishing the war and spending more money. I don't understand the purpose of that. Again, I'm adding to this. I'm embellishing a tad, but I don't think I'm off base here. And, of course, the president, the Turkish president, let's see if I can get this right, Recep Tayyip Erdogan, he says through an interpreter that he's looking forward to working more closely with the United States. Listen to this.
Today's meeting with you within the margin of the NATO summit is the first step forward. Our meetings prior to this were mere warm-ups, but now we are initiating a new process.
All right, so that's the new process that Erdogan is talking about, and Biden seems to be very, gung-ho to say whatever he feels like doing and act a different way. Obviously, not having Ukraine's back in the way I think that he should. And I want to get to the bottom of that, of course. And who better than the former United States representative to NATO, retired Brigadier General from the United States Air Force, Blaine Holt. Blaine Holt, General, sir, welcome to the program.
Oh, my gosh, Rich, I'm so happy to return to your show. It's always great to be on with you. Thank you for having me.
Thank you, brother. And I appreciate it. I really do, because I think, I love to interview generals because you guys have this, I'm going to call it magical, but it's a very astute ability to go beyond politics and deliver a response that's kind of mission critical, right? Because that's your job, ultimately. You have to kind of navigate the politics, but steer clear of the politics to do what's right and what's necessary. And I think you get the best analysis that way. But we have the NATO shindig, I'm going to call it, this week. And I just, I don't know what to make of anything anymore. I think Biden seems like he's just here, there, and everywhere. Zelensky, I can't trust him as far as I can throw him. I can't stand Putin. I don't have anybody I could like in this fight. Help us make sense. What's going on?
Right. So I have to start out by saying this particular NATO summit, and I've been a part of a couple of them in the planning, not a scripted event. This is the most consequential NATO summit in NATO's history. Absolutely no question about that. And why wouldn't we think that? Because really the spire of World War III is hanging over our heads. We've never heard the word nuclear so much as we have in the last year. And we know we live in a dangerous world. And beyond NATO's reach, you've got China, Iran, North Korea. Our adversaries are looking at our weakness being projected globally, and they are sharpening knives. And so here we come to a summit where the final deals, they're usually brokered months in advance, so everybody knows how to play their cue cards. No. 1 in the morning before the summit, you've got Turkey and the United States hammering out what looks like a pretty substantial, on its surface, looks like a victory for the Biden administration in terms of getting Turkey on sides for Sweden's entry into the alliance, getting comfortable with an eventual membership in Ukraine, with whatever that looks like, and a host of other things. Now, a lot of people have been hearing in the mainstream press today that, oh yeah, and Turkey gets some F-16s for this. That would be a silly notion. Yes, they'll get their F-16s. But the bigger deal is Turkey wants a path to EU membership, and it looks like that pathway has now been gilded. If Tayyip Erdogan is going to turn his back on Russia for a second, it means he's got to score big time. And what that means is the Turkish prize is to be a member of the EU, and it looks like they're going to get a path to that. It also looks like Turkish citizens very soon will be able to come and go very freely in the European Schengen zone, and that's a very big deal to the economy of Turkey. So the stage is set. Now, we haven't even touched the Ukraine piece, but I'll throw it back to you. But I will tell you, this is not a small NATO summit. This has been a very big deal.
So I'll put this out there. I think, and I'm going to make it political for just a second, but really I want to bring it back to the geopolitical analysis that you're offering. Recently, we heard President Trump in a statement say, I could end the war between Ukraine and Russia in 48 hours, something like that, right? And I love him, and I believe he's right. I think he can harness the leverage that's there because everybody wants something. And it just takes that one leader that can bring everybody to the table and say, let's do this for you and this for you and this for you and make everything go away. And again, maybe I'm oversimplifying because I'm a radio guy in the United States. But I think when you have the I don't know, the full faith and nuclear arsenal of the United States, you can do that. Am I wrong?
No, you're not wrong, but it's more than that. When President Trump says he can do that, and at the risk of sounding political, I'll just analyze it, with my best objectivity. President Trump proved over 4 years that he carried a big stick, wasn't going to use it unless he had to. And so you need strength, you need credibility, and you need respect. And he engenders those things. He has engendered those things. This is the guy who went over to North Korea and said, I'll just walk over and talk to him. And his, much to the establishment's great, you can't do that. We never do that. And it's like,
Right,
yeah, but
right.
what if we did? And then you get the Abraham Accords, and you really start to see bandages put on some of the world's most intractable problems. And even China comes to heel with a marvelous trade deal that's now all but obliterated. But when he says, and, in his bombastic style, when he says, knock this war out in about 24 hours. Yeah, no, he probably could, because right away Russia would say, okay, this guy is to be respected, doesn't play games, and we're going to have to find some way to work with him. Now, let's back it up back to Kabul, one of the greatest failures in the United States history. This is what transmitted to the world, we're weak and we're open for business, so let us know what you want to do, and starts the tumblers for the countdown of what would become the Ukraine-Russia war. That war was deterrable. We had every lever in our hands to keep that war from happening. And even still, a year and a few months into this war, where is the State Department on any of the diplomatic options? In fact, I would say the most diplomatic energy I've seen spent during the entire war comes from Richard Haas, the former president of the Council on Foreign Relations, with some statesmen who start on what we call a track 2 diplomatic track, and they're talking to Lavrov, and they're trying to find some off-ramp here. And I couldn't be more proud of CFR in this case and Richard Haas in going and taking that step, because if you examine what's happening on the battlefield, you know that we're just going to keep having killing fields with a nuclear power in play if we don't find that off ramp. And so that's what this is about, and that's why Ukraine didn't get their immediate membership. They can't invoke Article 5 and say, okay, we're all at World War III. No, that's actually not responsible, and that's not what Americans expect. So in the rare instance where I agree with President Biden's policy, this is not the time for NATO accession, but it could be in the future. And they actually gave him a Ukraine-NATO Council, which will meet starting tomorrow. That's a very big deal for NATO. And so Zelensky, instead of being very upset, should go home saying, look, we got a victory and we've got a path, and he should see it that way.
Speaking of Zelensky, I have a quick clip, and I want you to respond to it, and I think you might have already in part, but we've got Volodymyr Zelensky telling a crowd that he came to Lithuania with faith in a NATO that doesn't hesitate. Listen to this.
Сьогодні я поїхав дорогу сюди з вірою у рішення, з вірою у партнерів, з вірою у сильне НАТО.
Do you think that he's pushing too hard and that he should take the win that you just mentioned and be graceful about it, or should he continue to keep the pressure on, being that that's the way for him to go in order to maintain, safety and security for his nation?
Yeah, it's not so simple. I mean, it's very simple for you and I in a calm environment to describe, wow, this guy really lost his cool. He probably should have played it better. He showed a lot of emotion on a stage where he probably would have been better served not doing that. Those things would be true. However, let's put ourselves in his shoes. He is in the fight of his life, and for him personally, he's got to win or there is no tomorrow. And what he's going, I am certain that he got his team riled up about, look, we've got a path to NATO coming. I just got to go to Vilnius and seal the deal. He's not coming back with the deal that he thought he was going to. I think that what we're going to find is it's not going to be fatal for him, but he's going to have some domestic politics problems because this nation has just been grinding in this meat grinder, and everybody's going to go, well, how much longer? What's going to happen? When are we going to find our way there? And are they moving the goalpost on us? So he's going back to a domestic political situation while he's fighting a war that's very tough. I don't envy the man for the stresses that he's under. At the same time, statesmen have to be statesmen, and it was absolutely, utterly predictable what the alliance would do in this case. And so I think he should have anticipated that the Ukraine NATO Council or the NATO Ukraine Council, whatever you want to call it, that's a win. That's actually from a guy who's a former NATO technocrat. I will tell you that's a win. That's actually a serious deal. That's not a light thing, because they will create an access plan that gets there, but it can't happen until we get the off-ramp to this war.
Right. And again, I think that's kind of what Biden was saying. I think you just said it a little bit nicer. It sounded to me like, we'll get to that later when we're done having the war. It seems like we got to put an end to the war. And I guess it's a semantical difference. But, folks, we're on with retired General Blaine Holt, United States Air Force Brigadier General, and the former United States representative to NATO. And we're going to continue this conversation straight ahead. Plus, I welcome your calls, 833-482-5337, 833-4-VALDEZ.
This is America at Night with Rich Valdez.
In today's troubled world, our USA Armed Forces stand ready to protect you, your family, and our American way of life. When veterans return to civilian life, they deserve your recognition and support. You can help put vets to work by donating your car, truck, or van to Patriotic Hearts. Your donation will directly support programs to help vets find jobs or even start their own business. Donate today for fast, free pickup of your vehicle, running or not. Operators are standing by to answer questions about making a tax-deductible vehicle donation. Find out how you can make a difference in the life of a United States veteran. Call 800-209-3485. Call 800-209-3485. 800-209-3485. That's 800-209-3485.
Sponsored by Patriotic Hearts.
With NFL Plus, get ready for the 2023 NFL season and get access to the rest of the NFL offseason.
Time for some football, baby!
Catch exclusive live coverage of Back Together Weekend on Sunday, July 30th. And discover special content from training camp, Hall of Fame, top 100 players of 2023, and more.
Let's go!
Sign up today at plus.nfl.com. Terms and conditions apply.
Where are we on the lineup?
It's official. Avery is producing Main Street Music Days.
We need to be ready. We're going to have lots of people. What's the status on the new sound engineer?
They need an audio technician to keep things level from sound checks to encores.
Make sure audio from one stage does not compete with another.
Indeed can help them hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Our hiring platform instantly connects you with quality candidates, and you can schedule and conduct virtual interviews right from the Indeed dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
What's holding you back from learning the language you've always wanted to know?
Too hard.
Takes too long.
Not with Babbel. Babbel's lessons take just 15 minutes a day.
15 minutes isn't long.
Nope. And they're fun.
Fun isn't hard.
Right. Babbel's interactive lessons, podcasts, games, and more make it fun and engaging, so you don't realize you're learning a language, but you are. And Babbel's lessons are built around real life. You can choose from topics like travel, business, relationships, and more. You'll learn what matters most to you. Plus, Babbel's lessons are designed to get you speaking right away. In 3 weeks, you're able to start having conversations.
Just 3 weeks? Even better.
Since Babbel's lessons are designed by language experts and voiced by real native speakers, you'll get the accents just right and be able to carry on conversations with confidence.
Learning a language with Babbel doesn't take long.
And with Babbel, it isn't hard.
It's perfect.
And now, try Babbel free at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
Well, thank you, Rich, and thank you for everything. I know you very well, and I listen, but I have a lot of people that listen, and they love your show, and I appreciate it very much.
America at Night with Rich Valdez.
There's never been a stronger message from NATO at any time, both when it comes to the political message on the path forward for membership and the concrete support from NATO allies, military support, but also the practical support on how to ensure full interoperability. If you look at other membership processes, there have not been time lines for those processes. They are conditions-based, has always been.
So it's an unprecedented time in NATO history. There's a lot of very high-stakes game right now with all of the players. That, by the way, that clip was of NATO General Secretary Jens Stoltenberg and our guest, General Blaine Holt. General, I want to, and you've spoken about this quite a bit already, but I want to get your take on the other people that are involved here, right? So we're talking about Ukraine, we're talking about NATO. What about Russia, right? I know Russia has had, I don't think we've had a chance to talk about this. I've talked about it quite a bit, with the whole controversy with Prigozhin and Putin. Quick story, and I know we're limited on time here, but I was out earlier for dinner and bumped into somebody who was a former USSR person, and I was at dinner with someone that's a former State Department person, and the conversation circled around what's at play, right, with Prigozhin and whether this thing was theatrics or not. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, it could be theatrics. The one thing I know we do know is that we don't know. And that is it sounds like Washington, D.C. gobbledygook, but it's very true. Here's what I think happened. Prigozhin is a very emotional player, and they went through a lot in Bakhmut in the campaign, and he certainly had an axe to grind with Shoigu and Gerasimov, the top generals in the Russian military, about not getting supplied while he was fighting his campaign. So he wanted to mount a campaign to go after them and to try to thread the needle between his allegiance to Putin and his ire and anger for the Russian military. Well, he thought he had a lot of people on side. He didn't. He got as far as Rostov on Don, and his loyalty base melted with every mile that they had on their way to Moscow. Putin is pretty shrewd. He didn't go to kill him and wipe out a whole bunch of people just to create the next attempt on him. What he understood was he's probably got a lot more disloyal players on the team, and I think he's keeping a lot of these people alive just to go find out who's loyal, who's not loyal as he goes through this. Now, that doesn't take away from the Russian army being very effective in their defense of the counteroffensive from Ukraine. So we should not sit there and say, well, Russia's finished. We should just say that Putin's under a lot of stress and pressure as well. But now what they're watching and what could really be the pressure point on Putin is you just had two more countries join NATO and created another 830 miles of NATO border on the Russian border. How is your war going? And he's going to have to answer for those questions. The thing that I'm concerned about is we need a strategy to understand how to deal with Russia, a nuclear power, and not put them into a box where they've got to throw a Hail Mary pass. So we talked about the counteroffensive, and the Ukrainians will go get Crimea, and we'll be happily ever after. Do we really think the Russians are not going to go to some very interesting forms of weaponry, which they certainly have, if something like that were to happen? So you got to watch for what you wish for, because you might get it. Right. This is a very dangerous war with Russia, who they are. And not to say that Putin is rock solid on top of his game. He's not. These are two fighters who are in the 15th round, bloodying each other with nothing left on the table. And we just don't, and we don't want it to go to the next place, which is far worse. And while we throw all the money and weapons at this thing, there's China, there's Iran, there's North Korea. Gotta watch that.
Boy. General Blaine Holt, senior Newsweek contributor and co-founder of Restore Liberty. You see him on Newsmax. You hear him on our show all the time. I thank you for being with us. We got to do it again really soon. There's never enough time. General, thank you, sir.
Thank you. Take care, Rich.
You bet. Folks, more to come straight ahead. We're going to continue our conversation. What's going on with the banks? Why is Bank of America faking jacks? We're going to get to that right now. Don't go anywhere.
Take a step toward bringing our country and community together. Start a meaningful conversation at lovehasnolabels.com/one small step. A message from StoryCorps, Love Has No Labels, and the Ad Council.
Emergency service 24/7. Quality Heating has 25 trucks ready to work around the clock to get out there quickly to solve your heating or AC problem. So when that system goes on the fritz and you want to avoid that sweaty summer heat, or bypass the fear of frozen feet, the man in the red van can't be beat when it comes to prompt, reliable service. Call Quality Heating for any emergency HVAC need.
You gotta see the man in the red van. Quality Heating, Quality Heating.
There's a reason why we install Armstrong Air Pro Series systems. When your reputation is on the line, you pick the brand you can trust. It's like our employees. You pick the best to preserve your good name. A guy like me that's been working on furnaces and AC systems for over half my life. I got an eye for the good stuff. And Armstrong Air Pro Series systems fit the bill. This is Anthony Zanevsky with Quality Heating. When you need a good crew installing a system you can rely on, see the man in the red van.
Quality Heating, Quality Heating.
So if you're already in a relationship with an auto service center, that's great. We hope things keep firing on all cylinders.
But if you're not in a relationship, why not book your next date with us at Richlands the next time you're due for service?
All of our locations are AAA approved and staffed by ASC certified technicians with PhDs in
We can fix anything! Put that on top of the friendliest, hardest working staff you'll ever meet inside a tire and service center,
and you've got yourself a rock-solid date.
the next time you're due for factory scheduled maintenance,
Or tires, brakes, and suspension service.
book your date at richlawns.com.
Or just Google us. But remember, Richlands is spelled with 2 N's.
And oh yeah, be safe, buckle up, and hey,
Always make sure you have good tread on your tires. I'm Courtney Matchkey with Richlands, and you're due for a date.
clever.
Richlands Tire and Service, such a refreshing change. Richlands. Alleviate your pain, rejuvenate your life.
We want to decrease your pain as fast as possible. When we inject our powerful, FDA-approved anti-inflammatory and cushioning medicine precisely guided to the root of your pain, in most cases, relief in hips, shoulders, elbows, and knees is a reality. For those who go through our entire process, we can very much control and reduce your pain while increasing your quality of life. Thousands of Rejuvenex patients maintain their pain relief with semi-annual to annual treatments, proven to reduce inflammation, to make pain a lot more bearable. Some providers may charge up to $8,000 for similar treatments. At Rejuvenex, because we're in network with most major insurance plans, including Medicare and Medicaid, your out-of-pocket expense could be as low as $400 or less, or nothing at all. I'm Richard Salinas, registered nurse with Rejuvenex Arthritis Pain Clinics, where you can find pain relief. Really.
Rejuvenex. Alleviate your pain, rejuvenate your life.
Go to rejuvenex.com to request your appointment.
He's brown, he's bald, and he's breaking it down. It's America at Night with Rich Valdez.
So I'm looking at an article here, CNN Business reporting that Bank of America is accused of opening fake accounts and charging illegal junk fees. Yep, federal regulators are saying that they found that Bank of America harmed customers by double dipping on fees, withholding credit card rewards, and opening fake accounts, all of which are violations of various consumer financial protection laws. As a result, the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau ordered Bank of America to pay more than $100 million to customers and $90 million in penalties. The Office of the Comptroller of the Currency also ordered Bank of America to pay $60 million in fines. The bank is the second largest in the United States, serving 68 million individuals and small businesses. Crazy, right? And we remember this happened not too long ago at Wells Fargo, a couple of years back, with the bank opening millions of accounts without their customers' authorization. So this comes on the heels of the other day we heard about different, potential for bank failures, and some saying it won't happen, others saying be careful. I'm looking at this and I'm thinking, to me, it seems like the writing's on the wall, but I don't want to jump the gun. I want to bring in an expert. Dennis Neal, you know him from CNBC. He has been on TV for years. You also have seen his podcast or heard his podcast on Ricochet. Dennis Neal, welcome to the program, sir.
Good to talk to you, Rich. Hope you're well tonight.
I am. Thank God I have my voice back. About a week ago, I had bronchitis and I had no voice. And that's like, breaking the 11th commandment in the radio game.
Well, especially for a guy with the hours you got on radio, man. So, yeah.
brother. But thank you for staying up late and being with us and trying to make sense of this stuff because, it's all Greek to me. Let's talk about this. So it seems like, is this, let me ask it this way, is this a repeat of what we saw with Wells Fargo where they were opening up the fake phony fraud accounts so that they could look better to their investors, or is there more to this with Bank of America?
So first of all, let's just say terrible, bad dog, Bank of America. The very fact that you're going to have to pay more than $100 million to customers means that you owed them that, and you ripped them off by $100 million. So, okay, bad. Let's also understand, though, that this is, I think, nowhere near the level of pervasiveness and scammy fake accounts that we saw at Wells Fargo. In the old days, the long-distance business, when you had AT&T and Sprint and MCI, these old brands that no one will remember now, they had this thing called cramming, and that was where the long-distance accounts were loading up your account with new services. Oh, you want call waiting? That's an extra $2. Oh, you want, unlimited directory assistance? That's an extra $1. So they did this cramming, loading up services without the person even realizing it, right? Well, now banks are doing it, and Wells Fargo did it to the nth degree. So along comes this bank, Bank of America, and they think, it's just that you look at the statement and the regulators say that they harmed hundreds of thousands of consumers over a period of several years across multiple product lines and services. So, Rich, that means that in several years, you add it all up and you got fewer than 1 million in customers when they've got 68 million clients. I mean, and you're going to pay $220 million in penalties, et cetera. But this is a bank that had $27 billion in earnings last year. So what this really is, Rich, is a slap on the wrist to make the regulators look good. Now, there's this agency. It's called the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. They're here to protect you, and they were created after the meltdown of 2008, 2009. But the thing about this CFPB, and we've talked about this on What's Bugging Me, my podcast, the thing about it, we've talked about with a lawyer about this, is that they're basically an unconstitutional agency, Rich. They have a chief but no appointed board. They don't get their money from Congress. They get it from the Federal Reserve. So they come in, they make a big deal. Look what we've made them do. But meanwhile, there's ripoffs going on all over the place of all other kinds, and they're missing them because they just want the headlines for Green to Heal, Bank of America with $100 million, return to customers when Bank of America got $2.7 billion in earnings last year.
Wow. So this is smoke and mirrors, and you're saying it could have been worse, but it's not.
Sure, and far more pervasive. And probably now there's a template here, what you do if you're a regulator, right? You got this one. Now they're going to go to the next big bank and the next one and the next one, and they'll just hold them up for money. By the way, here's the thing also, Rich, $100 million to customers. I like that. $90 million in penalties to the Consumer Financial Protection Board. Oh, what, so you can go hassle small businesses? They're hassling little hardware stores for their credit accounts, right? And $60 million in fines. Why don't you just pay it all to customers? Oh, that's the other thing, though. If it's $100 million to your customers and you have 68 million customers, it's like $1.50 a piece or $1.30 a piece. So really, I think this is for those headlines, and that's unfortunate. That bigger issue, though, Rich, that you worry about, that we talked about, is the banking system about to go through another crisis where smaller banks are going to wobble. See, that's the kind of stuff the regulators.
And you know why? I guess
I'm
old enough to remember First Union, Wachovia, right? Do you remember those guys? I do.
Mm-hmm.
And I think, are we seeing a repeat of that in slow motion?
And I'm here to tell you, no, we're going to be okay. Do not worry about that. Do not pull your money out of a bank account because of that. We're covered in very many ways, and I can explain if you want more. Now, Rich, let me just first tell you, I err on the side of being contrarian. I err on the side of being optimistic. And I was an anchor at the CNBC and Fox Business for many, many years during some of the meltdown years. And so I'll always take the other side and say, we're going to be okay. The system always fixes itself. The market fixes itself. So that's one reason I've got this bias. But the other thing is, overall, sure, is there going to be consolidation of banks and some little guys get eaten by the big guys? Yeah, and that always happens. And that often makes things better and more efficient for the market and the way it works, number one. Number two, it turns out right now, on every account. If you have less than $250,000 in your bank's account there, and it's an FDIC insured bank, even if that bank goes belly up, you are covered. What happened in the Silicon Valley Bank meltdown was you had these rich fat cats and Silicon Valley startup founders and VC firms, and they had way over that $250K limit in their individual accounts, millions. And they realized, oh my gosh, I'd lose this if they close this bank. I've heard rumors that it's a little wobbly. And so they took out the equivalent of, I don't know, almost 60 or 100 billion overnight. That caused that bank to wobble and fall. But that's not going to happen this time around. I think that once you've had one or two or three failures, bing, 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 investors have a way now of getting ready for the next, and now it's already discounted. You're going to be okay.
All right, Dennis Neal, I want to trust you. Folks, Dennis Neal, he's the host of What's Bugging Me. Great podcast. Make sure you check it out, subscribe, click the little bell so you know when new episodes are coming out. We're going to continue with him straight ahead because I want to continue to tug on this thread a little bit. I don't know that I trust the banks as much as Dennis Neal does, but we're going to continue our conversation right now. 833-482-5337, 833-4-VALDEZ.
This is America at Night with Rich Valdez. Call now, 833-4-VALDEZ. That's 833-482-5337, 833-4-VALDEZ. That's Valdez with an S.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textplan.us. Texting rules for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply. Reply stop, opt out.
Hey guys, you hear that? That's the sound of you doing nothing about your hair loss. And the longer you let this go, the worse your hair loss will get. What are you waiting for? Right now is the time to take action. And Bosley, America's #1 hair restoration experts, can give you your real hair back permanently. You heard that right. You can get your real hair back permanently. All you have to do is send them a text, and they'll send you an absolutely free information kit and a free gift card. So text the word action to 200-300 right now, and let Bosley show you for free just how good your hair could look. Bosley has been giving men their hair back permanently for nearly 50 years. These guys are stone cold experts, way ahead of the curve with the latest hair restoration technology. And the best part, Bosley's permanent solution is protected by the Bosley Guarantee. You are going to love what they'll do for your hair. So don't wait another day. Text action to 200-300 right now for your free information kit and a $250 off gift card. Text the word action to 200-300. Text action to 200-300 now.
Delivery's at the door. Can someone please unlock?
It's been an eventful afternoon with a spike in bookings at Claudia's event space.
We'd love to host Mermaid Fest.
She was already planning on having more event planners on hand.
500? That's a lot of tails.
Indeed can help her hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Our hiring platform instantly connects you with quality candidates, and you can schedule and conduct virtual interviews right from the Indeed dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
The Dell Technologies Black Friday in July event has arrived with limited quantity deals on top tech to power any passion. Save on select XPS PCs and more powered by the latest Intel Core processors. Plus, get savings on select monitors and accessories, free shipping, and monthly payment options with Dell Preferred Account. Save today by calling 877-ASK-DELL. That's 877-ASK-DELL. Offered to U.S. residents by WebBank, who determines qualifications for and terms of credit.
You're just going to have to live with it. That's what I told myself. And if you can believe it, that's what the doctors told me.
Since Andy was a boy, he had health issues, which later we would find were primarily due to his trouble breathing. So for 36 years, Andy lived with about 85% blockage in his nose. He had to breathe through his mouth, because when he tried to breathe through his nose, it felt like he was being suffocated. It affected his sleep, his work life, and his ability to play sports. And he wasn't going to let it ruin his life anymore. So he came to Advent. As bad as it was, his problem required a simple solution. In-office balloon sinuplasty and turbinate reduction. Procedures you won't find offered by big box healthcare. This is Dr. Madan Kandula. It's definitely possible that your nasal breathing problems have a simple solution too. You can hear Andy's story in his own words at adventknowsandy.com and begin on your path to breathing well and living better.
Results may vary.
Go.
America at Night with Rich Valdez.
You saw the budget that the president wasn't going to get anywhere, but you saw it. It was almost, a lot of tax hikes. Do you have any problems with any of this, with what you're watching? Are you allowed to say if you do as a Democrat? Or do you think, why do you think
it's always good to see you on a Monday.
It's always what?
Good to see you on a Monday. You're going right in. I like that.
It's a simple question. You say that you're a blue dog. You say that you're a problem solver. Are you fully behind Bidenomics and what we've seen?
Well, I think if you look at where the economy is right now, in terms of you're coming out of COVID, getting out of a supply chain strain, and look at the numbers that have been produced, those are positive. Listen, inflation is slowing. We still have challenges there, but it's down 11 months in a row. 2-year low. You've got 13 million new jobs on this administration, 200,000 new jobs in the jobs report in June. Unemployment remains around 3.6%. So the bottom line is there's been good progress. Got the Inflation Reduction Act and obviously the debt deal we just did in a bipartisan way, the debt ceiling deal, which will reduce the deficit by $1.5 trillion over 10. Those are all good, positive steps.
All right, that's Joe Kernan. He's a host on CNBC in a conversation with Congressman Josh Gottheimer. Dennis Neal, our guest, former CNBC host himself, a host of What's Bugging Me on the Ricochet Podcast Network. Dennis Neal, I can't help but think that Congressman Gottheimer is kind of grasping for straws here. Well, I'm not saying he's lying, because I think what he's saying is, factually accurate, at least a good part of it. But it doesn't seem to me that we're in any better shape economically. And I would venture to say most people who are, buying something at the store or filling their gas tank or anything like that are going to have something negative to say about the economy. What say you?
It's quite interesting, isn't it, Rich? Because what this is a what's not to like economy. When you look at the figures, the data reported and listened to by Wall Street, it looks pretty good. Unemployment's pretty low. Job growth is surprisingly high. All the experts said, we're going to have a recession. We're going to have a recession. I predicted in April last year, no, we won't. There's too much money floating around from all those COVID payments, right? So it's actually surprisingly good, but not because of Bidenomics, Rich. It's surprisingly good in spite of Bidenomics. It's been able to overcome the terrible impact of Bidenomics, which has indeed been awful on the economy. Remember, we were the #1 producer of nat gas and gasoline and oil in the world. Then in came Biden. And, you don't have to crack down on everything right now. By even telling the industry we're cracking down, we don't like you, that instantly takes the testosterone out of the markets. It takes hope out of the markets for oil and energy. And suddenly our gas prices are up at the pump. That's a direct result of the market responding to Biden's policies. And then what happens, Rich, is even though it's amazing, we must have, I think it's 11 million job openings and only 5 or 6 million people technically in the workforce looking for work, okay? And so that looks awfully good. We can't have a recession if there's great job growth. But then you go to the gas pump and you say, what is this $3.50 a gallon? I was just down in South Carolina driving, for a family funeral. And you say, and that's what touches you the most, and that's what pisses you off the most.
Well, my condolences to your family. And yeah, 100%, right? I can't help but think, you got Gottheimer and so many others telling me, oh, it's fantastic. They use all these metrics. But yet I went to buy a used car a couple of days ago for my daughter. And I'm talking 2007, right? A 15-year-old, 16-year-old car. And I paid a ton of money for it. I mean, way more than I expected to, because the economy's so great, but yet we still don't have chip manufacturing going on. We still have this high premium on used cars. There's not enough new cars. And to me, it seems like whatever progress they're touting in this economy, I'm not feeling it at all.
Well, you know what? There's this bubble thing, right? Like a bubble comes up over here to the left, so you press that baby down like whack-a-mole, and then the bubble then shows up somewhere else over there, a little in the bubbly of the water, let's say, or this. And what it's like is, I don't know. It's kind of hard to explain. I've just forgotten what the point was because it's 11:45 at night. Wait, we were talking about. Say it again. Oh, yeah, the used car thing. Understand? Oh, here's one. Yeah. Here's the bubble. All right. So interest rates going up, financing on new cars and financing on old cars are both more expensive than they used to be. So you end up seeing that, and that's a direct result of the Fed having to raise the interest rates on because it's raised borrowing rates over 20-fold in a year.
Right. Crazy.
Trying to tamp down inflation. So you go after that, and then it kind of goes up somewhere else, and suddenly it's more expensive. Look what's happened to housing sales. They've been depressed. But over the long term, I want you to know, I believe in this economy. The stock market has been showing it's up. We thought it was a bear market. It turned into a bull market a few weeks ago, meaning, in other words, it's now up instead of down, and it looks to be growing. I mean, I invested in this thing. A guy came on the podcast, what's bugging me to say, and at the end of the thing, I don't know, throwaway. I said, give me a stock pick. And he says, Fungu. I thought he was, telling me to jump.
But no,
it's FNGU, and it's a XXX leveraged, tech thing. So I put, it was at $45. I went ahead and invested like $5,000. It's up to like $180, okay? That's how crazy the market is. The market doesn't do that if really everything's going to fall apart 6 to 9 months from now. And plus, as soon as we get into that election year, Rich, the Fed doesn't want Trump to get elected. I'm sorry. They are a political animal. They never raised rates except once in the Obama administration of 8 years. Trump comes in vowing to grow the economy faster because we're a tepid 2% growth each year on average for the previous 10 years. He comes in, and the Fed raises rates 7 times in a row. Hey, welcome to office, Mr. President. So once we get into that 2024, babe, the Fed's going to either stop raising or it's going to actually start easing rates and sending it down. And stocks go up when interest rates go down. It's really weird, but it's because your money, it wants to flow to the richest place that will let it grow. And so if interest rates go down and you're paying less interest on putting your money inside a bank or inside a bond, where else should it go? And suddenly stocks say, hey, come on, let me take you for a ride. And you put it into there and the stocks go up.
So the October surprise is going to be lower interest rates, things going down to spur investment and make Biden look good.
Exactly. And it'll start happening probably with it, like the start of the second half. I'll bet you it's going to happen. And that's what the market's saying right now, I think.
Wow. All right, Dennis Neal, stick around. Don't go anywhere. We're on with Dennis Neal, former CNBC host, all-around great guy. He's the host of the What's Bugging Me podcast on Ricochet. Check them out. Make sure you check it out. It's an excellent show, not just because I've been on it, but because it really is a good show. And I want you to check it out while we hit this break. 833-4-VALDEZ, 833-482-5337.
This is America at Night with Rich Valdez.
If you're living with diabetes and using insulin, you know the pain of pricking your fingers over and over again. By wearing a small remote device called a continuous glucose monitor, or CGM, you can reduce the pain of pricking your fingers right away. If you're testing your blood sugar 4 or more times per day, injecting insulin 3 or more times per day, or using an insulin pump, call the Diabetic Health Hotline today and learn about the latest CGM technology. A CGM can immediately reduce pain. It's accurate, easy to use, and helps you make better diabetes treatment decisions. And if you have Medicare, you can get a new CGM at little or no out-of-pocket cost. Plus, get free shipping, and we'll bill your insurance company for you. Call now to receive your new continuous glucose monitor at little or no out-of-pocket cost.
Paid for by U.S. Medical Supply.
Call 800-611-6638. That's 800-611-6638. Again, 800-611-6638. That's 800-611-6638.
Okay, team, line's already around the block, and we're open in 10. Yesterday, we had 3-hour wait times.
Chef Pierre's staff is a little underseasoned.
Why is this pot not boiling yet?
An experienced sous chef is the missing ingredient in his kitchen.
What do you mean, plate or a bowl? You work at La Pasta in La Cup.
Indeed can help him hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. You can schedule and conduct virtual interviews all from your employer dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
The Dell Technologies Black Friday and July event has arrived with limited quantity deals on top tech to power any passion. Save on select XPS PCs and more powered by the latest Intel Core processors. Plus, get savings on select monitors and accessories, free shipping, and monthly payment options with Dell Preferred Account. Save today by calling 877-ASK-DELL. That's 877-ASK-DELL. Offered to U.S. residents by WebBank, who determines qualifications for and terms of credit.
That's the ease at which you get information. You want it, you get it. Like that. Ask your phone, group chat, smart home. You're always connected and informed in real time. No waiting. So if you're diabetic and still using finger sticks to read your blood sugar, what are you waiting for? Knowing your blood sugar levels instantly is important for managing diabetes. Call US Med at 800-730-8405 to learn more about continuous glucose monitors, a real-time instant method to track your blood glucose. US Med is an approved provider for Medicare and over 500 private insurers. And the best part? Call 800-730-8405 and we'll give you a free insurance benefits check today. So call 800-730-8405 today. That's 800-730-8405 and manage your diabetes as easy as...
No hair, no care, and live on the air, it's Rich Valdez.
All right, America, welcome back. Let's hit the phones very quickly with our guest, Dennis Neal, on the line, host of the What's Bugging Me podcast. Let's go to Frank in Akron, Ohio, WINR. Frank, very quickly, go right ahead.
Thanks, Rich. Hey, we got serious problems with Beijing boys, CCP boys, and their proxy companies all around the world and trying to buy into America and buy it out from underneath it. They're going to try and collapse this financially from inside. That means they'll be having people trying to join the stock market trade to play their games in the stock market. Is that going to push everything faster to digital currency? And is that going to collapse the banks here?
I appreciate it. Dennis Neal, is that going to push us to a digital currency and collapse the banks in the United States, China?
Well, that's a pretty bleak, dark outlook, right? And suddenly we're in an awfully dark place. So let's just cross our fingers and make sure that doesn't happen. But the caller, Frank, brings up a couple of really good points, right? I think that in the American economy, we have been asleep at the switch as the Chinese has moved in. They've bought up land, right? They've got, I think the figure somewhere around $1.7 trillion in U.S. assets that they own. They give money to economic think tanks. You know, Lou Dobbs, the former Fox anchor, feels like many economists in the U.S. have been bought off by the Chinese. If you're a big giant bank like a J.P. Morgan, you can't afford to ignore the Chinese or hurt the Chinese Communist Party. I mean, you hope to do business with them. All of business has been lusting after China's, more than 1 billion people for 20 or 30 years, even as we then let China rip us off, rip up off our intellectual property. And, the thing that worries me about China, guys, is they just don't care. They don't care however much we don't like it.
Thank you, Frank. I appreciate the call. Dennis Neal, great point, and I can't trust China further than I can throw them. But in the seconds that we have remaining, let everybody know how they could follow you, subscribe to your podcast, and keep up to speed with what you're doing.
Well, you know what? If you guys out there would check out @Dennis Neal, okay, Kneale, and I'm shadow banned on Twitter. You can't get through, so try to break through it. And there you go. And Rich Valdez is one of the very best we have on What's Bugging Me. He's terrific. He hurls lightning bolts.
The check is in the mail. Dennis Neal, I appreciate it, brother. Check out his podcast, What's Bugging Me, and make sure you give us a call. Open Phone America starts right now. Don't go anywhere. I'm Rich Valdez.
We've been doing this for quite some time, so we know the value of solid wood furniture. But we found that using solid hardwood laminates actually make for sturdier, more versatile furniture frames. Frames on the Ken Michaels furniture line are cross-grained, so weak spots like wood knots are eliminated. And unlike natural wood frames, ours don't expand and contract. So they're more durable, stronger, and of course, they last longer. Furniture for life at Ken Michaels Furniture Stores in Brookfield, Greenfield, or downtown Milwaukee. The highest quality, flippable, two-sided mattresses your money can buy. And making Milwaukee mattresses flippable since we started is one reason why our customers tell us they last a good 15 to 20 years. The other happens to be that we don't cut corners on the materials we use to manufacture them. Find them at factory direct pricing for hundreds less than premium national mattress brands at our Ken Michaels Furniture Stores in Brookfield, Greenfield, or downtown Milwaukee. where no middleman means no extra markup and real savings for you.
You're gonna love it, you're gonna love it all when you shop at St. Vincent de Paul. Old things, new things here for you. We're always changing, we're always new. So many friendly people, smiles from wall to wall. You're gonna love it, St. Vincent de Paul. You're gonna love it, St. Vincent de Paul.
We are Wisconsin's radio station, News Radio WTMJ, Milwaukee.
From ABC News, I'm Derek Dennis. Extreme weather events on opposite sides of the country. Record rainfall this year blamed for a destructive landslide in Southern California. A dozen homes destroyed and even more are buckling and cracking.
It's not surprising here in Southern California. It's a landslide-prone area. We're near a tectonic plate, so the ground is uplifting.
Geologist Jeffrey Knott. In Vermont, raging floodwaters washing away homes, cars, and businesses, and more rain is on the way. There's also extreme heat in multiple states.
65 million people from Florida to California are under heat alerts. Phoenix is expecting the 13th consecutive day of temperatures of 110 degrees or higher. Most of California is seeing temperatures more than 15 degrees above normal. And Las Vegas could hit an all-time record of 118 degrees this weekend.
ABC's Andrew Dimbert. Other news, Iowa passing an abortion ban overnight.
A new ban on almost all abortions in Iowa after roughly 6 weeks of pregnancy prevailed in a Tuesday night vote in one chamber of the state legislature. Only Republicans supported the bill, but 2 Republican representatives voted against it. The measure would prohibit abortion once a heartbeat's detected, usually around 6 weeks of pregnancy and before many women know they're pregnant. The vast majority of demonstrators at the Capitol throughout the day voiced loud opposition to the bill.
ABC's Chuck Sievertson. At the NATO summit in Lithuania, a major decision on Ukraine. The U.S. and other NATO countries agreeing Ukraine won't be allowed to join, at least for now, out of concern Russia would negatively react. Ukrainian President Zelensky calling the lack of a timeline for joining NATO absurd.
Despite President Zelensky's criticism, National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan tells me that the meeting here with President Biden is an opportunity to highlight how the U.S. is the leading partner with Ukraine in its fight against Russia, providing critical military and economic support.
ABC's Elizabeth Schulze. That meeting between Zelensky and Biden set for later on Wednesday.
WTMJ, W277CV, and WKTI HD2 Milwaukee from the Annex Wealth Management Studios. This is News Radio WTMJ, a Good Karma brand station.
This is Anthony Zanevsky with Quality Heating. When you have over 20 HVAC techs working with you that each have over 20 years of experience, it gives you confidence to be able to go out there and talk reliability, integrity, value, all the things that matter when you hire someone to get the job done right the first time. These words mean everything to us, and we know they mean a lot to you. And that's what you'll get when you hire the man in the red van.
You gotta see the man in the red van. Quality heating, quality heating.
Now's when the summer heat is working your AC system into overtime. And after this long, it may be on borrowed time. But some of these systems really can't last, especially Armstrong Air Pro Series systems. When your AC system says its final goodbye, think of the man in the red van and the over 60 years of experience that Quality Heating brings to your home. To get your new Armstrong Air Pro Series AC system installed right and right away.
You gotta see the man in the red van. Quality heating, quality heating.
From the WTMJ Breaking News Center, I'm Jessica Gatso. Milwaukee's new sales tax has mixed reactions.
It's bullcrap. They don't listen to the people. They don't listen to the city. This is going to hurt people. It ain't going to help.
That's Cynthia Greenwood, a Milwaukee resident who came to the council chambers to watch the vote. Several council members spoke against the new tax, but only 3 voted no. Alder Robert Bauman voted for the tax and said it's necessary to keep Milwaukee services running.
This is not some new infusion of money that's going to allow us to dramatically expand programs. No, this allows us to maintain the status quo.
Jack Grau, WTMJ News.
Residents won't be paying the new tax right away, as it must first be signed by Milwaukee Mayor Cavalier Johnson and then sent to the Wisconsin Department of Revenue for setup. The mayor, speaking after the vote, said while he understands and empathizes with council members who voted no, Milwaukee's financial situation is too critical to avoid.
The only door that we had to go through was this, and it was either do this, stay on the status quo, or have something that was worse. And we made the decision to do this.
Johnson says he expects to sign the measure in the coming days. The tax could be implemented as soon as the start of next year. Milwaukee Fire Chief Aaron Lipsky gives WTMJ his initial reaction to the measure passing.
It may sound as if now I should just do backflips and celebrate in some sort of kingdom building celebration. The opposite is true because the entire city is trying to dig out of a hole right now.
While he won't be doing backflips anytime soon, Chief Lipsky does stress that the passing of the sales tax measure will provide the fire department with the opportunity to reopen many of its shuttered stations.
I am pleased that we can now add capacity back and we can now get out there and serve more neighborhoods.
Had the sales tax measure not passed, the fire department could have seen a potential 25% cut. Adam Roberts, WTMJ News.
For the first time ever, the iconic Wheaties cereal box will feature a pair of brothers on the front, and they're from southeast Wisconsin.
I'm going to have a little bowl myself.
Best bowl of Wheaties ever for Pewaukee's own J.J. Watt. He and his brother T.J., both Wisconsin Badgers and NFL stars, will be on the front of the box due at stores next month. General Mills citing the Watts' charity work as another reason they're worthy of the honor.
Extremely excited to be on a Wheaties box. Literally something to dream about as a kid. This is special.
What about brother Derek Watt, also an NFL player? He's on the back of the box. Vince Vitrano, WTMJ News.
In sports, Tuesday the MLB draft wrapped up. The Brewers used 9 of their 10 draft picks on pitchers during day 3 of the draft, bringing their total draft to 16 pitchers. The deadline to sign draft picks is July 25th. The team will be back in the game in Cincinnati on Friday for a game against the Reds at 6:10. Time for your WTMJ forecast. On Wednesday, showers and storms likely. We could see about a half an inch of rain, a high of 73 degrees by the lake and 78 degrees inland. On Thursday, partly cloudy with a chance for thunderstorms at night, a high of 80 degrees. On Friday, partly cloudy with another chance for thunderstorms later in the day, a high of 82 degrees. And on Saturday, partly cloudy and humid with a slight chance for storms, a high of 86 degrees. I'm Jessica Gatso, WTMJ News.
From the city that never sleeps. 17 miles from Madison Square Garden, New York City. It's America at Night with Rich Valdez. America's favorite late night talk program featuring interesting guests from around the world and calls from across America. And now, here is your host, Rich Valdez.
Hi there, good evening, and what's up, America? I am Rich Valdez, Valdez with an S, at Rich Valdez on all of the social media. And there's a movie out, The Sound of Freedom. And I think it hit $40 million at the box office this weekend. It's a second week right now. Kudos to them for doing an amazing job. The movie's about trafficking, right? Sex trafficking. And there's a ton of that actually is going on, that we oftentimes don't hear about, don't know about, and don't discuss often enough. I try to do it as often as I can here because I think it's an important issue and one that we should not allow to get, swept under the rug for whatever reason. And voila, here we are. We've got a news report coming out of Camp Pendleton. And I tell you, this is just so disheartening. Listen to this.
Investigators, the young girl who had run away before but always returned home quickly, went missing the week before.
I would also like to please ask for respect for my family.
On June 28th, the teen was located inside the barracks at Camp Pendleton. Since the base is federal property, Naval Criminal Investigative Services is handling the investigation with the assistance of the Sheriff's Department and San Diego Human Trafficking Task Force. The victim's family vowing to continue their fight for answers.
I will not rest until the whole world knows, and those responsible are held accountable and justice is served.
Camp Pendleton officials say as of Thursday, the Marine had not been charged and remains in custody of his command.
So this is a big story here, in my opinion. right? A 14-year-old girl was found in Camp Pendleton Barracks, may have met a Marine on Tinder, according to documents. The investigative documents are giving more insight into the timeline in the events that led to this 14-year-old girl who was missing for weeks before being discovered at the barracks of a junior Marine at Camp Pendleton in California. Now, the young girl at the heart of the story, she was been missing since June. Federal investigators concluded that she had been at Camp Pendleton for only about 24 hours and appeared to have met the Marine that she went to meet, whose barracks she would come to stay in. She'd only met him a day earlier. So we don't know what her status was just yet. But fascinating to see what's going on here, how these things happen, and people just oftentimes don't care enough, right? Everybody's like, yeah, I'll throw it, over here, I'll do this, I'll go whatever, blah, blah, blah. But does that mean that we're actually making a difference? I don't know. I'm going to venture to say that we're not making enough of a difference in how we deal with this stuff and how much attention we pay to it. And again, when you have a 14-year-old girl that's meeting up with a Marine, we've got a problem. I mean, it's that simple. Let me give you the phone number so you could join the conversation. I'd love to get your thoughts on this. 833-482-5337, 833-4-VALDEZ. Let's go to Matt, Morehead City, North Carolina, WTKF. Matt, go right ahead.
Hello, Rich. How are you doing today?
Wonderful. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. I missed the general earlier, but I would like to ask him, so I'll ask you, as I told Art, how many hundreds of billions of dollars, I'm all for helping Ukraine, don't get me wrong, but how many hundreds of billions of dollars, number one point, can America spend on Ukraine? And number 2 point is, as I told Art, it's an impeachable offense for Joe Biden to tell the world we're low on howitzer ammunition. What's your opinion, sir?
Yeah, I think, listen, if we're going to impeach Joe Biden, we should impeach him over what he's done with the border. There's been a tremendous amount of decisions and actions that he's presided over that would, in my opinion, get him to in front of an impeachment committee. That being said, I don't know that current charge would stick, but why not, right? Really, why not? I don't think the standard, the burden of proof is that high, lamentably. And I think he knows that's eventually coming, so he tries to downplay it as often as he's able to. Now, the other point, what was the other point? Forgive me.
Oh, forget about cocaine in the White House. I just swept out under the rug.
Yeah, and that's an interesting one. I was talking about that earlier with somebody. I'm thinking, what an interesting time to be alive, to see that this is an actual real thing that's occurring in our White House. I mean, that to me is amazing. You would think that if we're going to have a story like that there would be a secondary story, saying, oh, we now have the person. We know exactly who did it. We know how it got there. But nope, we find cocaine in the White House. Nobody's any wiser. Nobody knows anything. We've evacuated it, and yet still nothing, nada. I find that incredibly difficult to believe. But that's where we are, Matt, and it's a shame, to say the least.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Well, anyway, I appreciate the call, and your guess is as good as mine. We're going to continue with your calls and more straight ahead. The phone number, 833-482-5337, 833-4-VALDEZ.
This is America at Night with Rich Valdez. Call now, 833-4-VALDEZ. That's 833-482-5337. 833-4-VALDEZ. That's Valdez with an S.
Advertisement sponsored by Allied Injury Group, not available in all states. This important message from Allied Injury Group reminds you that if you or someone you love was injured in an accident that wasn't your fault, you deserve financial compensation for your medical expenses, lost wages, pain, and suffering. Don't rely on insurance companies to look out for you. If you haven't spoken to an attorney, call our legal experts now. Work accident, truck accident, collision with an uninsured driver, or a slip and fall. Allied Injury Group has helped clients win hundreds of millions of dollars in damages. They're available 24/7 to take your call and fight for you. Remember, if you or someone you love suffered injuries in an accident that wasn't your fault, like being struck by a drunk driver, a collision with an 18-wheeler, were a victim of workplace negligence or more, get the financial compensation you deserve. Call Allied Injury Group for a free consultation now.
Call 800-781-1815. That's 800-781-1815. Again, 800-781-1815.
Yo, Biff, this one still needs to be vacuumed.
The service at Chuck's car detailing business is spotless. But new word-of-mouth recommendations leave him short of hands.
They don't have an appointment? Just get him in line behind the pickup truck. I'll stay for another couple hours and get it done tonight.
Indeed can help him hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Our hiring platform instantly connects you with quality candidates, and you can schedule and conduct virtual interviews right from the Indeed dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
You don't plan for a computer virus. You don't plan to lose files. You don't plan to knock your laptop off the counter. And you don't plan for your PC to crash or your screen to freeze. But Staples has a plan. A plan for unlimited virus protection. A plan for help when you need it 24/7. Staples Total Support Plans are your tech plans for the unplanned, starting as low as $199.99. And although you didn't plan for this, right now at Staples you can also get $250 off select computers. N729 in-store only. See associate for details.
Are you drowning in IRS tax debt?
I owe the IRS $37,000.
Get ready for a toll-free hotline. Take advantage of new IRS tax forgiveness programs that may protect you from IRS collection agencies. They have the power to garnish your wages, put liens on your property, and levy your bank account. Civic Tax Relief can help protect you from the IRS.
Civic Tax Relief basically represented me against the IRS, and by the time everything was completed, I didn't owe the IRS anything.
Find out about the Fresh Start program that is now available through Civic Tax Relief. Civic Tax Relief's special tax hotline can help you discover all the relief programs available for free.
I would recommend anyone who has a tax problem to contact Civic Tax Relief.
For free information, call 800-841-0908. 800-841-0908. Don't wait. Call now. 800-841-0908. That's 800-841-0908.
This is America at Night with Rich Valdez. Call now 833-4-VALDEZ. That's 833-482-5337. 833-4-VALDEZ. That's Valdez with an S.
So you have developed this reputation. I don't know if you like this or not. As a firebrand, what do people get wrong about you or not know about you?
I think very often when I meet with colleagues or individuals that I had not met with before, they are surprised that I do my homework a lot. I know when I had my first hearing.
Are you a little nerdy and people don't know this?
Oh, no, absolutely a little. No, I think, yeah, it's like when I had my first hearing with Michael Cohen, people were surprised that I tried to ask substantive questions, but I think that there is this idea that you somehow can't both be an effective communicator and discuss and challenge the bounds of our political imagination on substantive grounds. And I think we can do both, and I think we should do both.
All right, that's good old AOC, all out crazy. I have nicknamed her that. Our least favorite congresswoman from the Bronx and Queens, talking about how she does a lot of show prep, right? She does a lot of homework, so she knows what she's talking about. Now, listen, there's very few things I like more than taking shots at AOC. But I will say she is an effective communicator. She has a ton of people that are following her that sympathize with her. And that's, she is a force to be reckoned with. She is, lamentably, right? But she says, and what people get wrong about her is that she does her homework. And she also goes on to say she has no idea if she's going to remain in Congress or not. And this is like a 5-year plan type of thing. Listen to this.
So I know you're not going to talk about 10 to 15 years from now. I don't know what I'm doing 10 to 15 years from now. But in 5 years, are you going to be in Congress?
I mean, maybe. I think I've always tried to approach my service in a way of what really I think would be best for people. And if it would be best for me to continue my service, then I will. If it's best for me to continue my service in a different form, then I hope to do that as well.
Like in the Senate, for example. So if you were not in Congress, because you're passionate about a lot of things, what would you be doing?
I think, before I ever even thought about being in Congress, I've always been passionate about teaching and writing, and so maybe I would have been a teacher.
Oh, good Lord. That might have been even worse. She might have more contact with young, impressionable minds than she currently does. And the again, audio clip you're listening to is all-out crazy AOC, our least favorite congresswoman from the Bronx and Queens. Now, listen, here's what I'll say. AOC, very, very special. Does she know if she'll be in Congress? Look, I don't know if she'll be in Congress either. I would venture to say that if she prepared herself at this point with the right people around her, she likely will. She likely will. It's, of course, it's any man's game, but it seems like we can see a repeat of history. Now, what I find remarkable here about good old AOC, my least favorite congresswoman from the Bronx and Queens, is how flippant she is in her conversation with Jen Psaki. And it's all fluff, right? There's been other instances where she's been critical, and she sounds critical. But now it's kind of like just all fluff. It's like, no, I'm here. This is what we're doing. Everything seems so whimsical, like she doesn't really care, like she doesn't have a dog in this fight. And I think when it comes to that part of life where you're dealing with people that are either for you or against you, or that believe in what you believe or don't, I think it's important that you're able to align yourself with people that have the same beliefs. And for me, AOC's not one of those people, right? She's one of the people that she probably has more in tune with the Castros and the Castro regime than any American. And I'm not trying to take a cheap shot. I'm trying to create contrast here, that as a Democrat socialist, she fits that mold, right? Anyway, that's my thoughts on AOC. We're going to continue. Actually, we won't continue just yet. We'll continue now. I want to keep going because I have one more AOC that I want to play for you. And this one is where she's going after Ron DeSantis. And she says that Governor DeSantis is attacking schools, attacking teachers, and attacking LGBTQ plus Americans, and that his attacks have gone way too far. Saying that this is a profound political miscalculation. Listen to this.
So you're also a pretty politically astute observer. There is a presidential race that's happening right now. Donald Trump, people think, some say, is the easiest person for Joe Biden to run against. What do you think about that?
Well,
the easiest potential Republican nominee, I should say.
I think there's something to be said about that. The dynamics of these races change from day to day. I think that Governor DeSantis has made some very large critical errors, and I think he's weaker than...
What are his biggest errors, do you think, as you've watched?
Well, you can't out-Trump Trump, right? And that's what he's really been trying to do. His attacks on teachers, on schools, on LGBT Americans, I think, go way too far in the state of Florida. And I think that they are a profound political miscalculation and an overcompensation. He may be trying to win a base, but that base belongs to Donald Trump. And he has sacrificed, I think, the one thing that others may have thought would make him competitive, which is this idea that he would somehow be more rational than Donald Trump, which he isn't.
You know, this is one of the few times that I think AOC might be onto something, right? I do believe that Governor DeSantis, and I'm not joining her in beating on him. No, I'm just making the point here that there's not another governor in this country that has kind of carved out a space for himself as being the anti-woke governor, right? I think that's what DeSantis is, and where he's thrived in that space. However, I will say he's not being that guy on the campaign trail. It's not him versus wokeism. It's him versus Trump. And if you don't take Trump on directly, then you're not taking him on. And I think this is what she's alluding to, and it's what I observe as well. So that's my thought on that. I'd love to get your thoughts on that as we move forward. 833-482-5337, 833-4Valdez. And also wanted to bring you to a little bit of a lighter story. And this is an interesting one. And I will put this out on the social media so you can see it, because it's fascinating to me. Burger King's new real cheeseburger. So it's called, quote-unquote, real cheeseburger. 20 slices of cheese are included in this sandwich. Yep, not kidding. 20 slices of cheese. Now, this was released in Bangkok. Burger King's causing a big stir in Thailand with its new offering, a burger with no meat and a ton of cheese. I mean, it looks like a cheese burger, a cheese sandwich, right? I mean, it's just absolutely insane here. The item launched on their menus just this past Sunday, and they reduced the price. Just, you know, obviously introductory rate and all that. And compared with the usual price, it's quickly going viral on social media. So we shall see what happens with the full trajectory of this. I don't want to ruin the name here. I'm not going to misgender the cheeseburger. It's called the Real Cheeseburger. And it's literally one slice of cheese after another slice of cheese. If you like cheese, go for it. I like the actual burger, and they took that away when they replaced it with this thing with tons and tons and tons of cheese. Anyway, I just wanted to share that with you. Folks, give us a call. The number, if you want to get through, 833-482-5337, 833-4Valdez is the phone number. And we're going to continue our conversation straight ahead, as well as anything you want to talk about. And remember, if you missed any of our guests at any point on this program, you can go to the website, Rich Valdez, America at Night, richvaldezamericaatnight.com, and you can get pretty much everything there, right? You can get the latest shows. You can get anything that we have archived on there. It's available. You can also subscribe to the podcast once you're there, and you could stream it right from the website, or you can wait for it to go, through your application for. Why am I drawing a blank here? For your podcast application, excuse me, and you could click subscribe on that as well. I mean, tons of ways to listen to the show, especially on our website. Anyway, the music means they're kicking me out, but we're coming back. And we're going to continue our discussion. 833-4Valdez, 833-4Valdez.
Starlight Children's Foundation brightens the lives of sick kids like my son Finn, who was born with congenital heart disease. Learn more about Starlight by visiting starlight.org today.
We are persnickety about the materials we use to make you some of the finest mattresses your money can buy. Nothing but the best wool, latex, cotton, and innersprings, period. And the reason we can sell Milwaukee mattresses for hundreds less than premium national mattress brands is that we manufacture them in our own Milwaukee factory and sell them direct to you at our family-owned Ken Michaels Furniture stores in Brookfield, Greenfield, or downtown Milwaukee, where no middleman means no extra markup and real savings for you. Can you buy a queen-size mattress at our stores for $4.99? No, but you will find high-quality mattresses available in all of the most popular options, priced hundreds less than premium national mattress brands, because we manufacture them and we're the only ones who sell them. Shop and compare, you'll see we're the best-kept secret in town. Milwaukee mattresses from Ken Michaels Furniture in Brookfield, Greenfield, or downtown Milwaukee, where no middleman means no extra markup and real savings for you. KenMichaelsFurniture.com.
Accident Mortgage is an equal housing lender. NMLSConsumerAccess.org, number 255368. This is Chief Home Buying Strategist Brian Wickert. A lot of home shoppers just go with their bank when it comes to getting their pre-approval and financing their new home. That's exactly what Jordan and Michelle did, and it wasn't until after they wrote their 5th losing offer that they took their agent's advice and called Accunet for a rock-solid guaranteed pre-approval and offer strategy consultation. Every time you write an offer and lose, it's an emotional punch to the gut because you've already imagined having Thanksgiving dinner at that house. We're helping home shoppers and their agents write stronger, more convincing offers every day with powerful tools and strategies that really work. If you don't mind writing 5 losing offers, go ahead and get a flimsy generic pre-approval from your bank or credit union. But if you want the best shot at writing an offer that gets accepted, get a rock-solid guaranteed pre-approval from Accunet, and I'll personally join in on your offer strategy consultation like I did for Jordan and Michelle, whose very next offer was a winner. All you got to do to get started is click on the blue button today at ACCUNET.com.
Alleviate your pain, rejuvenate your life.
Rejuvenex Arthritis Clinics are in-network with most major insurance plans, including Medicare and Medicaid, and there have been thousands of patients that have received our pain relief treatment with zero out-of-pocket expense. Our FDA-approved treatments we'll use to remedy your pain are precisely guided to its root, to provide inflammation and cushioning relief to alleviate pain. What ends up happening is you begin on a pain maintenance plan, and how committed you want to be to alleviating your pain is up to you. But at the least, you can see us semi-annually to annually to, in many cases, significantly reduce pain in hips, shoulders, elbows, and knees. I'm Richard Salinas, registered nurse with Rejuvenex Arthritis Pain Clinics. We can alleviate your pain, and that'll rejuvenate your life. It's pain relief, really. Go to rejuvenex.com to request your appointment.
Rejuvenex. Alleviate your pain, rejuvenate your life.
Call now, 833-4-VALDEZ. That's 833-482-5337. 833-4-VALDEZ. That's Valdez with an S.
You made all the more historic by the agreement you reached yesterday and the addition of Sweden and how you're going to proceed. I want to thank you for your diplomacy and your courage to take that on. And I want to thank you for your leadership.
All right, that's Joe Biden commenting on NATO. We had some conversation on that earlier. If you missed it, you can always check it out. Once this program ends, it'll automatically be uploaded to our website, Rich Valdez, AmericaAtNight.com. Let's hit the phones, get your opinions on things. Let's go to Ken, Lansing, Michigan, WILS. Go right ahead.
Hey, Rich, how are we doing tonight?
Wonderful. Thank God, Ken. How about you?
I'm doing pretty good. Great show as always. You just have really good guests, Rich. You really
Thanks.
do.
I appreciate that. It's very kind.
Well, you're welcome. You deserve it. I was thinking that the reason our great leader, when he's over in Europe, that didn't attend the dinner, the NATO dinner, he conveniently skipped the dinner, and I think he doesn't want to answer any European reporters' questions. And his staff said that he worked over the 4th of July weekend at Camp David, so he's kind of tired.
That's funny. You know, I don't know what to make of this anymore. I'm so embarrassed by the lack of leadership coming out of Washington. I'm so embarrassed by Joe Biden's constant portrayal of weakness on the world stage, and it's very disheartening to say the least. Ken, I don't know what to do. What do you recommend?
Well, Rich, you know the Chinese and the Russians are just laughing at us. They're just laughing at us. That's the way to put it. But I don't know if the answer is, Rich. Our world has been so turned over in the last 10 years. I don't know, up from down and down from up almost. But I got a couple other little quick things I want to say.
Sure, go right ahead.
That Marine in
Camp
California
Pendleton.
that had a 14. Yes, Camp Pendleton. So there was a 14-year-old in the barracks. I always was under the impression that they slept with a group of men in a barrack, that they didn't have single barracks.
I don't know. I don't know where she was meeting up with this person, or how, if they had her sequestered or kidnapped or hiding. I have no idea. I just find it, and that was an ABC News report. I don't know the ins and outs. I do know that it's a crazy story, that a girl that's been missing for a while is identified as being there. And I think, man, this is definitely a tough position for one to be in particular for the young lady that is being held presumably against her will. So as I learn more, you guys will learn more. I'll keep you up to speed on it. But yeah, fascinating story. I think you're spot on there. We have, if nothing else, we have a lot of questions that we need answers to. Thank you, Ken. I appreciate it. Big shout out to everybody on WILS. And let's see, where do we go from here? We go to Gainesville, Ohio, WSOY. Let's check in with Paul on WSOY. Go right ahead, Paul.
Yeah, by the way, I'm streaming, Rich. The radio station I used to listen to doesn't play it anymore. They have that guy talking about money, which is not very interesting because it's anybody that has over $1 million. Yeah, boring.
Gotcha,
so anyway,
gotcha.
I'd like
well, welcome back, Paul.
Thank you. What's Burger King going to call this? The real cheeseburger? Because
The real, quote-unquote real cheeseburger.
Yeah, why don't you just throw some whipped cream on top of it there, Burger King? I mean, come on. If America isn't obese enough as it is, that chaps my behind. But anyway, and I wanted to comment on one more thing.
Sure.
With the AOC, I heard her say that she might want to go into teaching. Rich, I mean, this is no offense to anybody, but she'd be on the short bus, dude. Because this girl, this drives me crazy. I cannot take her. And, I wish she would drop out of politics. Her and all those crazy, what do they call that, that squad that she's got, they call them the squad.
Oh, yeah,
or
the
something
squad.
like that. Yeah, why don't they all just drop out of politics? Because they literally sound stupid. I mean, if you think that Donald Trump does not have a chance to win this presidential election, well, then I think you're crazy. Because, Joe Biden, look at him. He's walking in front of the king over there. I can't remember what
King Charles.
King Charles. He should have walked beside him. And I know Donald Trump did it. And boy, he got a lot of cloth from that.
He sure did.
Now you never hear a thing about Joe Biden doing it. So I just think we have a very uneven political system right now. I don't know what the answer is, but I'll listen to the Rich Valdez show and hear the whole truth. And I also like that Blaine Holt. Hey, buddy, you should run for president. And that's about all.
Blaine Holt, isn't he terrific?
Rich. Yeah, he sure is. Man, he makes sense. He makes a ton of sense.
He does. One of the few out there really knows this stuff and is able to make it make a lot of sense. Paul, great points. First of all, thanks for your kind words. I appreciate it. And yeah, I think you're right. AOC being a teacher, that's a little bit suspect, right? What is exactly is she teaching us? And then we go beyond that. We look at what's happening with NATO and whatnot. Interesting, right? It's a very interesting place. There's a lot going on, a lot of moving parts, which is why I try to bring in the experts from different areas because, as much as we watch the news and we are armchair quarterbacks ourselves, it takes somebody who's been there multiple times and has that type of muscle memory, right, if you will, to really, I think, break it down in a way that makes the most sense, both in a political situation, a dangerous situation, whatever situation you're in, they're able to respond accordingly. And I don't think that's the case in New York City or in other big cities across the country. So ultimately, whether it's New York City, whether it's Ukraine, whether it's Russia, whether it's AOC being a teacher, right? You put it all together and you think, man, this is a interesting situation for us to be in. And I don't know that I have the answer to that one either. But I've got New York City on my mind because I was in the city earlier today, and I was just thinking of all the things that I saw there and thinking, it doesn't seem to be getting better. It seems to be getting worse, just like things are getting seemingly worse in Ukraine. So take that for what it's worth. Anyway, more to come straight ahead. I'm Rich Valdez.
This is America at Night with Rich Valdez. Call now, 833-4VALDEZ. That's 833-482-5337. 833-4VALDEZ. That's Valdez with an S.
School on! Save on!
Sounds like it's back to school time, and Staples has great prices on everything you need for school. Save on markers and crayons. Save on notebooks and folders. And right now at Staples, save big on tech with up to $250 off select computers. Staples, where savings for school are always in session. N729, in-store only. See associate for details.
Where are we on the lineup?
It's official. Avery is producing Main Street Music Days.
We need to be ready. We're going to have lots of people. What's the status on the new sound engineer?
They need an audio technician to keep things level from sound checks to encores.
Make sure audio from one stage does not compete with another.
Indeed can help them hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Our hiring platform instantly connects you with quality candidates, and you can schedule and conduct virtual interviews right from the Indeed dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Message and data rates may apply. Do you need a car? Been shopping only to be turned down because of bad credit, low credit, no credit, bankruptcy, or divorce? Guess what? Today's your lucky day, because now you can buy a car, truck, or SUV, just about any vehicle. It's true. Bad credit doesn't matter. No credit doesn't matter. Bankruptcy or divorce, it just doesn't matter. As a matter of fact, your job is your ticket to your new vehicle. We're Auto Credit Express, and we've helped thousands of people just like you. Antonio H. told us, great company, got me connected, and the day I went in, I drove off in the car I wanted. 100% worth your time. Need a car? Get started now and drive off as early as today. Just text APPLY NOW to 88909 right now to get started. That's APPLY NOW to 88909. Auto financing the easy way. Text APPLY NOW to 88909.
This is going to be interesting, so pay attention.
Mountains and trees. Ducks and hunting dogs. Dinosaur bones. Meteorites. Steel that's carved like the leather stirrups on a Western saddle. Damascus steel, like they make swords out of. Carbon fiber. Hardwood.
Manly things.
Hardwood. You already said that. I know. I just like the sound of it. Hardwood. It does have a nice ring to it.
Ring. I see what you did there.
I'm sorry. I got us off track.
Kessler's has wedding bands for men.
Real men.
Made of manly things.
He wants you to wear a big, beautiful diamond so that everyone you meet will know how much he loves you.
Why not insist that he wears something equally cool?
You'll tell your grandkids about the day you went shopping for this wedding band at Kessler's when they ask,
"Where did you get such a cool ring? And what is it made of?"
Welcome to Kessler's.
To find the Kessler's nearest you,
go to KesslersDiamonds.com.
Voted best head of hair in live late night Night Radio 6 years in a row. It's Rich Valdez. Call now, 833-4-VALDEZ. That's 833-482-5337. 833-4-VALDEZ. That's Valdez with an S.
Any update on the investigation into the cocaine at the White House? The Secret Service indicated that they're closer to...
I don't have any updates. As you know, as you just mentioned, Secret Service is under their purview. They're certainly investigating the situation. I just don't have anything updated. I would refer you to the Secret Service on that particular question.
That's Karine Jean-Pierre, again, just running away from the truth, not answering what happened with this cocaine that was found in the White House, whose it is, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Now, listen, the White House isn't the only place that's in a shambles. It really isn't. There's other places. We just talked about New York City, but there's more, right? Los Angeles is out of control. They just implemented the zero bail policy that was reinstated back in May. And the rapper, 50 Cent, he says that it's over, right? That it's, let me see if I got the quote correct right here. L.A. is finished after they go back to this no bail policy. And I agree with him. I think we've seen it happen, like I mentioned, in New York, and we're seeing in a lot of places, the domestic onslaught of people just destroying their own city. And it's sad. It's very sad. But that's the situation that we're in. And 50 Cent, he takes to social media, and he makes these comments. He's 48 years old now, by the way, Curtis Jackson. And he says, watch how bad it gets out there, shaking his head. He also included in his comments that removing bail for individuals charged with misdemeanors or nonviolent felonies, similar to the controversial reforms in New York, would eventually be the downfall of the city. And yeah, I think so. When people know they're not going to be arrested, or if an arrest is not something where you're held till you can bail yourself out, but something that you can just becomes kind of flippant, and that's exactly the attitude people will have. And it's a shame that you have it takes a rapper from the East Coast to call it out on the West Side, but it's going to happen here too, and it's happening, right? And we've seen it happen. I think there's some brave men and women out there that are trying to slow things down and stem the rise in crime, and kudos to them for doing that. But we are in rough shape. And when the rapper 50 Cent comes out and says, hey, look, this is where we're at, we're in really bad shape, you know that we're in really bad shape. Anyway, we're going to continue with your calls and more. 833-4-VALDEZ, 833-482-5337. And I want to remind you that there is a new verdict that has been issued on Ring cameras. I'll get to what that verdict is and the new description attached to the Ring cameras when we come back. Don't go anywhere.
This is America at Night with Rich Valdez. Call now, 833-4-VALDEZ. That's 833-482-5337. 833-4-VALDEZ. That's Valdez with an S.
Are you over 50? Would you like to get up to 33% more income in retirement? Then call now for this free book, Annuity Do's and Don'ts for Baby Boomers, from a leading financial firm on maximizing your income in retirement. That's right, free. This free book reveals little-known truths about annuities in simple-to-understand terms that will help you make the right choices before buying an annuity. And it's free. As a bonus, we'll also throw in a free annuity rate report summarizing the rates and benefits from financially strong insurers.
Call 800-715-9880.
That's right, Annuity Do's and Don'ts for Baby Boomers and Annuity Rate Report, both absolutely free for calling today.
Call 800-715-9880. That's 800-715-9880.
Sponsored by Annuity General. Producers have the appropriate licenses for the products they offer. Increased income is possible using strategies suited to your goals and may require buying multiple annuities and holding them full term.
School on! Save on!
Back to school is on, and Staples has great prices on everything you need for your best year yet. Save on notebooks. Save on headphones and laptops. Save on pens, markers, and all the essentials. And right now at Staples, save up to 60% on select notebooks, markers, and more. School on, save on at Staples, where school savings are always in session. N729. Prices may vary in-store and online.
If you're 19 or older with certain underlying medical conditions such as asthma or diabetes, you can get vaccinated against pneumococcal pneumonia, a potentially serious bacterial lung disease that can disrupt your life for weeks. If you're 65 or older, it is also recommended you get vaccinated against pneumococcal pneumonia. No matter the season, talk to your doctor about vaccination today and learn more at lung.org/protect yourself. A message from the American Lung Association in collaboration with Pfizer.
Furnished by the American Lung Association.
Advertisement sponsored by Allied Injury Group, not available in all states. This important message from Allied Injury Group reminds you that if you or someone you love was injured in an accident that wasn't your fault, you deserve financial compensation for your medical expenses, lost wages, pain, and suffering. Don't rely on insurance companies to look out for you. If you haven't spoken to an attorney, call our legal experts now. Work accident, truck accident, collision with an uninsured driver, or a slip and fall. Allied Injury Group has helped clients win hundreds of millions of dollars in damages. They're available 24/7 to take your call and fight for you. Remember, if you or someone you love suffered injuries in an accident that wasn't your fault, like being struck by a drunk driver, a collision with an 18-wheeler, were a victim of workplace negligence or more, get the financial compensation you deserve. Call Allied Injury Group for a free consultation now.
Call 800-781-1815. That's 800-781-1815. Again, 800-781-1815.
Call now, 833-4-VALDEZ. That's 833-482-5337. 833-4-VALDEZ. That's Valdez with an S.
All right, America, welcome back. And Ring cameras are apparently racist. The company putting that out there, according to Wired magazine, they want you to know that Ring cameras are racist and you shouldn't buy them. Yep. Listen to this. This is a tweet from Zaid Jalani. It says, a few days after a Ring camera caught several teens on camera confessing to a shooting and killing a Lyft driver in Washington, D.C., Wired says they don't recommend Ring cameras because they let you easily send video to the police. And this should be more difficult, right? Again, after making an opinion or posting an opinion about this particular situation, I'm floored by this. Floored by this, that this thing catches some teens killing someone in Washington, D.C., and they're like, yeah, no, you know, we're going to pass on this. This is not a good thing. It's racist. We don't want them. We don't want them. I think that's out of control. Out of control, personally. Anyway, I'd like to get your thoughts on this. Let's go to Robert, Charleston, South Carolina, WTMA. Go right ahead.
Okay, Rich, I'll comment on that, and also on the 14-year-old girl who went to the Marine barracks too, if you'd like. Okay, with regard to the camera, I think it's wonderful that they got that on a camera, that there's a guy confessing to having murdered somebody like that. That's wonderful. I mean, that brings the murder rate down. That's good for all of us. There's nobody who doesn't benefit from that. We should find a way to keep that going, I think. What do you think?
Oh, yeah, I think it's great. I just think the idea that they're saying we shouldn't have these cameras because they're racist is crazy. And it's crazy to say the camera's racist. Obviously, it's because of who they caught on the camera. And it just, to me, is more of the same when we're dealing with the radicals on the left. But listen to this. They make the I guess, the assertion here that the Ring camera allows its owners to send video that they've captured with their Ring video doorbell camera and outdoor security cameras to law enforcement. This is a feature unique to Ring. Even Nextdoor, a competitor, removed its forward to police feature back in 2020, which allowed Nextdoor users to forward their own safety posts to local law enforcement agencies. If a crime had been committed, law enforcement should obtain a warrant to access a civilian's video footage. Now, these are two separate arguments, right? Nobody's saying that you should not obtain a warrant to get a video. What the case they're making is that it's inherently racist because in that story that I'm sharing with you, there is some ambiguity here, right? That they're saying, well, because somebody of color got in trouble, this is clearly racist. And I'm thinking, no, that's crazy. I mean, you take it to the tape, you take it to the tape. If you have a tape and it shows someone of color breaking the law, that's what it shows. If it shows someone that's white or Asian or anything else, it's going to show what it is. And this is where I have a problem with people that just refuse to accept the truth. You have to accept the truth. When you start to embrace this idea of relativism, Robert, and everybody else, honestly, and it's not directed towards you, just we happen to be on the phone together, you start to create your own truth. And as you create your own truth, you can create whatever truth you want, but there has to be some reality to it. And I think this is where they go off the reservation here, where they're making stuff up and it just isn't the case. So, yeah, Ring cameras are not racist. And if you have a property and you have the space for them, have as many Ring cameras as you like. I think it's a good thing.
You're right. I mean, after all, it brings up the specter that the policeman comes over, puts the handcuffs around the Ring camera, and hauls the Ring camera off to jail for being racist. You know what I mean? It's that insane.
I get it. And what was the other point you wanted to make?
The other point I was trying to make is that 14-year-old girl who went over to the Marine Corps barracks school, after all, she's the one who got on the computer, and she's the one who found that guy, and she's the one who walked over there or got herself over there, and she's the one who did the overnighters there or whatever she was doing there, and it doesn't sound like she was doing it against her will by any means. So why does everybody presume it's against her will, and why does everybody presume she's the victim or anything like that? It doesn't sound like to me like she was the victim.
I'll say this. Look, I think if you're driving a car down the road and a kid jumps out in front of your car and you run the kid over, the question of fault becomes secondary to the fact that a kid just got hit, right? And when it comes to a 14-year-old girl, I don't think that I'm going to fault a 14-year-old girl for doing, and again, I don't know that she went of her own volition or not. I don't know. It says that she'd been missing for quite a while before getting there, 2 weeks. She was already missing for 2 weeks. So I think it becomes a question of, are we going to blame the victim for being a victim, for being coerced? How, why? I think there's a lot of facts that we still have to find out. To put the blame squarely upon a 14-year-old girl, I think I'd have to think long and hard before I did something like that. Now, if she shot somebody in the head, I'd say, look, she thought that out, and that's clear. But something like sneaking out, or maybe we don't know if she snuck out or not. So I think it's premature to make an assessment like that. But interesting conversation nonetheless. Thank you, Robert, for your call. Big shout out to everybody in South Carolina on WTMA. Great station. Great morning show there, by the way. And we're going to continue our conversations and great radio programming right here on this station. Until then, until the next time, hasta la próxima. I am Rich Valdez. Take care, good night, and God bless. And we're going to do it all again tomorrow.
Where we we putting that money, and why are we putting it there? At Financial Strategies, you'll get answers to those questions to understand our approach. And the answers are going to be based on what we've learned about you. We're very engaged with our clients so that what we do for them fits their particular needs. But there are other things that we do that are equally important to the investment management portion of our services. I can't express how important it is to control the things you can control. At the end of the day, most investment managers will end up yielding similar overall returns. But knowing how to manage them wisely to avoid your nest egg being eaten away by the tax man, all legally of course, well, that's what I truly believe sets us apart. This is Jim Cantrell with Financial Strategies, Inc., and we can show you a wiser way to build your wealth. So go to financialstrategiesinc.com and schedule a no-cost consultation.
Financial Strategies, a wiser way to build your wealth.
Get the help you need Saturday morning with How To Radio. At 7, it's the WTMJ Fix-It Show with David Nason, featuring this week's guests, Capital Heating and Cooling and Siding Unlimited. At 9, plan your dream vacation with the Fox World Travel Show. Yet at 10, get financial guidance during Money Talk. Contact Annex Wealth Management for an unbiased review of your investments at annexwealth.com. How To Radio, Saturday mornings on WTMJ.
We are Wisconsin's radio station, News Radio WTMJ, Milwaukee.
From ABC News, I'm Derek Dennis. Abortion front and center in Iowa. Lawmakers late last night banning almost all abortions in the state after roughly 6 weeks of pregnancy or once a heartbeat is detected. And the bill contains extremely limited exceptions. Democratic State Representative Jennifer Cornfirst scolded her Republican colleagues over the bill.
Just because you can doesn't mean you should. It's incredibly disappointing that we are rushing this through.
Iowa Governor Kim Reynolds tweeting her congratulations and support for the measure. She'll sign it into law Friday. Iowa's ACLU announcing it will file a lawsuit to, quote, block this reckless, cruel law. At the NATO summit in Lithuania, the U.S. and other NATO countries agreeing Ukraine won't be admitted into the alliance just yet, out of concern Russia could react negatively. But all may not be lost.
President Biden and G7 leaders will make a major announcement alongside President Zelensky this afternoon, outlining our long-term commitments to support the people of Ukraine.
That's Amanda Sloat, National Security Council Senior Director for Europe. Zelensky and Biden will also meet today on the sidelines of the summit. Meantime, new tensions on the Korean Peninsula.
North Korea launched a long-range ballistic missile from its capital Pyongyang area towards the east on Wednesday morning. The missile flew 620 miles before landing into waters, according to South Korea's Joint Chiefs of Staff. This comes a day after North Korea threatened serious actions against the United States. Pyongyang claims a U.S. spy plane violated their airspace this week, which U.S. State Department dismissed as just accusation. Joo Hee-cho, ABC News, Seoul, South Korea.
Parts of the U.S. dealing with extreme weather events. Record rainfall this year blamed for a destructive landslide in Southern California. A dozen homes destroyed and even more are buckling and cracking. In Vermont, raging floodwaters washing away homes, cars, and businesses. And in South Florida, triple-digit heat in the forecast all week. You're listening to ABC News.
WTMJ, W277CV, and WKTI HD2 Milwaukee. From the Annex Wealth Management Studios, this is News Radio WTMJ, a Good Karma brand station.
I'd been living with a snoring problem nearly my entire life. In fact, I can remember my mother teasing me, saying that I'd snore so loudly that the walls of our house would cave in with each breath.
Fast forward only recently, when Jessica's snoring forced her husband out of their bed and into another room. It's a pretty common situation. We call it a sleep divorce, and that's not good. I'm Dr. Madan Kandula with Advent. After Jessica had a thorough breathing triangle evaluation, we found that her snoring problem required a simple solution. In-office balloon sinuplasty. It's a 20-minute procedure, and it works. You won't find it offered by Big Box Healthcare, but you will find it at Advent, where we offer every effective snoring and sleep apnea solution available. You can hear more of Jessica's story at adventknowsjessica.com and take your first step towards breathing well so you can live better.
Breathe well with simple solutions. AdventKnows.com.
Results may vary.
From the WTMJ Breaking News Center, I'm Jessica Gatso. Milwaukee's new sales tax has mixed reactions.
It's bullcrap.
They don't listen to the people. They don't listen to the city. This is going to hurt people. It ain't going to help.
That's Cynthia Greenwood, a Milwaukee resident who came to the council chambers to watch the vote. Several council members spoke against the new tax, but only 3 voted no. Alder Robert Bauman voted for the tax and said it's necessary to keep Milwaukee services running.
This is not some new infusion of money that's going to allow us to dramatically expand programs. No, this allows us to maintain the status quo.
Jack Grau, WTMJ News.
Milwaukee Fire Chief Aaron Lipsky gives WTMJ his initial reaction to the measure passing.
It may sound as if now I should just do backflips and celebrate in some sort of kingdom building celebration. And the opposite is true because the entire city is trying to dig out of a hole right now.
While he won't be doing backflips anytime soon, Chief Lipsky does stress that the passing of the sales tax measure will provide the fire department with the opportunity to reopen many of its shuttered stations.
I am pleased that we can now add capacity back and we can now get out there and serve more neighborhoods.
Had the sales tax measure not passed, the fire department could have seen a potential 25% cut. Adam Roberts, WTMJ News.
For the first time ever, the iconic Wheaties cereal box will feature a pair of brothers on the front, and they're from southeast Wisconsin.
I'm going to have a little bowl myself.
Best bowl of Wheaties ever for Pewaukee's own J.J. Watt. He and his brother T.J., both Wisconsin Badgers and NFL stars, will be on the front of the box due at stores next month.